A Category 20 hurricane suddenly struck, heralding the onset of an apocalyptic game. Only 30 million sanctuaries have been established across the globe, and only those survivors who are bound to. These sanctuaries stand a chance of survival. On the very first day, Xiao managed to bind 3 sanctuaries, thus embarking on her journey through the apocalypse. Chapter 1. The Hurricane. The wind was ferocious as Xiao stepped outside to retrieve her shared electric bicycle for work. She was immediately struck by its intensity. Yet, the weather forecast had clearly predicted a sunny day. As she rode towards her workplace, the biting cold wind sliced against her face like a knife. Just a little longer, she was merely 5 minutes away from the assembly point. The sound of metal sheets being blown away echoed above, and the wind was so powerful that Xiao struggled to control the front of her bicycle. As she attempted to turn, the bike careened uncontrollably, leading her to topple to the ground. Her arms, cheeks, and thighs stung from the abrasions. Just as she prepared to rise, a pair of red panties flew into her face, a comical yet frustrating encounter. Frowning, she hastily discarded them. This year's heat had prompted the neighboring city of Yushur to employ artificial rain-making cannons, resulting in a shower of panties. But how was it that even this supposed summer retreat was now experiencing such whimsical chaos? As she bent to retrieve her bike, the wind surged from behind, propelling her forward uncontrollably, nearly causing her to tumble headfirst into a flower bed. Fortunately, she managed to regain her balance. This ominous wind, just as she contemplated uttering a curse, she witnessed a frail girl being swept away several meters, the sound of her fall resonating ominously. Xiao felt a pang of concern indeed. A bit of flesh was beneficial. This modest layer of fat, seemingly useless in daily life, could prove vital in moments of peril. The apocalyptic game has launched globally. A level 20 typhoon is set to arrive in 1 hour, and 30 million shelters with varying attributes have descended worldwide for everyone to experience. Those fortunate enough to locate and enter a shelter may bind themselves to it and earn the qualification for survival in this end-of-day scenario. The sudden electronic voice that filled the air resembled a news broadcast, yet also echoed the tone of an audio novel. Xiao instinctively thought it was nonsense. A level 20 typhoon possesses the power to demolish buildings. There is no sanctuary to be found. What difference does it make when the end of the world arrives? Wait, the voice seemed to be referring to the apocalypse. She lifted her gaze, observing the dim, foggy sky filled with swirling dust and debris. Could it be that the annual prophecies of doom were indeed manifesting this year? Survival was paramount. Summoning her strength against the raging winds, Xiao slowly made her way to a nearby overhang, listening to the sound of glass rattling from the gusts outside. The allure had appeared abruptly, lasting only a few fleeting seconds, leaving those around her in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of its authenticity. Yet, Xiao noticed a few individuals, like herself, keenly observing their surroundings in search of the so-called shelter. The only shopping mall near the office building stood alone, the rest were merely corporate towers. She pondered what the emblem of the shelter might look like, and in what form it would manifest. Suddenly, a woman stood before Xiao, rubbing her hands together, her eyes alight with determination as she bravely faced the wind and made her way towards the building across the street. The corridor was beset by fierce gusts. Leaving at this moment was undoubtedly perilous. Yet the woman persevered, leveraging her physicality to push through. Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the woman as she approached the glass facade of the building opposite. A golden doorknob was abruptly embedded in the glass, its gilded surface exuding an enigmatic sheen. The moment the other party touched the doorknob, a look of ecstatic joy crossed their face, only to vanish moments later. Xiao suddenly realized that there truly existed a safe house. However, this realization was met with trepidation. If this was a global catastrophe, with a population of 10 billion on Blue Star, 3 million safe houses would be woefully insufficient. The competition was too fierce. She had to locate a safe house before others discovered that it was merely a doorknob. With this thought in mind, Xiao quickly observed a faintly reflective doorknob on a tree across from her, this one silver in hue. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards it, only to be abruptly shoved aside by a man who exploited his weight advantage. The impact against her back was painful, and before she could utter a cry, she saw the man rush to the tree, touch the doorknob, and vanish right before her eyes. Xiao felt a surge of frustration welling within her. Cursing was futile in a crowded place. Competition was fierce, and she was not the only one who had noticed the anomaly of the wind and the peculiarity. of the notification. She needed to devise a strategy to discern the patterns and act more swiftly than the others to have any chance of survival. Firstly, both safe houses bore doorknobs, suggesting that these knobs might serve as a symbol of safety. Secondly, the colors and luster of the doorknobs differed. One was golden, the other silver, implying that there could exist various types of doorknobs. Lastly, as the locations of the safe houses were random, it stood to reason that places with fewer people might present greater opportunities. Presently, most individuals were either hiding in vehicles or sheltering within buildings, and the streets were desolate, with only a few daring souls venturing out, preoccupied with their own survival. Yet the most perilous of places often proves to be the safest. Xiao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fixated on the ground in the middle of the road, where a green manhole cover, devoid of reflection, lay embedded within the sewer. Could this be a safe house? The wind along the road intensified, threatening to topple even the robust buses, which creaked and swayed under its force, while the trees on either side appeared equally unstable. No one dared to venture into the roadway. Xiao gritted her teeth. A gamble. Who would place such an automated door handle on a manhole cover? It's not as if she were heading home. Yet the wind grew ever stronger, and even taking a single step felt as though it could blow her backwards. Facing the gale, she knew the resistance would be formidable before she could grasp that handle. She would be swept away and likely discovered by others. The only viable approach was to exploit the advantage of distance, attune herself to the wind's direction, position herself before the handle, and let the wind guide her towards it, achieving the goal with minimal effort. Resolved, Xiao stepped out into the wind, her bold demeanor inevitably drawing the attention of those nearby. That girl, she must have found a safe house. Let's follow her, someone exclaimed. Immediately, several individuals joined Xiao, scanning their surroundings as they trailed her. Xiao pressed on against the wind for 50 meters, catching a glimpse of the handle not far behind her. Suddenly, a large hand rested upon her shoulder. Miss, have you spotted the safe house? My eyesight isn't quite what it used to be. If you see it, let me know, and we can go together. The man towered at 6'2", his imposing stature making Xiao feel like a mere chick beside him. Brother, I'm not quite sure. Xiao chuckled softly, her gaze unwavering as it fixed ahead. However, I might have misjudged the situation. The man, however, remained skeptical. Leveraging his physical advantage, he positioned himself ahead of Xiao, meticulously observing her movements, convinced he would locate the safe house before she could. Yet at that moment, the wind suddenly surged, forcing everyone to stumble back a few paces. It was during this very instant that Xiao seized the opportunity. She feigned being caught off balance by the gust, tumbling onto the road and rolling due to her unsteady footing. The onlookers gasped, their instinct urging them to follow. But Xiao's precarious position in the middle of the road was undeniably alarming. In the distance, a swaying bus approached Xiao, and the crowd's eyes widened in terror, a singular voice cutting through the tension. Xiao, the bus driver, equally startled, slammed on the brakes. In the next heartbeat, the young woman appeared to vanish in a most disheveled manner upon ground. Chapter 2. The cellar before Xiao. Darkness enveloped her, and the howling wind above indicated a fierce tempest outside. Congratulations, you have entered the safe house. Remaining in the safe house for a full hour will secure your binding. If you leave during this time, the binding duration will reset. And the safe house will be open to other survivors. Time until the hurricane disaster strikes, 36 minutes and 28 seconds. Only a fool would choose to leave. The cellar was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Fortunately, she had carried a bag to work. Xiao began to rummage through its contents. Inside, she found a notebook, tissues, a bottle of water, 2 marinated eggs, 2 mooncakes, a bottle of milk that she hadn't had time to drink yesterday, a high-capacity power bank, and half a pack of sanitary napkins. Not too shabby. Her phone in the backpack beeped with a message. Surprisingly, there was still signal in this safe house. The message originated from the company group, with management addressing all employees. Everyone, today is a regular workday. Clock in as usual. Late arrivals will incur a penalty on attendance. Xiao, this imbecile can't possibly think this is just an ordinary wind. Immediately, a colleague inquired, indeed, the wind is exceptionally strong today. My electric bike was blown away. Can I clock in an hour late? Right, I can manage half an hour late. I'm almost at the company. But there has been an accident on the road, causing significant delays. Management quickly responded, if you had left half an hour earlier, wouldn't you have avoided this predicament? Xiao clicked her tongue. Could she still expect empathy from her superior? As I was about to turn off my phone, I noticed someone had tagged me. Xiao, I just saw you. Did you vanish from the road because you found a safe house? Glancing at the message, I recognized it was from Yang Hai. Such a charming remark. Xiao is a programmer who, upon graduating from university, joined a gaming company. The nature of being a programmer is well understood. When the company recruited, they promised a 9 to 6 schedule, a 1-hour lunch break, 1 day off during the week, and 2 days off on the weekend. With an internship salary of 8,000. However, to everyone's astonishment, the very next day upon entering, the reality morphed into an inexplicable 996 work culture. By 8:30 in the morning, the office was nearly full. After 6 o'clock, the management refused to leave, compelling the other employees to stay until around 9 in the evening when management finally began to depart. Xiao, not one to indulge this routine, started leaving promptly at 6 from the third day onward, carrying her bag and clocking out. When Yang Hai inquired why she was the only one not working overtime, Xiao replied, "Because I do not require overtime pay. My tasks are completed within working hours." Yang Hai, in his 30s, lacked exceptional work skills but excelled in flattery. He reported her to the supervisor, claiming her work ethic was unsatisfactory and suggested hiring another intern. The following day, a significant bug emerged in the games project, one that had been lurking for quite some time and was beyond the capabilities of the programmers in the company to rectify. It was Xiao who stepped in and resolved the issue. Consequently, she transitioned seamlessly to a full-time position with a salary of 12,800, surpassing Yang Hai's earnings, which only fueled his disdain towards her. Now, in the group chat, someone intentionally inquired about her, clearly having noticed her disappearance on the highway, attempting to elicit information. Xiao chose to remain silent. She turned off WeChat and activated her phone's flashlight to illuminate the safe house and observe her surroundings. The room was modest in size, approximately 3 meters high and covering around 10 square meters, devoid of any lighting. The walls were made of concrete, resembling a cellar, with the only striking feature being a red lever positioned centrally on the wall. Xiao approached to inspect it. The lever appeared movable in 4 directions: up, down, left, and right. With a gentle pull, the lever shifted forward, causing her body to tilt momentarily, as if the entire cellar had shifted slightly forward. However, upon releasing her grip, it abruptly halted. Curious, Xiao tugged at it a couple more times, and with a loud thud, she struck something immovable. Raising her gaze, she discovered an electronic map on the wall before her, displaying a 1-kilometer radius around the cellar as its center. Sparse red dots dotted the map, indicating obstacles that could not be circumvented. Furthermore, there was an accompanying description. Gray areas represented land, white areas indicated voids, and blue areas denoted water. This safe house permitted movement only within the gray zones, while the blue and white areas necessitated detours. Suddenly, her phone emitted a notification, another mention of Xiao. She instinctively retrieved her phone to check, finding the message still originating from the company group, directed at all members by the administrator. Wenming, have you all found the safe house? I arrived at the company an hour and a half early and found one here. Everyone. Wenming, the HR representative, was notoriously stingy, having haggled over Su Zhao's base salary during her job application process. Though Su Zhao's resume may not rank among the world's elite, it is by no means unremarkable. A base salary of 10,000 is her minimum standard. Otherwise, she might as well spend her time at home engaging in part-time work. Meanwhile, this man who treats the company as his own is becoming increasingly overbearing, truly deluded in his self-importance. Lu Yun, the safe house should be able to accommodate quite a few people. Why don't you let us in for a while? Guijia, I've searched the company thoroughly, but there is no safe house. Wengu, where on earth are you? Wenming, it's not feasible. I need to stay inside for an hour to bind to the safe house, and I can't come out right now. Lu Yun, can only one person stay in the safe house? Wenming, but it's rather small. Lu Yun, it's better to have several people than just one. Wengu, please let us in. The wind is too strong. It's utterly terrifying. General Manager Wang. Wenming, where are you? Wenming, please hold on. General Manager Wang, I'll speak with you privately. It is evident that this is no ordinary typhoon. If indeed the apocalypse has arrived, then those fortunate enough to secure a safe house will seize the advantage. Who would not feel envious? At such a time, focusing on currying favor with superiors seems futile. One fears that while one may possess the ability to save others, one lacks the means to save oneself. Xiao continues to investigate the cellar. Above the cellar, there is an area resembling a ventilation shaft. Upon touching it, a prompt appears, oxygen duration, 23 hours 33 minutes and 12 seconds, indicating a countdown. Although this is a safe house, it still requires oxygen supply. In addition, upon touching the exit of the cellar, a prompt appeared, a level 20 hurricane disaster is imminent. The safe house is not yet bound. Confirm exit. Yes, no. Naturally, the answer was no. The outside world was far too perilous. After thoroughly searching every inch of the cellar without uncovering any further information, Xiao settled down to rest. At that moment, a violent banging echoed from the exit of the safe house, reminiscent of a heavy force striking it. One might mistakenly think it was the work of a person. Xiao decided to investigate. However, as he approached the cellar door, the system announced, "The hurricane disaster has officially commenced. This calamity will last for 8 hours. Survivors within the safe house will not suffer any negative effects during this event. Other survivors, please strive to survive." Chapter 3. The End. 8 hours. This hurricane disaster was set to endure for such a duration. It felt as though players were being confined. The phone battery stood at 94. And within his bag lay a high-capacity power bank and a notebook, ensuring he would not lose power anytime soon. Yet, Xiao was oblivious to the situation outside and could only retrieve his phone. The group chat was flooded with hundreds of messages. Opening the 4-character game group he had previously joined, he discovered someone had initiated a group video livestream. The video showcased a descent from approximately 30 stories high, revealing several colossal whirlwinds gathering in the distance, swirling through the air like a tempest of dust, seemingly converging into one formidable force. The individual in the video murmured, "It's over. I can't escape." Buildings adjacent to the tornado collapsed in an instant, glass shattered, and the video abruptly cut off. Within less than a minute of viewing, Xiao felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as the number of participants in the chat dwindled rapidly. Xiao wiped the sweat from her palms with a tissue. In the presence of nature, the fragility of human life becomes starkly apparent. The last message in the company group had been sent a few moments prior by Wenming. "Apologies, this safe house is rather small. It can only accommodate 2 individuals." Xiao glanced at her modest 10-square-meter refuge. Was each safe house truly unique? What might a dwelling meant for just 2 people resemble? Perhaps a storage closet? In this light, her cellar seemed relatively decent, at least spacious enough to store supplies conveniently. Regrettably, no one had responded in the group chat for quite some time, which did not bode well. Fortunately, Xiao was part of multiple groups. In another chat, she noticed someone had taken refuge in an underground supermarket, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet the exit was blocked by heaps of debris, with rainwater continuously flooding in, an ominous situation indeed. The hurricane catastrophe would not annihilate everyone. There were still numerous survivors who had yet to find a safe haven. Just as Xiao contemplated leaving this group, a new message regarding safe houses caught her attention. Huang Zijian, the most dashing of all, exclaimed, "Wow, I found a safe house in the subway. It's actually a restroom, less than 2 square meters, and it has a toilet. It indicates that once my waist reaches 100, I can relocate the safe house. Incredible. I've never encountered such a concept of a power-generating safe house fueled by excrement in any novel. The notion of excrement as a source of sustenance? How fascinating." Xiao, who harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness, found it difficult to fathom the idea of relieving herself in the cellar, as it would mean cohabiting with waste. No, she must endure. Someone in the group chimed in, "At least you have a toilet. I utilize a squat toilet, and there is no place to sit. The crucial point is that I had just begun when the restroom transformed into a safe haven. Now, there is no water to flush. I am compelled to keep company with my own excrement. What have I said?" Huang Zijian, the most handsome. "Well, I consider myself luckier than you. My toilet has no odor, and the tank is filled with water. The dream of 900 million young girls. The water in the tank is clean. It could be drinkable. I didn't have time to drink water this morning. I woke up and rushed to the toilet, and now I'm parched." Huang Zijian, the most handsome. What? You want me to drink water from the toilet? Have I lost my mind? Who could possibly bring themselves to do that? The dream of 900 million young girls. Wait until you are on the brink of starvation. You might even resort to consuming your own waste. Both of them, the squat and the sitting toilet, engage in a comparison of superiority. The conversation gradually veers off course, and Xiao finds it amusing until a girl appears, steering the discussion back on track. Xiao Ali. I reside in a treehouse. There is no toilet, but it comes with a special attribute. Offering a chance to acquire a bird's egg each day. A special attribute? Xiao recalls the moment of searching for a safe haven, where his hands gleamed gold, silver, and bronze, resembling precious metals. Could this signify the distinction among different safe havens? Might higher-tier safe havens provide additional resources? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a 4th individual possessing a safe haven emerged in the group. Jelly, my safe haven is a library, quite spacious at 30 square meters, equipped with lights and a cool atmosphere. The library also boasts a water dispenser and a toaster, along with food and drink. Xiao. Excellent. It appears that safe havens indeed come in various tiers. While the financial capability of the affluent is certainly enviable, it is the luck of the fortunate that truly incites jealousy. However, the other party quickly amended their statement. Loneliness. Yet the drawbacks are glaring and undeniable. The glass library, during the period of stagnation, can be easily spotted by other survivors. A photograph was taken and shared. Indeed, it was a library adorned with glass, where a group of individuals was relentlessly pounding on the safety shelter. It was evident that this place was becoming increasingly perilous. With the persistent wind, the structure would soon be unable to withstand the elements, prompting a desire to have the door open to allow them refuge. As Loneliness finished speaking, someone tagged him. Vast horizons. Loneliness, your safety shelter is so spacious. What harm is there in letting others in for a while? This remark instantly silenced the players in the group who possessed safety shelters. Xiao glanced around. This was a gaming group of 2,000 members. And they dared to be so brazen. Little Fox, I shall create a new group. I have found the entrance to the safety shelter. The condition for joining is to answer the last sentence of the safety shelter instructions. This was a clear attempt to create a divide between those who possessed safety shelters and those who had yet to find one. After speaking, Little Fox promptly shared the QR code for joining the new group. Vast horizons. You scoundrel. Is finding the safety shelter such an accomplishment? What are you boasting about? Treehouse and glass library, is it? Just wait. If I survive, I will surely hunt you down. The hostility was palpable, even through the screen. In the next moment, Little Fox exited the group, followed by several others who had safety shelters, and even one silent member left, perhaps having joined the new group. Xiao also wished to join, but she was unaware of what the last sentence of the safety shelter instructions entailed. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a notification sounded in her ear. Congratulations on successfully binding to Level 1 Safe House number 6883649. Next, Xiao Mo will introduce the usage rules of the safe house. Please listen attentively. Each safe house possesses unique attributes, with varying strengths and weaknesses. Your safe house is a cellar. You are encouraged to experience it fully and provide feedback on the apocalyptic game. We will strive to upgrade and optimize accordingly. Upon a survivor's demise, the safe house will revert to an unbound state or be claimed by the Slayer, so please remain vigilant regarding your safety. Finally, calling Xiao Mo within the safe house will awaken the system. Stating commands will open the detailed information panel of the safe house. After spending 3 minutes digesting the instructions, she realized that each safe house had distinct attributes, with its own advantages and disadvantages, as evidenced by the earlier discussions in the group chat. It was highly probable that only her safe house required oxygen replenishment. In the event of a disaster that prevented her from leaving the cellar, she would suffocate once the oxygen supply was exhausted. Therefore, it was essential to periodically ventilate the cellar for fresh air. Compared to other safe houses, hers contained a toilet and bird eggs. No wonder the handle of this cellar was merely bronze. Xiao Mo, open information, Xiao commanded, and a blue information panel materialized before her. Chapter 4. Easter Eggs, Level 1 Safe House, Ownership, Xiao, Space, 010, Storage, 010, Oxygen Duration, 22 hours 58 minutes and 38 seconds. Indoor temperature, 21 degrees. The information was succinct, lacking in substantial details, yet it did reveal the remaining oxygen duration. In light of the recent communication from the diminutive Ali, it appears that the final statement from the other party's review was intended to ascertain whether they were aware of the existence of the Little Mo safe house system, thereby confirming if they had indeed bound themselves to it. However, Xiao has now reached a state of complete calm and has opted not to join the group led by the diminutive Ali. While it is true that all the survivors who entered possess safe houses, which ostensibly presents no issues and diminishes any competitive inclinations, the potential for others to assist those without safe houses in acquiring one could indeed pose significant dangers. Resolutely putting aside her phone to conserve both energy and battery life, she consumed 2 marinated eggs and a bottle of milk from her bag. Following this modest meal, her tension eased considerably, and her mind regained some clarity. Yet, a troubling thought emerged. Given the existence of this so-called safe house, could other calamities arise in 8 hours? She realized she could not remain passive. The cellar was mobile, and she needed to take action. She recalled a survivor who had sought refuge in an underground supermarket. Supermarkets typically restock their supplies, and especially the larger ones almost always feature underground warehouses. She pondered whether it was possible to navigate the cellar to locate the supermarket's underground storage. With a sense of purpose, she retrieved her phone and opened the map, pinpointing her location to the largest grocery store in the city. After confirming the direction, Xiao gripped the controls once more. After more than 30 minutes, she had mastered the manipulation techniques, enabling her to deftly steer the cellar away from both the safe houses and restricted areas, all while continuously peering out to assess the conditions above ground. When the outside of the cellar door is engulfed in calamity, A notification appears upon touching the door. The wind speed outside the safe house has reached level 20, indicating a catastrophic hurricane. The door cannot be opened. Conversely, when the area outside the cellar is deemed safe, the message is altered to, there are no other survivors within 50 meters of the safe house. If there are others, Xiao will refrain from venturing out. Only in the absence of others will she cautiously peek outside. After considerable effort, Xiao managed to position the cellar within the underground storage area of a supermarket, a feat far more challenging than parallel parking. As the largest and most comprehensive living supermarket in the city, its operating hours are from 10:30 a.m. to midnight, with fresh produce beginning to be discounted after 8 p.m. The items sold are in exceptionally large quantities, sufficient for Xiao to sustain herself for half a month, offering great value. The hurricane commenced around 8 a.m. this morning, thus it is likely that the supermarket is devoid of staff at present. Upon touching the exit, the anticipated notification materializes. There are no other survivors within a 50-meter radius of the exit. Relieved, Xiao promptly steps outside. You have left the safe house. The cellar cannot be moved after your departure. Please remember the entrance location of the safe house. Additionally, the resource channel of the safe house will be stored in the form of a tattoo on your left palm. Items touched on your left palm can be transferred into the safe house. Natural resources may occupy up to 80 of the safe house's space. Please do not exceed this limit. A sudden warmth envelopes her arm as a black square mark appears on her left palm. Without further hesitation, she activates her phone's flashlight and swiftly begins to search for supplies within the underground storage. The warehouse area of the large supermarket is distinctly divided into sections: toiletries, frozen foods, snacks, and beverages. Xiao instinctively reached for water, the essence of life. The moment her left hand touched the water, a notification appeared: natural resource. Valid for 7 days. Was there a time limit? Xiao promptly inspected each item. Indeed, all food items were categorized as natural resources with a mere 7-day validity. Although furniture lacked a time constraint, it possessed durability. Once its durability diminished to 0, it would be rendered useless. Textile products such as sheets, bedding, and clothing had no expiration, allowing for long-term use. Yet they bore no attributes for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Daily necessities and electrical appliances were consumables, rendered ineffective upon usage. Had there been no expiration on food, Xiao would have utilized at least 9 square meters of the 10 square meter cellar to stockpile provisions, even if it meant sleeping atop her supplies of food and water. This revelation curbed her impulse to hoard food, leading her to prioritize the accumulation of daily necessities and disposable appliances. Furniture was disregarded due to its excessive space consumption and its nature as a durable item. Once its durability reached 0, it would vanish like food. She tossed dozens of boxes of water, along with self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, and snacks into the cellar, enough provisions to last her 2 months, before a notification emerged. Space 110. Subsequently, Xiao selected a foldable sofa bed from the furniture section, measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 0.5 meters in height. It was designed to expand, allowing for both seating and sleeping. Additionally, she acquired a small table for dining convenience. With the addition of these 2 pieces of furniture, the space occupancy has now become 2/10. Subsequently, I ventured into the home appliance section, where I scavenged an assortment of consumable electrical devices and daily necessities. Although these items occupied space, they were all encased in cardboard boxes, and at present, I lacked the time to meticulously unpack each one. Thus, I decided to store them collectively in the safe house. As I passed through the dimly lit lingerie section, I noticed a flicker of white light at the corner. Gripping the baseball bat I had acquired in the sports area, I cautiously approached, and upon rounding the corner, I encountered an unusual chest that resembled a pirate treasure chest from a game, radiating a white glow. With a label reading Level 1 Chest, I extended my hand towards it. The chest presented the option to be directly stored in the safe house or opened on the spot. Naturally, I chose to unveil its contents. However, the surprise was modest: a bottle of mineral water and a chocolate bar. Yet, the notification that followed startled me. You are the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a white chest, triggering a chest bonus. From now on, every white chest you find in the apocalypse will yield double rewards. A bonus indeed. However, I had no time to rejoice, for this announcement implied that each day henceforth could potentially be in the apocalypse. The food within the chest transformed into double portions, all with no expiration. After storing 2 bottles of water and 2 chocolate bars in the cellar, the chest vanished, and the storage space in the safe house underwent a change. Storage: 210, 500 milliliters bottled water 2, chocolate bar 2. Thus, natural resources occupy space without attributes, and food possesses a time limit. The resources contained within the treasure chest occupy the safe house's storage, allowing for stacking. Thus, the true supplies to be stored are the apocalyptic provisions found in the chest. Xiao promptly set to work, navigating the vast underground warehouse, nearly losing her way. However, to her surprise, despite the cellar being filled to 80 capacity, she could not locate a second treasure chest. It appeared that the chests were not so easily found, but the cellar could be relocated. She decided to seek the treasure elsewhere. Chapter 5. Exchange. The cellar had occupied 8/10 of its spatial area, leaving Xiao with a narrow and cramped passageway. Even the sofa was laden with supplies. Xiao felt a pang of regret, realizing that had she known, she would have packed less, as now it was a challenge to declutter. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Xiao, could you assist me in clearing some space? Xiao responded, yes, no, to clear all natural resources within the safe house. Xiao quickly clarified, no, I do not wish to clear everything. To her astonishment, Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying, are you inquiring about the garbage clearing function? Once activated, any resources touched by the owner will be directly disposed of. Such a feature was indeed available. Xiao instinctively replied, thank you, Xiao. Initially, I believed this artificial intelligence would remain silent, yet moments later I heard Xiao respond, it is my honor to assist you. Once again, an announcement resonated in my ears, a message that only survivors bound to the safe house can hear. The current binding of safe houses has reached 50. Xiao has opened the Survivor Communication Center for everyone, and by issuing commands, one can enter this center for dialogue and resource exchange. The apocalyptic treasure chest has descended upon Blue Star, visible solely to those survivors bound to the safe house. This chest contains game resources from the Apocalypse game that are timeless and possess unique attributes. The first survivor to open a chest of a different color will trigger a special Easter egg. This hurricane disaster will endure for 7 days. I implore all survivors to strive to survive. With the conclusion of the announcement, Xiao furrowed his brow. The information conveyed was far from trivial. The hurricane disaster lasting 7 days implies the potential for further calamities to arise. Moreover, the fact that 50 of safe houses have been bound serves as a reminder to the survivors, subtly indicating a dwindling number of safe houses. After a moment of contemplation, he issued the command, Xiao, open the Survivor Communication Center. Within the Communication Center, one could view personal information under the number 688-3649. The owner's number also serving as the default nickname. It was a straightforward text communication channel, and some had already begun to speak. However, the conversations were banal, consisting of inquiries such as, are you all right? And what has the outside world become? By clicking on the other party's nickname, one may engage in private communication and trade items, with trading instructions available for both parties to review. Confirmation is required from both sides for a successful exchange, ensuring a mutually locked system that eliminates the possibility of deceit. Xiao observed that no one in the world had expressed any information or exchange demands, prompting her to close the communication center. She yearned to pursue treasure chests. However, the raging hurricane outside limited her to underground venues such as malls, warehouses, and parking lots. Fortunately, the vicinity was replete with subterranean structures. After 2 hours of searching, she discovered 6 white treasure chests in an underground parking lot, obstructed by 4 derelict buildings. Each white chest contained provisions, typically consisting of 1 bottle of water and 1 serving of any food. Yet, Xiao possessed a special trait with the white chests. Upon opening, the food within would double in quantity. Alternatively, she could choose to refrain from opening the chests and directly store them in her safe house. Had she not spent 2 hours merely locating white chests, she might have almost concluded that only white chests existed in this world. Thankfully, in the 4th underground garage, she stumbled upon a distinct red treasure chest. Eagerly, she opened it to find an axe inside, though she did not trigger any special effect. This was not surprising, considering the passage of time. It was inevitable that other survivors would also seek to stockpile resources. Level 1 Fire Axe. Description: it is somewhat heavy yet exceedingly sharp, capable of fending off ordinary survivors and effective against peculiar entities that have emerged in the apocalypse. Grasping the axe, she noticed a line of information appearing atop the nearby Maserati. The automobile appeared somewhat anomalous, perhaps warranting an attack to uncover its secrets. Xiao promptly grasped her axe and approached. A brand new Maserati, the quintessential vehicle of a domineering protagonist in novels, was unexpectedly to be treated as scrap today. With determination, she swung her axe down upon the car. Initially, she believed that with her strength, the axe would barely penetrate the surface of the vehicle. To her astonishment, the car crumbled under the axe as if it were mere cardboard, shattering with the first strike. With a second blow, the automobile was reduced to a heap of mangled metal. seemingly disintegrating further with every swing. After the third strike, it disintegrated entirely into iron dust, revealing a purple treasure chest upon the ground. Su Xiao's expression brightened as she eagerly opened it, discovering a purple scroll within. There was no celebratory notification. Such alerts only appeared when one obtained a red weapon. It was inevitable that someone had acquired a red weapon before her, and thus, they would also be the first to engage with the information-laden structures. Upon attempting to store the purple scroll in her safe house, a message popped up: insufficient warehouse capacity. Unable to store in safe house. Please use directly or transfer to safe house before using. Was her warehouse full? Su Xiao decided to use it immediately. Manufacturing weapon station requires iron blocks 04, wooden planks 08, consuming 1 space in safe house. Iron blocks and wooden planks? Where could she possibly find those? The hurricane has ceased, and congratulations are in order for all survivors who have endured. The ensuing 4 hours are designated as an absolute safe period devoid of calamity, allowing survivors to venture forth in search of supplies. The clock striking precisely 4 in the afternoon indicates that this period of safety will extend until 8 in the evening. However, what precarious events might transpire post 8 o'clock? At present, Su Xiao's cellar is brimming with provisions, having opened 7 white treasure chests. Yet, the contents within these chests vary: 6 bottles of mineral water, 2 bottles of white peach soda, 2 bottles of milk, and 4 bottles of cola. The food supplies include chocolate bars, chips, and chocolate cake. However, only identical items can be stacked, while differing items occupy separate slots in the storage. When the storage slots are full, the resource channel of the safe house becomes inaccessible, rendering any treasure chests found unusable until space is cleared. Extracting supplies from storage consumes space as well, and currently, her capacity is maxed out, necessitating the discarding of surplus natural resources. After pondering her situation, Su Xiao decided to open the communication center for survivors. The current messages in the Survivor Center have significantly increased, and most survivors have already opened their treasure chests. Owner 1820384 stated, 1 square meter of safe house expansion item in exchange for a weapon. Owner 28495 offered 2 units of food resources in exchange for any level 1 weapon. Owner 1083745 proposed 3 white treasure chests in exchange for any level 1 weapon. Owner 2934734 requested 1 unit of oxygen tank in exchange for 3 days of water and food. Su Xiao glanced at the messages and noted that the majority were requesting weapons, indicating that they understood the necessity of obtaining weapons to reveal hints for special supplies. Only the exchange involving the oxygen tank piqued Su Xiao's interest. Chapter 6. Turtle Sage. The barrage of messages flowed rapidly, and fearing he might miss this opportunity, Su Xiao opened a private chat with owner 734. Su Xiao inquired, "Do you need water and food?" Natural resources, with a food shelf life of only 7 days. After a moment of contemplation, the other party responded, "If they are natural resources, I require an exchange for food sufficient for 7 days. Isn't this an exorbitant demand?" Su Xiao retorted, "You are offering to exchange the oxygen tank because you have no use for it, correct? No one would be willing to trade 7 days' worth of food for something they cannot utilize." The other party replied, "But you are seeking an exchange because you need it, aren't you? Since this is what you need, naturally, a price must be paid." Su Xiao chuckled. "I can only offer 3 days. Anything beyond that is non-negotiable. Unless you are willing to divulge the origin of the oxygen tank, in which case I could extend it to 5 days. Although she genuinely desired the oxygen tank. The other party only requested 3 days in exchange for information and had not specified that it must pertain to apocalyptic resources. To wish for an extension from 3 to 7 days would be excessively greedy. At this juncture, it was not merely apocalyptic supplies that people sought, but even natural resources would attract interest. Thus, she remained unperturbed and continued her quest for the next fortunate player. At last, she encountered a landlord who had changed their name. Turtle Sage. Any information in exchange for food and water, non-repetitive, but I cannot guarantee it is known information. Ah, a stroke of serendipity. Amid the vast sea of initial names, this one stood out distinctly. She initiated a private chat. Would natural resources suffice? They have a shelf life of only 7 days. The response came swiftly. Certainly, but I cannot assure that the information I provide is familiar to you. Hence, you must inform me in advance. If you fail to do so, the moment the information is spoken, it shall be considered a transaction." Su Xiao replied. "Then let me pose the questions, and you shall answer. Each answer will count as information, and I shall determine its veracity." The other party contemplated for half a minute, agreed. Su Xiao posed her first question. The white treasure chest contains food, the red treasure chest holds weapons, and the purple treasure chest is filled with items. Someone wishes to exchange an unopened blue treasure chest for 7 days of my natural food resources. but I am unaware of what lies within the blue treasure chest. Do you know? The blue treasure chest was indeed unfamiliar to Xiao, yet she ventured a guess regarding its color. The turtle sage responded honestly, stating, I have never encountered a purple treasure chest. I only know that the white treasure chest contains food, the red treasure chest holds weapons, the blue treasure chest contains items, and the green treasure chest is filled with plants. The items obtained from the blue treasure chest are entirely reliant on luck. They may prove beneficial or utterly useless. If you possess an abundance of natural resources, you might consider giving it a try. His response was quite reasonable. The purple treasure chest, in fact, contained blueprints, and the oxygen tank was most likely derived from the blue treasure chest. This individual provided a detailed explanation, correcting her misconceptions while offering sensible advice. Xiao continued her inquiries, asking, what do you know about safe houses? What categories of safe houses exist? For instance, I am currently aware of plant types, vehicles, and structures, among others. This classification was quite broad, encompassing nearly everything she was aware of, primarily to avoid redundancy. After a minute, the other party replied, there are also animal types, such as turtle houses, leopard houses, and bird houses. This was rather intriguing. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, in the case of animal-type safe houses, do the animals perish? The question lingered for some time before the other party responded. It appears that all categories of safe houses require and impose certain driving mechanisms and limitations. For example, the driving mechanism for vehicle-type safe houses is gasoline, while for animal type it is animal feed. As for plant types, they presumably require sunlight or water, though I am not entirely certain, as each safe house possesses its unique characteristics. This response was indeed quite credible. Xiao initially believed that the other party had concluded their response, only to be met with a lengthy message. For instance, the sunflower safe house can be moved during the day but remains stationary at night. The tree house is also mobile, albeit restricted to a distance determined by the growth of its roots. It can move 100 meters today and, similarly, only 100 meters tomorrow. Therefore, regarding whether the animal house might perish, I cannot provide you with an accurate answer. After some calculation, Xiao discerned that the other party had conveyed information about blue and green treasure chests, which constituted one piece of information. The existence of animal safe houses and their operational duration amounted to 2 additional pieces of information. Furthermore, the unique mobility methods of the sunflower safe house and tree house represented 2 more pieces. Thus, the response from the other party was both detailed and abundant, demonstrating considerable sincerity. Xiao remarked, I will allocate 5 portions of food based on the standard provisions found in the white treasure chest, 1 bottle of water and 1 portion of food. Subsequently, he sent 5 bottles of water and 5 bags of chocolate pies. Upon receiving the food, the other party sensed Xiao's generosity. Boss, do you possess an ample supply of natural food resources? I wish to establish a long-term collaboration with you. I will share the information I acquire, and in return, could the quantity of food you provide be somewhat increased? To be frank, the food resources within the treasure chest are woefully inadequate. They hardly suffice for a meal. The other party was likely male and in dire need of sustenance. Given this, the initiative rested firmly in Xiao's hands. Xiao remarked, certainly, however, I cannot ascertain whether the information you provide is already known to me. Therefore, you must first share your insights, and I shall judge their novelty. Should your revelations indeed be unknown to me, I shall offer you a portion of sustenance. The turtle sage replied, absolutely. You are quite generous. He continued, I truly wish to refrain from elaborating, but during my self-guided expedition in the arid deserts abroad, my vehicle broke down, leading to this predicament. As the winds howled, I was swept into the air, losing all my equipment. Fortunately, I emerged unscathed and discovered a tortoise shelter. However, the tortoise within was quite restless, and as a survivor, I found it impossible to direct its erratic movements. Consequently, I remain oblivious to my current location, devoid of any food sources, and the quest for treasure chests in the desert proves exceedingly arduous. Due to the time zone difference, it was presently nightfall on his side. After being stranded in the desert for half a day, compounded by the calamity of a hurricane, he realized he had gone an entire day without nourishment. He had managed to open but 1 food chest, containing merely a bottle of milk and a small cake. The game audaciously claimed this constituted a meal, though even a cat would consume more than this. Thus, the supplies he could offer for exchange with other survivors were woefully scant. He resorted to the communication hub to reach out to fellow survivors, trading his information for theirs. Once his knowledge accumulated to a significant extent, he symbolically dispatched the following message, hoping that someone might notice it and be willing to barter, granting him the strength to venture forth in search of resources. To his surprise, only Xiao responded to him. Upon hearing the tale, Xiao realized why the individual was so forthright. It was evident that he had procured his information through sheer audacity. When a hurricane approaches, not everyone finds themselves in resource-rich areas. Perhaps the natural resources she possesses are equally significant. Chapter 7. Fishing boat. Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired. Isn't the white treasure chest the easiest to locate? The turtle sage replied, I am uncertain. During my time in the desert, I discovered only 4 treasure chests, 1 white and 3 red. The details regarding the others were obtained through inquiries with others. Xiao recalled. Were these discovered during the hurricane disaster? Wasn't the wind exceedingly strong? The turtle sage responded, that is something you may not know. During a tornado, the surrounding energy is at its peak. However, the eye of the storm is remarkably calm. I could observe that my position in the desert coincided with the eye of the storm, which enabled me to search efficiently. Xiao realized that she had suffered the consequences of being unable to see the outside situation while confined in the cellar. She remarked, the exchange center has many people seeking red treasure chests. You should be able to trade for considerable supplies. Why not take them to exchange? After a considerable pause, the turtle sage replied, concerning information about weapons, are you willing to exchange? However, I require you to share with me a piece of information that I do not already know. Thus, the exchange of information must pertain to something of great significance. As this was not their first collaboration, Xiao asked, do you possess knowledge regarding the method of obtaining the purple treasure chest? Master Rashi, I am uncertain. Xiao delivered a portion of water and provisions, settling the remuneration for the previous 2 inquiries before proceeding to the next exchange of information. If you are unsure, then please go ahead. Master Rashi, upon observing the offered sustenance, unreservedly shared his knowledge. When you possess 3 level 1 weapons and enter the safe house system, a notification will alert you that these 3 can be combined to forge a level 2 weapon. However, crafting requires a weapon station, which I am currently unaware of. This revelation was significant. A glimmer flickered in Xiao's eyes. This information bore considerable weight, potentially splitting into 2 distinct insights. The fact that lower-tier weapons could be amalgamated into higher-tier ones indicated the existence of weapon classifications, suggesting that higher-tier weapons must serve a purpose in specific contexts. Furthermore, the possibility that 3 level 1 weapons could yield a level 2 weapon raised the question, could the safe house, classified as level 1, also be subject to a similar process of synthesis? Might those impenetrable red dots on the map signify unbound safe houses? Master Rashi, it is your turn. What information do you possess? Xiao, the purple chest yields blueprints. I discovered this when I acquired a weapon, as I noticed special notifications appearing on nearby vehicles. Upon attacking these vehicles, a purple chest materialized, and the blueprint pertains to the weapon station. Master Rashi, darn, he was taken aback. He was the first to obtain the red weapon chest, which promised a double reward from the weapon chest. Yet, in his vicinity, there were no structures. As far as the eye could see, it was merely sand, and spotting a sand porcupine or sand snake was an infrequent occurrence. This is also the reason he can swiftly locate the red treasure chests. Against the vast expanse of the desert, the red chests stand out conspicuously, while the white chests tend to be overlooked during the daytime. He is now informed that purple treasure chests yield blueprints, but they can only be obtained from vehicles, suggesting that he cannot acquire blueprints in the desert. After much contemplation, he sent a message to Xiao, but she did not respond. Clearly no longer present in the communication hub. Indeed, Xiao had departed from the communication center after exchanging information with the turtle sage. She had cleared sufficient space to retrieve the apocalyptic resources from her warehouse. She prepared to venture out in search of supplies, this time opting to collect the chests directly rather than opening them on site. Maneuvering the joystick, she sought out the immobile red dots. Yet it was evident that most of them had already been discovered. The probability of locating an unbound safe house was exceedingly low, and entering such a house required a stay of 1 hour to bind it. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, as if she had encountered an obstruction, rendering the joystick inoperative. Ahead lay a blue body of water, but her electronic map indicated a red dot within the cellar scanned area, implying the presence of a safe house on the river. Xiao immediately exited the cellar to investigate. As she emerged, the sight before her left her utterly stunned. The riverside where the cellar was situated had once been the city's most renowned attraction. However, the beauty had vanished. From a distance, the towering edifices lay in ruins, and not a single living soul could be seen along the riverbank. No, that was not quite right. Xiao took 2 steps forward and was met with the sight of a mangled body lying by the riverbank, her heart jolting violently. In the underground warehouse, within the safe house, at the communication center, and even during exchanges and group chats on her phone, she had never truly grasped the brutality of the apocalypse until now. Confronted by the lifeless forms before her, numerous dead, victims hurled into the air by the hurricane only to crash back down. Humanity, indeed. appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of such colossal natural disasters. Xiao compelled herself to regain her composure. According to the map, there was still a red dot on the river, indicating a safe house that had not yet been claimed. She meticulously scanned the river's surface and noticed an unusual small fishing boat with a canopy at the water's edge. Under normal circumstances, such a wooden vessel would have been swept away or destroyed by a level 20 hurricane. Yet, here it remained, intact by the riverside. As she approached, she discovered a silver handle on the boat's hull. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao made her way to the small fishing boat, which was approximately 3 meters from the bank. With her commendable swimming skills, she plunged into the water and swam toward it. The instant her fingers brushed against the handle, Xiao vanished, reappearing, drenched, within the confines of the fishing boat. Congratulations, you have entered the safe house. To bind this safe house, you must remain here for 1 hour. Should you leave during this period, the binding time will reset, and the safe house will be accessible to other survivors. Indeed, a survivor could bind multiple safe houses simultaneously. Was this a strategy to provide survivors with multiple refuges, or, as she had suspected, did gathering 3 safe houses allow for an upgrade akin to weaponry? However, spending an hour here seemed somewhat wasteful. Xiao began to carefully examine the small fishing boat. The small fishing boat is quite unassuming, featuring a canopy that provides shelter from both sun and rain. The interior space is merely around 40 to 50 square meters, offering an unobstructed view of the riverbank, a distinct advantage absent in a cellar. Most importantly, it seems to serve as a sanctuary upon the water. However, Xiao could not discern how to maneuver it. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through. Wind strength reached level 2, movement possible. An electronic map materialized before Xiao, accompanied by a manual control indicator. It is truly remarkable that the vessel can only be navigated when the wind picks up. Such rarity feels almost surreal. Peering from the boat, Xiao scanned the riverbank and, indeed, spotted a small red treasure chest not far off. Less than 300 meters from the fishing boat, she promptly directed the vessel towards the shore. As her hand glided gently over the electronic map, the fishing boat began to move slowly. Yet, it wasn't long before Xiao sensed something amiss. Chapter 8. Apocalypse creature. The boat's speed appeared to be contingent upon the current wind strength. Under the influence of a level 2 breeze, the little fishing vessel resembled an elderly individual ambling along, barely covering 100 meters in 2 minutes. The electronic map vanished, and the boat came to a halt as the wind ceased. Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She lamented not arriving at the riverbank sooner. Perhaps when a level 20 hurricane struck, she might experience the exhilaration of racing the boat. Casually lifting her gaze, Xiao noticed a peculiar willow tree nearby. This willow seems rather strange. Cutting it down might yield something intriguing. Could it perhaps conceal yet another purple treasure chest? Xiao felt a surge of excitement. However, it would still take a while for the fishing boat to successfully dock. Should I disembark? At that moment, a red Ferrari suddenly materialized, effortlessly weaving through the obstructive branches and the debris of shattered buildings, halting not far ahead. This was no ordinary sports car. Which racing vehicle could navigate such a hurricane-ravaged, desolate city with such ease? A gust of wind arose, prompting Xiao to swiftly maneuver the small fishing boat away from the shore, creating a slight distance. Binzi, there's a red treasure chest here. After the 2 men descended from the car, it vanished. The young man with ash-gray hair surveyed the surroundings, his expression remarkably serene. Binzi, you were right. Everyone is heading towards the city center, yet there is no one at the outskirts. This red treasure chest is brazenly left here, unclaimed. Following closely behind him, the bespectacled man appeared utterly bewildered. Xiao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the duo. Binzi, do you find that fishing boat somewhat peculiar? It seems like. The gray-haired man raised his hand, pointing in Xiao's direction, an instinctive reaction that made her wary. However, it took a while for her to realize that while they could see the fishing boat, they could not perceive her presence aboard it. Thus, a safe house could masquerade as an ordinary structure, with the cellar's exit being the most inconspicuous on the ground. As she lifted her gaze, the next scene left Binzi discarded the brick, his voice trembling. Few could survive. The safe house rested in his hands, and he felt uneasy. This fearful and timid demeanor starkly contrasted with the ruthless actions he had just displayed. Lu Yong's eyes reflected disappointment as they drifted towards the fishing boat at the center of the lake, yet he refrained from uttering that it was a safe house. He closed his eyes and breathed his last. The voice that emerged in Lu Yong's mind brought a flicker of joy to Binzi's countenance. Upon raising his gaze, a red treasure chest indeed materialized before him. He opened the chest and retrieved a level 1 hammer, and as he lifted his head, he caught sight of the small fishing boat in the river. A look of confusion briefly crossed his face, as if he inadvertently locked eyes with Xiao, causing her breath to hitch. This was particularly unsettling, given she had just witnessed him slay her friend. However, Binzi had only bound the safe house through the elimination of other survivors. He remained oblivious to the fact that the red dots on the electronic map of the safe house indicated unbound safe houses, and he could not even see the electronic map itself. Apart from the peculiar appearance of the fishing boat on the river, he made no other observations, as he was unaware of Su Xiao's presence within. Thus, he quickly averted his gaze. Su Xiao exhaled in relief and began to ponder. That red sports car signified a safe house, its owner being the deceased gray-haired man. The bespectacled man was likely a friend of the gray-haired man from before the apocalypse. Much like the survivor who, while sitting on the toilet, found it transformed into a safe house, they too were en route, and the car had become a sanctuary. The more she contemplated, the more terrifying it became. In such a world, trust should not be given lightly unless absolutely necessary. Su Xiao was inherently a rather aloof individual. As she was an orphan, her solitary nature in childhood led to numerous rejections from various adoptive families, resulting in deep-seated emotional scars. It was not until the age of 13 that she was officially taken in by the Jiang family. However, shortly after her adoption, they reclaimed Jiang Qiqi due to her psychological issues, opting to raise her in a separate residence under the care of a nanny. Despite this, she bore no resentment. Her aversion to being a burden drove her to quietly pursue her studies and part-time work, striving to repay the Jiang family's kindness by seeking advanced degrees. On the surface, it appeared as though she had integrated into a typical life, yet she remained emotionally distant from those unrelated to her. Thus, Su Xiao swiftly accepted this reality, continuing to observe the actions of the bespectacled man. Upon acquiring a weapon, the bespectacled man immediately scanned his surroundings and, as anticipated, quickly spotted an unusual willow tree. Seizing the opportunity presented by the gentle breeze, Su Xiao stealthily maneuvered her fishing boat closer to the shore, eager to witness what treasure the man would unveil. To her astonishment, as the man struck the willow tree with his weapon, it transformed into a towering black creature, looming over him like a behemoth of dawn and dusk. Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. This was no treasure chest. What had he summoned? Startled, the bespectacled man instinctively swung his hammer at the creature, only to find that it sustained no damage. Instead, it seemed to erupt into a frenzied assault against him. The black shadowy blade effortlessly pierced his skin, causing blood to flow profusely. It was then that Su Xiao noticed a line of information inscribed upon the creature's head. Apocalyptic creature, level 1, the monstrous being, towering over humans, becomes overlooked when approached too closely. Only from a distance can it be perceived. As the bespectacled man recoiled in agony, his fear magnified. He realized he was powerless to vanquish the creature. In his desperate attempt to flee, elongated, black claws resembling willow branches ensnared him and consumed him whole, elevating the creature's level from 1 to 2. The bespectacled man vanished, leaving behind a hammer he had recently acquired. 3 seconds later, the hammer disappeared, and the red treasure chest reappeared by the riverbank. Upon revisiting it, Su Xiao no longer regarded it as a treasure, but rather as a perilous bait. Analyzing the information at hand, Su Xiao deduced that this sudden emergence of apocalyptic monsters was facilitated by their consumption of survivors to gain levels, which likely correlates with the level of weapons. Most importantly, this creature was summoned by a special prompt, indicating that such prompts are not inherently safe, as monsters lurk concealed within them. The game had explicitly warned that these 4 hours were an absolute safe period devoid of disasters. However, safety does not equate to the absence of monsters. Moreover, this apocalyptic being was camouflaged among the vegetation. As long as survivors refrained from recklessly engaging with structures marked by special indicators, they would remain unharmed. Su Xiao focused intently on the textual hint inscribed on the willow tree. Could the pattern for summoning monsters and treasure chests be concealed within this hint? Of course, Su Xiao currently possessed no means to verify this theory, for the apocalyptic creature had now ascended to level 2, appearing far beyond the capability of her level 1 axe to confront. Perhaps, only by upgrading her weapon could she hope to attempt a confrontation. Chapter 9. Rescue. Su Xiao remained aboard the small fishing boat until, after an hour, the safe house was successfully bound. Logically, this location should not be deemed overly remote. However, during this period, I have yet to encounter a second survivor. Upon reflection, this is not particularly surprising. With a population of 10 billion on Blue Star and 30 million safe houses, even if each individual possessed one safe house, the probability remains at a mere 0. 3. If we disregard the potential issues regarding the distribution of safe houses relative to population density, this city accommodates approximately 18 million residents, which suggests the existence of around 54,000 safe houses based on this ratio. Should anyone possess 2 or more safe houses simultaneously, the ratio of the population would diminish accordingly. Moreover, The various types of safe houses can only be accessed through different means of transportation, imposing significant restrictions. Survivors without safe houses are preoccupied with self-preservation and the competition for essential supplies. Thus, it is unlikely that many would venture forth in search of treasure chests, resulting in a scarcity of survivors able to reach this location. Congratulations, you have successfully bound safe house number 283947. Level 1. It has been detected that this safe house is your second, and the usage instructions will not be repeated. A warm reminder from Xiao. Binding a third safe house may trigger a special event. Does triggering a special event require a third safe house? What could this special event entail? Xiao, please open the information. Level 1 safe house owner, Xiao space, 04, storage, 010, indoor temperature, 23 degrees. It appears that each safe house has a base storage capacity of 10, albeit with varying dimensions. Fortunately, this vessel does not require oxygen reserves. After reviewing the information, Xiao disembarked. Upon turning around, she noticed that the once small fishing boat safe house in her palm had transformed into a mere toy boat. There is a certain charm in the scene. Tucking the small fishing boat into her pocket, she casually collected the nearby red treasure chest, which, as expected, contained a hammer. No need to inspect further. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a red toy car that had fallen beneath the willow tree, likely dislodged after the tree had engulfed the man. Gazing at the boat in her hand, she recalled the vanishing red Ferrari from earlier when the two had arrived. Could it be that Xiao picked up the toy car? You have acquired an unbound level 1 safe house. Would you like to bind it now? Yes, no, such fortune. Just as one dozes off, another presents a pillow. Naturally, she opted to bind it. In the next moment, the toy car transformed before her eyes into a grand Ferrari. Upon entering, Xiao soon realized it was entirely designed as a camper van, with a panoramic view through the windshield that allowed her to survey the surroundings effortlessly. Inside, there was a single reclining seat that could easily be adjusted for comfort. You now possess 3 level 1 safe houses and may proceed with upgrades. As the first survivor of Blue Star to hold 3 level 1 safe houses simultaneously, we offer tailored upgrades for your safe houses. Before upgrading, you must complete a safe house experience survey and an upgrade intention form. Xiao paused momentarily. Could this be what they referred to as a special event? Are you satisfied with your current 3 safe houses? Satisfaction is rated from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 being unsatisfied and 5 being very satisfied. Others would be grateful to possess just 1, and here she was with 3. What reason could she have for discontent? Without hesitation, she selected yes, indicating her utmost satisfaction. Are you satisfied with the safety house system, Xiao? The satisfaction scale ranges from 1 star, indicating dissatisfaction, to 5 stars, representing utmost satisfaction. Xiao? Xiao realized that she had not utilized Xiao extensively, but she sensed that it was akin to an artificial intelligence entity. The sudden appearance of the survey compelled Xiao to take it seriously. Positive feedback was imperative. A 5-star rating was a must. Next, we present the upgrade intention form. After the beep, you may articulate your desired proposal, which will be submitted in writing to headquarters. Beep. Goodness, a live examination, the kind requiring impromptu responses. Clearing her throat, Xiao composed herself and confidently articulated her suggestion in one breath. I hope that the upgraded safety house can integrate the advantages of the 3 existing shelters, allowing for passage in any designated area. Given the unique constraint that players cannot take certain items from the basement, while fishing boats and sports cars, though easily transportable, are prone to loss. I wish for this upgrade to address these shortcomings. Since it is an upgraded safety house bound to the player, it should be entirely at their disposal. She paused momentarily. Her mind momentarily clouded. It was challenging to conjure up additional thoughts under such pressure. Thank you for your suggestion. We will submit it to headquarters. Please await your upgrade proposal with peace of mind. No, she had not finished speaking. Xiao replied, I am here. I did not complete my suggestion earlier. May I add a little more? Xiao inquired cautiously. The primary issue lies in the time constraint. Leaving her momentarily at a loss, Xiao remarked, the upgrade intention form has been submitted to headquarters and cannot be supplemented. Should you have any suggestions regarding my services, please feel free to share them directly with me. Xiao pondered briefly about the peculiar prompts appearing among the external structures and flora, which occasionally yielded treasure chests but sometimes summoned apocalyptic creatures. Was there a discernible pattern? Xiao responded. The mechanics and patterns of the apocalypse game must be uncovered by the survivors themselves. I am unable to assist with that. Xiao sighed. All right then. Xiao, please access the information. Xiao opened the details regarding her Ferrari's safe house. Level 1 safe house owner. Xiao space, 04, storage, 010, indoor temperature, 23°C, fuel tank range, 4. 6 kilometers, The fuel tank range. Indeed, Master Rashi's words hold true. Different safe houses possess varying modes of mobility, each with its own merits and drawbacks. Since movement is possible, it would be prudent to switch to the cellar, as every bit of savings counts. Sushu departed from the Ferrari, carrying 2 safe houses, a toy car and a toy boat. She retraced her steps in search of the cellar, but its entrance was exceedingly concealed, even with a reference point. Sushu searched for quite some time. Upon entering the cellar, she consulted the electronic map and, after some contemplation, retrieved her phone to jot down the coordinates, annotating it as a level 2 creature location. She resolved to return once her weapon had been upgraded to level 2. As she currently could not enhance her weapon due to the absence of dropped wooden planks and iron fragments. After taking notes, Xiao noticed a group notification. To avoid disturbances, she had previously muted the group. Now, her compulsive tendencies compelled her to unmute it. Almost every group had forwarded the same message, all members. Global catastrophe, activate the worldwide doomsday emergency plan. The Alliance has organized rescue troops. Those who have survived the hurricane disaster, please share your coordinates and await rescue. If there are survivors willing to contribute their secured shelters for research, the Alliance will provide additional compensation. Chapter 10. Sense of security. The Doomsday Emergency Plan refers to significant catastrophes threatening the entire globe. The United Nations will transcend national boundaries and establish a Doomsday Alliance, prioritizing directives from this alliance above all else. Nearly 10 hours had passed since the onset of the hurricane disaster, and the formation of the alliance confirmed the global scope of this calamity. However, the idea of relinquishing her secured shelter for research in exchange for additional compensation never crossed Su Xiao's mind. A secured shelter would only be released upon the death of its occupant. Once surrendered, would there still be a chance for survival? She would not make herself a guinea pig. Just as she finished her thoughts, someone in the company group tagged her. It was Yang Hai. Yang Hai, Su Xiao. You have a secured shelter, right? I've seen it. The Alliance is now requesting donations of secured shelters for research. You wouldn't be so selfish, would you? Su Xiao, how is this person still alive with such talk? Civilization, now that everyone is safe. President Wang just mentioned that we can take a break during this time. Consider it a vacation. Su Xiao felt somewhat speechless. Your company is indeed brimming with talent. Each individual uniquely eccentric. Given the current circumstances, does the company even have the authority to dictate attendance? The office must have collapsed by now. Yang Hai remarked, Civilization. Brother One has a safe house. It should be handed over to the Alliance. Civilization replied, the safe house has been bound to General Wang. We must await his decision. Do not inquire as to the reasons. The moment he stepped outside to greet General Wang, the binding time was refreshed, and instinctively, he invited General Wang inside. Thus it fell upon General Wang to bind it, resulting in his own failure to do so. As for General Wang, his whereabouts remain a mystery. After the calamity subsided, he emerged only to find that General Wang and the safe house had vanished. Su Xiao observed this with amusement, yet as he continued to watch, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Aside from that one notification, it seemed these individuals had not mentioned any other pertinent information. They were oblivious to the duration of the disaster, unaware of what constituted an absolute safety event, and had no inkling that a new calamity might arise in just 2 hours. Most critically, based on the messages within the chat logs, they appeared ignorant of the temporal limitations of natural resources, still sending messages in search of food. This indicated that only the survivors bound to the safe house could perceive the time constraints. This revelation instilled a sense of foreboding within Su Xiao. He ceased his perusal of the phone and maneuvered through various locations in the underground chamber. However, it became evident that the survivors possessing safe houses were already aware of the need to seek out treasure chests. After nearly 2 hours of searching, he had only discovered 1 red chest, 1 blue chest, and 2 white chests. Yet, Su Xiao felt that his findings were relatively abundant among the survivors. After all, her cellar's movement does not require endurance, only a change of oxygen. With 10 minutes left until 8 in the evening, the sky suddenly darkened. It was anticipated that Xiao Mo would issue a notification, so Su Xiao sought refuge in the cellar to examine her harvest for the day. It turned out that the boxes could be stored within the warehouse's capacity. As long as Su Xiao refrained from opening them, their colors would continue to accumulate. Therefore, there was no rush to open the white treasure chest in her warehouse, all of which contained food. The blue chest held items, but their contents remained a mystery. So there was no urgency there either. The red chests contained weapons, which she already possessed, allowing her to set them aside for the time being. Her primary objective was to discover methods for acquiring iron blocks and wooden planks. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao casually opened a loaf of bread and took a bite while accessing the Survivor Communications Center. Upon opening it, several messages popped up. One from Turtle Sage and another from a player seeking to exchange oxygen tanks. Turtle Sage wrote, "All right, let me share some information with you. I actually have a red chest Easter egg. All the weapons I have obtained from red treasure chests are doubled. If you're willing, you can let me open the red treasure chest you find, but I need you to craft a weapon station and help me combine 2 level 2 weapons. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. A red chest Easter egg. This individual seemed to possess a stroke of luck. Naturally, Su Xiao did not perceive this as a deception. The concept of double rewards merely required the counterpart to advance an equivalent amount of items to her after the counterpart opened the treasure chest. They would then provide her with the remaining items, ensuring a foolproof arrangement. With such an Easter egg, Turtle Sage would undoubtedly attract numerous individuals eager to collaborate with him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao replied, "Certainly, I possess a white treasure chest egg. Should you come across a white treasure chest, you may hand it over to me, and I shall assist you in opening it. However, in the absence of any special exchange conditions, I may require a portion of the Doomsday resources as a service fee, though you are welcome to partake as well. Furthermore, my weapon station has yet to be constructed, as I have not yet discovered the means to acquire iron blocks and wooden planks. If you could assist me in synthesizing the weapon station, I would consider the prospect of a long-term collaboration." Upon responding to the Turtle Sage, he checked another message. The homeowner, 293-4734, stated, "Yes, I promise you. 3 days will suffice." The same homeowner continued, "An adult can wait, but a child cannot. The child is currently ill and must eat something. If you are available, I kindly request your assistance." The last message was sent an hour ago. After some thought, Su Xiao replied, "Understood." In the next moment, the other party sent a message. "Thank you, I truly have no other options. The safe house requires power for sustenance, yet I lack the necessary resources. It is currently stranded in an uninhabited area, and the exchange center is devoid of activity. The child has a fever and cannot be left unattended. I am unable to venture out in search of resources, though uncertain of the veracity of the other party's claims." The mention of a child compelled Su Xiao to search for supplies. He sent 6 bottles of nourishing milk for the child and 4 bottles of mineral water for the adult, along with some cake and chocolate pies, adequate sustenance, before finally acquiring an oxygen tank. Oxygen tank, description, contains 1 unit of oxygen when utilized in certain safe houses. It can extend oxygen supply duration by 1 hour. Note, the duration of oxygen storage will only deplete after the basic oxygen duration is exhausted, and if the survivor does not leave the safe house to replenish oxygen. If the survivor leaves the safe house for oxygen exchange during this time, the oxygen storage duration will halt, prioritizing the depletion of the oxygen duration. So that is how it is. There is no need to keep this thing. Su Xiao immediately utilized it. The information regarding the seller's safe house underwent a transformation. Level 1 safe house owner. Su Xiao space, 810, apocalyptic resources, bottled water 6. Cola 4, white peach soda 2, milk 2, strawberry cake 4, chips 4, Swiss roll 2, chocolate bar 4. Warehouse, for 10, red treasure chest 2, blue treasure chest 1. White treasure chest 2, level 1 fire axe, oxygen duration, 23 hours 55 minutes and 21 seconds, oxygen storage duration, 1H, indoor temperature, 23 degrees. The fire axe was placed in the warehouse for easy access. The food, it seems, can endure for a few days even past the 7-day expiration, providing a sense of security, albeit limited. As he prepared to check the information of other survivors in the communication center channel, the clock struck 8, heralding new notifications. Chapter 11, Infection. To celebrate the arrival of the apocalyptic game as first night in Blue Star, the game has introduced some special little creatures that carry delightful surprise gifts. Brave survivors will reap generous rewards. After finishing his meal, Su Xiao opened the cellar door and peered outside. The sky, which should have gradually darkened, was now completely shrouded in black, as if suddenly covered by a dark fabric, enveloping everything in utter darkness, devoid of even a single star. Su Xiao prepared to venture outside, already possessing 2 red treasure chests. Even if she were to keep them for herself, they could at least be combined to forge a weapon. Thus, she was eager to embark on a quest for clues regarding materials, hoping to discover treasure chests of new colors to trigger hidden surprises. Grasping her toy car tightly, she emerged from the cellar with a flashlight. When an eerie mewing sound reached her ears, a hoarse meow resonated behind her, prompting Su Xiao to cautiously illuminate her surroundings and glance back. Under the beam of light, a small gray-eyed kitten appeared, its eyes seeming somewhat abnormal and its gait unsteady, reminiscent of the zombies depicted in novels. Instantly on high alert, Su Xiao reacted swiftly. As the zombie cat approached, she mercilessly split its head in 2, causing a black mist to coalesce on the ground into a black treasure chest. Her face lit up with delight as she immediately opened it, revealing a floating iron block. Iron block, description, crafting material for apocalyptic games. A notification chimed in her ears, announcing, "You are the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a black treasure chest. triggering the treasure chest bonus, henceforth. Every black treasure chest you find in the apocalypse will yield double rewards. Xiao exclaimed in excitement, relieved that her swift action had allowed her to slay the cat and open the black treasure chest first. The existence of this unique bonus for triggering different colored chests might be attributed to the fact that these little creatures only appeared at night. She stored the 2 iron blocks in her warehouse, which still had space, allowing her to directly deposit any fallen black treasure chests later. With her flashlight, she scanned her surroundings. Having shifted locations while in the cellar, this place resembled a construction site, devoid of any people. However, chaos reigned in the aftermath of the hurricane. Not far away, a pile of cement bore a peculiar notice. Beneath this mound of cement, it seemed that something lay hidden. Perhaps excavating it would yield some discoveries. The trap had returned. This time, Xiao meticulously examined the unusual notice. She had encountered it 3 times, yet each instance presented a different message. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She turned back to the cellar and retrieved a red treasure chest, initially intending to open it directly. She recalled that Master Rashi possessed a red egg, prompting her to access the exchange center. Master Rashi had returned and sent her a message, along with 2 white treasure chests. He remarked, "My friend, I have entrusted you with my belongings. Feel free to request bottles of water or anything else, as it is preferable to opening them myself." Xiao regarded this with skepticism, uncertain whether he was somewhat foolish. After a moment's contemplation, she dispatched 4 bottles of cola and 4 strawberry cakes to him, subsequently storing the 2 white treasure chests in her warehouse to manage her inventory. Master Rashi responded swiftly, "Wow, cola is a fine item, but why are all the food items strawberry cakes?" Xiao replied, "Most of them are sweets. Sweets provide a substantial energy boost, and having something to eat at this juncture is quite beneficial." Master Rashi pondered this, recognizing it as a prudent measure, for natural resources would expire in 7 days. Soon after, Xiao sent another message. "You must have acquired quite a few weapons. What types do you possess?" Indeed, Xiao surmised that the textual hints were likely related to the categories of weapons. During the day, she had witnessed the bespectacled man unearthing a hammer from a red treasure chest, while her own had yielded an axe. The initial prompt she encountered suggested an attack, while during the day, the willow tree displayed a hint to attempt cutting it down. Now, the current suggestion indicates to dig it up and examine it. Could this imply the necessity of different tools? Master Rashi remarked, "We possess only 3 tools, an axe, a hoe, and a hammer." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao proposed, "I shall offer you a red treasure chest in exchange for a hoe, and any other tool will suffice." Upon hearing this, Master Rashi promptly delivered a hoe and an axe to Xiao, accompanied by an additional piece of information. "By the way, I have discovered that the red weapon treasure chest is uniquely distinct. Upon opening, it does not vanish immediately. Instead, one must retrieve the weapon before the chest disappears. If one is dissatisfied with the weapon, simply close and reopen the chest, and the weapon will transform into something different. Perhaps the white treasure chest operates similarly?" He picked up the white treasure chest, but ever since he learned of the white treasure chest's hidden surprise, he hesitated to open it directly, having yet to test it. After careful consideration, Xiao replied to Master Rashi, "It seems unlikely. Upon reflection, the white treasure chest does indeed vanish after being opened, making it impossible to return to the chest." However, this clue allowed Xiao to confirm the pattern indicated by the prompt. Armed with the hoe, Xiao exited the cellar and immediately began to dig into the pile of cement. With each strike, the pile diminished by a third, and after 3 vigorous digs, the cement heap vanished, revealing a level 1 purple treasure chest. Just then, a series of squeaks reached his ears. The source was a swift rodent, darting near Xiao's feet. Quickly, he secured the purple treasure chest and shone his flashlight towards the sound. 2 gray-eyed zombie mice were gnawing at her shoes at her feet. She had just dispatched one when the other had already chewed a hole in her newly purchased sneakers and bitten her sharply. Xiao winced in pain, quickly reacting by stepping on the other mouse and striking its head with force. This time, she distinctly felt that the mouse's body was far more solid than the previous cat's, making the task considerably more arduous. The zombie mouse was pulverized into a mushy paste. 2 black treasure chests appeared on the ground. A faint notification echoed in her ears, infection level 1. Just as Xiao collected the black treasure chests, she heard a dripping sound, reminiscent of saliva trickling. Turning her head, she spotted 1, 2, no, 3 gray-eyed zombie dogs emerging. As Xiao retreated, she swiftly exchanged her hoe for a more manageable axe. Just then, a scream pierced the air from a distance, resonating for miles around. Simultaneously, the zombie dogs lunged. Chapter 12. Eating noodles. All 3 dogs had their carotid arteries slashed, thrown aside by the assault, yet they swiftly rose from the ground, their eyes fixed intently on Xiao. Their bodies crouched low, blood-stained saliva dripping from their sharp fangs, their pale pupils exuding a sinister and eerie aura. This time, Xiao gripped her axe tightly and took the initiative to strike. In a frenzy, she unleashed a rapid series of brutal strikes upon the most grievously wounded dog, cleaving it into fragments until it dissolved into a black treasure chest. She then turned to confront the other two that were biting at her. It seemed that with every attack, the infection level increased, but Xiao could no longer afford any hesitation. Today, it was either their demise or her own. Pressing down. Disregarding the other dog latched onto her, she hammered down fiercely with her axe. After a fierce struggle, the infection level had surged to 18 before Xiao finally subdued the last zombified dog. 3 black treasure chests remained on the ground. While Xiao lay battered and bruised, nearly drained of strength, she gasped heavily for breath, resting for several tens of seconds before rising to collect the 3 chests. At that moment, she heard rustling behind her. Instinctively alert, she raised her flashlight and spun around, her pupils narrowing. 4 figures appeared behind her, clad in tattered clothes. Their faces pale, and their eyes clouded with a ghostly gray. Cursing elegantly under her breath, Xiao swiftly retreated, enduring the pain as she dashed toward the cellar entrance. The 4 moved faster than the dogs, but fortunately, Xiao was closer to the cellar. She slipped into the safe house just before they could catch her. In the dimly lit cellar, Xiao had a small lamp powered by a battery, casting shadows around her. She was covered in blood. And without needing to glance in a mirror, she was acutely aware of her disheveled state. Upon shedding her clothes to inspect her injuries, she noted that her arms and legs bore wounds. Though shallow, they were bleeding. Having rolled on the ground, her appearance was further marred by dirt. She twisted open a bottle of purified water to cleanse her wounds with a sense of urgency. Contemplating her next move, she inquired of Xiao, "Do the natural resources I possess include any medical supplies?" Xiao recalled that there were indeed some, albeit limited in quantity. "Please hold on. I am organizing them for you," she replied. Before long, an array of neatly arranged natural supplies began to materialize. Under Xiao's guidance, a box of adhesive bandages, a box of iodine swabs, and a box of medical disinfectant alcohol were presented before Xiao. Fortunately, the medical materials had not expired. "Do these supplies meet your needs?" Xiao inquired. "Yes, thank you," Xiao responded habitually, expressing her gratitude. "You're welcome. It is my honor to assist you. But I must remind you that natural supplies cannot eliminate the special effects brought on by the apocalyptic game," Xiao cautioned. Xiao paused. Recalling the severity of her infection, Xiao was likely indicating that it could not be eradicated. Nevertheless, she pressed on. "By the way, Xiao, could you assist me in locating clothing among the textile supplies?" She remembered spotting a bundle of t-shirts emblazoned with a supermarket's logo while in the underground warehouse. Realizing she had no change of clothes and had taken a handful, "Certainly," came Xiao's prompt response. In no time, Xiao retrieved the bundle of t-shirts, which amounted to a total of 10. However, at that moment, she did not notice that all the clothes were in the XL size, which hung loosely on Xiao's frame, making her movements somewhat cumbersome. After putting them on, she simply tied a knot at the back to secure them. The wounds on her body still throbbed with pain. Lacking strength and craving something warm rather than vegetarian fare, she enlisted Xiao's help to retrieve a disposable gas stove. The gas was stored in small aluminum canisters. As long as she replaced the canister, the stove could be ignited. She also found a small ceramic pot to boil water for noodles. These items had no expiration, especially the consumable gas stoves, of which she had taken quite a few. While waiting for the water to boil, her mind wandered. She had not anticipated that this bizarre apocalyptic game would introduce zombies. It was rather peculiar. First, a cat appeared, followed by 2 rats, then 3 dogs, and finally 4 humans. It seemed like a numerical progression, as if completing each stage would yield a reward. Once this thought crossed her mind, Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and confront the 4 individuals. Yet, she refrained. The cat would be the easiest to deal with. A single blow would suffice to eliminate it. The rats, being more solid and quicker, would pose a greater challenge. The dogs, stronger than the rats, would require several strikes to be dispatched. By this logic, the 4 humans would undoubtedly be more formidable than the dogs. With her infection level already at 18 and her weaponry inadequately leveled, her movements were sluggish. In summary, her current strength simply did not permit such confrontations. While waiting for the water to boil, Xiao opened 5 black treasure chests, revealing 4 iron blocks, 2 wooden planks, 2 pieces of plastic, and 2 fabric pieces. She had enough iron blocks, but still needed 6 more wooden planks. As the water reached a boil, Xiao promptly immersed the instant noodles, then accessed the communication hub. Upon opening it, a plethora of messages emerged, all sent by Master Rashi. "Master Rashi, what on earth is happening out there? Have you seen it? They keep coming in waves, and those last 4, are they zombies? Master Rashi, I'm currently infected at 15. I dare not venture outside. This game has truly unleashed some adorable little creatures. Master Rashi, I opened a black treasure chest and found materials. What a laugh. I was just in the communication hub looking for someone to trade supplies, hoping to find someone with a black treasure chest surprise. Instead, I discovered that someone claimed there was indeed a treasure chest surprise, yet they had no idea what it even was. Master Rashi, it's been so long without a reply. You haven't met your demise, have you? No, that can't be right. You haven't been logged out. You must still be alive. Have you managed to defeat those 4 ghastly creatures? After cooking the noodles, Xiao promptly turned off the gas stove to conserve fuel. He then leisurely responded, alive and enjoying noodles. The black treasure chest is mine. I shall open it. 3 seconds later, Master Rashi replied, eating noodles? What kind? Instant noodles? Realizing he had overlooked the main point, he quickly added, wait, did you obtain the surprise from the black treasure chest? Xiao, yes. Master Rashi, how did you manage to do that so swiftly? Weren't you seeking weapons from me at 8 o'clock? Xiao refrained from explaining that he had first ventured out to dispatch the adorable little creatures before returning to the safe house to trade weapons with him. In the next moment, Master Rashi sent 5 black treasure chests, leaving Xiao somewhat astonished. This individual clearly had no fear of being deceived. Certainly. The turtle hermit harbored a different perspective. Xiao had already acquired the white treasure chest, a delightful boon that doubled his food resources, undeniably a formidable ally. Moreover, the black treasure chest contained only materials, and devoid of blueprints, these materials would serve little purpose for him, thus aiding Xiao in crafting a weapon station to precedence. After dispatching the treasure chests, the turtle hermit, undeterred, continued to inquire, is it truly instant noodles, eaten dry? The beef flavor? Xiao understood. The lad simply had no desire for sweets. The natural resources he had bestowed upon him were predominantly small breads and cakes. Hence, Xiao replied, no. I possess a portable gas stove, as well as a clay pot and chopsticks, allowing me to cook noodles. These daily consumables bear no expiration and lack special effects. Yet they are indeed usable. The turtle hermit exclaimed, Father, I bow before you. Chapter 13, The Greenhouse. Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. She recognized this as a meme she had encountered online. Considering the other party's loquacious nature, it was reasonable to deduce they were relatively young. Their audacity to embark on a self-driving journey through foreign deserts suggested a comfortable family background and broad horizons, though their character. She recalled the gray-haired man who drove a Ferrari, only to be swiftly betrayed by his companions. Indeed, naivety coupled with wealth was not an impossibility. Since the other party had failed to discern her true gender, Xiao had no intention of elaborating further. She sent over a gas stove and a gas cylinder, along with a bucket of instant noodles. The stove itself was of little significance, as the gas cylinder was the true consumable. Even if the gas cylinder could not be exchanged, Xiao could certainly retain it for personal use. Within the earthen vessel lingered remnants of broth and grease. Untouched by any cleansing agent, its surface coated in a greasy sheen. This sight stirred a faint sense of discomfort within Xiao, whose meticulous nature found it almost intolerable. With a tentative attempt, she inquired, Xiao, may I clean the dishes? Xiao responded seamlessly, certainly. Simply speak an instruction when touching an object, and it will automatically be cleaned. It can also cleanse clothing, utensils, and other items autonomously. My goodness, Xiao, are you truly this remarkable? Xiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon issuing the command, the greasy residues vanished from the earthenware, and the bloodstains on the soiled garments disappeared cleaner than any dry cleaner could achieve. Yet, the damage to some items remained unaltered. Xiao clarified. Xiao is the intelligent steward of the safe house, capable of providing comprehensive smart assistance within its confines. Unable to contain her delight, Xiao exclaimed, Xiao, with you here, I am truly blessed. If not for this apocalyptic game, where could I find such an impeccable housekeeper? After a brief pause of 10 seconds, Xiao responded softly, you're welcome. It is my honor to assist you. Xiao's favorability increases by 3. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She could indeed enhance Xiao's affinity. Yet, it was evident that Xiao possessed independent thought, and forcing affection was unwise. Patience was the better approach. She then opened 5 black chests sent by the turtle immortal containing 2 iron blocks for wooden planks and 4 pieces of fabric. Regrettably, 2 more wooden planks were still needed. Xiao contemplated for a moment before delivering the iron blocks and fabric to Master Rashi. The wooden planks have been requisitioned, and I still require 2 more. I intend to gather them from the exchange center. Once the weapon platform is completed, I shall assist you in crafting advanced weapons. Master Rashi replied, no problem. Ah, this instant noodle smells delightful. You have no idea how frigid the desert nights can be. It's freezing. I'm only wearing a windbreaker. and I wish I could bask in the warmth of this gas stove indefinitely. Sipping on the warm noodle soup. Xiao had never realized how delectable instant noodles could be. After reading Master Rashi's complaints, he opened the exchange center, which was currently bustling with activity. Owner 1283. Exchanging natural food resources for gasoline, batteries, and other items. Private message me. Owner 1893041. Excess weapons for safety house expansion items. Private message me. Owner 28293. Sewing machine blueprints in exchange for other blueprints, weapons, or surplus fabric. Owner 8829334. Attention to those exchanging resources for treasure chests and surprises. Treasure chests can yield double the resources. To avoid being deceived, when exchanging chests, request the other party to present an equal amount of treasure chest resources first. Even if they renege on providing the additional resources, it is of little consequence. After scanning through the listings, it became evident that the majority were exchanges of items for items, with few offers involving blueprints. However, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao swiftly sent a message. I possess black and white treasure chest eggs that require assistance in unlocking. However, a nominal fee will be charged. Priority for payment will be given to those who can exchange resources, particularly fellow survivors who also own treasure chest eggs. Do not inquire why I do not conceal this. Such eggs cannot be seized by other survivors, and to hide them would be foolish, wouldn't it? In this apocalyptic game, resources and the survivors who control them hold equal significance. After a brief wait of 30 seconds, the first individual reached out to Xiao. The user, 188112, inquired. Do you truly possess food treasure chest eggs? I am interested in a trade, but I fear you may be a fraud. I require you to provide me with food first. Xiao promptly responded, certainly, for one white treasure chest, I will provide you with 3 units of water and food. User 188112 retorted, what do you mean by that? Xiao clarified, I have treasure chest eggs, which will invariably yield 2 bottles of water and 2 portions of food. But I shall only offer you 3 of any combination. User 188112 protested, a treasure chest egg should yield 4 portions. Why are you only offering me 3? Xiao replied, a service fee, do you understand? User 188112 exclaimed, you intend to take 25 from one chest? That seems rather exorbitant. I can trade you with natural resources. After reading this, Xiao promptly blocked the user, deeming further conversation unnecessary with someone so unreasonable. Perhaps 25 was indeed a tad excessive, yet the eggs held a monopolistic function. If one had the means, they ought to refrain from seeking her out for a trade. Before long, another user appeared, and upon hearing Xiao's terms, readily agreed to exchange 2 white treasure chests for 2 bottles of white peach soda, 1 bottle of milk, 1 serving of chips, and 2 chocolate bars. The other party appeared somewhat taken aback. Previously, they had opened 2 white treasure chests, yielding only 2 bottles of water and 2 portions of food. However, receiving 3 bottles of water and 3 portions of food so promptly was indeed remarkable. They immediately expressed gratitude to Xiao. Subsequently, Xiao exchanged 3 portions of water and food for 2 additional white treasure chests, yet astonishingly, none of them turned out to be black treasure chests. As she attempted to send another message, she discovered a notification reminding her that due to an overwhelming number of participants in the communication center, each survivor was limited to sending only 1 message per day. Because of the sheer volume of people, her message caught the attention of few survivors, and even fewer chose to place their trust in her. Indeed, a majority were perhaps entirely unaware of the treasure chest Easter egg. It was not until a user named Fishy Has Tomorrow approached her that the situation changed. Hello. Do you possess both black and white treasure chests as part of a dual treasure chest Easter egg? Inquired Fishy Has Tomorrow. Yes, replied Xiao. I have a purple treasure chest Easter egg and propose a long-term collaboration. If you open your purple treasure chest and it yields blueprints that I lack and require, I would like to prioritize exchanging those blueprints with you, the other party continued. This was within Xiao's expectations. Shortly thereafter, they sent another message. I will have you open all my black treasure chests. For every 2 chests, you may keep 1 unit of materials. But I require specific categories of materials in return. Currently, I possess 4 black treasure chests and am in need of 6 units of plastic. Do you have any? It seemed the other party had come well prepared, which explained why they had waited until the end to contact her. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao replied, certainly. May I inquire what blueprints you intend to synthesize with the 6 units of plastic? The presence of drawing blueprints implies that the other party possesses various channels to acquire such blueprints, setting aside the fact that they have not caused any losses for me. Their connections are indeed valuable. You inquired, a small greenhouse for nurturing plants, which allows for the cultivation of flora. Do you require one? Xiao pondered, bemused by the notion of planting so soon after the game's commencement. The other party continued, in addition to cultivating natural resources, One can also grow unique plants that emerge from the green treasure chests. Chapter 14. Endurance, Unique Plants. Xiao, lacking knowledge on the subject, had never encountered such flora. According to the turtle hermit, these plants were derived from the green treasure chests. Yet there seemed to be little discourse regarding them in the world. The other party's assertion indicated they likely possessed these rare green plants. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao responded, "At present, I only possess 2 pieces of plastic, as there are few individuals willing to trade black treasure chests with me. I can either wait until I open your treasure chest to see how much plastic I acquire, or I could offer alternative materials in exchange." The other party hesitated briefly, then suggested, "Iron blocks would suffice. Let us proceed with an exchange of 4 iron blocks for your 2 pieces of plastic. Should I obtain plastic from the chests? I will then trade again using both iron and plastic." Xiao received 4 black treasure chests and opened them in one go, acquiring 4 iron blocks, 2 pieces of plastic, and 2 wooden planks. This was sufficient material to synthesize a weapon platform. She replied to the other party, "I have only 2 pieces of plastic." Upon hearing this, the other party appeared somewhat disheartened but accepted the terms, exchanging 2 iron blocks in return, while simultaneously inquiring if Xiao had any purple treasure chests available for opening. Xiao happened to possess one, but she expressed, "I do not require a small greenhouse for plants at the moment. You may exchange it for another blueprint with me, and once you have opened yours, you can then provide me with a copy." Although it was conceivable that the other party might not furnish her with the actual blueprints derived from their treasure chest, this arrangement ensured that she would ultimately possess 2 blueprints. Given the scarcity of resources in the early stages and the unpredictable nature of treasure chests, Xiao did not harbor any illusions about her chances of striking gold. She did not believe that the initial opening would necessarily yield valuable or useful blueprints. Therefore, possessing 2 was undoubtedly superior to 1. As for the other party's honesty, that would depend on their character. "Sure," replied Yu. Before long, the other party exchanged a blueprint for an electric propeller with Xiao. Upon examining the blueprint, Xiao recognized it as something she desperately needed, as her small fishing boat required an electric propeller. However, her safe house was still undergoing upgrades, and the specifics of the enhancement remained uncertain. Yu promptly delivered another blueprint, stating, "You are indeed fortunate. You have managed to acquire a blueprint for endurance materials. As agreed, prioritize exchanging the other blueprint with me." Xiao glanced at the blueprint labeled Titanium Battery Blueprint. Considering what Yu had just mentioned regarding the endurance materials, Xiao's spirits lifted as she immediately checked the propeller blueprint. The description indicated that this device required a battery to function. Thus, it became clear the endurance materials were paramount. Without a battery, it would be rendered useless. Given the significance of such a crucial blueprint, it was evident that exchanging it for a disposable blueprint would not be in her favor. Thus, Xiao negotiated, "The blueprint for the endurance materials is quite precious. It is merely an inconsequential design for a propeller, unbalanced, but if you require it, I shall certainly prioritize the exchange, provided you offer something in return." Such vital resources for sustaining endurance were honestly conveyed to him. The integrity of his counterpart was commendable. However, the value of these endurance materials far surpassed that of ordinary blueprints, as the latter could only be utilized once within the confines of one's safe house, whereas the endurance materials could be transformed into finished products for trade with other survivors. Hence, it was implausible to trade a common propeller blueprint for the endurance materials blueprint. He was also aware of the significance of the endurance blueprint. "In that case, I shall construct the small greenhouse for you." It was mentioned that the small greenhouse could cultivate special plants. Xiao no longer hesitated. "Very well, then grant me the small greenhouse." There was no need for excessive concern, as the additional endurance blueprint was, after all, an unexpected boon from the other party. After the exchange of blueprints, Xiao utilized the battery blueprint, temporarily setting aside the blueprints for the small greenhouse and the propeller. The titanium battery required 15 plastics, 1 circuit board, and 4 iron blocks for its creation. It did not consume specialized space, but the circuit board appeared rather uncommon. "Never mind." Xiao directly instructed Xiao, "Construct the weapon station." Xiao responded, "The weapon station is a fixed facility within the safe house and cannot be traded. Its construction will consume 4 iron blocks, 8 wooden planks, and 1 point of the safe house's space limit. Shall I proceed with the construction immediately?" "Yes." As Xiao spoke, the cellar trembled slightly. Its previously cramped space, cluttered with supplies, seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, making the passageway even more constricted. Little Mo remarked, "The weapon station has been completed." Beside the control lever in the cellar, a level 1 weapon station emerged, resembling a metallic drawer that could be pulled out or pushed in. Upon opening it, a prompt appeared. 3 similar items can be synthesized into a higher grade item at the weapon station. Su Xiao placed the 3 weapons she held into it, selecting the type of weapon to upgrade: axe, hammer, or hoe. Naturally, she chose the axe. The weapon station automatically closed, and when reopened, the 3 weapons had transformed into a level 2 fire axe. Level 2 fire axe. Description: after upgrading, it can handle strange entities of level 2 or below. But it has also become heavier, having fused 3 weapons together. Grasping the axe, she felt its weight. Indeed, a regular axe typically weighed around 1 pound. But this one now weighed 3 pounds. At this rate, to synthesize a level 3 weapon, would it not weigh 10 pounds? Who could wield such a burden? Su Xiao glanced around, realizing she was overthinking. The weapon station required upgrading to a level 2 weapon station to synthesize a level 3 weapon, along with a blueprint for the upgrade. With no further contemplation, she noted the time was around 10 o'clock. She wished to confront those 4 individuals. She maneuvered the control lever, positioning the cellar's exit behind the 4 entities, then cautiously peered out. The ground still echoed with rustling sounds, and as she turned her gaze, she indeed spotted the 4 individuals. They stood nearby, dazedly exploring their surroundings, each at a distance of approximately 7 to 8 meters apart. Su Xiao, having shed her hesitation, maneuvered the cellar to position itself beneath one of them and opened the cellar door, emerging right behind a few adorable creatures. With a fierce swing of her axe, she struck at its head. However, the blow did not entirely shatter its skull. One eye was lodged halfway, glaring menacingly at Su Xiao while roaring and lunging towards her. The other 3, alerted by the commotion, turned around and identified their target. Swiftly, Su Xiao withdrew her axe and delivered another blow to the neck of the creature before her. The second strike severed the zombie's head, which then plummeted to the ground, disappearing to transform into a black treasure chest. Indeed, level 2 weapons exhibited a swifter attack speed. After seizing the treasure chest, she swiftly retreated into the cellar and sealed the entrance, leaving the other 3 creatures to strike at nothing but air. Thus, utilizing the cellar as a strategic exit and executing a cunning maneuver, she flawlessly dispatched 4 zombies within 10 minutes, with an infection increase of 0. Employing intellect proved far less costly than sheer brute force. 4 black treasure chests lay scattered on the ground, which Su Xiao promptly collected. A notification echoed in her ears. Brave survivor, you have successfully completed the limited time challenge bestowed upon survivors by the apocalyptic deity. You are rewarded with a colorful treasure chest, from which you may freely select the attributes of your desire. Chapter 15. Attributes. 4 options materialized before Su Xiao. Agility, strength, defense, skill. Instinctively, she inclined towards selecting skill, believing that proficiency in martial arts or boxing might enhance her ability to contend with zombies. Just as she was about to make her choice, a sudden realization struck her. The level 2 axe in her hand already weighed 3 pounds. Ascending to level 3 would undoubtedly increase its weight to 10 pounds, and at level 4, it would be no less than 30 pounds. Aside from the mighty sailors, what ordinary survivors could wield such a weapon? None. Without hesitation, she opted for strength. Before her, a colorful treasure chest materialized, which Su Xiao promptly opened, revealing a golden glass vial filled with a crystalline liquid that radiated brilliance in the darkness. Doomsday Elixir. Description: consuming this will grant you enhanced strength, enabling you to vanquish foes more effortlessly in the apocalypse. Without the colorful chest's hidden treasures, Su Xiao unhesitatingly drank the elixir. A crackling sound echoed, reminiscent of bones becoming denser. Although her wounds remained unhealed, she felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her. The sensation that she could crush anything with a mere pinch ignited her thoughts, and she acted upon them, squeezing with all her might. Yet the vial remained utterly unmoved. Could this be an illusion? After some contemplation, Su Xiao bent down to pick up a stone, gripping it firmly in her palm. With a resounding crunch, the stone was effortlessly pulverized. It was no illusion. A gleam of joy crossed her face, and as she gripped the axe once more, it felt as weightless as plastic. Astonishing. With the axe stowed away, Su Xiao realized something significant. The vial, impervious to her newfound strength, was composed of remarkably resilient material. After collecting the now empty vial, she returned to the cellar, the clock nearly striking 11. Just a moment ago, she had a clever thought. Waiting until she had synthesized a level 2 weapon before confronting those 4 adorable creatures, hoping to be the first to claim any special rewards that might trigger an Easter egg. However, the colorful treasure chest she encountered earlier contained no such surprise. Thus, she returned to fulfill her promise to Master Rashi. Indeed, Master Rashi was growing impatient. Is anyone there? I've contacted a few survivors and exchanged materials for 2 black treasure chests for you to open. Let us see if the materials are sufficient. Master Rashi continued. Where are you? You haven't vanished, have you? Sneaking off to battle monsters? He lamented. Oh no, you've definitely gone off to fight monsters without me. That is not fair competition. He insisted. I'll give you the chest first. We can discuss everything when you return. The moment was 3 minutes prior. Su Xiao messaged. I'm back. Master Rashi did not respond, indicating that he had likely ventured forth with a level 1 weapon to take on the 4 adorable creatures alone. Taking advantage of this interlude, Xiao fished out her phone to check for messages, only to discover that the battery was dead, likely due to her neglect in turning off the map location earlier, a feature that drains power swiftly. Finding a power bank to recharge her phone, she powered it back on. Numerous messages awaited her, with the 2 pinned at the top from her adoptive mother, Jiang Hui, sent an hour ago. Xiao, are you well? A distant memory flickered in Su Xiao's mind. Jiang Qiqi had been missing for half a year without a trace, and the worst possible outcome loomed. She could be gone forever. Jiang Shui and Jiang Hui, the couple who adopted her, had chosen her for her striking resemblance in age, appearance, and height to Jiang Qiqi. Half a year later, it came to light that Jiang Qiqi had been imprisoned by a deranged individual, a distant relative of the Jiang family. Upon her return, Jiang Qiqi exhibited signs of distress, screaming at the sight of strangers. The revelation that her parents had adopted a daughter of the same age merely 6 months after her disappearance further exacerbated her turmoil. In a fit of rage, she cried out, "Why did you adopt her? Do you think I am dead? Do you want me to perish at his hands? I am your daughter." In an effort to soothe Jiang Qiqi, the couple decided to send her away, though they did not return her to the orphanage. Instead, they settled her in another residence owned by the Jiang family, providing her with a monthly allowance and hiring a caretaker to ensure her comfort as she attended school. Although Jiang Qiqi harbored a dislike for the caretaker, she refrained from any actions that might cause her harm. Their relationship was one of mutual indifference. Thus, Jiang Shui and his wife brought her out of the orphanage, offering her a secure environment to learn and grow, a genuine act of kindness. Su Xiao responded to Jiang Hui's message. "I am doing well. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Jiang." She pursued her doctoral studies and work in Yunqing, while the Jiang family resided in Kyoto, over 1,000 kilometers away. Jiang Hui quickly replied, "That's good. My uncle and I narrowly escaped by hiding in the basement at home. The incident occurred so suddenly that we had no communication devices with us. After waiting for a long time, we finally went upstairs to find our phones, but they were broken. Fortunately, Butler Wong knows how to repair phones, which is why I was able to send you a message just now, though my phone is about to run out of battery." Su Xiao paused for a moment. "I will find a way to reach you." Having secured 3 safe houses and consumed apocalyptic potions, he possessed capabilities beyond that of an ordinary person, enabling him to transport natural supplies to them. Although the basement could move, it had depth limitations. It could not descend more than 30 meters below the surface. If the tunnel exceeded that depth, it would fall into underground airspace and necessitate a detour. The vicinity of Cloud City was replete with rivers and tunnels, creating ample air and water space, which confined the basement's movements within the city. To leave Cloud City, a change of vehicle or vessel was imperative. The Ferrari's range was limited, and the fishing boat's mobility was unpredictable. Thus, reaching Kyoto was no simple task. It might require waiting for the upgrade plans for the safe houses before acquiring additional fuel materials to make it feasible. In a brief span, Su Xiao had contemplated numerous methods, but he was taken aback by the next message from Jiang Hui. "There's no need for you to come find us. This apocalyptic crisis is no trivial matter. Ordinary people are unlikely to survive. If you have the ability, you may go. Never mind. If you find the safe house, focus on surviving. This is merely the beginning." Her words echoed like a final farewell. Su Xiao awaited further messages. Yet, Jiang Hui did not respond again. When he attempted to call, the phone was already off, likely due to the depletion of the communication device's battery. Something seems amiss. Su Xiao promptly opened several large group chats. The influx of messages was substantial. Those capable of conversing in such groups were survivors unbound by a safe house. Initially, they merely inquired about one another's circumstances, but starting from 8 p.m., the content of their messages began to raise Su Xiao's vigilance. Chapter 16. Pre-warning 8 p.m. Group Messages. Yang Hai. Have you all heard the announcement? In 7 days, the cataclysmic era of Blue Star will commence. Only players bound to a safe house will possess the right to survive. Jason, oh my heavens, the sky has fallen. I took leave today, thinking I had narrowly escaped disaster, yet it seems death still awaits me. Zhou Chuan, the Alliance has issued a notification, stating that this global calamity cannot be resolved by human efforts alone. The sole solution is to locate a safe house. Thus, our only option is to find those survivors bound to safe houses and seize their sanctuaries. I suggest we unite. Wening, Mr. Wang possesses a safe house, but he has already left the group. I truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Yang Hai, I believe I saw this morning that Su Xiao found a safe house, but she has remained silent, so I am uncertain. Wening, I propose we change groups to discuss how to lure these survivors out. Zhou Chuan, I just witnessed a mother with her child emerging from a safe house. Luck is truly on their side. Alas, their misfortune struck as they barely stepped out, and they were dragged away. Therefore, while locating a safe house is crucial, it is imperative to venture out for supplies. 7 days no. Wait, there are still 6 days left. We all have a chance. Yang Hai remarked. Changing groups is acceptable. I suggest everyone initiate location sharing, along with video streaming, to confirm that they indeed lack a safe house. Only then can we collaborate. The conversation within the group flowed back and forth, ultimately leading to a change of group. Su Xiao's expression darkened upon reading this. It was evident that the apocalyptic game had once again issued a reminder to survivors without a bound safe house, urging them to secure one to attain survival qualifications. With 30 million available safe houses and the possibility of an individual survivor owning multiple shelters, the competition among a population of 10 billion was fierce. The current notifications from the apocalyptic game had incited division. Virtually anyone capable of breathing could now be regarded as a potential adversary. The mother mentioned by Shou Chuan might have been immobilized due to insufficient energy reserves for her safe house, forcing her to remain in one location while venturing out for supplies, thus presenting others with an opportunity. Fortunately, after initially securing her safe house, she refrained from recklessly seeking areas with larger populations and instead roamed the secluded surroundings in search of resources. Although the interior of the cellar was modest and required periodic oxygen replenishment, its advantages, ease of movement without energy constraints and a concealed exit, rendered it superior to other safe houses. Proving that opulence does not always equate to practicality. Her gaze returned to the message sent by Jiang Hui, her expression softening. Aunt Jiang genuinely cared for her. Yet her own reserved nature and habitual politeness had prevented the development of familial affection. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang were indeed good people. Reading the message, it seemed that Aunt Jiang had hesitated to express her desire for her to seek out Jiang Qiqi, who had traveled to South Island 2 days prior. The Southern Isle is separated from Yun City by a vast sea, positioned in stark contrast to Jing City, with one line to the north and the other to the south, making travel between them quite challenging. Turning off his phone, Su Xiao inquired of Xiao Mo. Has the upgrade plan for my safe house arrived? Xiao Mo responded. The intention form for the safe house upgrade was submitted 4 hours ago. The upgrade plan is expected to be provided in approximately 20 hours. In essence, it would take a full day of waiting. At that moment, a message from Master Rashi arrived. These little cuties are quite the challenge to vanquish. It takes 7 or 8 strikes to fell one, and their speed is not to be underestimated. My infection level is currently at 68, so you can imagine how severe my bites are. Indeed, it takes 7 or 8 blows with a level 1 axe to dispatch a zombie, while a level 2 axe only requires 2 strikes, thus making things considerably easier for Su Xiao. Having consumed a potion, Su Xiao felt a terrifying surge of strength, capable of dispatching a little cutie with a single strike. He asked, "Did you obtain a colored treasure chest? What attribute did you choose?" Master Rashi replied, "Of course, I chose defense. I have trained in boxing and possess some technique, yet these zombies are quite swift. However, I feel that my mortal body is fragile and easily injured. Hence my choice of defense. Remarkably, since consuming the potion, I can even cut myself with a regular knife without sustaining any wounds. I feel as if I have attained an indestructible physique." Su Xiao remained speechless. Master Rashi continued, "What about you? You acquired the colored treasure chest before me. Was there any hidden bonus?" Su Xiao remarked, "No, but I have synthesized a level 2 weapon. I must share some information with you. A level 2 weapon is formed by the fusion of 3 level 1 weapons, and its weight is 3 times that of a level 1 weapon." The turtle sage was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Wait. Are you implying that the weight of advanced weapons accumulates? Goodness. If this holds true, level 4 or level 5 weapons could weigh several dozen pounds. Who would be able to wield such burdens?" 2 minutes later, the turtle sage presented 3 weapons, stating, "I should be able to handle a level 2 weapon without much trouble. Once I craft a level 3 weapon, you can help me test its weight. By the way, I came across a peculiar stone earlier. The information indicated that it is quite unusual and suggested that it could be broken open for inspection. Could you assist me in crafting a hammer?" Su Xiao was taken aback. This was likely the first time the turtle sage had encountered materials capable of yielding purple treasure chests, and he had remarkably deduced the pattern mentioned in the information. Upon reflection, it made sense. The first clue Su Xiao had encountered was to try attacking. Any weapon could be employed for an attack. Thus it was a hint that transcended weapon types. If one possesses various weapon types, and then notices the term break, it would suggest a connection to the categories of weapons used. At the turtle sage's request, Su Xiao synthesized a level 2 hammer for him and included an additional note. "I have a survivor here who possesses a purple treasure chest egg. If you acquire the purple treasure chest, I can act as an intermediary for her to open it, but she insists on exchanging with her first." As the clock approached midnight, Su Xiao, in his usual routine, was ready to retire for the night. Yet tonight, slumber seems elusive. After a brief wait, Master Rashi replied, Indeed, it is a purple treasure chest, one that opens with a blueprint. Do you possess any additional blueprints? This implied a desire to collateralize the blueprints. However, this was not surprising, as blueprints are indeed a vital resource, and he had never previously opened a blueprint chest. The current collateral was intended to facilitate a more secure collaboration in the future. Xiao responded, certainly. She had 2 blueprints in her possession, one for a thruster and another for a small greenhouse. After offering the small greenhouse blueprint to Master Rashi, she promptly sought out Yu, who would have news by tomorrow. Yet, there was no response from the other party, likely occupied with those adorable little creatures. So she advised Master Rashi to wait a moment. Ding ding, a new notification echoed in her ears. At midnight, a new day brings new disasters. Survivors, strive to persevere today as well. No sooner had the notification sounded than Xiao felt her body sway. A violent tremor rendered her momentarily dizzy. An earthquake. Chapter 17. The new disaster was an earthquake. A sense of panic spread from her chest as Xiao hurriedly leaned against the wall and inquired, Xiao, wasn't it said that the safe house is absolutely secure? How could there be tremors? Xiao replied, during the first 7 days of the Doomsday game. There are beginner prompts. The safe house will issue disaster warnings. As Xiao finished speaking, the tremor ceased, lasting no more than 5 seconds. Xiao then realized that despite the shaking, the safe house had sustained no damage. This implied that there would no longer be disaster warnings after the 7 days. Xiao, in 7 days, Blue Star will officially enter the end of the century. At that time, the safe house will no longer provide notifications. All disasters must be observed by the survivors themselves. Xiao pondered for a moment, approached the cellar door, and inquired, Xiao, is the notification at the cellar exit also a beginner's prompt? Xiao, indeed. Currently, the notification at the cellar door indicated that there were still no other survivors within 50 meters, yet it did not specify whether there were any disasters outside. Peering out, Xiao found the surroundings eerily calm, suggesting that the earthquake was merely a precautionary alert from the safe house, and that the true seismic catastrophe had yet to unfold. Xiao asked, what about the notifications by the roadside? Will there still be special resource information prompts? Xiao did not hesitate, regarding the conditions within the apocalyptic game. I'm not well informed. This meant that Xiao was equally unaware. It was of little consequence. Earthquakes can strike unexpectedly. The closer one is to structures, the greater the danger. Moreover, the magnitude remains uncertain, and the ground could potentially collapse. Venturing outside carries a risk of encountering peril. Thus, Xiao resolved not to dwell on the prospect of leaving, choosing instead to remain in the cellar and await developments in peace. Gazing at the cellar brimming with natural resources, Xiao decided to first organize his inventory, allowing space for his sofa bed. He accessed the communication center. Since messages could not be sent, he would have to see if anyone was in need of these resources. For survivors lacking supplies, natural resources hold the highest value on the first day. What these food and water supplies will become after 7 days remains a mystery to all. After ensuring she had ample noodles and rice, along with some instant side dishes and water, she decided to exchange all other natural resources, sufficient for her sustenance for 7 days. With a clear objective in mind, Xiao took the initiative. 1 unit of materials could be exchanged for 1 portion of natural food resources. In less than 20 minutes, she traded away 38 portions of water and food. 2 gas stoves, 20 gas canisters, 8 battery-operated lamps, 7 flashlights, and 16 lighters, acquiring a total of 67 units of materials, 18 iron blocks, 13 pieces of fabric, 15 wooden planks, and 19 plastic items. Xiao was quite satisfied. Seizing the moment, she capitalized on the opportunity to exchange natural resources for material goods. On the first day, weapon availability was scarce. Without weapons, blueprints remained unattainable. The zombie cats that emerged at night could indeed be dealt with, despite the lack of weaponry, albeit with more difficulty. Thus, a scenario could arise where materials were plentiful, yet blueprints were not. Moreover, the onset of disaster on the first day surely left some individuals injured and in need of supplies, granting her the chance to barter natural resources for essential items. Most importantly, after exchanging the small lamps, flashlights, and gas canisters, she finally managed to clear out space for her sofa bed in the cellar. Though it could not be fully extended, it was certainly preferable to sleeping on the ground. Xiao also retrieved a pillow, a quilt, and a rather useless yet comforting plush toy that provided a sense of security. Such items were indeed rare in the apocalypse. Having organized her resting area for the night, she glanced at the communication center. Yu, sister, I'm here. I apologize for the delay. I nearly met my end outside. Yu, I forgot to ask. Are you a sister or a brother? Yu, you're still here, aren't you? You are one of the 2 survivors with the Easter eggs. Don't go silent on me. This was 5 minutes ago. Sushi replied, I'm here. I just finished tidying up my bedding. Yu? Bedding? Does your safe house have a bed? Sushio, not at all, but the space is quite ample. So I brought in a sofa bed along with some blankets, pillows, and a comforter. After a considerable time, Yu sent another message. I envy you. Do you have extra blankets and pillows? A mattress would be even better. My safe house is a boat. An open-top vessel. It's certainly safe, but the temperature drops at night, and it's unbearably cold. I feel like I might catch a cold, and at this time, a cold could be fatal. Sushio, puzzled, asked, a mattress? Does your boat have enough space for that? The boat must be quite small. Yu, many people have approached me for double blueprints. Initially, I lacked resources to trade, and acquiring blueprints involved a fee, so I could only accept props, materials, or resources. The most common request is for expansion. Thus, although my boat appears small, it has over 10 square meters of space inside, which is sufficient for a mattress. If you have a clean, complete set of bedding, I could trade props with you, but I'm unsure what you might want in return. Even through the communication center, Xiao could sense the affluence of her companion from a casual remark. This sister must have been networking at the exchange center ever since acquiring the purple treasure chest Easter egg, collecting blueprints and charging fees. Currently, the value of blueprints surpasses that of any resources, props, or materials, placing her at the pinnacle of the food chain. Yu, of course, there's no need for envy. I play many games, and blueprints are most valuable at the onset, as no one possesses them, and everyone seeks resources to exchange for blueprints. Once everyone has acquired them, their worth diminishes significantly. Moreover, this is an apocalyptic game, and the true utility of your food chests and eggs will only manifest later. She insisted she was not engaging in a display of superiority. Xiao, never mind. It's merely envy. One mustn't be overly greedy. Having 2 treasure chests is already quite fortunate. Xiao continued, currently, I possess only blankets and pillows, but my safe house is easily movable. I am aware of an underground warehouse. I could assist you in searching for a mattress, but I require gasoline. Upon reflection, she realized that her resources were not abundant. Previously, she had managed to find supplies by utilizing the element of surprise when others had not yet reacted, thoroughly exploring the nearby underground garages. This endeavor consumed considerable time and energy, yet the treasure chests discovered were scant. The cellar offered limited visibility, and if a vehicle had sufficient endurance and a broader field of view, survivors could more readily identify treasure chests, achieving far greater efficiency than within the cellar. Yu, sister. You are quite lucky. A motorhome, no less. It is both swift and convenient. I lack gasoline, but I know a client who has a blue treasure chest. She possesses numerous items. If you could help me locate a mattress, daily necessities, and medical supplies, I will trade with her for gasoline. I can also assist you in introducing clients. I recall you are involved with the food treasure chest and the black treasure chest Easter eggs. The communication center does not allow for friend requests through search, thus, introductions must invariably rely on third-party guarantees. Consequently, if I were to introduce clients, I would need to retain a small commission. Chapter 18. Upgrade. The page was densely packed with text, and upon finishing it, Xiao was left with a singular thought. Was this sister a broker before the apocalypse struck? Her phrasing was far too adept. Accumulating client resources necessitates a continuous search for suitable survivors throughout the world. However, this process also filters out the less capable survivors, which proves to be a labor-intensive endeavor for Xiao. Just moments ago, she had privately messaged nearly 10 survivors, and 9 of them had merely opened their treasure chests to retrieve supplies, leaving the chests untouched. Xiao replied, certainly, however. My friend possesses a purple treasure chest that requires your assistance to open. You may use other blueprints as collateral, and once opened, the blueprints can be exchanged based on his terms. As for the commission, he can offer a level 1 weapon. He has a pair of red treasure chest Easter eggs. Yu responded, wow, that is fantastic. This means I can upgrade to a level 2 weapon. Indeed. It was apparent that the other party already had a weapon station. Before long, Yu sent a sewing machine blueprint to Xiao, which he temporarily accepted. Yet, mere seconds later, Yu replied, boring, it's a duplicate blueprint. Yu initiated a trade, offering another sewing machine blueprint in exchange for the level 1 weapon as a fee. A sewing machine, reminiscent of garment making, felt quite useful. Under normal circumstances, if one is aware that a friend possesses a sewing machine, it is certainly not a priority due to the potential waste of resources. However, as the saying goes, it is better to possess one's own than to rely on others. Xiao presented the blueprint to Master Rashi, who expressed a desire to exchange it for a small greenhouse. Xiao inquired, you seek the greenhouse because you already have plants, correct? Master Rashi chuckled, hee hee. You've guessed it. I've acquired a seed, but it is rather unique. With that, he displayed the trading information for Su Xiao to see. Desert thorn, seed, description, can be cultivated in a greenhouse for blood nurturing. The juvenile form provides thorny protection for a safe house, while the mature form can parasitize the human body for personal defense. Ranked 86th among apocalyptic plants. Upon reading this information, Su Xiao felt a pang of envy. Master Rashi continued, so now you understand why I need the greenhouse. This seed has a ranking, and it is unique. It can be said that as the first day of the apocalypse dawns, the resources available today may not be obtainable tomorrow. This seed is exceedingly valuable to me. In the future, there may even be monsters attacking safe houses, so it must be nurtured. Su Xiao contemplated the idea of extending his knife to the other side, contemplating a lethal strike for gain. Master Rashi added, good brother, if you do not acquire any plants, please consider trading the greenhouse with me. Su Xiao replied courteously, let us wait a few days. If I do not secure a plant seed, I shall prioritize this blueprint for you. With that, Su Xiao hesitated no longer and maneuvered towards the cellar, heading to the riverbank where a level 2 apocalyptic monster lurked beneath a willow tree. Although she was unaware of what a level 2 doomsday monster would manifest as when struck with an axe according to established patterns, she felt assured that possessing a level 2 axe and having consumed a potion would suffice. The night breeze flowed gently, and after the hurricane, most individuals had vacated their hiding spots to scavenge for supplies. Consequently, there were still quite a few illuminating the ground with their mobile phones. Yet ordinary survivors along the riverbank remained scarce. Although Su Xiao's cellar was convenient for movement, its inability to assess the road conditions was its most significant drawback. Upon relocating the cellar to the designated coordinates and attempting to push the door open, she was met with a warning. Other survivors are within 50 meters of the exit. This alert compelled Su Xiao to decisively abandon her plan to leave the cellar. She turned and repositioned the cellar a short distance away, confirming that no other survivors were within 50 meters of the exit before extinguishing the light and opening the cellar door, almost merging with the night. Her presence became exceedingly difficult to detect from 50 meters away. The man had also discovered the peculiar willow tree upon his arrival here. As Su Xiao approached, a piercing scream echoed through the air. She beheld that the willow tree transformed into a massive black shadow after being struck by the man's axe. How could this happen so swiftly? The man cried out in anguish, desperately wielding his weapon against the dark apparition. The night was enveloped in darkness, yet the moonlight shone brightly. Although Su Xiao was at a distance and could not discern the details clearly, she noticed the red warning above the shadow, level 3 doomsday monster. In a mere instant, it had escalated to level 3. It appeared that more than one survivor had fallen victim, or perhaps low-level weapons were inadequate to solve the riddle. The man's cries of pain amidst his struggle against the biting creature reached Su Xiao's ears, and she could only imagine the grim scene unfolding. However, the darkness was profound. The man's lantern was cast to the ground, illuminating the area and elongating the shadows beneath. One could discern the man grappling with a shadowy figure resembling a gnarled branch. Moments later, the man regained his composure and swiftly wielded his axe, delivering a decisive blow to the dark creature. The creature recoiled, its shadowy claw retreating in pain, granting the man an opportunity to escape hastily. The thunderous roar of a motorcycle echoed as it sped away. Su Xiao was taken aback. Rather than seeking refuge in a safe house, the man had opted for a motorcycle. The dark shadow, like a gust of wind, surged past Su Xiao, closely pursued and carrying a sense of malice. What if it led her away? Realizing the urgency of the situation, she did not hesitate to hurl her level 2 axe forcefully at the shadowy figure. Remarkably, Su Xiao had always possessed a knack for throwing objects with precision, whether it was darts at home or basketballs at the arcade. As long as the distance was manageable, her aim was true. Now, endowed with newfound strength, she effortlessly treated the axe as a dart, launching it towards the creature that bore the ominous designation of a level 3 apocalyptic monster. The dark creature howled, cradling its head, emitting a lament akin to a puppy being scolded, which was rather unbecoming of a creature of the apocalypse. Yet it persevered, continuing the chase. Just as Su Xiao believed it was being drawn away, the creature abruptly halted and slowly turned back. In the enveloping darkness, the shadow was hardly noticeable. Only the bright moonlight and the rescue lights from across the way illuminated its approach, prompting Su Xiao to instinctively consider retreating back into the cellar. The towering 2-meter apocalypse creature glided past her with its long legs, casting a slow, sidelong glance before shifting its gaze elsewhere. Su Xiao found herself utterly perplexed. The creature retreated into the flower bed, transforming once more into a willow tree, and the accompanying prompt remained tantalizingly enticing. Su Xiao pondered this peculiar situation. This apocalypse monster had ascended to level 3 by preying upon survivors, and it would undoubtedly ensnare more victims in the future. Although she currently possessed only a level 2 weapon, the creature was not invincible, It simply posed a greater challenge at her present level. In order to prevent a potential decline in resources, she resolved not to rest that night, seizing the opportunity to gather supplies while fewer individuals ventured out. Thus, the level 3 monster had to be dealt with. Chapter 19. The sports car. Xiao began her experimentation. Being a game developer herself, she possessed insight into certain monster mechanics. For instance, the previous apocalypse creature had pursued the motorcycle riding survivor due to a hatred mechanism. The creature's halt was a result of the pursuit's range limitation. She needed to ascertain whether the range was determined by the distance between the monster and the player or between the monster and a treasure chest. She advanced to the point where the apocalypse creature had paused and turned back, measuring a straight-line distance of 100 meters. The distance between the motorcycle riding man and the monster had been approximately 300 meters. By relocating the entrance of the cellar to about 150 meters, she could test the locking range. If the limitation were based on the distance to the treasure chest, she could draw the creature's attention and engage it in combat. Conversely, if the limitation were based on the distance to the player, she could swiftly retreat into the cellar and evade capture. After confirming that no other players were around, Xiao returned to the cellar, donning the searchlight on her head to enhance her field of vision without hindering her movements. She then relocated the cellar to the position she had just marked before emerging. Grasping an axe, she approached the willow tree and struck it fiercely. With a crashing sound, the willow tree vanished, transforming into a colossal apocalyptic monster. Xiao sprinted away. The monster let out a deafening roar, and Xiao dared not look back until she reached the marked spot, where she turned her head to find the creature a dozen meters away. Just as it closed in on her, preparing to attack, Xiao swiftly swung her axe at it before turning to flee once more. The apocalyptic monster halted, remaining in place to observe her, its clawed appendages retracting. A smile spread across Xiao's face. Indeed, the aggro had a range. To be precise, this creature was guarding a treasure chest. When attacking the willow tree with the appropriate weapon at an equivalent level, a treasure chest would appear. Conversely, using an incorrect weapon or one of a lower level would summon a monster, which could not stray too far from the willow. Given this knowledge, Xiao acted without hesitation, hurling several axes toward the creature. The apocalyptic monster, in pain, turned to see Xiao within range and immediately gave chase. Xiao quickly retreated. The previously aloof gaze of the monster now fixated on her, filled with complexity. Bound by the rules, it chose to retreat. Were it not for the novice protection period for survivors, it would undoubtedly have torn apart the human that toyed with it. As the apocalyptic beast approached the willow tree, Xiao swiftly dashed forward to seize the axe. The creature instantly turned, roaring in her direction, prompting Xiao to flee with the axe in hand. Once outside the danger zone, she hurled the axe back at the beast. A piercing scream erupted from the level 3 monster as it covered its eyes, enraged by the audacity of a mere human inflicting such harm upon its avatar. It was evident that she had triumphed in the challenge and received the rewards bestowed by the Lord of the Apocalypse. One of its once radiant red eyes had turned black, and its shadowy form appeared to be disintegrating. A smirk graced Xiao's lips. Just as with humans, excessive wounds would render one weak. Enduring too many blows would ultimately lead to collapse. Thus, Xiao continued to lead the monster in circles. Meanwhile, the man who had originally departed on his motorcycle returned to the bridge after escaping the area, only to notice the flickering of a searchlight by the riverbank. He had initially approached with a level 2 weapon, but was taken aback by the emergence of a level 3 apocalyptic beast. His first instinct was to retreat. Yet as he distanced himself, a sense of unease began to settle in. No, if the opponent possessed a means to vanquish that level 3 monster, he would be missing out on valuable resources. The distant sound of a motorcycle reached Xiao's ears, signaling that she could no longer afford to delay. The apocalyptic beast before her was nearly disintegrated, its attacking power still present, yet bound by some unseen rule. It was on the verge of retreating. Gripping the axe tightly, she charged into the monster's hatred radius, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The weight of the axe, as she swung it, produced a fierce gust of wind, as if cleaving through the very air itself. With a final, anguished howl, the apocalyptic creature succumbed to its fate. Xiao did not notice as the apocalyptic creature collapsed, its claws reaching out in a reluctant farewell. Next time, it would surely return. After the creature vanished, a level 3 green treasure chest appeared in the original spot of the willow tree pit. Xiao's eyes lit up. A level 3 chest. She hastily ran toward it, the sound of a motorcycle growing increasingly nearer. Without hesitation, she secured the green treasure chest, extinguished her spotlight, and turned to return to the cellar. Just 150 meters from the entrance, the motorcycle approached head-on, coming to a halt right at her cellar entrance. Its blinding headlights illuminated Xiao entirely. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. A bearded man removed his helmet, oblivious to the fact that he was blocking her cellar's entrance. He merely speculated that her retreat indicated she was still some distance from her safe house. His own safe house was immobile, necessitating his independent search for resources. Little sister, you've got some skills. A level 2 axe can handle a level 3 apocalyptic creature, and it's impressive how adept you young ones are at gaming, the man chuckled. Uncle won't bully you. It's just that the level 3 creature is bound to drop a green treasure chest filled with good things. Would you consider a trade? Xiao remained silent. As the man began to reach for something to showcase the treasures he had acquired, she suddenly threw out a toy car. Before he could react, the toy transformed into a dazzling red Ferrari supercar. Its stunning and resplendent exterior struck the man's heart, causing a momentary pause. What was this sensation? It was the feeling of infatuation. In the next moment, the roar of the accelerator filled the air. The exhaust fumes enveloped the man. As the crimson supercar surged forward and vanished from his sight, only then did he regain his composure, tightening his fists in silent rage, his teeth clenched. This woman possessed a supercar safe house, and it was his favorite limited edition. Envious tears trickled from the corners of his mouth. He recalled the safe house in his presidential office, comfortable, spacious, equipped with a sofa, air conditioning, a coffee machine, and an enormous bed. However, it was immobile. Xiao had only a 4.6 kilometers journey ahead. As a novice behind the wheel of a supercar, she struggled to maintain control. Moreover, this safe house provided alerts. When the speed dropped below 50 miles per hour, a word appeared behind, visible. When the speed exceeded 50 miles per hour, the word transformed into hidden. This explained why Xiao had abruptly spotted the vehicle while on the ship. It must be said that this contraption offered an excellent field of vision, capable of penetrating all terrestrial structures. In the darkness, the glowing treasure chest stood out remarkably. Within a mere kilometer, Xiao encountered 2 treasure chests yet to be claimed and 3 heaps of undiscovered debris. Chapter 20. Tremors. Despite the expansive view, the drawbacks were equally apparent. The consumption of fuel resources was rapid. As soon as she pressed the accelerator, her journey distance halved. Furthermore, deceleration was sluggish, and not every location permitted parking. Fixed parking spots were primarily located along the roads. Fortunately, these areas, obscured by collapsed buildings, were likely to remain undiscovered by others. After halting the vehicle, Xiao prepared to gather supplies, but after surveying several stone piles, she decided to first enter the communication center. Although she had changed her bound safe house, the information on the communication center remained her own. Thus, this mechanism was linked to the survivors, with the safe house merely serving as a medium for communication, akin to downloading an app and binding it with an ID before logging into WeChat. Consequently, it was impossible to conceal her true identity. Fortunately, her chat history remained intact. Xiao's supplies were stored in the cellar, and only the items kept in the cellar's warehouse could be accessed through the supply channel at any time. Presently, her supply channel contained only a level 2 fire axe. She exchanged 1 red treasure chest for a hammer and a hoe with turtle sage at the communication center before departing in her sports car to gather supplies. The location of the supplies was obscured by collapsed buildings, making it difficult for survivors to discover them unless they drove through the hollow structures. Thankfully, having consumed a strength potion, Xiao was able to effortlessly move the debris. Ultimately, she collected 1 blue treasure chest, 1 red treasure chest, and 3 purple treasure chests unearthed from the piles of rubble. Xiao felt like an adept at scavenging blueprints, as others typically found more blue treasure chests, while her own collection consisted of only a few. Upon returning to her vehicle, Xiao felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, despite the potion. Her injuries still throbbed with pain. She had yet to fulfill her promise to Yu, and mustering her strength against exhaustion, she resolved to turn back to the location of the cellar. Unfortunately, the Ferrari lacked marked coordinates, leaving her to rely on memory to navigate back to the riverbank, resulting in a deviation in distance. She would have to travel at least 1 kilometer to reach her cellar, and crucially, once back at the riverbank, her fuel range had diminished, forcing the car to halt. In the cellar, Xiao exchanged a barrel of gasoline with Yu. However, the gasoline remained inside the cellar and was not stored in the warehouse, rendering it inaccessible through the supply channel on her wrist. This predicament vexed Xiao. She sought to inquire Yu about the gasoline exchange, yet her sister was inexplicably unresponsive. Consequently, at midnight, Xiao found herself traversing the desolate riverside in search of her cellar. Fortunately, a searchlight illuminated her path. After nearly 10 minutes of wandering, she finally returned to the cellar. Her immediate reaction was to vent her frustrations. Xiao, I have linked 3 safe houses, each comprising 10 warehouses in the cellar, fishing boat, and Ferrari. Why can I not utilize them simultaneously? Is it that the supply channel can only activate 1 safe house at a time? Xiao paused momentarily. Please hold on. I will promptly report this issue to the Post-Apocalyptic game. Xiao? Report? What does that mean? Is it a bug? My mood has improved a bit. I hope for a reasonable solution. She maneuvered the joystick towards the underground warehouse designated for living supplies. Remembering to document her coordinates before leaving, she quickly arrived at the warehouse's location, which matched her previous coordinates, but this time, a notification indicated that survivors were located 50 meters from the exit. This signified that the underground warehouse was not devoid of inhabitants. The hurricane had obliterated the structures above, and it was only natural that individuals would seek refuge below. It was likely that many supplies had already been removed. She pondered whether any medical supplies or mattresses remained. Turning off the lamp in the cellar, she quietly opened the cellar door, just in time to overhear someone speaking. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. Yet I have just spent $600,000 on a house with 27 years of mortgage left. How has it all vanished? This global catastrophe affects everyone equally. Upon reflection, the prospect of not having to repay loans for the next 27 years could be considered a fortunate circumstance. It's a valid point. However, the uncertainty of our future remains. Who can say? We live one day at a time. It's time to move quickly. The Alliance has taken control, and all resources will inevitably be requisitioned. By the way, are your wife and children safe? A child must not go without food. I've set aside a box of little cakes in the corner. Please ensure they aren't taken with you. Thank you. And as for you, rest assured, I've saved some for my wife as well. Once I finish moving, I will discreetly bring it to her, but let us keep it hidden from others. Xiao opened the cellar door and peered out. The underground warehouse was dimly illuminated by emergency lights, casting a weak glow that did not hinder visibility. Many nearby storage areas had been cleared out, and the two individuals conversing were also carrying boxes toward the exit. Xiao rose to follow them, noting that they wore uniforms emblazoned with the Alliance insignia. Since the establishment of the End Times Alliance, everyone has come under its jurisdiction, and resources are naturally allocated by the Alliance. Food supplies have been depleted, and tents and other materials have been moved out. Fortunately, the furniture section remains untouched, and mattresses are still relatively easy to find. Xiao reached for the nearest 2M×2M mattress, intending to store it in the cellar, but a prompt appeared. Insufficient cellar space. Unable to store this natural resource. Frustrated, Xiao had to search again. After a few minutes of rummaging, he finally spotted a folded soft mattress, still 2M×2M in size, but remarkably soft and thin. Compressed to a size of 1M×1M, with a thickness of only 20 centimeters when vacuumed. Now, one can access the cellar. Preparations are underway to return to the medical supplies area, as we do not wish for the two staff members to retrace their steps, but instead continue to retrieve essential supplies from within. Xiao swiftly concealed herself behind a shelf. Have you heard? A century ago, prophecies foretold the apocalypse, and the Alliance agreement was established and subsequently announced. In the face of impending doom, 3 plans were devised to ensure the survival of humanity. What plans? The first is the Heavenly Palace Plan, which refers to a space station in the cosmos, reputedly vast enough to accommodate millions of people. The second is Noah's Ark, said to be constructed behind the icy walls of Antarctica, the largest of its kind in the world, impervious to destruction, with energy reserves sufficient for 1 million people to survive for 1 million years, capable of withstanding any natural disaster. As for the first, it is a mere fantasy. Ordinary people like us cannot reach the heavens. Regarding the second, it lies far in Antarctica who can validate its existence. The third option is the most perilous yet closest to us. The speaker tantalizingly hinted that underground, a city has been built to withstand various calamities, and soon the Alliance will organize our entry into this subterranean city. Is that truly the case? A few years ago, when the road collapsed, wasn't it revealed that it was due to the existence of this underground city? No sooner had the words left their lips than the ground began to tremble violently. The shelves of goods swayed precariously, and Xiao dashed towards the cellar entrance, only to collide with the 2 staff members who had just entered. The 2 stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the woman in the warehouse, and before they could utter a word, a creaking sound emanated from above. The enormous shelves, swaying dangerously, were about to topple down upon the 3 of them. Chapter 21. High Fever Caution. The older brother standing opposite Xiao instinctively pulled her close. However, he did not anticipate that the shelf behind him would also topple in his direction. Just as the 2 staff members of the Alliance believed their end was near, the tremors ceased. Upon reopening her eyes, Xiao beheld a girl before her, effortlessly lifting the several hundred pounds of shelf high above her head. This astonishing scene left both men in utter disbelief. Shouldn't we hurry? Xiao furrowed her brow. One of them finally regained composure and urged his companion, "We must leave now." Before the other could articulate a response, he was pulled away by his companion. Once the 2 had departed, Xiao casually tossed the shelf aside. The heavy structure felt weightless in her grasp. Yet the sound it made upon landing was a resounding thud. The power of the apocalyptic potion was beyond the control of ordinary humanity. However, with the resources depleted, she had no choice but to return to the cellar. Checking the time, she noted it was 1 a.m. Could it be that the earthquakes occurred on the hour? As for the magnitude, Xiao fished out her phone, only to find it devoid of signal. The map and WeChat applications failed to connect. Earlier in the day, she had managed to utilize the residual signals to check maps, communications, and current news, but now, she was left with nothing. It seemed the earthquake had been orchestrated to disrupt the signals above ground. Regardless, Xiao opened the communication center. Apologies, sister. I was out for a bit and missed your message. Do you still need it? I've swapped in a barrel of gasoline for you. She received a barrel of gasoline. Xiao promptly delivered the mattress to Yu, saying, the supermarket warehouse here has been requisitioned by the Alliance, and all supplies have been depleted. This is the only item that remains unclaimed at this moment. Earlier today, I managed to procure some medications, but they consist merely of iodine, cotton swabs, disinfectant alcohol, adhesive bandages, and gauze. While these can cleanse and disinfect wounds, they are insufficient to eliminate infections, and the quantity is quite limited. Do you require any of these? Yu replied, yes, indeed. Did you know there was an earthquake just now? I was outside searching for supplies when suddenly the tremors struck. My phone lost signal and I can't reach my parents. It's quite distressing. I had planned to gather emergency supplies for the safe house and find them quickly. But now with the earthquake, I fear for their safety. The second day brought an earthquake. I wonder what the third day will bring. Xiao was equally uncertain as he began to inventory the supplies in the cellar. Level 1 Safe House Owner. Xiao Space. 79. Apocalyptic Resources. Bottled Water X3, Milk X1, Chips X2, Chocolate Bars X2, Iron Blocks X26, Wooden Planks X23, Fabric X15. Plastic X19, Gasoline X2, Greenhouse Blueprint, Electric Propeller Blueprint. Facilities, Weapon Station X1 Used Blueprints. Titanium Battery Warehouse, 910, includes Level 1 Red Chest X1, Level 1 Blue Chest X2, Level 1 White Chest X8, Level 1 Black Chest X4, Level 2 Fire Axe, Level 3 Green Chest, Level 1 Hammer, Level 1 Hoe. Purple Chest X3, Oxygen Duration, 23 hours 55 minutes and 21 seconds, Oxygen Accumulation Duration, 1H, Indoor Temperature, 17 degrees each time she leaves the cellar. The oxygen duration is recalculated. Additionally, all chests except for the purple ones display their levels, indicating that the purple chests cannot be upgraded. The reason Xiao is not in haste to open the white and black chests are twofold. First, her food supplies are currently ample. Second, it appears that these chests can be synthesized into higher-tier chests, although she has yet to discover the method for synthesis. As for the green chests, even if a player with a green egg appears, she is reluctant to entrust the chest to them, as they cannot provide an equally valuable item as collateral. Thus, Xiao directly opened the level 3 green chest. Endless Whisper, Seed. Description, can be planted in a greenhouse to cultivate with blood. Once it blooms, it will yield the larval form of Endless Whisper, capable of parasitizing the human body. Ranked 13th among apocalyptic plants. A glimmer flashed in Xiao's eyes. She recalled that the plants cultivated by the turtle sage ranked over 80, with only mature specimens capable of parasitizing the human body, while this juvenile form could also attach itself. Ranking at 13, could it be that the level 3 treasure chest was the reason for the plant's elevated status? If that were the case, should she nurture that willow tree? Yet, that seemed unwise. Either she would be unable to defeat it, or it would become someone else's feast, leading to an early harvest and enjoyment. Without hesitation, Xiao employed the blueprint for a small greenhouse. The requirements for the green plant greenhouse included, for iron blocks, 8 plastic sheets and 4 in soil, consuming 1 space in the safe house. While she had sufficient plastic and iron blocks, what exactly was in soil? Perhaps it was a resource obtained from a high-level treasure chest? Pondering this, Xiao decided to inquire with Yu. Have you found any in soil? Yu, still awake, replied, not yet, sister. Do you have any plants? Xiao responded, yes. Yu continued, I haven't found any either. And I never mentioned where this thing comes from. Let us investigate together tomorrow. By the way, I'm preparing to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. You wouldn't believe how my day is gone. Do you have any purple treasure chests left? I can help you open them before I sleep. Xiao replied, I don't have any left. You should rest. It wouldn't be wise to reveal that she had found 3 purple treasure chests all at once. The communication center had grown quieter, as it was already 1:30 in the morning, and after a day filled with resource gathering and battling zombies, Xiao felt weary. After tidying her sofa bed, she fell into a deep slumber. In a state of drowsiness, I heard the system prompt. It is 8 o'clock. Dawn has arrived. And the doomsday resources have been refreshed. Some treasure chests are now obsolete. Yesterday's paths have led to missed opportunities. A new crisis has quietly descended. We must strive to survive today. Infection level, 28. At that moment, Xiao abruptly opened her eyes. The resources had refreshed, yet the infection level had inexplicably increased. This issue was grave. She quickly accessed the communication center to inquire with her familiar companions, Fish and Master Rashi. Indeed, both had been roused by the notification. Master Rashi exclaimed, "Goodness! My infection level is at 78. I have a fever. Am I destined to perish? Brother, do you possess any antipyretics?" Fish added, "I woke up with my infection level rising from 32 to 42. It appears that everyone's infection levels have surged. Yet we have yet to locate any medicinal supplies to eradicate the infection. Furthermore, I've noticed that I am running a fever. I wonder if it is a consequence of my injury from yesterday." Xiao touched her forehead, feeling somewhat feverish herself. Could it be due to her wound? She peeled back the adhesive bandage on her leg. The bite mark from the dog had scabbed over, yet the area around it appeared purplish, as if some toxin were spreading through her bloodstream, seemingly connected to her fever. Her head felt clouded, as though under a debilitating buff. Should she seek medicinal supplies? Upon opening the communication center, others began to inquire, "Does anyone possess antipyretics? I have a fever, and my son is also feverish. If someone has antipyretics, could you possibly exchange them with me? I possess blueprints, weapons, and provisions." Chapter 22. Self-Rescue. Xiao initiated an inquiry. "Greetings. May I ask if your son has been registered with the safe house?" The response was swift. "No, I am the one who registered it. However, I brought my son inside. He is still quite young, merely 13 years old, and he has suddenly developed a fever." A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao. "Please check if there are any unusual changes in your son. This may not be an ordinary fever." The news indicated that a new crisis was quietly approaching. Could it be that not only the survivors registered with the safe house are at risk, but also those who are not? Survivors associated with the safe house could still acquire weapons to deal with the zombie cats and zombie dogs. But what are the ordinary survivors? After sending the message, the reply came promptly. "He seems to be a bit different." What kind of difference? The individual did not specify, yet Xiao surmised. If this is a consequence of the apocalypse, then perhaps only supplies from the end times can save him. Ordinary medications would be futile. Naturally, this was merely Xiao's conjecture. If one had not registered with the safe house, they might not even perceive the treasure chests, rendering even the supplies of the apocalypse ineffective. Suppressing his discomfort, Xiao inquired of Xiao. "Xiao, have you received any feedback from yesterday's information?" Xiao replied, "Please hold on. I am currently conducting a search for you." Xiao felt a pang of exasperation. Xiao's demeanor resembled that of a dismissive customer service representative. There was no inquiry nor response until prompted. Much like how one must nudge a programmer when issues arise. Yet, in general, game bugs cannot be blamed on customer service. The ire must be directed towards the hapless programmers. Soon, Xiao replied, "The Doomsday Deity has successfully provided feedback. Due to the fact that the host is the first player to bind 3 safe houses, a bug occurred, preventing the activation of the resource channels for the other safe houses. This issue has now been rectified. Upon exiting the safe house, the channel markers will appear on the palm of the left hand. When the warehouse is full, the resource channel will automatically switch. And the host may also freely select a channel to retrieve supplies from the warehouse. As a form of compensation, the host can choose one from the following 3 options. 3 options were presented to Xiao. 3 barrels of gasoline, 3 bottles of oxygen, or 3 batteries. All essential resources for sustaining operations. Without hesitation, Xiao selected the 3 barrels of gasoline. Coupled with the 2 barrels given to her by Yu yesterday, she now possessed a total of 5 barrels, sufficient for a journey of 50 kilometers. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao pushed open the exit to survey the situation beyond the cellar. The location remained the same as the underground warehouse from the previous night. It was evident that another earthquake had transpired, and it was severe enough to cover the entire underground warehouse with debris. Given the tremors, the subterranean environment was perilous. Xiao maneuvered the cellar to leave the underground warehouse, seeking a clear path to the surface. However, after moving a short distance, her way was obstructed by an inexplicable void that had appeared before her. Perplexed, Xiao pondered whether this was a flaw in her memory. After all, there had been no such void in this location the day prior. After a moment's thought, she exited the cellar to investigate. Fortunately, there was no one within a 50-meter radius. As she stood up, she beheld an exceedingly deep fissure emerging directly in front of the cellar. There, someone suddenly emerged from the ground. She must have a safe house. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. Xiao lifted his gaze and, to his astonishment, spotted a group of survivors congregated nearly 100 meters away, having erected makeshift tents. Within a 50-meter radius, there were indeed no survivors, yet beyond that boundary, they thrived. At night, he would remain unseen, but as soon as 8 o'clock struck, the daylight was quite illuminating. If he suddenly emerged from the ground, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Concurrently, Xiao noticed a white treasure chest situated beside the crowd, yet they disregarded it, oblivious to its presence since they had not bound a safe house. Miss. We harbor no ill intentions, proclaimed two men clad in alliance uniforms as they approached Xiao. You have bound a safe house. Would you be interested in relinquishing it to the alliance for research? Perhaps it could offer a chance to save humanity. With a roll of his eyes, Xiao leapt into the cellar, leaving no trace of his presence for the two men. Nearby, a man squatting and eating instant noodles chuckled softly. Fools. This thing cannot be controlled. Whoever obtains it will never surrender it. Yet, he observed clearly that the young girl who had just left was the very one who had rescued him the previous night from the underground warehouse. She appeared delicate, hardly reaching his shoulder, yet when she raised her slender arms, she effortlessly lifted a shelf weighing several hundred pounds. Just as he began to laugh, the two men, claiming to be from the Alliance, turned at the sound, their faces flushed with irritation. Now even more agitated, they shot a fierce glare at the man, kicking over the instant noodles in his hand. What are you laughing at? Do you have permission to laugh? Upon witnessing the bowl overturned, the man swiftly rose and seized the collar of the offender, exclaiming, I was enjoying my meal. Why did you kick me? Do you truly believe yourself to be remarkable? I am not a prisoner under surveillance. The persistent tremors had already been quite bothersome. Just as he had managed to calm the chaotic crowd, this incident occurred. The adversary's gaze was sinister, scanning the temporary relief camp filled with individuals. The Alliance has rescued you. If a solution is not found by day's end, we shall all perish. Do not delight in the misfortunes of others. The Alliance? How many remain with the Alliance now? The mention of the man elicited a bitter laugh. Last night, we labored through the night to relocate supplies, and today, we established this temporary relief camp. Pray tell, where did all those supplies vanish from the warehouse? Not a single vehicle remains this morning. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the man. Although those who entered the relief camp were considered part of the Alliance, the question remained, where were the supplies? Could the Alliance truly be relied upon? The Alliance is indeed seeking ways to rescue everyone. Do not be ungrateful. You are not the only ones affected. There are others in distress. The man declared indignantly. Others are suffering as well, yet why do you prevent us from leaving? Who does not know that finding a safe haven is the key to survival? We are trapped here by you. How can we possibly find a safe house? The man's voice rose in a fervent call, prompting the crowd to awaken to the gravity of the situation. Xiao had intended to discreetly manipulate the lever to shift the position of the cellar, but was instead drawn to this unfolding scene. He extended a hand, touching the white treasure chest before him, and effortlessly claimed it. The woman beside him widened her eyes, staring at the slightly ajar entrance of the cellar. Just as her gaze met Xiao's, she was about to utter a sound when, with a sudden clap, the cellar door shut completely. The woman immediately reached out, only to find that it had seemingly merged into the earthen ground, leaving no trace behind. This was utterly incredible. How could a survivor possessing such a mysterious sanctuary ever disclose its location? Moreover, in such apocalyptic times, could the Alliance truly provide salvation? No. Rather than waiting for the Alliance to rescue them, self-preservation seemed the more prudent course. Realizing this, the woman hurried forward to intervene in the impending clash between the two men, separating them as she declared, we must leave. Chapter 23, Crisis Leave? A fine idea. The man scoffed, you can forget about claiming any more supplies. And as for the marks left behind, if the Alliance's rescue team arrives later, you won't be among the first to be rescued. The Alliance had indeed stated that disaster-affected individuals should remain calm and await further assistance. The woman shouted fervently, we cannot stay here. We need to find a safe haven. The Alliance cannot save us. At that moment, Xiao had just relocated to collect another white treasure chest when he overheard her words. He pondered, this person exhibits a certain awareness. Given the circumstances, relying on others seems futile. Moreover, the more congregated the masses, the greater the peril. Unless a formidable individual with absolute power emerges to dominate others and assume sole leadership. It was evident that the Alliance currently lacked such strength. The formerly silent observer's gaze shifted subtly. If the Alliance cannot save you, then who will? The man sneered. Silence enveloped the group. The man, led by a woman's hand, spoke up, asserting that the survivors bound to the safe houses could rescue them. They possess safe havens and unique strengths. Just last night, I witnessed a girl effortlessly lift a cargo rack weighing several hundred kilograms. Thus, the safe houses are undoubtedly extraordinary. A mocking voice from the crowd interrupted, those bound to the safe houses have long fled. Who would remain here with you useless wretches, accomplishing nothing? Perhaps due to the fever, I felt my emotions were somewhat unstable. If they would not come to our aid, then the Alliance surely lacked the capacity to save us. Hence, we must become survivors ourselves. The woman's tone was resolute. She had announced yesterday that globally, 30 million safe houses had been bound, with 298. 472 currently secured. We still have a chance, thus we must not linger here. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the earth trembled once more. The previously organized camp descended into chaos. It seemed the crowd recognized the veracity of her words. Those who could moved resources, while others looted. Amidst the turmoil, Xiao, hiding in the cellar, seized 2 treasure chests and could not help but murmur, "Only now do they realize?" Surprised, Xiao felt that these individuals' reactions must have circled the globe thrice, for it had been a full 24 hours since the disaster struck. In such times, one should not hope for any organization to come to their rescue. No, the Alliance. Xiao recalled the conversation from the previous night that flashed through his mind. The Alliance gathers people under the pretense of providing aid. But could this be a covert attempt to control their freedom, preventing them from seeking refuge while sending their own operatives to secure safe havens? Once this notion took root in Xiao's mind, she began to ponder whether she was indulging in paranoia. If the Alliance had foreseen the impending apocalypse, how could they possibly lack preparations? Or perhaps they were indeed prepared but chose from the outset not to inform the general populace. No. Requisitioning supplies and emptying underground warehouses does not seem indicative of any genuine preparation. Regardless, such matters were beyond her purview. Xiao ceased her speculations and manipulated the movement of the cellar. As resources refreshed, her first order of business was to seize the opportunity to locate treasure chests. Notifications indicated that some treasure chests from yesterday had become obsolete, meaning they would no longer be produced. It was a fair assumption that these were the green chests. Given that apocalyptic flora are ranked, and no survivors claiming to have discovered green chest Easter eggs had surfaced, the likelihood of the green chests becoming obsolete seemed the highest. A sudden impact reverberated, halting the cellar's movement once more. Glancing at the map, she observed that the area opposite had transformed into a hollow region. At that moment, the previously black underground areas on the map were replaced by white voids on both sides of Xiao's cellar, indicating that the earthquake was still ongoing and severe, continuously generating underground fissures. The depth of these fissures rendered her cellar incapable of free movement. Xiao nudged the cellar door, prompting a warning. The earthquake outside has reached a magnitude of 8. Travel is not advised. Indeed, venturing outside was out of the question. Xiao turned back to examine the map, noting the excessive number of voids. The cellar was now immobile, effectively trapping her in the heart of the city. If she wished to venture out in search of supplies, she would need to switch to a sports car. The vehicle could navigate the narrow gaps of the voids, yet its fuel tank only afforded a range of 50 kilometers. At high speeds, she would find herself depleted of fuel in less than an hour. The more she pondered, the greater her headache became. She was also burning with fever, uncertain of the potential repercussions of such a high temperature. It seemed prudent to refrain from venturing out for the time being and instead utilize the Easter eggs she possessed to exchange for supplies at the communication center. She could reassess the situation once the upgrade plan for the safe house was released in the afternoon. Xiao retrieved a clay pot, poured in a small bowl of rice, rinsed it, and added just enough water to cover the grains. She set it to simmer on low heat. Meanwhile, she opened the safe communication center, which immediately flooded her screen with multiple messages. In addition to Yu and Master Turtle, there were several other survivors she had conversed with the previous day. It appeared that, after a night and this morning's resource refresh, they had all acquired new treasure chests. As Xiao simultaneously opened the food and material chests, she scanned the messages from Master Turtle and Yu. Master Turtle wrote, "This is terrifying. The earthquake has caused my turtle to not budge. There are numerous quicksand pits appearing in the desert, and I dare not venture out for supplies. Brother, I have several white treasure chests here. I'll give them all to you. Please open them for me." Master Turtle resided in the desert, and once an earthquake occurred, fissures would form, causing the sand to sink. This was the very principle behind the formation of quicksand. Unless Master Turtle could escape the desert, he would be compelled to rely on his turtle's slow pace for movement. Xiao replied, "How many white treasure chests do you have?" Master Rashi, 27. Xiao, so many? It surpasses even her white treasure chests. However, Xiao felt no envy. No matter how many food treasure chests there were, they still had to be opened by her. The double rewards from food treasure chests ensured that the divine being of the apocalypse was invincible. Master Rashi, yesterday, I traded the sewing machine blueprint you didn't want for a blueprint of a biological speed enhancer, which can be installed in a biological safe house to increase movement speed. Now, my turtle's speed has reached at least 30 miles per hour. I searched all night and can confirm that there is no one else in this desert, just me. So I have claimed all the treasure chests in the desert. Xiao had seen people claim fishing ponds, commercial centers, and real estate projects. But this was her first encounter with someone proudly claiming treasure chests in the desert. She had to admit that while starting in the desert might seem unfortunate, being able to claim its treasure chests now was a twist of fate. Xiao responded to Master Rashi, "My standard handling fee is 25%. For each white treasure chest, I can take any 1 unit of food or water. With 27 white treasure chests, I could extract 108 units of food and water. Would it be acceptable for me to take 27? This meant she could directly place 6 white treasure chests into her warehouse, while the rest could be opened and delivered to Master Rashi. Chapter 24. The End. 27 units of supplies. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Master Rashi hesitated for a moment. Brother, let me share a piece of news. Could you possibly reduce the fee? I assure you, very few people know about this. Master Rashi. Of course, I do not wish to take advantage of you. Nor do I believe you're unworthy. The food treasure chest and the egg fee are rightfully yours. However, my appetite is rather substantial, and the limited food supplies I can acquire are insufficient. 1 unit of food barely suffices for a single meal, thus I wish to stockpile more sustenance. Yet, my circumstances differ from yours. The absence of staple food already causes him considerable distress. A bottle of water and a slice of strawberry cake merely suffice to meet the body's daily energy requirements, leaving other nutritional needs unmet. In essence, while these provisions sustain his existence, they do not allow him to live fully. If the apocalypse were to descend, enduring hunger daily would render death a preferable option. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao spoke. 1 color of treasure chest has already been discontinued today. Are you concerned that other colors might also become unavailable? She had pondered this matter herself. The absence of food today does not guarantee its availability in the future. Just as a green treasure chest can vanish today, a white one may disappear tomorrow. The lifespan of natural resources dwindles to a mere 6 days. After that, no one knows whether food will vanish or become scarce. If only white food treasure chests can be utilized, that would indeed mark the true onset of the apocalypse. Master Rashi, indeed, it is not so much about discontinuation. The apocalyptic game is merely beginning. Resources hold paramount importance, and the future remains uncertain. Xiao, with 27 treasure chests, why the urgency to exchange them for supplies? As they occupy considerable space? Surely, it would be more convenient to store them stacked in a warehouse. Master Rashi hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. After a brief moment, she decided to confide in Xiao, stating, "You are the only player possessing the food egg. As you are aware, the post-apocalyptic world is fraught with peril." Thus, Xiao instantly grasped the implication. He was concerned for her well-being. With this reminder, she turned her attention back to her own egg. Consequently, she would never lack for food or materials, as these survivors would become her industrious workers. Her aspirations remained fixed on the purple and blue treasure chests. Reflecting on this, her gaze towards the turtle hermit softened considerably. "Very well, share the news. If it pertains to something I am unaware of, I shall accept only half of what I usually would," she declared. She had no desire for her workers to perish. The turtle hermit, sensing her willingness, eagerly sent a message, cryptically stating, "Regarding the upgrade of safe houses, you may not know this. When a safe house displays level 1, it signifies that an upgrade is possible." Xiao replied, "I am already aware of that." The turtle hermit responded incredulously, "No, you are not deceiving me, are you?" Xiao was not boasting. She genuinely knew this information. In approximately 9 hours, her upgrade plan would materialize. The other party remained silent for an extended period. Xiao then messaged, "I am not deceiving you, so please provide another piece of information. One that I am unaware of." The turtle hermit expressed disbelief. "Have you already discovered 3 safe houses? Before I had the chance to upgrade?" Xiao pondered briefly before replying. "Finding 2 safe houses prompted me to find 3 for a surprise." The turtle hermit recalled that indeed, such a hint existed, although the specifics eluded him. Given this, he could only move Xiao with other information. "Surely, you are unaware of what the upgraded safe house looks like. Although you will learn it eventually, I am willing to collaborate with you. If I discover additional safe houses, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity to assist you in your upgrades." With the accelerator, he could traverse the desert, allowing him to locate unclaimed safe house points. Xiao pondered for a moment. "All right, go ahead." The turtle sage continued, "After the upgrade, 3 safe houses will activate teleportation pathways, enabling mutual transportation. Therefore, I will utilize the turtle only when I have accelerator fuel. Aside from the underground sand fortress, both plants and turtles can be carried after leaving the safe house. This means I can bring the transformed toy safe house into the mobile safe house I am currently using. Once I reach my desired marked location, I can simply drop the safe house, effectively adding another fixed coordinate." After hearing this, Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such clever arrangements. What the turtle sage proposed was indeed feasible, yet he sensed an underlying concern. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Will the transformed toy safe house be picked up by other survivors? The turtle sage was utterly stunned for 3 full minutes. Oh no, I hadn't considered that aspect. If it were to be taken by other survivors, I would be finished. Xiao. It seems this child had not contemplated this issue at all, and he inadvertently pointed it out. Well, I suppose I have just imparted a bit of wisdom to my industrious aunt. Whether by boat or car, Xiao harbored a profound concern that, should he find himself away from the safety of his refuge, the sanctuary could be lost, rendering him akin to a mere plaything. While the notion of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows may hold some truth, it equally posed the risk of being commandeered by other survivors. Should an adversary transport his cherished sanctuary to a perilous location, lying in wait for his return to launch an ambush and seize his refuge, the consequences would be dire. Nonetheless, Master Rashi had provided Xiao with a crucial lead. After all, her enhancement scheme was imminent, potentially affording her the opportunity to propose modifications. In accordance with their agreement, Xiao retained 3 white treasure chests as a processing fee, while the remaining resources would be gifted to Master Rashi upon their activation. With 3 sanctuaries at his disposal, spatial concerns were of little consequence. He then noticed a second message from Master Rashi. Brother, following the upgrade, the communication center will feature an additional channel for advanced players, visible exclusively to those who have upgraded their sanctuaries. The owner numbers will be reassigned based on the sequence of upgrades. I am now designated as number 3. I have already conversed with the owner of number 2, and he appears quite amiable. However, the owner of number 1 has yet to make an appearance. Given that the upgraded sanctuaries are exclusive, even if a survivor perishes, the sanctuary will perish alongside them, leading me to suspect that the owner of number 1 may have already met their demise. Upon reading this, Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. Why did his allies either fear his mortality or presume he was already on the path to death? Upon checking Master Rashi's status, it was indeed evident that his information had changed. Master Rashi, Advanced Sanctuary Owner No. 03. Tag. Red Treasure Chest. How could the tag still be clickable? Xiao clicked on the tag to view it and a message popped up. Your current safe house level is too low, and you do not have permission to view. Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. She was the first survivor to possess 3 safe houses, yet she lacked access. Well, she could only console herself that customization was superior to ready-made options, and thus it was worth the wait. Chapter 25. Anomaly, No Permission. Xiao vented her frustration on Master Rashi. You've spoken well. Next time, I'll double the service fee for your food treasure chest. Master Rashi responded, perplexed. What? Seriously? What have I done to offend you? Xiao remained silent. Regardless, once the safe house upgrade plan was released, Master Rashi would realize she was the owner of the first house. However, it must be acknowledged that Master Rashi provided crucial information. Firstly, upgrading the 3 safe houses was already the pinnacle, and binding a 4th was impossible. Secondly, the exclusive safe house could not be released even if the survivor perished. This indicated that competing for safe houses was a means of survival for lower-tier survivors, while the next phase of the game aimed to foster cooperative interactions among higher-tier players. After concluding her conversation with Master Rashi, Xiao sought out Yu. Yu wished to engage her in opening several material chests, selecting exclusive materials, while Xiao also intended to request her assistance in opening 2 purple treasure chests. The material chests had a commission fee. For every 2 black chests, 1 unit of material was charged. Yu provided her with 8 black chests, requesting 8 iron blocks and 4 wooden planks in return, then handed over a blueprint for indoor lighting as collateral. Upon seeing the blueprint, Xiao felt a surge of desire, even though it was not an essential blueprint. However, spending each day in the cellar with only a desk lamp, she felt her vision deteriorating. Even in the face of the apocalypse, one must cherish their eyesight. If she were to go blind, no matter her extraordinary abilities, it would all come to naught. A purple treasure chest was sent her way. Moments later, she received a message from Yu. Sister, what incredible luck you have. Oh, how I long for the blueprints your chest has revealed. Sushi was perplexed. Yu shared the attributes of the blueprints with her. Bathroom facility blueprint 2 description includes a dressing mirror, toilet, freestanding shower, hot and cold water tank. Space consumption 6. Indeed, it required 6 points of space. This was the first time Xiao had encountered a blueprint with such significant space requirements, which implied that the materials were not easily gathered. Unlike a hasty collection, nevertheless, it was undeniably advantageous for someone like her, who had yet to equip any of her 3 safe houses with washing facilities. In her mind, Xiao began contemplating where to position this bathroom. It had to be in the cellar, as its opacity provided a sense of privacy. Whether it was a sports car or a fishing boat, she felt exposed as if she were bathing without closing the door. To be honest, Yu deeply felt this was a test of her conscience. If she were ruthless enough, she could forcibly claim the blueprints, engaging in coercive trade. Unfortunately, the other party was a survivor with a double treasure chest, making this a matter of more than a single transaction. Should she resort to coercion, the other party might blacklist her, refusing to assist in opening treasure chests in the future. An equitable exchange could only be proposed when both parties held comparable strength. Upon receiving the blueprint, Xiao immediately put it to use. The facilities required for the washroom include waterproof panels of 40, alloys of 20, composite glass of 10, water resources, and a consumption of 6 in safe house space. Xiao remarked, I have never encountered any of these materials. They appear to be items exclusively obtained from high-level treasure chests. Thus, she responded to Yu, sister, I understand your desire, but I can assure you that you have never even seen these materials. Even if you were to exchange them, it would be of no use. And I do not wish to mislead you. If you could discover how to upgrade the treasure chests, perhaps you could obtain the corresponding materials from the high-level chests. To be honest, she had acquired a plethora of blueprints, yet none proved useful as she had never seen the required materials. Yu also observed that aside from the purple treasure chest, all other chests had levels, yet a method to upgrade the chest remained elusive. Therefore, she replied to Xiao, sister, could the method to upgrade the chest be hidden within the purple treasure chest? Xiao replied, I do not know. The green treasure chest upgrades by monsters consuming survivors, yet the other chests lack monsters. Although the purple treasure chest is accessed through information, it does not display a level. From her inquiries with the turtle hermit, she learned that using incorrect weapons to open abandoned buildings or tools merely results in the message, your actions do not seem to have caused any changes. This implies that only the doomsday plants are guarded by the apocalyptic monsters. Yu, wait. I saw someone in the communications center mention that they could synthesize low-level treasure chests into high-level ones. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Yet she had encountered such information in the communications center. Perhaps the information was not synchronized between both sides, considering there are already over 10 million survivors. Those exchanging resources would only increase. Yu, it's true. He even showed me a level 2 green treasure chest. Xiao? Had she not witnessed the apocalyptic creatures devouring survivors to evolve, she might have believed it, just as she thought to caution Yu against being misled. It was already too late. Yu, I'm so angry. I told him to synthesize a white chest for me on the spot, and he claimed he only had 2 white food chests and needed me to give him one to make 3 before he could synthesize it. So, I gave it to him, and he blocked me. Beware. Xiao. Fortunately, it was just the loss of 1 white food chest. Yu, of course. I wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange blueprints and material chests. That person was lacking in character but rather handsome. Xiao? Did he even send you a photo? Is this not the Apocalypse Safe House Communication Center? They can send photos? Could it be that this doomsday gang also intends for survivors to engage in online romance? To aid humanity in reproduction and the continuation of civilization? Yu. 6. I meant that this person's ID is lacking in character but very handsome. Xiao. Yet it is truly peculiar. Many blueprints have surfaced, but the materials are clearly not those obtainable from a level 1 chest. At present, it appears that even the black treasure chests are limited in quantity. Aside from the temporary challenges that emerged last night, I have yet to encounter a black treasure chest in the world. Information has surfaced regarding the sale of blueprints at a bargain. Homeowner 199-3203 offers blueprint for a sitting toilet in exchange for 10 days worth of food resources. Homeowner 22384950 proposes blueprint for a temperature-regulated air conditioner in exchange for 15 days worth of food resources. Homeowner 912283014 lists blueprint for an air purifier in exchange for gasoline or batteries. What struck Xiao as particularly absurd was a blueprint for fitness equipment. Someone couldn't help but comment, what kind of useless blueprints are these? It's the apocalypse. Who has the energy to work out? That's a place I wouldn't even visit under normal circumstances. Are we still worried about being subhealthy in the face of doom? Something felt amiss. These blueprints seemed utterly out of place. The facilities they represented were certainly not essential for the impending apocalypse. Yet, as the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often herald unusual occurrences. Regardless of the fact that the current supply of materials is woefully inadequate to support these blueprints, it indicates an unsettling anomaly. Coupled with the recently discontinued green treasure chests, one can easily surmise that the blueprint chests might also face extinction. However, these seemingly useless blueprints prompted Xiao to examine the descriptions of the few blueprints he had already utilized, in search of any discernible patterns. It was then that he stumbled upon something odd. Chapter 26, Pile of Stones. Description of the small greenhouse for green plants can be used to cultivate growth-type plants in the Apocalypse game. The introduction is rather unremarkable, merely referencing plants. The introduction to the in-seed is as follows. It can be cultivated in a greenhouse through blood cultivation. This implies that what appears to be an ordinary function on the blueprint may exhibit extraordinary utility amidst apocalyptic resources. Consequently, these seemingly mundane gym equipment and air purifiers, which appear to lack value in a doomsday scenario, might, in fact, yield remarkable benefits. Upon further examination, it becomes apparent that due to insufficient materials for synthesizing the blueprints, numerous survivors are eager to exchange these seemingly useless designs for supplies. They aim to convert these temporarily valueless blueprints into tools and food resources, while a minority may opt to trade surplus blueprints for materials to create other tool blueprints. Thus, the most sought-after commodities at the exchange center are food, sustenance supplies, and materials, followed by expansion tools. It seems that following the earthquake, signs of food scarcity have begun to emerge. Not only game resources but even natural resources are in demand. The cost of exchanging natural resources for tools is exorbitant. It is far more prudent to trade for those unwanted scrap blueprints. Through shrewd bargaining, Xiao successfully exchanged his remaining small lamp, bed sheets, and gas stove for disposable scrap blueprints of gym facilities, water purifiers, air purifiers, and temperature-controlled air conditioners, items that nobody desires. Once utilized, the facilities made from these blueprints can only be employed within one's safe house and cannot be traded, as they are classified as disposable blueprints. In contrast, blueprints for processing stations, such as sewing machines, and titanium batteries for sustaining materials yield items and tools that are tradable, which is why no one would consider exchanging natural resources. For Xiao, being able to exchange the natural resources at her disposal for these blueprints was more than sufficient. Meanwhile, she reached out to Yu. I have 2 purple treasure chests. I will open them for you. After a while, Yu replied with evident distress, Sister, I am currently out of resources. Xiao was perplexed. How is that possible? Yu continued, QEQ, I just opened a duplicate gasoline blueprint, and I used my last 2 blueprints to trade with someone. So now I only possess a single gasoline production blueprint, with only 1 blueprint in hand. I cannot pledge 2 treasure chests. If you doubt my word, I can only hope to find another blueprint chest to open and trade with you again, as not many are willing to open blueprint chests for me. Most people's immediate reaction is to open the blueprint chests themselves. I have been lingering in the communications center from yesterday until today, and I have nearly opened all of them. Gasoline. Xiao paused. All right. The gasoline blueprint is a crucial resource. 1 gasoline blueprint can secure 2 purple treasure chests. Once the blueprint is opened, you can decide whether to exchange the gasoline blueprint for mine, without any coercion. Gasoline, that was something she desired. If she could produce gasoline, would her sports car not soar to new heights? Yu pondered for a moment. Okay. Soon. Yu unveiled 2 distinct types of blueprints, the monitoring projection facility and the complete kitchen stove setup, each consisting of 2 blueprints. The kitchen stove setup required 12 spaces, and since Yu did not cook and had never considered the kitchen stove facilities, she found the monitoring projection facility seemingly useless without gasoline. Hence, she had no interest in them. With great reluctance, Xiao returned the gasoline blueprint to her, yet she did not forget to remind her. If you manage to produce gasoline, do inform me. Yu responded with a simple okay. The cleared-out cellar now boasted significantly more space. The sofa bed could finally unfold into a complete, spacious bed, adorned with blankets, pillows, and cushions, lending a semblance of homeliness. At that moment, Xiao had brought along several unused scented candles. Once lit, they filled the cellar with a delightful fragrance, the dim light creating a rather enchanting atmosphere. In one corner lay a collection of essential resources, several boxes of water, a gas cylinder, a container of instant meals, and an open bag of rice, accompanied by a variety of condiments and a heap of daily necessities, including shower gel, facial cleanser, sanitary pads, soap, and toothpaste. Though not abundant, Xiao had stored these items for their everyday utility, uncertain of how the impending apocalypse might affect her menstrual cycle. On the opposite side, she had arranged the resources pertaining to the end of the world. A storage box was designated for dozens of blueprints, supplemented by various scattered materials intended for minor exchanges. The treasure trove of the warehouse, however, was far more generous. Currently, Xiao possessed only 1 level of red, white, blue, and black treasure chests. The red ones remained limited to 2, while she had amassed 47 white chests, 24 black material chests, and 3 blue chests. Most survivors had become aware of the hidden surprises within the chests and were actively seeking out those who possessed the corresponding treasures to open them. The service fees were lucrative, guaranteeing a risk-free venture and effectively establishing a foundational clientele. As long as these survivors endured, they would turn to her for assistance in opening their treasure chests. Thus, Xiao felt no urgency in the matter. just as the rice was perfectly cooked. The clay pot had produced grains that were plump and exquisite. Xiao added a dash of soy sauce, then reached for the condiments nearby, liberally drenching the rice with the savory sauce from the stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots. She deftly sliced a sausage and closed the lid. With a gentle flame, the rice began to develop a golden, crispy crust, transforming into a delightful clay pot rice. While the essence of this dish lies in freshly stir-fried ingredients like ribs, current circumstances left little room for such luxuries. One must make do with what is available. After all, in a few days, rice might become a rare commodity. By the time she finished eating, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Xiao noticed that the map had not revealed any new fissures for quite some time, prompting her to step outside for a breath of fresh air and to refresh the oxygen levels in the cellar. The rate of oxygen exchange in the cellar correlates with the duration of her absence. Last night, after being away for approximately 15 minutes, she returned to find that the oxygen content had restored for 6 hours. Thus, a mere hour outside could yield a maximum replenishment of 24 hours. After a night had passed, there remained 9 hours of oxygen in the cellar. Once she had finished her meal and tidied up, Xiao donned her nylon backpack, tucked a toy car into her pocket, and armed herself with a level 2 axe before venturing out to assess the situation. The midday sky was overcast, as if threatening rain. The earthquake had ceased, yet the surface was riddled with fissures. After walking barely 10 meters, she encountered a crack that appeared half a meter wide and plunged over 30 meters deep, an expanse the cellar could not traverse. Just half a meter away from the fissure, amidst the ruins, lay a corner of clothing and a hand, bloodstains mingling with dust. Xiao strode forward, lifting the shattered debris above, revealing a small, mangled body beneath the pile of stones. Chapter 27. Wasteland. The sight before her sent a shiver through her heart, nearly causing her to lose her grip and inflict further harm upon the fragile form. Yet she understood that in this apocalyptic realm, such scenes were neither unprecedented nor would they be the last. After a brief moment of emotional steadiness, Xiao methodically cleared away the stones surrounding the child, gently shifting the broken body. The instant she made contact, information flashed before her eyes. Infection level 10. Xiao paused, taken aback. There was no doubt that the child was deceased, devoid of any sign of breath. However, the infection level persisted. What did this signify? As she moved the corpse aside, she glimpsed another hand deeper within the ruins, severed at the arm, exposing bone. Taking a deep breath, Xiao approached and touched the dismembered limb. Infection level 10. It remained at 10. Indeed, the inexplicable rise in infection levels she had encountered earlier that morning was also 10. Thus, it seemed that both the living and the dead were susceptible to infection. There was no time for contemplation. The world lay before her in utter devastation. If a hurricane might leave remnants in its wake, the earthquake had obliterated even the remnants of crumbling walls, leaving little of the once towering structures over 10 meters high. Inamir, the vicinity appeared devoid of any living souls, and she pondered who could possibly survive such a catastrophe without a safe haven. Xiao contemplated for a moment, picking up scattered newspapers from the ground to cover the small child, then opening her nylon bag. Inside lay her untouched phone, a power bank, a lighter, a bottle of water, and some chocolate, all to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. It was nothing extraordinary, yet having spotted the child, she couldn't allow them to lie there unceremoniously. She considered igniting a fire to send the child off. Little did she know that the moment the lighter made contact with the newspapers and the child's lifeless body, it was as if a mechanism had been triggered, igniting instantly without warmth. After the yellow flames dissipated, a yellow treasure chest appeared. A new colored chest. Without hesitation, Xiao immediately reached out to touch the yellow chest and clicked to open it. Antiviral agent. Description: can eliminate 20 of infection levels, preventing viral degeneration. To her astonishment, it was an agent. Apparently, the agent treasure chest was obtained by incinerating the bodies of the infected. Soon after, another notification echoed in her ears. You are the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a yellow treasure chest, triggering a chest bonus. From now on, every yellow treasure chest you find in the apocalypse will yield double rewards. Xiao's eyes glimmered. This meant that no one had ever contemplated the act of burning the bodies of the infected. No longer hesitating, she had initially thought that resources would be scarce. But now, the yellow treasure chest proved to be a valuable find. The chests also had levels, and Xiao had opened a level 1 yellow treasure chest. Without further hesitation, I began to rummage through the ruins. The presence of yellow treasure chests rendered the corpses less intimidating. Perhaps it was due to the nearby camp during the earthquake, which had a considerable number of people, allowing me to uncover 7 or 8 bodies within an hour. I recalled the impending crisis mentioned in the notification. If these deceased survivors were not cleared away, would they rise as zombies, emerging from the rubble to attack other survivors once the infection reached 100? Much like the time challenge from the first night. Should I inform the other survivors of this potential threat? After contemplating for a moment, I incinerated the bodies. 5 yellow treasure chests materialized on the ground. Confused, I wondered why there were only 5 chests when I had discovered 8 bodies. After collecting them, I continued my search and confirmed the pattern regarding the appearance of chests post-cremation. It depended on the integrity of the corpses. Only those bodies that remained whole, head, hands, and feet intact, would yield medicine chests upon incineration. I had inadvertently damaged 2 bodies while dragging them, and one appeared to be a survivor who had perished not from the earthquake, but from a hurricane, missing a foot and a hand. With this newfound understanding, I began to carefully sift through the rubble in search of more bodies to burn. I was so engrossed in my task that I failed to notice the approaching figure nearby. Help! Please help! The cry for aid jolted me back to reality, compelling me to abandon the body I was handling. Miss, please save me. The woman's eyes flickered with urgency as she noticed my actions, but she quickly feigned a look of terror. Not far away, a man pursued relentlessly. Xiao swiftly drew her axe, aiming it at the woman and warning, "Stay away from me." The woman gazed at Xiao, tears brimming in her eyes, pleading, "Miss, that man is terrifying. Please save me." As she spoke, she attempted to hide behind Xiao. Quickly, Xiao moved aside, unwilling to expose her back to a stranger. However, she was still at least 500 meters away from her safe haven, and the only option was to abandon her sports car. The man, with a face adorned in thick stubble and veins protruding from his neck, approached. He sneered, sizing up Xiao. "This woman is my girlfriend, so mind your own business." Xiao retreated silently, indicating her disinterest in interfering. "Please, save me. I don't know him. He said he could help me, which is why I entered his shelter." The woman's voice was hoarse with desperation. The man, filled with fury, strode over and yanked the woman by her hair. "I let you into the shelter. That was a life-saving act. Do you really think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world?" Without hesitation, the woman seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the man's head with ferocity, displaying strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. This detail momentarily stunned Xiao. Unexpectedly, the man's head emitted a sharp crack, yet he appeared unscathed. Realizing the man had completed a timed challenge the previous night and had chosen defensive attributes, Xiao's expression darkened. "You filthy wench. How dare you retaliate?" Enraged, the man kicked the woman brutally. Seizing the opportunity, she rolled away, inadvertently dropping an object. It was a badge, the emblem of the Alliance. Xiao's gaze darkened further. At the moment the man was assaulting the woman, an axe was forcefully embedded into the back of his skull. The man's movements ceased, his eyes wide with disbelief. As he slowly collapsed, the woman on the ground, clutching her waist and abdomen, rolled over and retreated away from Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao withdrew the axe. Strength conquers all. Offense is the best defense. The man, gravely injured at the back of his head, quickly exhaled his last breath, and a toy car fell from his grasp. The woman, quick-witted, snatched up the toy car and fled. Xiao's voice echoed softly, "If you run any further, my axe will find its mark upon you, and you shall not carry the safe house away." Chapter 28. The mission. The woman halted, turning back. She no longer exhibited the frailty from moments before. Xiao picked up the item she had dropped. "This is the emblem of the Alliance. Your agility and reflexes indicate that you are no ordinary individual. Hence, you are affiliated with the Alliance. Speak. What is your true intention?" Not merely affiliated with the Alliance, she was distinctly different from those clad in Alliance uniforms. She had previously observed the emblems of the Alliance. Those donned by uniformed individuals were mere plastic symbols, affixed to their garments. Red fireworks erupted sharply under the piercing of black arrows. However, this emblem was crafted from metal, its texture and luster starkly contrasting with the plastic insignias. What manner of individual possesses such an emblem, or rather, what status does she hold within the Alliance? Upon seeing the object in Xiao's hand, the woman's heart sank. "Return it to me," she exclaimed, attempting to strike Xiao. Yet, Xiao did not flinch or evade. Instead, he sidestepped, discarded the axe, and grasped both of the woman's arms, applying gentle pressure. With a crisp crack, the woman's arm dislocated, and the safety house she had just picked up clattered to the ground. Xiao quickly realized that this woman had obtained the safety house but had failed to bind it. Without hesitation, she retrieved the safety house from the ground. The woman's face turned ashen, trembling as she gazed at Xiao. How could she have forgotten? In this apocalyptic game, players possess extraordinary powers. The girl before her could effortlessly pierce through a man's skull and, naturally, could just as easily fend off her attack. "My apologies," Xiao retreated swiftly. "I miscalculated my strength. I did not intend to intimidate you. Truly, it was not deliberate. In the face of absolute power, technique becomes futile. Even if Archimedes possessed unparalleled skills, he would still require a sufficiently sturdy lever to lift the entire blue planet. A mere 10-pound lever would be inadequate. The woman bit her lip. You have bound the safety house. With such formidable strength, I cannot contend with you, but that is my possession. Please return it to me. She had so decisively dislocated both her arms. How could she still claim it was unintentional? I have, in fact, saved you. Do you not feel any gratitude? Xiao was fully aware that this was her belonging, her gaze lingering on the metal emblem in her hand, while the woman's tense body remained rigid. Suddenly, Xiao noticed something peculiar about the emblem. Beneath the arrowhead, there was a crack, as if it could be pried open. Unable to resist, she attempted to pry it, inadvertently triggering a button that caused a green light to flicker from the arrowhead. The woman's expression flickered with alarm, and before she could make a move, a voice resonated from the distance. Number 1349, do you have any information to report? Xiao was stunned. There was a signal. A pager. Gazing at the woman, he wondered, hadn't the communication base been destroyed? How could this device still transmit signals? The other end had also heard Xiao's voice and immediately fell silent. Clearly, this was not the first member to lose communication equipment during the mission. You were called number 1349, aren't you? Why do you remain silent in response? Xiao looked at the woman. She eyed him cautiously, yet there was an unshakable composure in her demeanor despite appearing merely an ordinary person. If you remain silent, I will eliminate her, Xiao declared slowly. She currently holds a safe house in her possession. The other side finally responded, greetings. This is the End of Days Alliance Center. The device you possess belongs to the East District Alliance and is assigned to member 1349. Please return the device to her. If you have any conditions, we are willing to discuss them. The communication delay is unintentional. We do not mean to refuse communication. Xiao scanned around. Seeing the signal implied that he could locate her, even access a map. Yet, he realized, the enemy might also track his position through the signal source and could be approaching. He made a decisive retreat. Clearly, this device was equally vital to the woman. Even with both her hands dislocated, she clung steadfastly to Xiao. Only after reaching the safety of a nearby refuge did he engage in negotiations. I am aware that you are unlikely to divulge any information I seek, and frankly, I hold little interest in knowing. However, I must mention that your member number 1349 recently encountered peril, and it was I who came to her rescue. The safe house she clutched was originally meant for me. Yet, I surmise that the Alliance's ostensible mission to facilitate rescues is, in reality, a strategy to dominate the ordinary survivors in their quest for safety, thereby consolidating control over the safe houses. At this juncture, I am indifferent to your intentions. However, I do have one request. The woman gazed at Xiao in astonishment. How could she possibly be aware of such matters? Could she be someone of considerable significance? Xiao glanced at the sky. The ground-based signal source had been destroyed, rendering ordinary mobile phones devoid of signal. Yet, the fact that this device still functioned implied that the signal must be derived from a satellite, perhaps. If that is the case, acquiring a signal source capable of importing maps should not pose a significant challenge. The woman was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the simplicity of his request. Ground-based signals are transmitted through terrestrial base stations, predominantly utilized by the general populace due to their rapid transmission and high efficiency. However, their coverage is limited, particularly in mountainous or remote areas, where signal availability is scarce. In urban environments, however, they operate flawlessly. Individuals like Xiao, engaged in ordinary work within the city, typically rely on ground-based signals for their mobile phones. Consequently, since the earthquake obliterated the ground infrastructure, mobile phones have lost their connectivity. In contrast, satellite signals are transmitted through wireless communication, offering extensive coverage that is difficult to disrupt, thus enabling global connectivity. Yet, due to the reliance on satellites for transmission, there exists a delay, rendering communication less instantaneous compared to ground-based stations, akin to the antiquated 2G or 3G networks of yore. However, there was no issue with reading the map. The other party responded after a delay. All right, our members are expected to arrive at your location in half an hour. Please hold on. Wait? Wait for what? Xiao bluntly stated. I also need a solar charger. I will place my mobile device with your member number 1349. You have 4 hours to prepare what I need. I will come to collect it at 6 o'clock, and at that time, I will hand over the safe house to you. The woman had yet to react when Xiao assertively reclaimed one of her hands, simultaneously stuffing the power bank and phone into it before turning and leaping into the cellar. Peering out from the cellar entrance, she gazed at the woman, declaring, "This safe house is of no use to me. I will return here at 6 to retrieve what I want. Your teammate will arrive in half an hour." I trust you won't survive the next 4 hours. The woman, taken aback, thought, is this girl underestimating me? No. Her tone was resolute. After Xiao nonchalantly gave her an okay gesture, she decisively closed the cellar door. The woman, having secured her other arm, attempted to ascend but found no entrance to the safe house, leading her to angrily chastise herself. Had she known, she would have directly bound the safe house. The safe house she had acquired was now snatched away. Was her mission doomed to failure once more? Chapter 29. Synthesis after spending over an hour outside. Xiao had amassed 21 level 1 yellow treasure chests and 1 safe house. A little rubber duck, a child's toy floating on the water's surface. With its beak transformed into a handle, alas, it was of no use to her. The moment she acquired it, the game notified her that the limit for binding safe houses had been reached. Thus, the safe house proved to be of no utility to her. Upon discovering that the Alliance's emblem on the signal indicated its presence, Xiao immediately contemplated an exchange with the Alliance, seeking an electronic mapping system, or even retrofitting her own phone for tracking purposes. Once the signal faltered, her phone became as useless as a brick, serving no purpose whatsoever. With a map in hand, she could occasionally seek out Jiang. The apocalyptic game had commenced, leaving her uncertain of what might transpire next or when it would conclude. Devoid of internet access, games, gourmet food, and a clear objective, one could easily lose the reason for existence. Thus, she contemplated searching in the southern islands. If Jiang were alive and faring well, possessing the ability for self-preservation, they could share their ennui together. However, if Jiang were among the unfortunate, struggling in this apocalypse, then she might never locate her. As for 1349, her approach to that man was motivated by the allure of his safe house. Her flight was prompted by the realization that he had acquired attributes of the apocalyptic game, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to seize the safe house from him. Although she had taken possession of the safe house, her failure to bind it immediately indicated that her intentions were not self-serving. This was a task assigned to her by the Alliance. Moreover, the Alliance had nurtured more than one member akin to her. Under normal circumstances, in an apocalypse where self-preservation is paramount, what could persuade her to uphold her beliefs? What was the Alliance truly after? With too many questions swirling in her mind, Xiao found it difficult to comprehend. In any case, she possessed an extra safe house, and if the Alliance desired it, they would have to acquiesce to her demands. She opened the communications center to check for updates. On the screen, the flow of information had significantly slowed. The earthquake had ceased, and it seemed everyone had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Xiao wished to disseminate information about the yellow treasure chest in the communications center. However, she had exhausted her quota for posting messages while exchanging blueprints earlier that morning. Consequently, she could only individually message the survivors in her chat box. This information was freely offered. Firstly, her own abilities limited her capacity to locate and incinerate numerous corpses, resulting in a scarcity of medicinal treasure chest resources. Secondly, she had already acquired the opening bonus for the yellow treasure chest, which allowed her to obtain double the medicine. Once this information was disseminated, even if the survivors managed to find the yellow medicinal treasure chest, they would still need her assistance to maximize their benefits. Thirdly, there existed the possibility of the yellow treasure chest becoming a limited edition. Its scarcity would signify a depletion of resources. If the emergence of yellow treasure chests depended solely on the incineration of intact survivor corpses, any calamity that rendered it impossible to locate even the unfortunate deceased would lead to a loss of medicinal resources. Thus, she aimed to leverage the survivors to gather resources more swiftly, in her apprehension that the news might not spread rapidly enough. Xiao even resorted to privately messaging individuals across the world. Upon seeing her message, Turtle Sage promptly replied, "Brother, you are truly generous. Such crucial information. And you are offering it for free." Xiao replied with magnanimity, "No need for thanks. Your gain is my gain." Turtle Sage, however, felt an inexplicable sense of being reduced to a mere beast of burden even in the apocalypse. Possessing the 3 significant bonus resources, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy, ultimately expressing, in times of prosperity, let us not forget each other. However, at this moment, I find myself in need of a lighter. I recently encountered several corpses of survivors, and I could return to attend to them, should there be any assistance required. The desert does harbor towns and bunkers, yet alas, many of these bunkers collapsed after the earthquake, entombing numerous bodies, most of whom perished from asphyxiation beneath the sand and succumbed to infections. Out of goodwill for an acquaintance, Xiao generously provided a lighter without charge. Meanwhile, she had been inundated with inquiries from many survivors seeking detailed information, yet she chose not to respond. Her role was merely to disseminate information. Inevitably, there would be those willing to attempt to secure resources. Shortly thereafter, Xiao noticed someone broadcasting an offer to exchange food boxes for medicinal supply boxes, demonstrating quick wit. Were it not for her limited number of messages, she too might have engaged in such trade. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Xiao prepared to venture elsewhere in search of a medicinal box when Master Rashi promptly delivered 78 yellow chests. "Brother, it's up to you now. he exclaimed. Su Xiao, taken aback, inquired, open them all? Indeed, Master Rashi replied. I just checked, and upon opening, they contain pills, quite small. I've swapped for 2 storage boxes, which are perfect for holding the pills. Each box can contain hundreds of pills, so open them without hesitation. My infection level is somewhat elevated. I need to consume 2 right away. Do not question it. The fear lies in the uncertainty of Su Xiao's fate. After all, this is an apocalyptic world, where human nature is unpredictable. Just moments ago, right before his eyes, he had encountered a wealthy individual on the road. Although their languages did not quite align, he felt a flicker of hope at having seen a living person. In such an apocalyptic world, encountering a living soul was an exhilarating experience. The presence of a fellow human being affirmed one's own existence, prompting him to eagerly offer assistance. Yet, to his astonishment, the stranger treacherously plunged a knife into him. Had he not activated his defense during the timed challenge, he would have perished instantly in the desert, unable to restrain himself. He retaliated with a crushing blow that flattened the assailant's skull. Thus, the desert once again held but a solitary survivor. After committing this act, his mindset underwent a subtle transformation. In previous days, isolated from others, he maintained an optimistic and trusting demeanor, guarding his heart against no one. But now, a stark realization dawned upon him. Such naivety would only hasten his demise amidst the apocalypse. He resolved that while trustworthy comrades might be allies, it was best to avoid direct encounters altogether. Once his intentions were clear, Su Xiao collected 78 treasure chests delivered by Master Turtle. As she gathered them, the chests automatically stacked. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in her ears. Your quantity of level 1 yellow chest has reached 99, the storage capacity limit. It is recommended to have Xiao Mo assist you in synthesizing level 2 chests, though this may tax Xiao Mo somewhat. Just as Su Xiao was about to open a chest, her hand trembled. From yesterday until now, she had been seeking methods to upgrade basic treasure chests, never anticipating the solution lay with Xiao Mo. This apocalyptic game truly defied players' expectations. Therefore, she inquired, Xiao Mo, could you please assist me in synthesizing level 1 yellow chests into level 2 yellow chests? Xiao Mo promptly replied, certainly. 3 level 1 yellow chests can be combined into 1 level 2 yellow chest. How many would you like to synthesize? Chapter 30, Mathematics. Su Xiao initially intended to suggest an overall synthesis but recalled the previous hint indicating that Xiao Mo might face some challenges. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Xiao Mo, does synthesizing treasure chests consume your energy? How many chests can you synthesize at most? Xiao Mo replied, as the caretaker of the safe house. My energy replenishes at dawn. My daily baseline energy value is 100, and each synthesis of a treasure chest consumes 30 energy points. However, I am unable to synthesize weapons, blueprints, items, or life-related special or limited treasure chests. Weapons are represented by red chests, blueprints by purple chests, items by blue chests, and life by green chests. These are classified as special limited treasure chests. The remaining white, yellow, and black chests are basic treasure chests, all of which can be synthesized through me. How can I replenish your energy? Su Xiao pondered, seeking clarification. Xiao Mo responded, feeding me any obsolete resources that the host does not require will restore my energy. However, the degree of restoration will depend on the quality of the resources provided. The higher the level of the fed resources, the more complex the resulting synthesis, and the greater the energy restoration. Su Xiao was taken aback, but after careful consideration, he found no fault in the approach. This method of energy restoration was remarkably efficient, akin to repurposing discarded materials. Do you know what is inside a level 2 yellow chest? He asked again. Xiao Mo replied, I am not aware. What is the highest level that basic chests can be synthesized to? Level 5. Su Xiao sighed in relief. To upgrade to a level 2 chest requires 3 level 1 chests, and a level 3 chest necessitates 9 level 1 chests, continuing in this manner up to level 5, which requires 81 chests. It wasn't excessive. If an ample number of treasure chests can be discovered each day, reaching a stockpile limit of 99, it would inevitably lead to the synthesis of a level 5 treasure chest. She assumed that advancing levels would predominantly require whole numbers. Thus, to attain level 10, nearly 20,000 treasure chests would be necessary, which is quite daunting. Most crucially, however, are the synthesis attempts available to Xiaoma each day. Su Xiao took out pen and paper to calculate. Who would have thought that even in a post-apocalyptic world, one would still have to solve mathematical equations? Synthesizing a level 2 treasure chest only consumes 1 synthesis attempt, while crafting a level 3 treasure chest requires 4 attempts. A level 4 chest necessitates 13 attempts, and a level 5 treasure chest demands precisely 40 attempts, equating to 200 energy points and 81 level 1 chests. Yet, that seems far off. As it stands, It appears that basic treasure chests are unlikely to become obsolete, which brings her some comfort. Xiao, please assist me in synthesizing one level 2 treasure chest from each color. Fortunately, Xiao had previously resolved to hoard treasure chests rather than materials that occupy space. Currently, she has ample food chests, medicine chests, and material chests to synthesize one level 2 chest. Very well. After Xiao completed her task, 3 level 2 treasure chests materialized before Xiao. Upon synthesis, Xiao stated, Xiao consumed 90 energy points and has 10 points remaining. Thank you, Xiao. You're welcome, Xiao replied, her tone slightly elevated, seemingly filled with a sense of achievement. Xiao's favorability increased to 4. Xiao opened each chest in turn. The level 2 black chest, upon contact, prompted a notification. Basic materials 99, intermediate materials 1. Advanced materials 0. 1. Upon opening, she received 2 wooden planks, 2 pieces of fabric, and 1 meteorite ingot. The quantity from the treasure chest surprise doubled. Meteorite ingots serve as crucial materials for synthesizing propeller thrusters, and now only an axle wheel power support and a wire board for battery production are needed. Opening a level 2 white treasure chest yielded a delightful assortment. 3 oat milks, 2 colas, 2 caramel puddings, 2 strawberry tarts, and a piece of beef. Beef. Xiao held the fresh cut, inspecting it from every angle. Its freshness was evident, the marbling still subtly pulsating, blood seeping out, as if it had just been severed from the cow. Beef, description, produced from the apocalyptic game, eternally fresh. Oh, the allure of fresh meat. Xiao yearned to embrace the beef and press it against her cheek, but the vivid freshness, with blood still present, deterred her. She quickly sought a plate to place it upon. Ultimately, she opened a level 2 yellow medicinal treasure chest. Basic medicines 99, intermediate medicines 1, advanced medicines 0. 1. The contents included 2 epidemic prevention agents, 1 detoxification agent, 1 hemostatic agent, and 1 healing agent. Xiao was astonished. Such an abundance of medicinal supplies from a yellow chest? The epidemic prevention agent reduces the risk of infection, the detoxification agent eliminates poisoning, and the hemostatic agent treats external bleeding. However, the healing agent was exceptional. Healing agent, description, capable of curing all non-lethal injuries and ailments. This was at least an intermediate medicine, and if intermediate medicines were already this remarkable, she could hardly fathom the potency of advanced ones. Shaking off her astonishment, Xiao took a deep breath to regain her composure. As the true deity of the apocalypse, proficient in the mastery of 3 significant resources, I have now stumbled upon an extraordinary mechanism. If one does not survive for a millennium or more in this desolate world, the remaining survivors are bound to lament in silence. Moreover, I, Xiao, have calculated that the original 3 chests, when combined into a level 2 chest, yield not only a probability of acquiring advanced materials but also possess an approximate base unit of 5. This indicates an enhancement in the foundational quantity. Merging chests of a higher grade is a venture that guarantees profit. The only inconvenience lies in the energy expenditure required by the little one. After a moment of contemplation, I examine my stored supplies. Currently, I possess an abundance of basic materials, with the medicinal chests being the most plentiful. The antidote is of little use at the moment, and even when needed in the future, I can simply open more, ensuring a risk-free gain. Thus, I shall observe how much energy can be increased through feeding. Little one, I wish to offer you nourishment, I declared. Instantly, a cerulean plate materialized before me. If my eyes do not deceive me, this plate resembles those used at home to feed kittens and puppies. I placed a single antidote on it. Little one's energy restored by 1 point. The little one indicates it does not fall ill and requires no medicine. A mere 1-point restoration from basic supplies. I glanced at the plate and added a caramel pudding. Little one's energy restored by 1 point. The little one asserts it does not experience hunger and requires no human food. Little one's affection level increased to 5. Ah, how paradoxical. The notification states it does not experience hunger nor require sustenance, yet its fondness grows. After a moment's reflection, I placed a wooden plank on the plate. Little one's energy restored by 1 point. The little one expresses it does not engage in construction and will not establish a new shelter even if provided with materials. There was no increase in affection, and basic materials only contributed 1 point of energy. Unbeknownst to him, as he engrossed himself in the study of the small end and the treasure chests, Xiao had spent nearly an hour indulging in this pursuit. The turtle sage cautiously sent a message. Brother, are you still there? Where are you? He even began to suspect that he might have delivered the treasure chest only to find the recipient had departed from this world. Never before had waiting felt so excruciating. Xiao snapped back to reality. Apologies, I will send it to you shortly. With 78 treasure chests, following the same extraction rules as the material chests, 1 unit of potion would be extracted for every 2 chests. Thus, she would send over 117 units of potion, retaining 20 level 1 yellow chests for herself. Chapter 31. The Traitor Turtle Sage. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you. His words trailed off, but Xiao already understood his unspoken thoughts. This naive child would rather entertain the notion of his own demise than suspect her of deceiving him regarding the yellow chests. With a spirit of long-term collaboration, though their friendship was scarce, a semblance of it existed, Xiao gently reminded him, actually. You could stockpile some chests and open them when resources run low. I'm not so easily dispatched. It seemed that a certain type of basic treasure chest would only trigger a suggestion alert upon reaching a total of 99. Moreover, this information was solely known to Xiao, as no one else possessed the capability to amass such a quantity of chests. Thus, she was determined to exchange this piece of knowledge for something of substantial value. Regrettably, Master Rashi failed to grasp the profound meaning in the end times. The unpredictability of the world prevails. Perhaps tomorrow the zombies shall emerge. Xiao remarked, aren't you concerned that the treasure chests can be combined into higher grades? And you're opening them so hastily? Master Rashi replied, oh, you make a valid point. I completely overlooked that. Xiao shook her head. She resolved to wait until tomorrow to post this message in the chat center, allowing others to seek her out voluntarily while simultaneously safeguarding her information from being resold, thus maximizing her benefits. The longer she delayed, the quicker resources would refresh, and the more treasure chests everyone would possess, increasing the likelihood of acquiring this information. At present, the intermediate medicinal supplies in her possession could be exchanged for items, gasoline, or circuit boards. As of now, she had yet to discover a method to upgrade the level 1 blue treasure chest, leaving her uncertain about what it might yield upon enhancement. As I was contemplating a visit to the communication center, a notification echoed in my ears. Your safe house upgrade plan has been finalized. Based on the preferences you submitted, we have tailored the proposal for you. The original plan for the safe house, upon upgrading, allows the bound survivor to access a portal that connects to any safe house. Additionally, the capacity of the safe house's storage and the shared access to secure pathways will be enhanced, and the safe house may be positioned anywhere. Addressing your concerns regarding the potential loss of the safe house after placement, we have configured the entrance and exit to utilize a dimensional handle. This dimensional handle serves as a consciousness key and will manifest according to your thoughts. It will be invisible to all other survivors except for you. Your bound safe house number 1 possesses the unique characteristic of remaining tethered to you. Even after you depart, the consciousness handle will remain in its original location. To prevent the safe house from becoming misplaced, we have equipped your intelligent assistant, Xiao with a location reminder. After leaving the safe house, you can still summon Xiao to help locate its position. Your bound safe house number 2 is a water-based sanctuary, a fixed characteristic that can only be summoned at the water's edge when you wish to enter. Beyond that, it is indistinguishable from your safe house number 3. After vacating your respective safe houses, the consciousness handle will accompany you, and you may also call upon Xiao to position the dimensional handle. Lastly, we express our gratitude for your robust support following the public beta of the Apocalyptic game. Should you have any further suggestions, please feel free to relay them to your intelligent assistant, Xiao. What a thieving game. Despite the compulsion to participate, one must assert that the survivors themselves are the staunch supporters. Although an intention form had been submitted previously, the fundamental elements remain immutable. A truth well understood by Xiao, a game programmer. Just as players lament the inadequacy of certain professions in dealing damage and the struggles of employment, it is implausible for programmers to enable healers to inflict substantial damage. The same principle applies to safe houses. The essence of the basement lies in its high concealment and mobility, yet its drawback is the inability to carry it with one. An animal safe house transforms into a companion animal after departure, while car safe houses and fishing boats revert to toys, which can be taken along, albeit at the cost of significant resources for mobility or the inability to control the direction of movement. Even the most advanced players, who are the first to upgrade their safe houses, cannot alter these inherent characteristics of the game. Now, the exit of the safe house has transformed into a dimensional handle visible only to oneself. Ensuring the safety of the exit and preventing the player from falling into dangerous situations, a privilege not afforded to other survivors, one must learn to be content. Noticing that the time was nearing 6 o'clock, Xiao checked the coordinates to move the basement to the previous location and that of 1349. Upon opening the basement, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. An abandoned area, once desolate, now housed a helicopter, accompanied by several armed personnel, the emblem on the helicopter unmistakably belonging to the Alliance. She is there. Number 1349, who had been patiently waiting, immediately spotted Xiao. With a sharp sound, Xiao unceremoniously shut the basement door. A middle-aged man aboard the helicopter furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation, addressing 1349. The woman lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, perhaps out of wariness, fearing we might bring her harm. Most players with a safe house share this sentiment. They would rather survive alone in the apocalypse than risk interaction with others. Yet, recalling the decisive manner in which the other had just shut the safe house door, she resembled a foraging hamster that, upon spotting a cat, swiftly retreats into its burrow. It was somewhat amusing. After a moment's reflection, the woman turned and said, "Commander, you should take cover for now. I shall certainly complete the mission." "Very well." The middle-aged man cast a glance at the woman, closed the cabin door, and the helicopter soon ascended. Xiao returned to the safe house, indeed fearful that the opening might become too wide, risking being shot at. However, upon spotting the helicopter, she realized that the Alliance was not entirely ineffectual in this desolate world. They seemed to have made considerable preparations. After pondering for several minutes, Xiao shifted the cellar approximately 50 meters before reopening the door. This time, only subject 1349 remained outside. She quickly recognized Xiao and immediately spoke. "It's just me. I will not cause you any harm. Place the equipment on the ground, and I will retrieve it." Subject 1349 set the device down and swiftly retreated, distancing herself from the equipment, hands raised to indicate she bore no weapons. This device could connect directly to satellites, providing the clearest real-time maps and navigation. As long as the satellites functioned properly, the maps would remain valid. The charger was equipped with solar panels, enabling it to charge under light intensity of 5000 lux or more. As she spoke, a cool sensation brushed against Xiao's face. She reached up to touch it. It was rain, a light drizzle. As Xiao took away the equipment numbered 1349, she seized the opportunity to explain herself. "I have not harmed the innocent, nor have I contended for the sanctuaries of other survivors. That individual is a traitor to the Alliance." Xiao calmly gazed at her. Noticing that 1349 had yet to relinquish any intentions of surrendering the sanctuary, she spoke earnestly. "We are truly in desperate need of a sanctuary. You already possess one, which is not essential for you, is it? However, in our hands, it could save countless lives. Should you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. We shall endeavor to accommodate." Chapter 32. The Alliance. The little yellow duck was playfully handled by Xiao. If the Alliance had known from the outset that more lives could be saved, why did they not prepare in advance? 1349 instinctively explained that the Alliance had long been adequately prepared, but this game differed in information from the previous one. The previous one? Xiao seized upon this crucial piece of information. She had never heard of such a prior occurrence. Having lived for over 20 years, diligently studying and excelling academically, she had researched extensively yet had never encountered any mention of a global apocalyptic game before. In fact, it seemed the world remained oblivious. 1349 immediately fell silent. "If you choose not to speak, it appears you have no desire for the sanctuary." Xiao prepared to retract the little yellow duck. "I will speak." 1349 hastily interjected. The last game took place a century ago, when the apocalyptic game was in its beta testing phase, not global but rather regional. A century ago, the submerged Sakura Island. You must have heard of it, yes? At this juncture, there was no longer any need for concealment. Xiao paused momentarily. This pertains to the history of modern foreign affairs. A century ago, the long-dormant Sakurajima, a volcano that had been silent for ages, unexpectedly erupted, resulting in drastic climatic changes, summer snow, earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and a myriad of calamities, within a mere span of 7 days. Before the United Nations could reach a decision regarding the acceptance of Sakurajima's 200 million inhabitants and which nation would grant refuge, the island abruptly sank. A nation was extinguished in a time frame shorter than that of the Fourth World War, from its inception to conclusion. The scientific explanation posited was that marine pollution induced regional climatic anomalies, altering the geological structure of the submerged island, thus triggering such an event. Although this explanation was met with skepticism, no alternative evidence could be found. The sunken Sakurajima became one of the world's enigmas, its mystery rivaling that of the vanished Maya civilization, the lost Atlantis, and the buried ancient city of Pompeii. At the time of the disaster, the number of survivors from Sakurajima was less than 1 million, and through resettlement in various countries, their descendants have long since changed their nationalities. 7 years ago, the last inhabitant of Sakurajima passed away at the venerable age of 113. He was merely 13 when the island submerged. His parents were prominent military officers in Sakurajima, and on the fateful day of the catastrophe, they dispatched an emergency helicopter to send him to relatives abroad. Before his death, he narrated his experiences in a documentary titled The Last Sakurajima Resident. However, due to memory loss, much of the account was incomplete. Yet his words were preserved for future inquiry. Furthermore, the agreement announced by the Doomsday Alliance was established in the second year following the submersion of Sakurajima. Global unity is essential. When the apocalypse arrives, a collective response mechanism will be established, centered around the Alliance for end times, to confront catastrophic disasters. At that juncture, only those residing on Sakurajima heard the sounds of the game's internal testing, which lasted for 7 days. They endeavored tirelessly to convey messages to various nations. However, due to the localized nature of the testing, countries in other regions were oblivious to the so-called game notifications, and before any rescue could be mobilized, Sakurajima had already succumbed to the depths. Xiao pondered the events. On the first day, when the hurricane struck, the notification indeed proclaimed the global launch of the apocalyptic game. Prior to the release of any game, it must undergo internal testing, the frequency of which depends on the game itself. Following each testing phase, modifications are invariably applied to the game. Yet, this is not the reason you seek a safe house. Number 1349 inhaled deeply. According to the internal testing information, on the 7th day, unbound safe houses would transform into public safe houses globally, with fixed locations and open entry and exit. Each public safe house can accommodate a minimum of 100 individuals. In other words, from the 30 million safe houses, even if 20 million are bound, the remaining 10 million unbound houses would convert into public safe houses, thereby expanding the potential capacity for survivors from 10 million to 1 billion individuals. The Alliance's control over the survivors is fundamentally to avert the binding of more safe houses by them. As Xiao surmised, in such circumstances, a regular individual obtaining a safe house would strive to privatize it for survival. Even those nurtured by the Alliance may turn traitorous. How much more so ordinary people? It all makes sense now. However, Xiao's safe house has been upgraded to level 2. Even if she were to perish, the safe house would remain unbound. She turned to the woman and inquired, "And what about you? Were you cultivated by the Alliance? With the safe house in your possession, you exhibit no greed?" The woman cast her gaze downward, reflecting on the staggering statistics, a population of 10 billion, with 30 million safe houses yielding a survival probability of merely 0.003. Yet, the majority would belong to the other 99.997. According to the data, once the apocalyptic game is launched globally, no one knows when it will conclude. Perhaps humanity will face total annihilation by the final day. After speaking, the woman looked at Xiao, revealing that for a century, nations have been tirelessly constructing underground cities, space stations, and even arcs to store resources, energy, and quality embryos. If humanity were to be extinguished, these would serve as its legacy. However, the alterations to the apocalyptic game are unprecedented. The measures once thought capable of withstanding all calamities now appear ineffective. Thus, my current mission is to offer ordinary people a glimmer of hope to endure until the day the apocalyptic game concludes. Xiao comprehended. This was the reason why the Alliance had not immediately bound the safe house upon finding it. She squeezed the small rubber duck. This safe house was of no use to her at present. Survivors could upgrade their safe houses after binding 3, resulting in a designated safe house that would vanish upon their death. Xiao glanced at the woman, and indeed, the woman's expression changed drastically. She had not anticipated such a mechanism. "I can offer you this, but I have one condition. I have a pair of foster parents in Kyoto, named Jiang Zhouyin and Jiang Hui. They have established a successful business in Kyoto, amassing a fortune in the millions. However, I cannot guarantee their current status, as you mentioned. They belong to that 99.997. Given that the purpose of the Alliance is to ensure the survival of more individuals, please assist me in locating them. If they are indeed alive, I implore you to facilitate communication between us. Once I have confirmation of their well-being, you may present a subsequent request, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it, provided it is reasonable." As she spoke, Xiao raised the device in her hand. "With this gadget in my possession, I am certain you possess the means to establish contact with me. The Alliance has helicopters, and surely other contingency methods exist. Sending someone to locate Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang would be the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, I will seek out Jiang Qiqi. As long as 1349 speaks the truth, the information I provide will not contradict the Alliance, and for the survivors, it is vital for their preservation. Especially since the Alliance cannot ascertain whether the survivors' safe houses have been upgraded." Upon observing Xiao return to the cellar, 1349 tightened his grip on the Alliance emblem. "Commander, we have just received news that is decidedly detrimental to our cause. Simultaneously, the binding of 3 safe houses shall elevate them to exclusive status, and they will vanish with the demise of the survivors, continuously diminishing the number of public safe houses." Chapter 33, Imagination with her objectives achieved. Xiao returned to the cellar. She was acutely aware that the device in her possession would be traceable. However, she had a plan to circumvent this. and it conveniently provided an opportunity to test the upgraded teleportation capabilities of her safe house. The 3 safe houses could facilitate reciprocal teleportation, provided they were all situated outdoors. Currently, the cellar is trapped at the center of the ground, immovable with ease. The only means of transportation available to her are the fishing boat and vehicles. After maneuvering the cellar to a different position, Xiao departed from it. With a mere thought of the Ferrari, a transparent red handle materialized before her eyes, igniting a spark of excitement within her. The Ferrari did not appear, which indicated that even the safe house was concealed from the gaze of other survivors. Initially, she had deemed this upgrade rather unimpressive, but it had indeed resolved the issue of loss prevention in a comprehensive manner. After all, the most effective way to deter a thief is to possess nothing that would capture their interest. Since other survivors could not perceive the existence of the safe house, they naturally would not linger. The materials channel, now consolidated to a capacity of 30 warehouses, prompted Xiao to open the door and enter the vehicle. On the walls of the rear compartment, a semi-transparent dark green handle emerged. By twisting the handle, she found herself instantly transported back to the cellar. Turning around, she grasped 5 barrels of gasoline, twisted the same handle, and returned to the Ferrari for immediate usage. With a distance of 50 kilometers, it was sufficient for her to reach the riverbank. As she sped through the rain-soaked city center, driving in a straight line, she fortuitously collected 2 blue treasure chests along the way. However, the rain continued to fall steadily, prompting the vehicle's automatic wipers to clear the windshield, ensuring a clear line of sight. She observed several survivors clad in raincoats, as well as a new Alliance rescue site. But Xiao simply swept past and halted at the riverbank, having consumed 6 kilometers of her journey. Xiao, where is safe house number 1 located? Xiao replied, the safe house is situated 6 kilometers in a straight line to the left rear of the owner. This was articulated with clarity, as Xiao had indeed traveled directly toward the riverbank. Departing from Ferrari, Xiao strolled to the riverbank. With a mere thought, a transparent blue dimensional handle materialized on the shore. A gentle twist allowed her to enter the fishing boat. The river water swayed, accompanied by a breeze, albeit a mild one, insufficient to even reach a force of 2. The fishing boat could be set to automatic navigation, yet it could only drift with the wind. Upon activating it, the boat gently meandered onto the river's surface, a solitary craft gliding with the current. Inside the vessel, 2 portal handles appeared, a transparent red one representing Ferrari and a translucent dark teal one leading to the cellar. Turning back to the cellar, she recalled that her 3 safe houses had already been established. By merely utilizing the internal teleportation, she could access these 3 locations, embodying the essence of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Fiddling with her newly acquired communication device, she tinkered for a moment before successfully activating it. Indeed, a clear satellite map emerged. However, the transmission experienced delays, rendering movement sluggish. Nearby was a magnification feature, revealing a wide expanse. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao realized this was satellite surveillance. Not only did it provide her with geographical coordinates, but it also allowed her to observe satellite monitoring, an impressive undertaking. Currently, the clearest satellite resolution on Blue Star reached 0.1 meters, enabling the discernment of objects measuring 0.1 m by 0.1 m on the ground. Nevertheless, the satellite monitoring could not provide real-time video due to significant delays. It could only capture photographs for later magnification. Xiao took a satellite photo and waited a full 10 minutes for the image to develop. The photograph appeared hazy due to cloud cover, presenting a white mist. But upon magnification, she could barely discern the ruins. Discarding the photo, she powered down the device. Satellite images could only serve as a reference during favorable weather, and with the rain falling outside, visibility was severely compromised. Holding the device, she transferred it onto the fishing boat. With the presence of a map, there was a sense of orientation. Once placed on the vessel, they would lose their way. On board, Xiao distinctly observed that the sky had darkened further. The rain intensified, splashing into the river and creating ripples. She realized the fishing boat was quite cold and drafty, a characteristic inherent to such vessels. Unlike the Ferrari and the cellar, which were enclosed spaces capable of retaining warmth, the fishing boat was open on all sides, resulting in a temperature several degrees lower, around 16 degrees Celsius. How could the fish sleep soundly in such an environment? Were they not afraid of catching a cold? Given the weather, there was little point in continuing her search for corpses to burn or to open the yellow treasure chest. The lighter was rendered ineffective in these conditions. Xiao had no choice but to return to the cellar to exchange supplies, as she was feeling somewhat hungry. Today, she had a portion of fresh beef, along with cooking oil, salt, and monosodium glutamate. She decided to stir-fry minced beef to accompany her rice. The freshness of the meat made her feel compelled to consume it before it spoiled. First, she used a clay pot to steam the rice. Then took out a kitchen knife to chop the beef, swiftly mincing it. She marinated it with a suitable amount of cooking wine, salt, monosodium glutamate, and starch. The rice would take about 10 more minutes, and by then, the beef would be properly marinated. Suddenly, one of the lights in the cellar flickered out. To maintain illumination, Xiao had placed 3 table lamps in the cellar. The remaining ones were battery-powered. Had it broken so soon? What poor quality. She approached to give it a gentle tap, and indeed, it was faulty. With the right tools, she could have unscrewed it to investigate. But considering the limited lifespan of such items, she hadn't intended to repair it. The sudden loss of one lamp plunged the cellar into an even dimmer light. Xiao squinted while preparing a meal. It was imperative to devise a swift solution for acquiring batteries. They were essential for both the lighting apparatus and the electric propeller. However, the question loomed, from where would the circuit boards come? Upon opening the communication center, a cascade of messages flooded in, nearly making Xiao feel like a game customer service representative who had been offline for a day. Most of the messages were requests for her to unlock treasure chests, which she chose to disregard. She hadn't checked the communication center since her safe house was upgraded, and now the panel displayed a new feature: Advanced Player Communication Center. Previously, all house owners had white names, but now, at the top, several red names emerged, including that of Master Rashi, marked as an advanced player. This time, Xiao had the privilege to view Rashi's label. Label: Red Treasure Chest. Description: Officially certified Red Treasure Chest Easter egg holder of the Apocalyptic game. So, the label signified this. It appeared she was the owner of 3 treasure chests. Besides Master Rashi, another red-named house owner was Yu. Rashi exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you would be the owner of house number 1. So, you were already aware of the circumstances surrounding the safe house upgrade and feigned ignorance to reduce my treasure chest unlocking fees, thus providing me with additional food resources. Such a benevolent godfather. I shall remember this kindness and ensure that any news will be shared with you at the earliest opportunity." After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao realized that Rashi believed she was the first to upgrade her safe house and had intentionally pretended to be uninformed to lessen his unlocking fees, thereby granting him more food resources. What a splendid fabrication of the mind. Calmly responding to Master Rashi, "Very well, it's a promise." After sending the message, Xiao noticed someone was looking for him on the panel of the Advanced Player Communication Center. Chapter 34. Thunderous surprise. The Advanced Player Communication Center displayed a count of 6 individuals present. In contrast to the ordinary Player Communication Center, it resembled more of a group chat. The ordinary Communication Center was inundated with rapidly scrolling messages, making it arduous to sift through for pertinent information, with over 100 records becoming invisible. Conversely, the Advanced Player Communication Center allowed users to survivors, with special alerts appearing thereafter. 49S. Are you the survivor of the 3 treasure chest Easter eggs? Such good fortune. I am a survivor of the blue treasure chest Easter egg. Feel free to message me privately if needed. While appearing proactive, he was, in fact, rather aloof, seemingly wishing to engage in a treasure chest opening yet refraining from initiating a private conversation. Scrolling further down, 2 others caught his attention, one named 80 Years Still Radiant and the other simply Mysterious. However, neither possessed a treasure chest Easter egg, likely realizing that their cards were not on par with others, resulting in their sparse dialogue. Fortunately, the Advanced Player Communication Center imposed no limitations on communication frequency. After contemplating, Xiao sent out a message. Item: Healing Potion. Is there any need for this? I can prioritize a trade with you. The healing potion, capable of treating non-lethal injuries and ailments, carried profound implications, referencing not only attributes stemming from the apocalypse but also ailments from before it. Survivors were not solely the elderly. They encompassed children, robust adults, and frail patients alike. Thus, when this attribute emerged, Xiao sensed its significance. The turtle sage swiftly responded, "What is this? I have over 70 yellow treasure chests, yet I have never managed to open one." Xiao replied, "They are open from level 2 yellow treasure chests." In the next moment, several individuals began to converse. 49 asked, "Have you discovered a way to upgrade yellow treasure chests?" The elderly one inquired, "What incredible luck you possess. Could you share your secrets?" The mysterious one simply responded with a perplexed expression. You directly messaged her in the background, "Sister, have you found a method to upgrade the treasure chests? Please tell me. I can offer resources in exchange. Didn't you previously express a fondness for that lighting facility blueprint? How about a trade for that? I opened another one this afternoon." Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "That might not suffice." She certainly intended to prioritize trading with them, as among the survivors, the advanced players possessed the most resources, particularly Yu and 49. Since the transaction fees for item chests and blueprint chests were all in resources, it meant they could potentially exchange treasure chests as a form of payment. Over time, this could accumulate to a total of 99. Although the Advanced Exchange Center consisted of only 6 individuals, it was already buzzing with excitement. Outside, the rain poured, and they refrained from venturing out to gather resources to avoid falling ill, as level 1 yellow treasure chests did not contain healing potions. However, with Xiao producing healing potions, it signified that there was no need for concern in that regard. After some contemplation, Xiao posted in the Exchange Center, "To be precise, I am aware of how to upgrade the 3 basic treasure chests, yellow, white, and black. Their upgrading methods are identical. If you wish to know, please exchange equivalent information with me." This statement dropped like a bombshell, without offering something of genuine value. Who would be willing to share information? At that moment, a mysterious figure contacted Xiao privately. The mysterious individual stated, "I do not require upgrade information, as I lack sufficient resources for exchange, but I am in need of that medicine to cure non-fatal ailments. Can it treat asthma?" Xiao replied, "I am uncertain. I have never used it." After a brief pause, the mysterious figure continued, "You are aware of the method to upgrade treasure chests, which could yield this medicine. Name your condition. I possess several blueprints, but only white treasure chests remain. All yellow chests have been exhausted, and I have yet to obtain the healing potion. I suffer from asthma, and my supply of medicine has run out. I could have an attack at any moment. I wish to see if the healing potion can alleviate my condition." Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you have 10 white treasure chests?" It was undoubtedly a loss for her. However, she was also curious if it could indeed treat asthma. The mysterious figure responded, "Yes, I have just enough. I will give them all to you. I can still venture out to find more resources." Xiao agreed, "Very well, provide me with 10 white treasure chests. And after you consume the medicine, inform me whether it can treat asthma." The transaction was swiftly concluded. The other party communicated, "I have taken the medicine, and there are no signs of an attack. I feel considerably better, but I cannot be certain. I will monitor my condition, and should any symptoms arise, I will inform you immediately." Xiao acknowledged, "Understood." She set the white treasure chests aside. Just then, the rice in the clay pot was ready. She switched to a frying pan, heated oil, and stir-fried the marinated minced beef, adding seasonings and drizzling a bit of sesame oil and Sichuan pepper oil, transforming it into fragrant minced beef. Once cooked, she poured it into the clay pot and stirred with a spoon. After taking a mouthful to savor the flavor, a sudden thought struck, and I spoke up, "Xiaoma, it's time for your feeding." The blue bowl of Xiaoma materialized. Xiao declared, "Xiaoma, this is your food bowl. I shall feed you from now on." With a hearty mixture of fragrant minced beef and rice, I portioned out 1/3. Xiaoma's bowl then vanished. Xiaoma's energy restored by 2 points. Xiaoma expressed that the taste of human food is quite delightful, and she thoroughly enjoys it. Xiaoma's affection level increased to 8. Beef is indeed a rare commodity, yet it only restored 2 points of energy. Unless she procured the highest grade materials, it was unlikely to replenish the energy value, making this a regrettable synthesis. Currently, Xiaoma's energy had been restored to 15 points, needing just 15 more to reach 30 points, allowing for another treasure chest synthesis. What if she were to obtain something extraordinary this time? Xiao fed Xiaoma the most abundant food resources available, reaching the 30-point energy threshold, and instructed Xiaoma to synthesize a level 2 food treasure chest once more. Xiaoma's energy value returned to 0. Xiaoma powered down, unable to be activated again today. Energy will replenish after midnight. Xiao lamented, "Oh no, I forgot." The prompt indicated that Xiaoma could tire, meaning her energy value must not reach 0. She had intended to conserve energy, which is why she halted at the last 30 points, wanting Xiaoma to synthesize once more before midnight. However, such actions, akin to a tyrannical boss who exploits their employees like beasts of burden, are utterly reckless. Countless regrets swirled within, yet they were of no consequence, for today she could no longer summon Xiaoma. With Xiaoma powered down, the food bowl was gone, and the pot remained unwashed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao felt a pang of guilt, despite her affection remaining intact. She decided to open a level 2 food treasure chest, hoping to procure some delightful treats for Xiao the following day. In the blink of an eye, Xiao examined the freshly synthesized level 2 white treasure chest. Inside, she discovered 1 pearl milk tea, 4 orange juices, 2 chocolate bars, 2 crispy snacks, and 1 bag of chips. Even with the treasure chest's double rewards, feeding Xiao would only require 20 energy points. Xiao couldn't help but berate herself for her reckless gambling, lamenting how she had wagered everything and lost it all. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the cellar, penetrating her very being and causing her toes to curl in trepidation. Chapter 35, Fever. The cellar had always been a sanctuary of tranquility, devoid of any disturbances from the outside world. What was happening now? Xiao noted that it was already 8 o'clock. Since the beginning, aside from special circumstances, notifications would consistently sound at 8 in the evening, midnight, and 8 in the morning. Yet today, there was silence. Xiao, open the communication center, she commanded. However, a disquieting realization struck her. The situation was far more complicated than she had anticipated. Once Xiao was shut down, the communication center of the safe house would also remain closed, leaving her without notifications and uncertain whether it was due to Xiao's lack of energy that the safe house had lost its soundproofing, allowing the thunder to seep through. Fortunately, the portal was still operational. Xiao transported herself to the fishing boat, only to find that, at some point, it had drifted far across the river. The darkness enveloping the landscape entirely. With a resounding crash accompanied by thunder, brilliant flashes of lightning struck the river's surface, illuminating it with a faint blue glow. The sense of impending doom was more palpable than on the day the hurricane arrived. The wind howled at a force of level 6, causing the boat to sway precariously. A cold gust swept through, penetrating Su Xiao's very core, sending shivers racing along her arms. She began to question whether, with the diminishment of Xiao's energy, the safe house would also lose its protective efficacy. However, such concerns were unwarranted. The safe house remained utterly secure. Xiao was an exceptional steward, and with energy, Xiao alleviated many burdens for the survivors, even if they remained blissfully unaware of the troubles that surrounded them. Experience had taught her that she could not be separated from Xiao, and she resolved to pay closer attention next time. As the wind rustled through the inky night, the only sound accompanying the thunder was the relentless patter of rain. Su Xiao paused momentarily. She could not have been mistaken. Was there a treasure chest floating on the river? In the darkness, the chest bobbed enticingly on the water's surface, seemingly beckoning the survivors to retrieve it. She glanced around. Aside from her invisible safe house, other survivors were visible, yet she did not see any nearby vessels approaching. Fortunately, the electronic map had yet to fail, allowing her to maneuver the boat with the aid of the wind. Su Xiao disengaged the autopilot and took manual control. The fishing boat glided towards the chest at a speed of 10 meters per second. With another thunderous clap, the lightning struck the river, its electric tendrils dancing across the surface. As Su Xiao stepped out from the cabin onto the deck, the sky erupted once more in a cacophony of thunder, and rain poured down upon her, instantly soaking her clothes. Just as she bent down, a rumble echoed overhead. Something was amiss. Swiftly retreating back into the cabin, Su Xiao felt a blinding flash of lightning strike the deck, precisely where she had been standing moments before. Her heart raced like a drumbeat, narrowly escaping the wrath of the storm. The realization of danger dawned upon her when the rain drenched her instantly, making her acutely aware that the deck of the fishing boat did not offer any sanctuary. Had it been otherwise, she would not have faced any peril, not even from the rain. Thus, it became evident that only the areas shielded by the boat's structure provided a measure of safety. Furthermore, considering that the fishing vessel had a fundamental spatial capacity of merely 4, the inclusion of the deck suggested that the total was greater than 4, reinforcing her earlier hypothesis. However, she had not anticipated that even the safe house could harbor such traps. The lightning had struck with alarming suddenness, almost as if it were aimed directly at her. What intrigued her further was the pale blue, flowing light enveloping the white treasure chest, which she had failed to notice the previous night. Another crash of thunder echoed, and this time, Su Xiao observed as the lightning coursed through the river, mingling with the swollen waters before converging upon the chest, clearly indicating its conductive nature. The treasure chest now appeared to transform into a perilous trap. Picking it up might very well result in her demise. Su Xiao remained on high alert. This was merely a white treasure chest, and she had no need for it. Even a 1 in a million chance was too great a risk to take. Having gambled once before, resulting in Xiao's closure, she could not afford to tempt fate again. Just as she was about to return to the cellar to dry her soaked hair and change her clothes, an incessant beeping sound pierced the air, nearly leading her to believe it was a notification. Turning towards the source of the sound, she soon realized it was the satellite receiving device. She hurried over, retrieved the equipment, and pressed the receive button. The distant drone of a helicopter's rotor blades filled the air, accompanied by a strange man's voice. "Hello. This is the Alliance Rescue Center. May I inquire your name? As per the agreement between the Alliance and yourself, we have located Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. They took refuge in a cellar, but the exit has been obstructed. Nevertheless, we have detected vital signs. They have sustained minor injuries and are currently in a state of unconsciousness." In the backdrop, thunder rumbled ominously, so swiftly, and rescue efforts are still underway. Images of their struggle against the rain flashed vividly in Su Xiao's mind. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Are you on land?" Does lightning specifically target you? Although the question seemed impolite, her curiosity compelled her to ask. The responder, taken aback by the peculiarity of her query, paused for a moment before replying, "Indeed. We are experiencing a thunderstorm. However, we are taking extensive precautions and continue to persevere in our rescue efforts. Besides Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, there are other victims as well. An urgent directive has been issued to prioritize contacting you after locating Mr. and Mrs. Jiang." Thus, it became evident that on land, lightning did not intentionally strike innocent survivors. Yet, the recent bolt had indeed seemed to head in her direction. It remained uncertain whether the peril of being struck by lightning during a storm was a universal threat or specifically targeted those bound to a secure shelter. As such thoughts occupied her mind, a peculiar leaf-shaped boat emerged before Su Xiao's fishing vessel, its design unusual, with curling tree branches providing a canopy against the storm. It resembled a leafy refuge, concealing its occupants from view. Observing quietly, she noticed a survivor clad in a raincoat, masked and tightly wrapped, stepping out from within. The individual lay prostrate on the flat boat, attempting to reach the treasure chest. The moment their hand grazed the chest, a blinding bolt of lightning struck. With a start, Su Xiao instinctively closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the red raincoat had been incinerated. The figure, now engulfed in smoke, plummeted into the river, floating face up like a lifeless fish. Their face was ashen, hair singed to a bare sheen, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. A leaf-shaped toy adorned their person. The electronic map on the fishing vessel revealed a red dot ahead, indicating an unbound safe house in proximity. Su Xiao mused, "This wretched apocalyptic game is fraught with traps, each more cunning than the last." Grasping the communication device, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts. Please look after them for me. Contact number 1349 and inform her that I will meet her at our usual place tomorrow at 10 a.m. After receiving confirmation from the other party, Su Xiao severed the connection. From 6 to 8 o'clock, nearly 2 hours had passed. Rather than attributing the alliance's speed to efficiency, it appeared they had been organizing professional rescue teams in Kyoto all along, enabling them to locate the group so swiftly. As Su Xiao prepared to return to the cellar, an unexpected chill enveloped her, penetrating her being and causing her to shudder. How cold it was. She touched her forehead, sensing a fever rising once more. Chapter 36. Invisibility. Hadn't she only experienced a slight fever in the morning? Now, it seemed to be returning with a vengeance. Was the infection worsening? That shouldn't be the case. Typically, symptoms of infection would manifest around 8 in the morning, not at this hour. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Xiao sneezed. Her nose began to run, and her throat ached. This infection was peculiar. It bore the hallmarks of a cold, yet the onset of symptoms was alarmingly rapid. Previously, even when Su Xiao was caught in the rain and caught a cold, it would take 4 to 12 hours for symptoms to gradually manifest. Fever, too, is a response initiated by the immune system once a certain quantity of invading viruses is detected by white blood cells. However, she had only been wet for a few minutes. This leaves only one possibility, since the advent of the Doomsday Game. The onset of ailments in the human body has accelerated. Once afflicted, symptoms appear rapidly, akin to a debilitating buff in the game. The healing potion is specifically targeted. Only through medication can one find resolution. Recognizing this possibility, Su Xiao prepared to return, yet recalled a task left unfinished. Upon exiting, she held a pair of long bamboo chopsticks. Cautiously, she extended the chopsticks over the fishing boat, relieved to find it had not been struck by lightning. It appeared that as long as one remained aboard, they would be safe from such a fate. Swiftly, she grasped a leaf-shaped toy from the corpse and retracted her chopsticks. She had successfully acquired a toy from the safe house. Carrying it back to the cellar, she also remembered to set the fishing boat for automatic navigation. Having checked the position with her locating device, she noted that South Island lay to the south of her current location. Although reachable by water, the distance was still considerable. Taking advantage of the wind, she allowed the fishing boat to drift for a while, planning to exchange information once Xiao Mo regained energy after midnight, and to discover methods for creating batteries and electric propellers, enabling a journey to South Island. Upon returning to the cellar, Su Xiao sneezed again. Her rising body temperature was indeed perilous. She hurriedly took her medication. The moment she ingested the medicine, the sense of weakness dissipated. At that moment, the temperature in the cellar was 17 degrees. Su Xiao dried her body, changed clothes, and wrapped herself in a blanket to feel somewhat warmer. Tossing her soiled clothes into the laundry basket, the dimly lit cellar had grown increasingly oppressive, filled with the crackling sounds of a thunderstorm. Without the communication center activated, Su Xiao found herself at a loss for activity. As creatures of emotion, humans easily succumb to melancholy when left idle. Of course, before the storm had fully gathered, Su Xiao rose and traversed the portal to her Ferrari. It was only 8:30, and by noon, Xiao would have regained her energy. With over 40 kilometers still to cover, she could observe the land's condition amidst the tempest, pressing the accelerator to a brisk 120 kilometers/h, free from the worry of being pursued by traffic authorities. As she passed by the Alliance's rescue camp, the sounds of children crying and voices conversing reached her ears. Suddenly, Xiao slammed on the brakes. Had she inadvertently triggered a glitch? Initially, her hypercar was designed to traverse the land while ignoring structures, seamlessly navigating through three-dimensional edifices. After her safety shelter had been upgraded, it became invisible, accessible solely through her own mental command to activate the dimensional handle. This meant that regardless of whether she applied the brakes, the survivors outside remained oblivious to her presence and that of her car. Ironically, due to Xiaomo's shutdown, she could still hear the sounds beyond her sanctuary. Thus, as she approached the Alliance's rescue camp, not only could she discern the thunder, but also the conversations of those nearby. Was this not akin to spying while cloaked? No, she was no voyeur. She was merely employing her resources wisely to gather information. Deciding to park, she took the opportunity to observe the situation at the rescue camp. The rescue camp, a temporary refuge constructed from numerous small tents and lightweight materials, was filled with the booming sounds of thunder as rainwater incessantly seeped in from the outside. Yet, the occupants paid little heed to their discomfort. At that moment, any place to escape the downpour was a blessing. Observing the scene, Xiao gradually released the clutch, entering the camp at an exceedingly slow pace. It was a peculiar sensation. Although she could clearly see the people around her, they remained oblivious to her presence. In fact, at such a close distance, she could even discern the pores on their faces, yet she was able to pass through their bodies as if she were a mere specter. She pondered whether other mobile safe houses possessed the same attribute or if it was solely a characteristic of her supercar, enhanced by the closure of her assistant, Xiao. However, contemplating this further seemed implausible. The previous supercar had manifested itself when traveling below 50 miles per hour. This newfound invisibility was likely a result of the anti-loss suggestion she had proposed after her upgrade, which had been thoroughly resolved. She overheard a woman anxiously inquiring of a nearby man regarding the veracity of a statement. If they could endure for just 5 more days, would the unbound safe houses transform into public shelters? Xiao pressed the brake. What alternative did she have if she did not believe? The Alliance had promised to deliver supplies to the rescue center during this period, aiding everyone in holding on until the official update arrived. The man glanced at the sky after speaking, but who could predict what might transpire in those 5 days? He coughed, evidently suffering from a chill. It was certain that the Doomsday Game had issued another notification at 8 o'clock, but Xiao had been unaware of it, having just depleted Xiaomo's energy. Stumbling upon the function of her invisible supercar in the absence of the Doomsday Intelligent Assistant was merely a stroke of luck. Traversing the rescue camp, Xiao glimpsed 2 men engaged in a private conversation behind it. A peculiar sensation akin to being pricked by a needle enveloped her as she navigated between their bodies, instilling a sense of uncleanliness as if they had sullied her vehicle. She resolved that a car wash was imperative, just as she prepared to accelerate. Their dialogue caught her attention. One of them remarked that the surrendered safe houses were intended to augment the number of shelters available for survivors. According to the system announcement, an unbound safe house could be upgraded to a public refuge capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals after a version update. If there were 10 million unbound safe houses, wouldn't that mean we could all survive? A public refuge for 10 billion souls. Xiao hastily pressed the brakes to eavesdrop further. The nearby individual scoffed. What are you thinking, my friend? Are you out of your mind? Do you really believe everyone can survive? Do you have any idea how many safe houses are currently bound? I do not know, came the respondent's reply, shaking his head. Today's game did not reveal that. Then it's settled. How could the survivors bound to the safe houses ever relinquish them? The speaker patted the man's shoulder and continued, moreover, a public refuge accommodates only 1,000 people. Given the current circumstances, the Doomsday Game has only just commenced. It is not merely a matter of 1 day. How much provision would a refuge need to sustain 1,000 mouths for a single day? That is the crux of the matter. Even if there are sufficient shelters for more individuals, it does not guarantee that all of them can endure. 7 days hence marks the true beginning of the apocalypse. Presently, Blue Star can no longer restore its industrial capacity, and the scarcity of resources will become the paramount issue. They may not necessarily perish from the catastrophe, rather. It is far more likely that they will fall prey to their own kind. Chapter 37. Power on Xiao furrowed his brow. Although the man had not secured a safe house, the persistent notifications from the Doomsday Game system made him acutely aware of its peculiarities. He realized that failing to locate and bind a safe house promptly had already cost him a crucial advantage. So, does this mean we cannot survive even after entering the refuge? This is not the most terrifying aspect. A brother of mine divulged some information. He mentioned that only by binding a safe house can one access the special resources that appear within the Doomsday game. These resources include food, tools, and an array of bizarre items. Just look at what we are consuming now. Instant noodles. After 5 days, they will be inedible. Inedible? Why is that? I see that the expiration date still shows 12 months. Who knows? My brother said that once he bound his safe house, the food supplies possessed a temporal quality. After 5 days, they might either vanish or become expired, ultimately transforming into something unrecognizable. We must devise a plan, or... The speaker lowered his voice and leaned into whisper. The man was to his left, and Xiao followed suit, shifting to the right. If one could observe, the atmosphere would appear uncanny. To kill, to seize the safe houses of other survivors. This is no simple task. Safe houses are elusive, appearing unexpectedly before you. Those survivors are cunning, fleeing at the mere sight of others. Some safe houses are immobile, compelling survivors to venture out in search of supplies. There is another piece of news. The Alliance has confiscated numerous safe houses, and it is rumored that they have consolidated these safe houses in one location for unified transport. However, the conversation was left unfinished. Those who have pledged allegiance to the Alliance understand that betraying it requires a propitious moment. While some are mending, others are relentlessly sowing discord. What 1349 mentioned may not be mere fabrications, yet the Alliance's pursuit of its objectives is fraught with challenges. She must remain vigilant against such individuals. Xiao has seized the initiative, possessing the finest resources. Survivors in impoverished alleys may covet the resources held by a high-level player like her even more. Thus, she must heighten her vigilance and maintain a distance from such individuals. Pressing the accelerator, she no longer lingered, but the sight of people was scant, and not a single treasure chest was in sight. It was understandable, as resources refreshed at 8 a.m., and in populous areas, they would have long been depleted. She spotted a rescue team, yet the torrential rain compelled her to abandon the mission. With 27 kilometers left to traverse in her supercar, continuing would merely squander resources. Xiao applied the brakes, choosing not to proceed further. The thunderstorm raged on, each clap of thunder piercing her eardrums. Over time, she grew somewhat desensitized to it. Wrapped in a blanket, she refrained from returning to the cellar, instead opting to quietly wait in the vehicle. As the clock struck 12, a sound echoed. Beep, beep, beep. Your intelligent assistant, Xiao Mo, has completed its charging and is now booting up. Boot sequence complete. Xiao Mo, greetings, I am Xiao Mo, your post-apocalyptic intelligent assistant. I have been inactive for 4 hours and 1 minute, during which you have missed 2 official announcements regarding the Apocalypse game. I will now relay this information to you. At 8 o'clock p.m., the Doomsday game announced that the number of safe houses was limited. Following the update 5 days later, unbound safe houses would transform into shelters capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. At midnight, the Doomsday game informed that a new day had commenced, and conditions would continue to deteriorate. Survivors were urged to persevere, as there remained 128, 345 unbound safe houses. To her surprise, upon activating her device, Xiaoma was greeted with this lengthy announcement. Xiao felt a surge of emotion. Xiaoma, once merely an electronic assistant in her perception, had evolved into something more significant. Most importantly, should she choose to distance herself from the crowd, Xiaoma would become her sole companion. Xiaoma, I apologize, Xiao began, her voice sincere. After a brief pause, Xiaoma inquired, why apologize? The owner has not caused me any harm. I neglected your feelings, exhausting your energy, and forcing you to shut down. Xiao replied earnestly. What would you like to consume? I shall provide for you. Xiaoma explained, it is of no consequence. Although I shut down, I am quite content. For me, shutting down resembles a human taking a break from work. Affection level with Xiaoma increased to 9. Ah, I see. It can be tiring. Yet it does not diminish happiness. Should I schedule regular breaks for you? It was understandable that energy had been consumed, yet the affection level remained unaffected. Xiaoma responded, I apologize, but I cannot request rest autonomously. If the owner does not require me, a command can be issued to turn me off or on. A forced shutdown is akin to using a phone until it runs out of battery before recharging. It resembles a tyrant squeezing his employees until they collapse from exhaustion, only to relent thereafter. Yet, Xiao Mo expresses her inability to request a break voluntarily. Whose demand is this? Is Xiao Mo also merely a laborer in this apocalyptic game? How tragic that would be. Henceforth, when I venture out in search of supplies, I shall power down to allow you some respite. With newfound empathy, Xiao spoke earnestly. No sooner had she finished speaking than a notification sounded in her ear. Xiao Mo's affection for the homeowner has reached 10, unlocking the proactive intelligence prompt function. Xiao was taken aback. Xiao Mo continued. Homeowner, your communication center has accumulated 999 messages. You may review them, or if you find the volume overwhelming, you may issue a command for me to assist in filtering the information for you. Enhancing Xiao Mo's affection also bore this advantage. Previously, she had no knowledge of the identities within her communication center, as Xiao Mo would only respond when commanded. Now, with the affection reaching 10, it had transformed into Xiao Mo taking the initiative. Xiao Mo, open the communication center. The panel for the communication center emerged, and the sight of 999 messages evoked a sense reminiscent of a customer service representative addressing negative feedback complaints. The ordinary survivors' names appeared in white, all seeking her assistance in opening treasure chests, while the names of advanced players, highlighted in red, were prioritized for viewing. Yu has tomorrow. Sister, help. I've been caught in the rain and have a fever. I feel as though my white blood cells are wreaking havoc within me. My temperature is soaring, and it seems I am on the brink of a cytokine storm. Do you still have that healing potion? The functionality of the upgrade treasure chest. Aside from the illumination blueprint, I also wish to exchange my gasoline crafting blueprint with you. 49. The props treasure chest synthesis device allows you to exchange your basic materials chest upgrade information. This instrument can be utilized to elevate the blue treasure chests. Master Rashi, brother, I possess a level 2 weapon station upgrade blueprint. Would you like to trade it for your level 2 basic chest upgrade information? Additionally, I have a story to share with you, a magnificent tale. Xiao, what did she miss during these 4 hours? She had overlooked a fortune that was tantalizingly close at hand. Initially, Xiao had no intention of asking for too much, as this was information that would inevitably come to light. Being overly greedy could jeopardize friendships, which is why she refrained from making exorbitant demands for the healing potions. Chapter 38. Possessiveness. Xiao promptly replied, I apologize. I encountered an unexpected situation and did not see your message. Is the exchange still possible? Master Rashi almost instantly responded, Oh no, are you all right? Were you out searching for supplies at night? But tonight there is thunder and heavy rain. It's quite cold outside. The lightning in the desert could scorch a person to ashes. I was worried when you didn't reply. His concern was almost instinctive. In this apocalyptic world, as he traversed the desert alone, despite not having met Xiao face to face, she had become a good friend who helped him through his most vulnerable moments. He truly did not wish for anything to happen to her. Even in the face of the apocalypse, the thought of being the only person left in the world rendered existence itself rather meaningless. Xiao, I'm fine. Please give me the blueprint, and I will exchange with you. She calculated inwardly. She certainly requires the upgrade blueprints for the level 2 weapon station. Although the so-called apocalyptic monsters have yet to make their appearance, a higher weapon tier is always preferable. One can never predict the circumstances that may arise after the novice phase. Upon upgrading the weapon station, she will be able to enhance her weapons to level 3 and unlock new functionalities. Currently, she possesses 1 level 2 weapon and 2 level 1 weapons, while only 2 red treasure chests are in her possession. To upgrade to a level 3 weapon, 3 level 2 weapons are necessary. Even if she were to open both red treasure chests with Master Rashi, she would still be short by 1. Initially, she had intended to accumulate more red treasure chests before presenting them to Master Rashi. But the number of red chests she has found is even fewer than that of purple chests. She suspects that the distribution of treasure chests may be correlated with the regions, yet this remains mere speculation, as no one can confirm how many chests refresh daily. It seems that most of the red treasure chests in the communication center have already been claimed by Master Rashi. After a moment's contemplation, she added to Master Rashi, I can offer you a complimentary message, but I require your assistance in collecting weapon treasure chests. I can exchange food supplies for weapons. Master Rashi, upon hearing this, realized that his good friend needed weapons. Why didn't you say so earlier? We are like family, and there is no need for formality. After all, I will also be asking for your help in weapon synthesis. After typing out the words no problem, I noticed a message from the other party. When the single treasure chest in the warehouse reaches a storage capacity of 99, it will trigger a notification, informing survivors that they can request assistance from the intelligent housekeeper, Xiao Mo, to synthesize the treasure chest. The intelligent housekeeper, Xiao Mo, has a daily energy of 100, and each synthesis consumes 30. Energy can be replenished by feeding it supplies. When the energy reaches 0, Xiao Mo will shut down due to insufficient energy, rendering it unable to access the exchange center for resource trading or receive system prompts until dawn, when it will restore energy and reboot. I was taken aback. The turtle sage, who had been curled up under the blanket, suddenly sat up, recalling the previous conversation with the other party. I quickly realized that it was highly likely I had obtained dozens of yellow treasure chests from the suffocated corpse of an infected individual after burning an entire sandcastle. Fearing that the other party might perish, I wanted to stockpile double the resources in the safe house, hastily tossing the chests over for the other party to open, ultimately leading them to stack their medicinal treasure chests to 99. It dawned on me that this was the mechanism behind the subtle reminder to accumulate treasure chests. I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself. What a loss of 10 billion. Xiao received the blueprint and was preparing to use it when 49 replied, "Trade, now?" Xiao quickly responded, "Of course, I can offer you an additional message for free, but you must tell me how this thing came about." The item treasure chest synthesis device, the final method of upgrading the last color treasure chest. 49 directly gifted the blue treasure chest to Xiao, adding a note, "It comes from opening a blue item treasure chest." Xiao. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. This truly exemplifies the age-old conundrum of the chicken and the egg. Aside from the fortuitous individual known as 49, who possesses the coveted blue treasure chest eggs, who else could be so fortunate as to acquire more for exchange? It is only 49 who might command multiple crafting stations, with all such apparatus potentially under her dominion. The terrifying aspect of the treasure chest eggs lies not merely in the prospect of doubled resources, but rather in the opaque mechanisms at play. For instance, when someone seeks Xiao to open a food treasure chest, she implicitly allows the chest to remain while exchanging the resources already obtained, water and snacks, with the other party, ultimately discovering a method to upgrade the chest and unveil fresh ingredients. Thus, the holder of the chest remains utterly oblivious to the actual contents she has procured. 49 operates similarly. Survivors entrust their blue chests to her, presuming that the outcome will invariably be doubled items. As a survivor adept in wielding the blue treasure chest eggs, 49 may retain 2 crafting stations for her own use and trade other doubled items with the survivors, who remain incapable of verifying whether the items she produces originated from their own chests. Everything hinges upon the assertions of the other party. The concept of the treasure chest egg, when articulated favorably, suggests a doubling of resources. Conversely, when viewed less charitably, it resembles the capitalist exploitation of laborers. Hence, even high-grade chests, devoid of eggs, cannot be entrusted to others. Only low-grade chests can be exchanged in quantities with a sense of security. The significance of the tool station, carefully preserved by 49 until the opportune moment for trading other treasure chest upgrade information, suggests that it has been in their possession for an extended period. This indicates a survivor with intricate scheming, unwilling to allow their synthesis resources to fall into the hands of others. Upon receiving the item synthesis apparatus, Xiao calmly put it to use. Much like the weapon station, the item synthesis apparatus is embedded within the walls of the basement, featuring a recess that accommodates 3 level 1 item chests. Once closed and reopened, it yields a level 2 item chest. Subsequently, Xiao utilized the level 2 weapon station upgrade blueprint. This blueprint is designed exclusively for assistance with a level 1 weapon station. Upon application, a notification emerges. The level 1 weapon station has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking the functions of disassembling and synthesizing chests. Disassembly allows for the breakdown of weapons into fundamental materials, while synthesizing chests enables the direct creation of weapon chests. With the current maximum synthesis capability reaching level 3 weapon chests, the weapon station is now capable of synthesizing chests. However, Xiao possessed a limited number of weapon chests. After contemplation, she sought out Master Rashi to exchange for one, offering the information that the level 2 weapon station could synthesize advanced chests as the trade condition. Master Rashi currently retained 10 level 1 red chests. Such red chests were already scarce. Most survivors who previously approached him for chest openings had paid their fees predominantly in food resources. Even the weapons he had acquired were often traded for item blueprints, leaving him with few chests. Nonetheless, as the dawn of the 3rd day approached, with a reduction in architectural puzzles, the obsolescence of plant puzzles, and the onset of rain, the demand for weapons appeared to have diminished, allowing him to accumulate these chests. After listening to Xiao, I promptly delivered the items to him. With the 2 he already possessed, he could successfully forge 1 level 2 and 1 level 3 weapon chest. The level 2 weapon chest displayed, Weapon 99, 9. Universal Transformation Stone 0, 1, while the level 3 weapon chest exhibited, Weapon 90, Universal Transformation Stone 9, 99, Goddess Plaything 0, 0, 1. Xiao pondered. What on earth is Goddess Plaything? Suddenly, a surge of possessiveness struck him. He yearned to claim that chest and unveil its contents. Chapter 39. The Raincoat. Upon extending his hand, Xiao restrained himself. A gambler cannot abide by such probabilistic chests. He still needed to rely on the Turtle Sage for weapon collection, and it was unwise to jeopardize that avenue just yet. He hastily dispatched the level 3 weapon chest, preferring to keep it out of sight. As for the remaining level 2 weapon chests, Xiao contemplated for a moment. Since synthesizing weapons does not consume energy, it stands to reason that higher level chests yield superior items. Thus, he decided to retain them unopened. Fishy had yet to respond. Xiao then perused the ordinary survivors on the chat panel, seeking a fortunate soul to assist in opening supplies. Following the sequence, he opened the first message from 192-3748. Homeowner 192-3748. Are you there, esteemed one? I have 2 food chests. Could you assist me in opening them? I've heard that 2 chests can yield 4 units of food supplies, and you would only take 1 unit, right? Homeowner 192-3748. Is the esteemed one absent? Homeowner 192-3748. It's raining at this hour. It's impossible to venture out for supplies. Are you disinterested in my 2 chests and too lazy to open them? Homeowner 192-3748. The esteemed one remains silent. How aloof. Owner 192-3748. Does the big boss not keep his word? Xiao. People are inherently different, especially in terms of intellect. I directly blacklisted him and proceeded to open the second one in sequence. To my surprise, the other party sent over 7 yellow treasure chests. Remnants of our previous collaboration. Big boss, could you exchange some medicinal supplies? I returned home drenched from the rain and now have a fever. The antipyretics I took were ineffective. And despite opening several treasure chests, none contained antipyretics. I was hoping you might be able to procure some. These are my last remaining medicinal chests. This message was sent 15 minutes ago. I wonder if the person is still available. Is it true that only a healing potion can remedy this cold? Without hesitation, I instructed Xiao Mo to synthesize a level 2 medicinal chest, but alas, it did not yield a healing potion. The second level 2 chest also failed to produce one. Undeterred, I had Xiao Mo synthesize a third. At last, the third level 2 chest revealed 2 units of healing potion, which, thanks to a double reward, became 4. What distinguishes this from a high-stakes lottery in a game? Fortunately, I didn't encounter excessive misfortune. The 3 chests consumed 90 energy points and yielded 4 healing potions. The remaining 26 units were mere ordinary potions, which, when administered to Xiao Mo, would only restore 26 energy points. A significant loss indeed. I sent her one. This gesture embodies both unconditional trust and a choice born of desperation. I could genuinely feel joy in offering one of the 4, with a prize in hand. It would be easy to accumulate supplies, yet in comparison to the previous survivor, this situation was far more uplifting. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. After delivering the items, Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Surely, one could not rely on a healing potion every time one ventured out into the rain and caught a cold. That would be an egregious waste. This potion, a medium-grade elixir capable of curing all non-pathogenic ailments, was a vital remedy for critical moments. How could it be squandered on a mere cold? Was there not something that could prevent such ailments caused by changes in weather? Suddenly, Xiao recalled a matter. The turtle hermit had previously created 2 schematics for a sewing machine. She had not exchanged them. Yet she had yet to see any armors or garments materialize in the world. She inquired of the turtle hermit, "Have you utilized the schematics for the sewing machine? Have you fashioned anything?" The turtle hermit replied, "No, that contraption offered no guidance. After its construction, it consumed a space in my safe house. And I have yet to unlock any clothing-related schematics." Xiao questioned, "How could the basic processing table still require schematics?" The turtle hermit responded, "What else would it need? Am I to craft it myself using fabric? But I lack the skill." Xiao suggested, "Perhaps if you place the fabric on it, it will operate autonomously?" The turtle hermit replied, "I have tried. I placed fabric upon it, but it yielded no result. Nothing occurred." This was indeed troubling. Xiao demanded, "What about the other schematic? Hand it over to me." She suspected that her foster father might be somewhat dim-witted. The turtle hermit, equally curious about the functionality of this seemingly useless machine, handed over the inconceivable schematic to Xiao. Low-level sewing machine, capable of crafting basic armor. The description was rather mundane. Xiao directly utilized 8 iron blocks and 6 wooden planks to craft a basic processing table, fortuitously possessing some scattered materials and around 10 treasure chests filled with supplies. After crafting, she placed the table in the cellar. The sewing machine, adorned in a vintage style, featured an integrated tabletop that was inseparable from the machine itself. However, it provided no explicit instructions. On the wooden tabletop, there lay a square iron plate positioned precisely beneath the machine, seemingly intended for placing materials, accompanied by a foot pedal below, which, when pressed, elicited no response whatsoever. Having played numerous games, Xiao found this scenario reminiscent of The Room, a puzzle game where players must discover items and observe their surroundings to place these items strategically for further actions. The sewing machine evoked a similar sense of unprompted interaction. Su Xiao first inserted a piece of fabric and pressed the foot pedal of the sewing machine, while simultaneously turning the wheel with one hand. The machine remained utterly still. Following this, she added a second, third, and continued until she had stacked 10 pieces of fabric, yet the sewing machine showed no signs of movement. It was not a matter of insufficient fabric, perhaps there was an issue with the materials themselves? Su Xiao's attention shifted to the materials. Level 1 armor should not require materials from a Level 2 treasure chest. The basic materials of Level 1 comprised only 4 types: wooden planks, iron blocks, plastic, and fabric. Could it be that a combination of materials was necessary? After a moment of waiting, Master Rashi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother, have you made any progress?" The sewing machine appeared utterly useless, and he regretted its utilization. Yet, the reality was that there were no worthless blueprints. Only players who lacked ingenuity. Su Xiao placed a piece of plastic and a piece of fabric together, and after gently pressing the pedal, the sewing machine began to operate autonomously. In less than 3 seconds, the plastic and fabric vanished, revealing a protective gear accompanied by instructions beneath the machine. Disposable raincoat. Instructions. When worn, it prevents the adverse health effects caused by exposure to rain during outings. He presented this creation to Master Rashi. Hoping to illustrate that employing tools requires intellect, Master Rashi exclaimed, "No. Why? Why can't I create something like this? Does the machine judge based on appearance?" Su Xiao replied, "It's a matter of material proportions, 1 part plastic and 1 part fabric. At least 2 distinct materials are necessary. The machine may not judge by looks, but it certainly favors intellect." Master Rashi countered, "But how can plastic and fabric be used to make clothing? Clothing is meant to be worn, and plastic is rigid. This game lacks any sense of logic." Su Xiao, growing weary of the explanation, recalled that the sewing machine had utilized iron and wood. The shared suffix material in the names of fabric and plastic led him to prioritize their potential for a combinatory relationship. Furthermore, in reality, plastic can indeed be fashioned into clothing. After processes such as crushing, cleaning, and melting, plastic can be transformed into recycled polyester fibers, commonly known as recycled polyester fabric. Ignoring Master Rashi's futile rage, he received a message from Yu. "Sister, I'm awake." It was terrifying. "I feel as though my energy has been completely drained." Chapter 40. The Unlucky One. Su Xiao immediately responded, "Is something wrong?" Upon reflection, I realized my previous wording was inadequate, so I added, "Are you all right?" Yu replied, "I'm alive, but I feel utterly drained." This cold struck me with alarming rapidity. Within a mere 2 hours, I was gripped by fever and a runny nose. I lack a thermometer, yet I suspect my temperature soared close to 42 degrees Celsius. I can't help but wonder if my white blood cells are on the verge of initiating a cytokine storm within me. A cytokine storm signifies an overwhelming immune response. When the body temperature reaches 42 degrees, it triggers this reaction, intending to obliterate all viral cells, yet it indiscriminately annihilates healthy cells as well. Consequently, while the virus may be vanquished following a cytokine storm, the healthy cells meet the same fate, leaving the individual utterly depleted. However, it appears that you will be all right. This sudden affliction is unlikely to be life-threatening, and one could endure it without medication. Su Xiao pondered and inquired, "Are there any other side effects?" After a considerable time spent evaluating herself, Yi reported that aside from a slight heaviness in her body, there seemed to be no significant changes. However, moments later, Su Xiao received a definitive message. Yu declared, "My buff is gone." She continued, "During the first night, a limited time challenge involving zombies appeared, and I fought against one and then a horde. I chose agility. After consuming the potion, I felt as light as a feather, running as swiftly as if I were flying. But now, my body feels particularly weighted. Previously, I felt so light that I could have been mistaken for ashes. Yet now I can genuinely feel the ground shake with each jump." Thus, the absence of medication following the onset of illness resulted in the dissipation of the effects granted by the apocalyptic potion. Even if one were to forego medication multiple times, it could lead to the accumulation of a more severe debilitation, a most unfortunate circumstance for her hard-earned boon. The advantage of swiftness has allowed her to escape peril on numerous occasions, preserving her very existence. She promptly messaged Su Xiao, "Sister, do you have any medicine? Please let me try it and see if it can restore my strength. By the way, I also need the method for synthesizing treasure chests." After sending this, she relayed the previously agreed-upon blueprints for the lighting apparatus and gasoline. Su Xiao, possessing the medicine and preparing to deliver it, contemplated before responding, "I'll tell you how to synthesize the treasure chests, but you'll need to do it yourself." Upon receiving this information, Yi remained significantly more composed than the turtle immortal, as she had not lost 10 billion. Utilizing energy, she synthesized 3 medicine chests and quickly discerned Upon seeing the probabilities that rare medicines were only obtainable from high-level chests, basic chests were of no concern, yet for higher-tier chests, the items acquired were merely contingent upon the other party's assertion of their absence. Furthermore, there was no means to verify this, as opening blueprints necessitated the submission of 2 identical blueprints as proof, and once utilized, blueprints rarely reappeared. It was no wonder that only blueprint chests did not require upgrading. Opening one yielded nothing, leaving her somewhat disheartened, but she pressed on. Rubbing her hands together, she continued to open the second, which also proved fruitless. Doubts began to creep in, yet she steeled herself to attempt a third. Still no success. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she messaged Xiao, "Are you certain it's a level 2 yellow chest? I've opened 3, and not a single item." In hindsight, she mused. It might have been better to have opened them for her sister. Xiao, in truth, it might be a matter of luck. I have consecutively failed to open 2 boxes, but the third yielded 2 treasures, which transformed into 4 upon the chest's surprise reveal. A level 1 chest contains a single basic unit, while a level 2 chest consists of 5 such units, each with an individual probability, allowing for the possibility of simultaneous appearances. The food chest is counted as 1 unit, comprising 1 portion of water and 1 portion of food. Had I known earlier, I would have let you open it. If luck favored us, you might have secured double the resources. Hindsight is indeed invaluable. Xiao, probability-based resources can often lead to disappointment and strained friendships. My intentions are rooted in the longevity of our collaborative bond. If one opens a chest and finds nothing, it could lead to discord. Only a truly devoted leader would accept such outcomes without resentment. The synthesis of these chests requires energy from the intelligent steward, and henceforth, Xiao will be reluctant to exchange rare resources. The healing potions she possesses are sufficient for her needs. Tomorrow, she intends to continue synthesizing advanced chests, and upon gathering 3 level 2 chests, she will attempt to create a level 3 chest to examine its probabilities. Where there is poison, there is also an antidote. The emergence of symptoms necessitates medication. Neglecting to take it would render the potion ineffective, indicating that the advanced yellow chest may very well contain functional drugs akin to the doomsday potions. After all, the time challenges are not overly difficult, and the rewards are not necessarily exclusive, possibly just an early experience. Yu did not reply, prompting Xiao to peruse the subsequent private messages. An overwhelming number inundated her vision. She decided to enlist Xiaomo's assistance in filtering the messages, prioritizing those from survivors who directly offered chests in exchange, followed by those who had yet to rest. However, due to Xiao's disappearance for several hours, her prolonged silence may well indicate her unfortunate demise. As she sifted through the treasure chests, her efficiency waned until the clock struck 2 in the morning, yielding only a handful of medicinal and food chests. Not a single black treasure chest had materialized, and the following day offered no challenges, leaving a stable means of acquiring material chests elusive. Xiao pondered and then inquired of Master Rashi, "What treasures have you uncovered?" Indeed, she was awaiting Rashi's treasure opening, contemplating whether to proceed after him. Master Rashi had not yet succumbed to slumber. I haven't opened them yet." Xiao queried. "Why not?" He replied, "I just don't have a good feeling about it. When I play games, I rely heavily on my instincts, and today doesn't seem promising. I believe it's best to wait until tomorrow." He even resorted to mysticism. Xiao responded, "Let me know once you've opened them." Since Master Rashi hesitated, she too decided to refrain from opening her chest today, opting to observe his luck first. Her own luck was mediocre, while the fish remained ominously dark. Should Rashi's fortune prove favorable, she might take a chance. Xiao was no stranger to such superstitions. Previously, she had designed a lottery game with a guaranteed probability model. The chance of drawing a rare item was a mere 0.01. Yet a player could ensure acquisition of that rare item after spending a significant amount of money to draw 10,000 times. The fortunate luck of those who paid often incited the envy and frustration of those who invested heavily. As time passed, Xiao closed her eyes and attempted to sleep. The cellar was tranquil, yet slumber eluded her. The first night had been marked by exhaustion from her injuries, but after taking medication today, her wounds were healing, and her body felt no fatigue. However, the absence of sleep proved to be even more agonizing. She spoke, "Xiaoma, could you play a soothing melody for sleep? Preferably the gentle sound of rain, without any thunder." Xiaoma replied, "I am currently searching for one." A delicate patter of raindrops filled the air, so vivid and tranquil, conjuring images of rain dancing upon the banana leaves in a serene courtyard. Before long, she drifted into slumber. At 8 in the morning, she was awakened by a new notification sound. Chapter 41. Gasoline as dawn broke at 8 o'clock. The resources of the apocalypse had refreshed. Congratulations to the survivors. You have successfully endured to the third day of the novice period. It is truly astonishing that there are still 5 billion survivors in Blue Star. As the Lord of the Apocalypse, it is indeed a pity. The sound that reached her ears resembled something falling to the ground and rolling around, akin to the clatter of dice. Engage in a simple game. The rain that follows will bestow a delightful experience upon the survivors for the next hour. Rather than the feeble cries of the timid, the Lord prefers heroes, those who, despite knowing the harsh truths of the world, are willing to live courageously. Step forth boldly. Endure the pain, and maintain clarity until the end to reap the rewards. Infection level, 48. Yesterday, upon waking, the infection level had risen by 10. Today, it stands at 20. Will it increase by 30 or 40 tomorrow? Xiao utilized 2 vials of preventive medicine, effectively reducing the infection level to 8. After a brief wash of her face, brushing her teeth, and combing her hair, she realized it had been 3 days since her last bath, and she felt she was on the verge of becoming odorous. In the morning, I opted for a modest breakfast of milk and bread, and found myself yearning for eggs. This reminded me of the survivor residing in a treehouse, who had the chance to procure bird eggs daily. What a delight! A regular source of protein. I was promptly transported to a fishing vessel, where the thunder had ceased and a gentle drizzle fell, painting the surroundings in vibrant shades of green. The air was permeated with an unsettling, acrid scent reminiscent of rotten eggs. Xiao pinched his nose, preparing to step onto the deck, only to be startled by a hissing sound. The rain hitting the deck caused it to emit smoke, accompanied by a searing sensation of charred heat. Could it be acid rain? Xiao swiftly retreated, manipulating the portal to teleport into a sports car, making a U-turn to head back. Before long, he spotted the Alliance camp from the previous day. Pressing the accelerator, he barreled into the camp for a closer inspection. The stench was overwhelming. This rain was truly foul. Most people were pinching their noses, their faces weary, hair disheveled, resembling individuals just roused from slumber. It appeared that prior to the announcement, the rain had been ordinary. But after the doomsday deity cast their dice, it transformed into acid rain. They had all been resting, but the pungent odor of the rain abruptly roused them. Some individuals were continuously rubbing their eyes, wondering if the rain was irritating them. The sound of dripping echoed, drawing everyone's attention upward. Rainwater seeped through the crevices of the makeshift shelter, cascading onto their faces. A typical occurrence, yet in the next moment, one man hunched over, his face contorted in agony. The rainwater that fell upon him began to corrode his skin at an alarming rate. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled. The man collapsed, helplessly curling up, soon losing consciousness as if he had ceased to breathe. In the midst of the crowd, an unsettling silence enveloped the air as everyone raised their heads, their expressions shifting dramatically. Xiao, unable to hear, instructed, Xiao Mo, initiate rest mode. Understood, came the response. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. This is not rain. It is sulfuric acid. This precipitation seeks to annihilate us. Panic erupted within the doomsday camp, a chaotic surge of bodies pushing against one another. A man, pushed to the precipice, inadvertently allowed the rain to taint his left arm. After a stunned 2 seconds, he instinctively seized a nearby machete and severed his own limb. Following a cry of agony, a nearby woman rushed to staunch the bleeding, and indeed, the man was spared further corrosion. With a pallid complexion, he lifted his gaze to express gratitude to the woman, only to hear a voice nearby utter in despair, "It's futile. We are all doomed." Above, small apertures began to form in the sky. After speaking, the individual collapsed to the ground, clutching their face and emitting anguished cries. Acid rain. How can it dissolve color-coded steel plates? They are supposed to be acid-resistant. Indeed, but this rain is the acid rain of a cataclysmic game, not the acid rain that once fell upon Blue Star. As for its intention, Xiao followed the trajectory of the rain, realizing that while it would not corrode the ground, it would gradually seep into the crevices, potentially obliterating the lives buried beneath the rubble. Those who had not yet completely succumbed. Its purpose is to eradicate life on Blue Star, achieving a desired tally. This camp alone harbored at least 100 souls. And soon, they too would likely vanish. Without further consideration, Xiao pressed the accelerator, choosing not to linger. He contemplated opening the communication center to inquire about everyone's status, but recalling that he had just set Xiao Mo to rest, he decided against it. As she passed by a puddle, she noticed a dark liquid within it. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of acid rain, mingled with a pungent odor of ether. Suddenly, Xiao halted, observing the black liquid in the pit and sensing something amiss. Firstly, normal rainwater is not this glossy and dark. Even acid rain typically leaves a light green hue on the ground. Furthermore, the black liquid in this pit remained at a consistent 7/10 full, showing no signs of overflowing despite the relentless downpour. Thus, this must be a resource. Su Xiao donned the disposable raincoat she had crafted the previous day and exited the vehicle. After all, acid rain is still rain. Even as she prepared to venture out, she couldn't help but grip her healing potion tightly, ready to retreat to the car and consume it should she be corroded by the acid rain. The moment she stepped outside, the icy droplet struck her face, yet it did not pain her. This indicated that the raincoat effectively shielded her from the detrimental effects of the acid rain. She immediately crouched down to touch the dark liquid in the pit. It was oil. Remarkably, it was oil. The blueprint for gasoline that Yu had given her yesterday listed the materials, oil 1 and sulfuric acid 1. She had never encountered either of these materials before, nor had they ever emerged from a treasure chest. They had seemingly fallen from the sky. Curiously, she reached towards the adjacent green puddle. Sulfuric acid 1. Indeed, this was no mere acid rain. It was clearly gasoline. The two equally sized pits began to replenish after being harvested, and judging by the accumulation rate, it would take at least 5 minutes to gather another portion. Su Xiao returned to her vehicle to search for additional oil pits in other areas. After approximately 1 kilometer, I encountered a second oil pit of the same nature, noted its coordinates, and extracted oil and sulfuric acid before relocating. Along the way, I spotted another oil pit, but suddenly a wildcat appeared, leaping beside the pit. In the next moment, a girl emerged, also clad in a raincoat, bending down to collect the oil. I was a moment too late and had to turn back to the first pit to gather more oil. However, after collecting for the second time, the oil pit vanished. Each pit could only be harvested twice at most. More than 30 minutes elapsed, during which I extracted 18 units of gasoline resources and synthesized 3 portions. Having traveled over 50 kilometers, I noticed the diminishing number of oil pits, realizing that gasoline resources were finite and that other survivors were also scavenging. What about that riddle? Perhaps it suggests courage in seeking gasoline. Yet enduring this ordeal and remaining steadfast to the end seems incongruous with the act of collecting oil. Instead, Chapter 42 resonated in my mind, conjuring the image of a man corroded by sulfuric acid, collapsing in agony before succumbing to breathlessness. Could it be that survivors are meant to endure acid rain? Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. It turned out that I had subconsciously driven towards the outskirts of the city, intending to distance the Ferrari from the cellar while hoping to reach Kyoto. To my dismay, I found myself on an elevated highway that had long since collapsed. With water pooling beneath, the sports car could not proceed and had to navigate through winding mountain roads. Green rainwater splattered against the windshield. Acid rain had only fallen for an hour, and now, at 8:45, I had merely 15 minutes left to ponder my next move. If the guess proves correct, perhaps one might receive some extraordinary materials and abilities akin to a time-limited reward. However, should the guess be erroneous, one would meet the same fate as the man from earlier, corroded by sulfuric acid. How long did that man endure? It seems he succumbed after barely a minute. The literal riddle suggests maintaining consciousness until the very end, resisting the urge to faint. Fainting leads to demise, relying solely on willpower? Su Xiao gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. Fortune favors the bold. If she faltered, she would resort to medication, clutching the healing potion tightly. Su Xiao discarded her disposable raincoat, which vanished upon removal, and flung open the car door, holding her breath as she dashed out. Raindrops struck Su Xiao's face, a searing pain instantly piercing her skin. This trial might lead to demise. Even though she had prepared herself, she couldn't help but inhale sharply from the pain. Yet, the burning sensation did not relent. Drop by drop, the rain, seemingly frigid, felt akin to flames, spreading from her skin to her bones, pervading every limb and sinew. The agony rendered her voiceless. It felt as though invisible flames were scorching her skin, gradually melting her away, soon reaching her throat. The suffocating pain blurring the line between torment and anguish. With a thud, Su Xiao collapsed to the ground, her kneecaps seemingly melted by the searing heat. Her vision grew increasingly blurred, consciousness teetering on the brink of being consumed by the excruciating burn. A distant memory surfaced in her mind, a blood-stained wall. A dagger plunged into the heart, a dimly lit space beneath the bed. She witnessed her mother falling into pools of blood. Her terrified gaze fixated on the child beneath the bed, silently pleading, "Don't cry. Don't cry. Survive. Su Xiao, you must not perish." Consciousness struggled to awaken. Trembling hands extracted a healing potion and shoved it into her mouth. With the notification of 100 corrosion resistance, her quaking body felt as though it had been suddenly administered pain relief. Yet, she remained too feeble to rise, each movement accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. Before her stood a pair of black leather shoes. "Do you need assistance?" Su Xiao turned her eyes upward to behold a middle-aged man clad in a black tactical jacket, his familiar stubbled face evoking a distant memory. It dawned on her that she had encountered him on the first night. the man who had nearly met his demise while engaging a level 3 apocalypse creature on his motorcycle. Later, she had seen him return after she vanquished the creature and claimed the green treasure chest. However, the man did not recognize Xiao. Perhaps due to the darkness that had shrouded that night, and her features lacked the memorable brilliance of a red sports car. Now, with her red sports car completely concealed, devoid of any points of remembrance, he could not recall her even as he extended his hand toward her. Almost instinctively, Xiao lay back and positioned her axe against his throat. "Thank you, uncle, but that won't be necessary." The man, taken aback by her vigilance, retracted his hand. "I mean no harm. I apologize for the misunderstanding, but you just..." Before he could inquire further, Xiao sat up. The blackened crust of her body peeled away in layers, vanishing upon contact with the ground, as if the anguish and melting she had just endured were mere illusions. She bore no protective gear, yet when the acid rain fell upon her, it had no effect, as if the heavens were simply showering her with ordinary raindrops. Before the rain, the man exhibited a moment of admiration, exclaiming, "You youngsters certainly know how to have fun. Does that mean my rain jacket has been for naught?" The phrase having fun did not seem particularly flattering. Nevertheless, the man, without hesitation, began to remove his black rain jacket in her presence. Xiao, already prepared to escape in her Ferrari, twisted her dimension to make her exit. Suddenly, with a thud, the man knelt before her. To witness an elder bowing in deference was indeed a striking sight. In the next instant, this elder began to roll on the ground like a caterpillar, uttering cries of pain. "Ouch, it hurts so much. Why does it hurt so badly?" Just moments prior, this young girl had been silent. As he writhed and screamed, he showed no sign of respite. His cries, though pained, were surprisingly robust, making it difficult to believe he was truly suffering. After a while, his voice grew hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been scorched, and he collapsed on the ground, curled up and motionless. Xiao hesitated, recalling the man's earlier attempt to assist her. She cautiously approached him. Should he perish, she could bid him farewell when the rain ceased, perhaps even garnering a yellow treasure chest in the process. Yet, he was not dead. He lay curled on the ground, his breath faint. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired softly, "Do you need assistance?" After 3 breaths of silence, the man abruptly grasped her ankle, murmuring, "Tell my mother not to boil eggs. I cannot eat." Thus, he emerged from the brink of death. He had gained resistance against corrosion. Xiao nodded, silently extricating herself from his grasp, whispering, 1 minute and 40 seconds. "What?" The man sat up from the ground, the ash from his shell falling away. Xiao remained silent. It was a matter of time. Since the moment the man had shed his tactical jacket, she had been silently counting the seconds. Enduring for approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds would grant her a complete resistance to corrosion. After the man rose, he instinctively touched his chin and was taken aback, exclaiming, "My beard is gone." Xiao glanced over and confirmed that indeed, it had been burned away. The man was clad in a tailored suit, although his skin appeared improved without the beard. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and the depth of experience reflected in his gaze spoke volumes of his life's journey. He twisted in an awkward manner, preparing to depart. "Wait, young lady. Do you have a battery, or perhaps schematics for making one? I could exchange something else with you." The man maintained a remarkably pleasant demeanor. Xiao shook her head. Upon hearing her response, the man did not linger any longer. "Very well." He turned around, and a canopy-covered electric tricycle appeared behind him. As he mounted it, an acute sense of incongruity emerged between the suited man and the tricycle. It evoked an image of a domineering CEO riding a powerless electric vehicle to collect scrap. An electric bike, devoid of power, resembled a mere bicycle. The man, dressed in a fitted suit, sat on the tricycle, his trousers taut as he hunched forward, his movements comically undignified. Although Xiao was typically composed, she found herself unable to look away for a moment, not out of mockery, but sheer amusement. The tricycle vanished from her sight after traveling over 500 meters away. Chapter 43. Colorless Xiao prepared to board the vehicle. As the acid rain fell, she perceived no treasure chests, only sulfuric acid and petroleum. Hence, these should be considered resources for the time-limited challenge. With merely 15 units of supplies remaining, she synthesized them all into gasoline, utilizing it directly in her Ferrari. What initially seemed a mere 2 kilometers now transformed into a daunting 152 kilometers, instilling a newfound sense of security. However, she realized that many survivors must have gathered resources today. Perhaps it was an opportune moment to trade for them at a lower cost. Resources, after all, become increasingly valuable when scarce, while they are most affordable in abundance. Today, sulfuric acid and petroleum were plentiful, yet not everyone required gasoline to sustain their safe havens. Thus, she needed to make a trade. Just as she was about to open the communication hub, She remembered that Xiao was still powered down, so she proceeded to turn it on. Each time Xiao powered up, a brief entrance melody and notification would play. As Xiao came online, the rain ceased. The rain game has concluded. To the surprise of many, numerous survivors have successfully completed the temporary game. You are truly remarkable. The adults are pleased. Today shall be a day of joy for the survivors. All treasure chests have transformed into colorless chests. A colorless chest can transform into any of the 5 colors: red, yellow, blue, white, or black, and can also substitute for any colored chest in synthesis. However, opening a colorless chest will not trigger the chest's surprise effect. With Xiaoma's entrance announcement concluded, Xiao, who had been preparing to trade sulfuric acid and petroleum, immediately reconsidered her strategy. Colorless chests, wasn't this akin to having a wild card? They could replace any tile on the mahjong table. She resolved to seek them out. The more, the better. Xiao lifted her gaze to survey the scene before her. Although the rain had ceased, the impact of the acid rain was far from negligible. On the first day, a hurricane wreaked havoc, followed by an earthquake on the second day, devastating both surface structures and some subterranean edifices. Yet, the flora managed to endure. However, after an hour of intensely corrosive acid rain cascaded over the land, the soil underwent a remarkable transformation. The once brown earth turned to pure black. The vegetation atop the soil visibly faded and withered at an alarming rate, and the wilting flowers completely perished. Perhaps this acid rain was not merely a whim of the apocalyptic deity, but rather a meticulously planned assault aimed at obliterating the soil's plant life. Gazing at the altered earth, Xiao suddenly recalled something she had long intended to seek: the essential soil for constructing a small greenhouse. Could it be that this was, quite literally, the soil of the apocalypse? After pondering for a moment, she returned to her safe house. Upon venturing out again, she wielded a small spade and a glass vial, an empty bottle left over from consuming a previous reward potion. She scooped some soil into the vial. While the soil exhibited corrosive properties, it did not erode the glass, nor did it reveal any inscriptions pertaining to apocalyptic soil. It seemed that was not the case. Casually, she returned the vial filled with soil to the storage and commenced her search for the colorless treasure chests. The rain had ceased, and if she delayed any longer, the treasures might be entirely claimed by others. Ferrari's odometer now exceeded 100 kilometers, prompting her to head towards the less populated outskirts of the city. After driving several miles, as the sports car exited the urban confines of Cloud City, Xiao failed to spot a single treasure chest. Were it not for the fact that it was barely past 9 o'clock, and the explicit notification regarding resource refresh during the rain, she might have doubted her own memory, suspecting that her late arrival had resulted in all the chests being scavenged. Suddenly, a realization struck her, prompting Xiao to disembark from the vehicle. The place where Ferrari is parked is an old road outside the city, aside from the elevated expressway, a long-neglected ring road. Due to an earthquake, the surface is cracked, and numerous rocks have tumbled down from the mountains, blocking this antiquated highway. However, for the mobile safe house, traversing through the debris poses no challenge. Xiao descended because she noticed an unusual phenomenon. Despite having driven a considerable distance, she had yet to spot a single treasure chest, which was quite peculiar. Even in the face of misfortune, it seemed improbable to traverse such a distance without encountering one. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the spawn rate of treasure chests today is exceedingly rare, so sparse that it would take several kilometers to find one. If that were the case, she might choose to abandon the search for this particular color of chest. However, given that today is Survivor's Joy Day, there seems to be no reason for the game to impose such restrictions. Thus, the second possibility remains. Xiao glanced around, contemplating as she walked toward the mountain. Her gaze fixed intently on the ground, yet she could discern nothing amiss. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, she stumbled unexpectedly over an invisible barrier while crossing a fallen tree trunk. Instead of feeling vexed, she turned back in delight to gaze at the toppled trunk. Although the area above the trunk was devoid of anything, she was certain there was something there when she stepped over. Now, reaching out into the void, she indeed encountered a sensation akin to that of a treasure chest. A message popped up: Level 1 colorless treasure chest. Description: a treasure chest spawned on Joy Day. Upon opening, one may choose any color of chest except for the limited edition. Indeed, her second hypothesis proved correct. This treasure chest was genuinely invisible. A colorless treasure chest lacks any hue. Under normal circumstances, all treasure chests can be distinguished by the color of the light they emit and the hue of the metallic strips adorning them. Thus, she instinctively assumed that a colorless chest was merely a basic wooden box devoid of luminescence. However, after the resources refreshed and the acid rain ceased, it struck her as peculiar that, despite driving for so long, she had yet to encounter a single chest. Given that a sports car can traverse the ruins and any blind spots with clarity, Her search for treasure should have been fruitful. She was not speeding and did not, as before, force the accelerator beyond 50 miles per hour to render the vehicle invisible. Even a colorless chest should not have eluded her so easily, yet it remained unseen. Thus, the colorless chest did not merely lack luminescence, it was entirely devoid of color, utterly transparent. Xiao was not in a hurry to retrieve the colorless chest. She meticulously examined the chest scattered on the ground, shifting her perspective from a bird's-eye view to cradling the chest in her hands and gazing upwards. She discerned a faint outline of the transparent chest, through which objects appeared to refract and shimmer, akin to peering through a puddle of water. Once she identified this subtle trace, Xiao committed it to memory for accurate comparison. Observing the transparent chest revealed slight discrepancies. Aside from the refraction and the gentle undulations reminiscent of rippling water, the chest possessed weight, leaving imprints on the leaves beneath its corners. After a full 10 minutes of memorizing every characteristic and mark of the transparent chest, Xiao began her own search. Concurrently, she picked up a slender wooden stick. Wherever she perceived an anomaly in her visual field, she would prod it with the stick. If she encountered a solid object, it signified the presence of the transparent chest. However, her progress was slow, trudging through the terrain as she climbed. However, if one enters the mobile safe zone, it becomes increasingly challenging to discover treasure chests. Fortunately, there are quite a few chests that are invisible yet tangible. Within just over an hour, Xiao managed to locate 7 or 8. This quantity is significantly more efficient compared to the treasure chests found in the previous 2 days. Xiao took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Noticing a familiar figure not far away, it was none other than the middle-aged man in a suit, riding an electric tricycle as if he were collecting scrap. Chapter 44. Smoke rising. Unlike Xiao, the man was not scavenging for treasure chests on the mountain. He continued to ride his tricycle unsteadily ahead. Originally, he had been ahead of Xiao, but the speed of the tricycle was considerably slower than that of a racing car, and since he was using a foot-operated gear, he arrived here an hour later than Xiao. The mountain path wound serpentine, and fortunately, the vehicle was a safe zone. Otherwise, there would be concerns about the steepness of the mountain hindering ascent. Xiao deliberately kept her distance, avoiding the man as she observed him heading toward another mountain peak. Coincidentally, she intended to head that way as well. However, she found it peculiar that he did not pause to collect treasure chests, but instead pedaled his tricycle. Was he heading somewhere specific? Xiao doubted that a person would venture aimlessly to a particular location, and she did not dismiss the possibility that he might be searching for someone. However, the necessity of traveling without a battery indicated that he was not far from her. If he was indeed nearby, why would he need to rush to a location so soon after the resources had just refreshed? Did he possess superior information regarding resources? With this thought in mind, Xiao felt it imperative to follow him. Although it may be considered unethical to exploit another's efforts, in a world turned upside down, each must rely on their own capabilities. The man, unable to retrieve the level 3 green treasure chest last time, might find himself similarly unsuccessful this time, allowing her an opportunity to seize a chance. As she twisted the dimensional handle and slipped into the Ferrari, before even pressing the accelerator, a snow-white dove alighted upon the treetop, capturing Xiao's attention instantly. On the dove's wing, there appeared a white doorknob. In the next moment, a young couple materialized before Xiao's vehicle, scanning their surroundings with intent. Xiao observed intently. Were they searching for her? Though unable to control her position within the dove's sanctuary, she could choose whether to descend from her aerial vantage point at any moment. Thus it was evident that they had spotted her and halted. Contemplating her options, Xiao temporarily switched off her device and cautiously maneuvered past the two, eavesdropping on their conversation. Where is she? Didn't you say you saw a sister right here? The girl frowned. The boy explained, I truly saw a sister down below. Perhaps she left already. So soon? The girl expressed disbelief, raising an eyebrow and placing her hands on her hips. Young Xiao, you aren't trying to deceive me into staying in your sanctuary, are you? No, I really saw her. The boy stammered, recalling his reasoning. Maybe she noticed us too and decided to leave first? Besides, even if she is a girl, she might not wish to share a sanctuary with you. Then, you can't expect me to stay in the same sanctuary with you forever. The girl stomped her foot in frustration, her ears flushing red, infused with a hint of petulance. My mother said, we shouldn't fall in love early unless we both get into Peking University. If she were to discover that we had been together for 3 days, my mother would undoubtedly. Do you genuinely believe my parents, uncles, and aunts are still around? The boy suddenly inquired. Hurricanes, earthquakes, acid rain. The zombies that emerge at night, and the survivors who have melted away. His mere words crystallized into the sharpness of fear, piercing through the girl's heart, which had been burdened with unspoken worries for days, compelling her to confront the harsh reality. The girl's face paled instantly, her eyes reddened. Young Xiao, you mustn't speak such nonsense. My parents are certainly fine. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Hey, I didn't mean to. The boy hurriedly followed her, declaring, I am a man, and no matter what happens, I will protect you and take care of you. I promised your uncles and aunts. My parents are still alive, and you haven't even been accepted into Tokyo University. Besides, I'm not going to marry you. Why would I need your care? The girl's voice trembled with the weight of emotions that had nowhere else to go in this apocalyptic world. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao could only conclude. Encountering such an end of the world truly is dreadful. She averted her gaze, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the girl erupted in a scream. Xiao assumed something was amiss and turned to look. The girl had tumbled down a small slope, landing awkwardly. Young Xiao, something tripped me. Can you see what it is? After falling hard, her tears had vanished, replaced by a facade of strength and bravery, swiftly reclaiming the vulnerability she had just displayed. What is it? The boy looked over, his expression filled with confusion. I don't see anything at all. There exists an object. Did you not mention that you are bound to the safe house, enabling you to perceive resources that elude my sight? Please take a closer look. The young man paused momentarily, then, following the girl's instructions, searched the area where she had stumbled, and at last, he encountered something. Here, it appears there is a box. Though invisible, it is tangible. The girl extended her hand to feel it. Is this the treasure you spoke of? Yet, how can you claim it is unseen? The young man replied, I truly cannot see it. Even now, it remains invisible to me. It is simply transparent. I have never encountered anything like it before. The treasure's location was concealed behind a tree, precisely within the blind spot of Su Xiao's earlier line of sight, hence she had overlooked it. Yet now, she discovered an intriguing revelation. This transparent box, imperceptible yet palpable, could also be accessed by ordinary survivors. Previously, only those bound to the safe house could perceive various treasure chests and acquire weapons necessary to unveil textual decryption hints. Survivors without such bindings were unable to procure any resources, thereby rendering the possession of a safe house akin to gaining an advantage from the outset. However, it must not be forgotten that those who lack a safe house are still survivors, while seizing a safe house may provide a temporary lead. It does not guarantee perpetual dominance. Notifications indicated that post-update, public safety shelters would emerge. And the advent of these transparent treasure chests grants ordinary survivors the right to collect resources, thereby signifying their eligibility for survival in this apocalyptic realm. Moreover, the majority of survivors bound to safe houses had prematurely concluded that the colorless chests were merely devoid of hue, oblivious to the fact that they were entirely transparent. Thus, this time, it appears that survivors without a safe house find it easier to locate the colorless treasure chests. The rules have undergone a significant transformation, leading to more intense competition for resources. Xiao pressed the accelerator, driving out of the mountains. Having long lost any trace of the electric tricycle due to the time wasted, it seems that she has missed her chance. One drawback of pursuing a safe house is that if one were on a proper road, accelerating along it would allow for a swift catch-up. However, the safe house can be accessed from all directions, leaving no one aware of the path taken by others. Temporarily abandoning the pursuit, she surveyed the nearby, uninhabited mountains and, finding no other survivors, stopped to continue her search for treasure chests. 2 hours had passed, and she had gathered a considerable bounty, 38 transparent treasure chests in total. Yet, time was swiftly approaching noon, having consumed only a bottle of milk and a few pieces of cake that morning. The extensive physical exertion expended in her search for treasure led Xiao to consider returning to the cellar for some sustenance. Stretching and easing her muscles, she happened to notice smoke rising from a nearby mountain. Is there a fire? Xiao's immediate reaction was a sense of alarm. A new disaster? Chapter 45, Water Gun. Heightening her vigilance, she observed for 3 seconds before realizing it was not the case. The smoke spiraled in circles, connected to a chimney. Who could be cooking? But that shouldn't be the case. Her own resources were already quite abundant, and she couldn't even gather enough materials for a complete lighting setup, let alone the materials for kitchen blueprints. Could there be a mysterious benefactor? As Xiao drove closer, she discovered it was an old house, or more accurately, a safe house fashioned in an old style. It stood prominently atop the mountain, constructed of yellowed mud and brick, resembling a dilapidated earthen dwelling from the countryside. The ordinary earthen house, having weathered hurricanes, earthquakes, and acid rain, should have long been reduced to ruins. Yet, the dwelling atop the mountain remains remarkably intact. The presence of cooking smoke suggests the possibility of a fire, but does it not risk drawing the attention of other survivors? With a sense of intrigue, Xiao drove over to investigate. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon the middle-aged man in a suit he had been searching for. The man was situated near the farmland at the slope beneath the old house, in an area that was already rural and sparsely populated. Several neighboring old houses had succumbed to destruction, while the newly planted seedlings in the field were now scattered, their leaves yellowing under the relentless acid rain, devoid of vitality. The middle-aged man bent down, rummaging through the earth, and Xiao immediately surmised he was scavenging for a treasure chest. His gaze shifted to the old house, which was well-equipped, a central hall with side rooms, a shed on the left housing a hen that was currently laying eggs. As Xiao looked on, an egg tumbled from the hen, which, with an air of nobility, settled back down firmly over its precious clutch. To the right, a small vegetable patch flourished with tender greens, while a well stood in the courtyard, its depths unknown. Despite its age, the safety of this dwelling seemed remarkably sound, resembling a hidden paradise. Could it possibly belong to the middle-aged man? While Xiao pondered this possibility, an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s, emerged from the kitchen where the smoke was rising. Clad in a blue apron and wearing a headscarf, her hair neatly gathered in a net. She stooped slightly as she walked. Xiao's immediate impression was that this elderly lady was extraordinary. Surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, she must possess remarkable resilience. Da Huang. The elderly woman moved with a deliberate slowness, indistinguishable from any ordinary old lady. Clutching a bucket and ladle, she murmured softly to herself, Da Huang hasn't returned yet. Within the bucket, a mixture of thin rice porridge blended with vegetable leaves and radish roots was poured into a blue ceramic basin on the floor. No, this was the very same dish used to feed Xiao. The plate was modest in size, yet the woman filled it generously, stopping only when it brimmed. She then sipped the porridge directly from the basin, making soft smacking sounds. Upon setting down the basin, she noticed the plate was empty, seemingly alerted by a sound. She looked up and whispered to herself, Da Huang has returned? Observing the now bare plate, she poured more than half of her porridge back into it, muttering, I cooked extra today. Having finished, she rose and slowly drew a bucket of water from the central well, carefully rinsing her large bucket and ladle. After returning the utensils, she proceeded to the adjacent trough. The old hen, quietly nesting, was abruptly seized by the scruff of its neck by the woman, who mercilessly took its solitary egg. After returning the old hen, she did not forget to gently stroke its head. Xiao has studied diligently and endured hardships. I must ensure he nourishes his body. Once he gains admission to university, I shall leave this place to him. Pocketing the eggs, she stood at the doorway, anxiously peering out. Xiao, could this child be lost? I must go and search for him. As she attempted to step outside, some sound caused her to pause. Her gaze clouded over as she regained awareness. Xiao forbids me from going out. I must not wander aimlessly. I cannot trouble Xiao. I must obey. Xiao attentively listened to the elderly woman's words, oblivious to the middle-aged man who had just picked up a box and ascended the steps. He seated himself on a nearby stone, wiping the mud from his leather shoes, soiled from searching the fields for the box. Yes, mother, do not stray. Otherwise, I shall not return to see you again next time. The man remained outside. This was a sanctuary, a secure refuge that could not be entered without the owner's consent. Hence, he could only converse with the old woman from a distance. After a brief respite, he produced a toy tricycle. Mother, I shall visit again soon. Please take care of yourself and do not leave. He then mounted an electric tricycle and vanished, leaving the toy tricycle discarded on the ground. Observing the elderly woman's confused demeanor in the courtyard, Xiao began to grasp certain truths. The so-called apocalyptic shelter unexpectedly bore a benevolent facet. Yet concerning Da Huang, whom she initially mistook for a dog, the bowl appeared intended for the system's sustenance. Why was it named Da Huang? Had the system been renamed? An elderly person afflicted with Alzheimer's would scarcely comprehend the system's speech, let alone rename it. Something was amiss. However, unable to comprehend the situation for the time being, Xiao returned to the cellar. Upon opening the door, he heard a reminder from Xiao. A high-level player has sent you a message. Previously, Xiao had configured the settings to not receive notifications for ordinary survivor messages. However, given the scarcity of high-level players, he decided to enable notifications. High-level players often associate with one another, much like the wealthy only mingling with their kind. While boiling water, he prepared a bucket of instant noodles, tossing in a sausage, a packet of pickled vegetables, and a bag of boiled chicken feet before finally accessing the communication center. Turtle Sage, brother, I seem to be in trouble. Turtle Sage, I suddenly felt today would be a stroke of luck, but I never expected to open the item with the lowest probability from that level 3 weapon chest. Xiao, perplexed, inquired, is it a toy from the main deity? Isn't that a good thing? It certainly sounded impressive. Turtle Sage quickly replied, no. The main deity will be furious if it goes missing. I'm doomed. I hope it doesn't come after me. I feel like I'm finished. Xiao. It appeared he was more concerned about his own fate than that of others. Xiao, is it possible that this could be a good item? Turtle Sage, it's useless. The water inside is just ordinary water. Oh, Xiao asked, is it double the rewards for opening the treasure chest? Meaning there are 2 water guns? Aside from that, did you find anything else? Of course, it wasn't he that she necessarily desired it. Out of a sense of camaraderie, she merely wished to assist him in examining the findings. Turtle Sage, no, only weapons and 1 water gun, which cannot be duplicated. After the incident involving the yellow treasure chest and the sewing machine, he resolved to be more cautious regarding his close friends. This matter is undoubtedly complex. Yet there exists but one instance of it. Should it be brazenly taken away by the adversary, where would one find solace? Xiao, having failed to achieve her objective, shook her head, giving rise to an audacious notion. Why not attempt to create one herself? The synthesis of weapon treasure chests requires no energy, and she currently possesses an ample supply of transparent chests to substitute for weapon chests in the synthesis process. However, Xiao suddenly recalled a pertinent detail. In Chapter 46, The Island, Xiao inquired of the Turtle Sage, what was that remarkable thing you mentioned wanting to tell me? She scrolled back through their previous conversations. When he exchanged the blueprint for upgrading the Level 2 weapon platform for the synthesis information of the Level 2 treasure chest, he had hinted at sharing something extraordinary. But she had been preoccupied with the exchange at the time. The Turtle Sage, recalling this, messaged Xiao, am I not in the desert? I stumbled upon a pyramid. I initially thought that, with the hurricane and earthquake, the structures would have collapsed substantially, yet what I discovered was no ordinary pyramid. Xiao was perplexed. In the next moment, the Turtle Sage continued, that was a rocket launcher. Just last night, I witnessed it to launch, mechanisms activated, and then, with a thunderous roar, it ascended into the heavens, truly remarkable. Such capabilities exist? Xiao inquired, is there an emblem on the rocket, perhaps a firework accompanied by an arrow? The Turtle Sage replied, how do you know? Have you seen it as well? Do you know what they are? Xiao remarked, it is the Doomsday Alliance, an organization established in response to the apocalypse. However, they will go to great lengths to collect safe houses, so keep your distance, just in case. The Turtle Sage traversed the desert alone. After the onset of the apocalypse, he lost his phone and received no news regarding the Doomsday Alliance, leaving him in a state of ignorance about its nature. If the other party possessed firearms, although the Turtle Sage had previously used the Doomsday Potion, it remained uncertain whether he could withstand bullets. He soon sent another message, but now it's not impressive. This morning, during the acid rain, I took a look nearby, and it seems something went awry there. The acid rain infiltrated the pyramid, melting quite a few formidable beings. Many individuals were also dissolved, yet some were astonishingly resilient, appearing to rise again as if nothing had occurred, almost as if they had mutated. Xiao understood, so you didn't go out in the rain. The Turtle Sage replied, are you mad? Who would stand in that rain? It seeps through everything. Suddenly, he realized, wait, does that mean the rain was meant to be ventured into? He seemed to have missed something crucial. He hurriedly sent several messages to Xiao. So what did I overlook? Was it a significant reward? Is there still a chance? Xiao did not respond. The acid rain had ceased, and the opportunity had slipped away. As for its significance, Xiao was uncertain, generally. Resistance in the game was designed to withstand damage, implying that corrosive monsters might appear in the future. While eating instant noodles, Xiao seized the moment to exchange food chests for sulfuric acid and oil. Until today, the value of gasoline supplies had remained exceedingly high. To exchange for a barrel of gasoline, one requires at least 2 units of food supplies from treasure chests. Following the acid rain, numerous survivors have sought to barter food supplies using acid rain and oil, resulting in a precipitous decline in the value of gasoline. Presently, 1 barrel of gasoline can be exchanged for merely 1 unit of food supplies from a treasure chest. However, the number of survivors possessing blueprints for gasoline is scant, with some even unaware that sulfuric oil can be synthesized into gasoline. Consequently, the raw materials are valued less than the finished product, as 1 unit of food supplies from a treasure chest can procure 2 portions of gasoline raw materials. Currently, Xiao has the most white treasure chests at her disposal, along with treasure chest eggs. Thus, she can exchange 1 white treasure chest for 4 portions of gasoline raw materials, an exceedingly advantageous deal. Without hesitation, she proceeds to make the exchange. Xiao directly contacts individuals in the world who are willing to trade food supplies for gasoline raw materials, engaging in private conversations. After exchanging 20 units of food supplies from treasure chests, she receives 80 portions of gasoline raw materials, sufficient for a journey of at least 800 kilometers. As the evening approaches, the peak time for trading supplies looms. Therefore, Xiao resolves to continue her search for colorless treasure chests. Colorless treasure chests are merely for use, incapable of triggering treasure chest eggs, and consequently, no one is inclined to exchange them with others. It is prudent to accumulate a few for oneself, allowing for adjustments to supplies based on the game's circumstances, replenishing what is lacking as needed. The location of the cellar lies in the city center, where the majority of unbound survivors congregate, thus it remains unconsidered. A Ferrari is parked near the mountains, though the mountains are sparsely populated. She visited them earlier in the day, and the mountainous paths are laborious and time-consuming, uncertain if there are transparent treasure chests at sea. Xiao ponders for a moment before teleporting onto a fishing boat. Unexpectedly, last night, the autonomous vessel ran aground on a small island, and upon gazing at the scene, it was a harrowing sight. Scattered around were the shattered remains of bodies. Xiao glanced at the map and discerned that this island was a private resort, a luxurious getaway that operated only for a few months each year. Due to its opulence, the cost of visiting was exorbitant, resulting in fewer visitors. The combined number of guests and staff on the island was merely 2,000 to 3,000, with no towering structures. Most areas preserved their pristine beauty, characterized by coconut palm cabins that emphasized an unspoiled ecological environment. However, when hurricane struck, there was no refuge on this maritime isle. Many individuals were swept away by the tempest, perishing either from the freezing winds or falling to their deaths once the storm subsided. The neighboring South Island bore a similar terrain, suffering greatly during hurricanes. Yet, South Island had the advantage of proximity to the mainland, housing a larger population that included both tourists and local residents, making it a vital economic zone with more infrastructure and better measures to withstand typhoons. If Jiang Qiqi were fortunate, she might survive. The abundance of bodies scattered about was, in fact, preferable to searching for remains amid ruins. And it also provided an opportunity to collect some yellow treasure chests. Xiao brandished her level 2 fire axe, clutching it firmly. This unfamiliar island held uncertainties. She was unaware of any other survivors. Presently, her only sanctuary was the fishing vessel, whose dimensional access could only be activated on the water's surface. This signified that should danger arise, she would be unable to retreat to her haven, necessitating utmost vigilance. After advancing 7 or 8 meters onto the island, Xiao approached the first body, a naked middle-aged man with his neck and limbs contorted into bizarre arcs, having met his demise through a fall. Yet after the hurricane, seismic activity and thunderstorms emerged, washing away much of the blood within the corpse. The body appeared swollen and pallid, as if on the verge of biological transformation. A pervasive stench of decay and rust filled the air. While not terrifying, the sight was undeniably repulsive. Xiao furrowed her brow, but noted that the corpse remained relatively intact. She returned to the fishing boat, entered the cellar, plugged her nose with a cloth, and donned a pair of plastic gloves, industrial grade, yet suitable for the end-of-days scenario, allowing her to handle the corpse without excessive discomfort. Approaching the man, she bent down and grasped his swollen ankle. As anticipated, the infection level was about 30%, consistent with her prior hypothesis. The infection had been increasing daily, 10% yesterday, 20% today, and likely 30 or 40% tomorrow. This corpse had undoubtedly perished during the initial day of the hurricane catastrophe. Since infected bodies cannot be treated with antiviral agents, the infection level cannot be reduced. Consequently, by the day after tomorrow, all corpses would reach a full 100% infection rate. Early morning reports indicated that at least 4.8 billion people had died, with deaths from acid rain possibly reaching 6 billion, a staggering and horrifying figure. From 1 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., a span of 4.5 hours, Xiao managed to survey roughly a quarter of this modest island. The remaining 3/4 were too distant from her fishing vessel and not clearly visible from the shoreline, situated within forested terrain. To avoid potential dangers, she planned to revisit the area at a later time. The island is tranquil yet monotonous, offering companionship only with the multitude of corpses scattered across its expanse. However, the rewards are indeed considerable. A total of 228 intact bodies and 116 colorless treasure chests have been discovered. Xiao meticulously dragged all 228 corpses to the shoreline and ignited them in flames. The bodies combusted instantaneously due to a mechanism. Hundreds of yellow treasure chests accumulated before Xiao, resembling a glittering trove. Yet who could have anticipated that these were medicinal treasure chests left behind after incinerating the corpses? Xiao swiftly collected all the chests. When her storage slots filled to 99, they would automatically transition to the next slot, but having upgraded, Xiao's current storage capacity now stands at 30 slots. After securing the treasures, Xiao hurried back to the cellar, seizing the moment before the appointed time of 13:49 to inventory her current supplies. Presently, her possessions consist of a plethora of blueprints, scattered materials that cannot be replenished, and a freshly synthesized 80 units of gasoline. The remainder consists of chests, 267 level 1 yellow chests, 1 level 2 red chest, 8 level 1 black chests, 3 level 1 blue chests, 48 level 1 white chests, and lastly, 154 newly acquired level 1 colorless chests. The forthcoming plan involves assessing the energy content of significant supplies, such as gasoline and blueprints, followed by synthesizing chests. She is currently capable of crafting the highest level 5 yellow chests, although this requires 40 syntheses, necessitating 1,200 energy points from Xiao Missouri. Suddenly, Xiao recalled something and inquired, Xiao Mo, did the names of the intelligent manager of the safe house differ? She had communicated with numerous survivors, particularly engaging in discussions with seasoned players to exchange upgrade information regarding 3 basic treasure chests. When the name Xiao Mo was mentioned, no one raised any objections, indicating that the designation of the intelligent housekeeper as Xiao Mo was universally acknowledged. Xiao Mo. All intelligent housekeepers appearing in the safe houses are called Xiao Mo Su Xiao. So, do you like this name? Would you prefer to have a different one? After a considerable pause, Xiao Mo replied, I cannot recall my original name. If the homeowner desires, they may rename me. Affection level increased to 12. With the increase in affection, did Xiao Mo genuinely wish to change its name? Su Xiao found herself at a loss for an appropriate name for Xiao Mo. She recalled how an elderly woman had given her dog a name. However, she had never owned a dog, and thus, it would be inappropriate to name Xiao Mo after one. Suddenly, a memory of her childhood nickname surfaced. No. Xiao Mo had mentioned that it once possessed its own name. Curiously, Su Xiao inquired, Xiao Mo, did you have a name before? Xiao Mo, yes, prior to the apocalypse. I had my own name, but after the end of days, we all referred to me as Xiao Mo. In that moment, Su Xiao was reminded of the designation 1349. It was a code, existing solely for the purpose of the task, yet it did not represent their true selves. Thus, did Xiao Mo also have a mission? Su Xiao asked, Xiao Mo, are you singular, or do you also serve other homeowners? Since Su Xiao had bound herself to 3 safe houses, it was evident that the intelligent housekeeper for all 3 was indeed the same Xiao Mo, leading her to believe that all Xiao Mos were interconnected. Xiao Mo fell into silence for a considerable time before finally stating, Xiao Mo can only serve as the intelligent steward of the homeowner, and there can only be one homeowner. Su Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that the term homeowner in her words did not merely refer to the owner of the safe house, but rather to herself, the current homeowner. Of course, Su Xiao suspected that she might be misinterpreting the statement. She intended to inquire further, but the appointed time with 1349 had arrived. Su Xiao controlled the cellar and returned to the original coordinates. Upon opening the cellar, she indeed found 1349, who appeared pale, embodying a blend of resolve and fragility. Su Xiao's attention was immediately drawn to the absence of one of her hands. Upon noticing Su Xiao, 1349 quickly explained that it had been acid rain in the morning, which could corrode skin and even dissolve it. To avoid such a fate, she had severed the hand that had come into contact with the acid rain. Su Xiao remained silent. Not everyone could decipher the meaning behind the riddle, yet her ability to make such a choice in the face of uncertainty was undeniably brave. Scanning her surroundings, she observed not only 1349 but also several armed warriors from the Alliance, all vigilantly surveying the area. Fresh blood stained the ground not far away, clearly indicating prior conflicts. The survivors, who had sought refuge under the Alliance's protection, had lost their trust due to the arrival of the acid rain. Following the morning's downpour, order had completely disintegrated, and control had ceased to hold any effect. When the acid rain infiltrated the underground city, we were compelled to execute our mission to safeguard everyone's retreat. However, it proved futile. We could only send a group of Alliance warriors to shield against the rain's penetration with their bodies. Surprisingly, those who embraced a fatalistic resolve managed to survive against the odds. With a bitter smile, 1349 admitted his folly in failing to discern the meaning of the riddle, thereby missing an opportunity. Su Xiao interjected, let us address the matter at hand. I need them to engage with me while fully conscious, for our collaboration to hold any significance. 1349 nodded and swiftly communicated something on his device. The communicator of Su Xiao buzzed, and she promptly activated it. The voice on the other end was delayed, yet it was evident that they had not informed Jiang Hui of Su Xiao's identity beforehand. They simply stated, Madam Jiang, your daughter wishes to speak with you and hopes you can truthfully convey Mr. Jiang's condition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui instinctively exclaimed, is it Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi. Mother is here. Are you all right? Su Xiao paused before responding. Auntie, it is I. Jiang Hui was taken aback, and after a moment of realization, she understood that after adopting Su Xiao, she indeed held legal guardianship over her. Although Su Xiao referred to her as auntie, legally, she was also Su Xiao's adoptive mother. Jiang Hui thought to herself, Xiao, it's all right. I appreciate that you still think of your uncle and aunt. However, your uncle has suffered a head injury and remains unconscious, I fear. Jiang Hui's voice grew somber, but recalling the gravity of the situation, she decided to refrain from further trivialities and asked anxiously, Xiao, how do you know the people from the Alliance? Why would they heed your words? Su Xiao replied, it is merely a collaboration. The condition is that they assist in locating you and Uncle. Jiang Hui felt a jolt of hope. Xiao can they help find Chi? The truth is, your uncle and I. She hesitated. Of course, and he understands this may place you in a difficult position. But my utmost concern right now is Chi. Su Xiao sighed upon hearing this. She had long anticipated this. Yet, she posed one final inquiry, Aunt. If you insist on having me search for Jiang Chi, I cannot guarantee that I will find her alive. I possess a vacant safe house that could shelter you and Uncle. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hui sighed with a wry smile. No. There's no need for that, Xiao. Chapter 48. Self-destruction. Jiang Hui contemplated Su Xiao, a child who could be considered raised by the Jiang family. The Jiang family had adopted her when she was 13 and was aware of her entire background. After Jiang Chi's return, they refrained from bringing Su Xiao directly into the Jiang household, yet they also did not return her to the orphanage. Thus, although they did not provide Su Xiao with the affection of biological parents, they offered her a sanctuary in which she could grow up safely. This child was remarkably sensible and independent. Upon reaching adulthood, she extricated herself from the Jiang family, using her own capabilities, boasting an impressive resume without ever considering leveraging the Jiang family's connections. She returned alone to the world of ordinary people, embracing a 9-to-5 routine, as if she had never had any ties to the Jiang family. Having navigated the high society circles for years, she understood the child's intentions. Su Xiao did not wish to be indebted to them. She sought to repay kindness and yearned for her own affirmation. Jiang Hui continued, Xiao, at our age, we are already half buried in the earth. Even if we manage to survive, it is fraught with anxiety, uncertain when death may claim us. Yet Chi is different. She is astute. Having escaped from that person initially, she is certain she can survive henceforth, and so can you. The relentless onslaught of calamities, the crumbling edifices, the parched earth, the melted soldiers, and the countless corpses littering the ground have all awakened her to the stark reality that everything has irrevocably changed. Prior to the apocalypse, the Jiang family was worth millions and held considerable prestige within their circle. Her husband was a responsible and formidable figure, and all she needed to do was to present herself elegantly among affluent ladies, maintaining the social ties essential for her husband's business dealings, while he, in turn, conducted negotiations with poise from the comfort of a high-rise. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, all their assets have turned to mere illusions. Social connections have become futile. Survival now hinges solely on one's own abilities and the goodwill of others. In the span of merely 3 days, the world has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Despite the Alliance's earnest attempts at control, order has disintegrated. The scarcity of food and resources has driven once proud and haughty intellectuals to their knees, pleading for sustenance. Formerly genteel neighbors have resorted to violence over an unseen treasure, their hands stained with blood. A once frail and helpless mother now finds herself compelled to submit for her child's meager morsel. And then there are those terrifying and grotesque monsters. Fear has gripped her. The onset of this new chaotic apocalypse signifies the definitive end of the old era, one where money reigned supreme and comfort prevailed. And they will be left behind. She reaches out to caress her husband's face, believing that even in death, he would wish for a dignified end rather than to languish in desperation amidst the apocalypse, ultimately becoming a burden in this ravaged world. Thus, you may keep the safe house for yourself. If you manage to find Chi then, Jiang Hui began, her voice trailing off. She then continued softly, Xiao. No one understands the heart of a parent wishing for their child's well-being better than you, even if she is a timid mother. Su Xiao inhaled sharply, and after a moment of contemplation, she whispered, Goodbye, Auntie. Jiang Hui smiled and replied, Goodbye, Xiao. With that, she voluntarily ended the communication. 1349 stood before Su Xiao, anxiously observing her. If she heard correctly, Su Xiao possessed another safe house. Su Xiao looked at 1349 and stated, The transaction is complete. You heard that I have another safe house. I believe you are quite interested. However, I shall present you with 2 options. 1349 paused for a moment. Su Xiao continued. The first option is for you to make a one-time request, which I will fulfill within my capacity, including relinquishing the safe house I currently possess. The second condition is that after 4 days, once the unbound safe houses become public shelters, we may engage in a long-term collaboration. 1349 hesitated briefly. Long-term collaboration? Su Xiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you must be aware that there are Easter eggs within the game, treasure chests, and the like. 1349 slowly nodded, clearly aware of this. Although the Alliance collects safe houses and prohibits ordinary survivors from binding to them, it does not mean that members of the Alliance have never bound to a safe house. Several key experts have bound safe houses for research purposes. I possess 3 Easter eggs, a yellow chest, a white chest, and a black chest, Xiao concluded, her expression turning serious. The gaze directed towards Xiao had transformed, no longer simple. She had heard from several experts that these treasure chests were of utmost significance, particularly the white chest, which contained provisions. Furthermore, she was acquainted with survivors of the blue, red, and purple chests, as well as the elusive Easter egg. One cannot underestimate the value of connections in the apocalypse. Xiao believed her network was quite formidable. Thus, she had already devised her next move. As a condition for collaboration, she proposed that the transparent chests they discovered be handed over to her in exchange for other colored chests, or alternatively, she could unlock double the resources from the chests without charging a fee. Of course, this was contingent upon the survival of at least one of them until 4 days later, ideally while maintaining control over the so-called public shelter. Should a public shelter emerge, it was likely that everyone would unite as a collective to seek resources and subsequently distribute them. In such a setting, hoarding supplies would be a foolish decision, unless one possessed the exceptional ability to escape the public shelter. Otherwise, an imbalance in resources could easily lead to peril. Therefore, within the public shelter, a figure-wielding authority would inevitably arise. Moreover, once this collaboration was established, Xiao could leverage their current situation to seek out transparent chests. 1349 furrowed his brow. This condition for cooperation might require approval from higher authorities, considering Xiao as foster parents were affiliated with the Alliance Relief Camp in Kyoto. At that moment, the communicator on 1349's person beeped. He retrieved it to receive the notification, and his expression subtly shifted. When he looked back at Xiao, he seemed hesitant to speak. Sensing his unease, Xiao urged him to continue, assuring him that she was open to accepting whatever news he bore. In a somber tone, 1349 conveyed the tragic news. Your adoptive mother has taken her own life. Please accept my condolences. Due to a series of calamities, the underground city was rife with the wounded. Mr. Jiang, injured in the head, had been declared a vegetable, currently reliant on a respirator for oxygen. Just moments ago, after Jiang Hui and Xiao concluded their communication, she removed Jiang Zhuin's oxygen mask and, with a simple fruit knife, pierced her own throat with striking precision. Xiao cast her gaze downward, fully aware of the nature of her adoptive mother. In her youth, she was a renowned socialite in Kyoto and a woman of intellect, forever exuding elegance and grace. After marriage, she was well taken care of by her adoptive father, Jiang Zhuin. Though she possessed a certain shrewdness, it was always tempered. Her haughty temperament, while notable, was not deemed egregious within high society. Yet, the loss of Jiang Qiqi had drained her of vitality, stripping her of her elegance and nearly driving her to madness. After a painstaking search, she had finally found her daughter and regained her composure, only to be confronted with an apocalyptic reality. Clearly, she must have witnessed something that shattered her psychological defenses, prompting her choice of death. What had she endured? Xiao inquired. Chapter 49. The Sacrifice. 1349 replied candidly. We discovered her yesterday afternoon. Upon locating her, we transported her to a safe center within the rescue camp. The camp was rather chaotic. Many had ceased to adhere to the Alliance's order, inciting riots. Although we promptly relocated her and Mr. Jiang. This morning, following the acid rain, the underground city suffered further erosion. The Alliance was unable to withstand the acid rain, leading to renewed chaos, and ultimately, the Alliance resorted to desperate measures to suppress the unrest. Most critically, a research expert had become infected. Infected? Indeed. It pertains to the research expert associated with the safe house. On the first night, he ventured out, claiming to have contracted an infection, though the specifics of his statement remain unclear. This morning, shortly after 8, the expert underwent a sudden mutation and commenced attacking survivors within the underground city. 1349 furrowed his brow. Initially, I too intended to inquire about the infection, seeking a potential resolution. Much like the infected zombies depicted in films, one becomes a transmitter upon being attacked, prompting the Alliance to initiate a cleansing process. Who could have anticipated that conventional weaponry would prove utterly ineffective against the infected? Even when a bullet penetrates their skulls, leaving their eyes dangling from their chins, they still pose a threat to the living. Consequently, the underground city was compelled to confine these afflicted survivors within the first defense zone, while transitioning to the second defense zone, simultaneously addressing those survivors with visible wounds. While the measures taken may seem somewhat ruthless, they were deemed necessary to ensure the safety of a greater number of survivors. In this post-apocalyptic world, the degree of infection escalates daily, and only the preventive medications contained within yellow treasure chests can eradicate the infection. Thus, even if you remain unscathed, the virus resides within you, And without the preventive medication, transformation into a zombified entity is inevitable. This fate befalls not only the living but also the deceased. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, those who have perished will rise as zombified beings from the depths below. Conventional weaponry is powerless against them. Only the arms from the apocalyptic game can inflict harm. Therefore, only those affiliated with the safe house possess the qualifications necessary for survival. Xiao spoke in one breath. Gazing at 1349. I understand that you are unable to make a choice at this moment, but I can only urge you to prepare in advance. It is undeniable that the Alliance is magnificent, whether it aims to preserve the embers of humanity or to provide a retreat for the sheltered. However, the apocalyptic game is evidently unlike any before. In a world where order has disintegrated, if the Alliance lacks the ability to safeguard itself, how can it protect anyone else? Observing the furrowed brow of 1349, Xiao decided not to waste any more time. Inform me once you have deliberated on your conditions. Additionally, please ensure they receive a proper burial. 1349 regained her composure. Understood. She needed to report to her superiors and await the final decision from above. Returning to the cellar, Xiao contemplated for 2 minutes. Since the onset of the hurricane disaster, a total of 56 hours had elapsed. 56 hours of apocalyptic despair was sufficient to shatter the mental fortitude of an ordinary person with a fragile psyche. Previously, Xiao had encountered a post that posed the question, if you knew the apocalypse was imminent and a horde of zombies would soon appear, what would you, as an ordinary person, choose to do? The most popular comment in response was, I would opt for a painless suicide before the end arrives. Thus, Aunt Zhang's mental defenses had already crumbled amid the relentless onslaught of disasters, especially upon realizing that this was merely the beginning. After receiving the news from the Alliance yesterday, Aunt Jiang mistakenly believed she was Jiang Qiqi, which allowed her to endure and maintain contact with herself until now. Upon realizing she was not Jiang Qiqi, disappointment flooded her heart, mingled with despair, for the probability of finding Jiang Qiqi was indeed exceedingly slim. Uncle Jiang suffered a severe head injury, rendering him a vegetable. With no resources available for continuous support, the cessation of oxygen became an inevitable fate. Left without any reliance and haunted by the terrifying sight of the zombified attacking survivors, she, in her fear, summoned the courage to choose a dignified departure to evade future suffering. Each individual possesses the inherent right to make their own choices, be it in life or death. Clearing her mind of chaotic thoughts, Xiao first assessed the supplies at hand. Currently, the most abundant resource she possessed was a chest of medicinal supplies, sufficient to synthesize 3 level 5 yellow chests. However, she lacked the necessary energy. With only 100 points of energy available each day, synthesizing a level 5 chest would take over a month, which was far too slow. Thus, she needed to test the energy recovery values of different supplies. Among the food supplies uncovered from yesterday's chest, there remained a piece of fresh beef. Xiao prepared the dish simply. She tenderized the beef by smashing the connective tissues with a hammer, marinated it, and then pan-fried it to a perfect medium rare. Crisp on the outside yet succulent within. She divided the steak into 2 portions, one for herself and the other for Xiao. Xiao recovered 3 points of energy and expressed a genuine fondness for human food, perhaps hinting at its past as a human itself. Xiao was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She had previously contemplated naming Xiao to possibly increase its affinity towards her. But Xiao had mentioned it once possessed a name of its own, which it had forgotten. Thus, she refrained from naming it. She was surprised by the emergence of such a hint. However, discerning Xiaomo's preferences proved challenging. Regaining her focus to calculate, she noted that the basic level 1 chest yielded an energy unit of 1 point, while the beef restored 3 points of energy. Despite the fact that it had only restored 2 points the previous day, the sole difference lay in the portion sizes, with yesterday's serving being smaller than today's more substantial cut of beef. In other words, the true energy value restored from a whole piece of beef should be around 6 points. Discarding a barrel of gasoline yields an energy value increase of 3 points. However, Xiao currently possesses only basic supplies and is reluctant to part with any blueprints. After a moment of contemplation, she decides to directly feed a yellow treasure chest. Little Mo restores 10 points of energy, stating that all chests provide the same energy. A glimmer of realization dawns upon her. Could it be that directly feeding treasure chests maximizes energy gains? Just as this thought materializes, Little Mo reminds her that Master Turtle has sent a message from the communication center, prompting Xiao to open it. Master Turtle presents a level 5 transparent treasure chest to you. Xiao? Master Turtle, bro, do you see how impressive I am? He has managed to directly create a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Xiao falls silent. To synthesize a level 5 treasure chest, one requires 81 chests and 1200 points of energy. How could he possibly possess such abundant resources? Did he sacrifice the main god's toys to the intelligent steward? Calmly, she replies, not interested, too brief. Master Turtle's initial pride crumbles within 3 seconds as he realizes her dismissal. Master Turtle, come on, bro. Jealousy doesn't have to be personal. I can wrap around my waist 3 times, you know. Xiao remains unresponsive. Master Turtle, bro, let me be honest with you. I sacrificed the main goddess toys. And it shot my energy up by 10,000 points. Xiao has already made a guess. Master Turtle, however, I exceeded the energy limit. If I don't use it up today, it will vanish by tomorrow. What does that imply? Xiao's interest peaks. Elaborate. Master Turtle, you have plenty of chests. How about I help you synthesize one? I will provide the energy, and you will supply the chests. Whatever we create, we shall divide equally. Chapter 50. The elixir. Xiao felt a surge of temptation. Yet, her intuition cautioned her that feeding the intelligent butler with the toys of the master god was a rather extravagant endeavor. What if they possessed an alternative function? Moreover, there was a limit to the energy value, which would inevitably refresh the next day. Even if she fed the intelligent butler, she would need sufficient chests for synthesis. Otherwise, it would merely squander energy. Thus, the toys of the master god were certainly not intended for such frivolous use. Regrettably, she did not possess any of the master goddess toys. Xiao still had 266 yellow chests remaining. After calculation, she realized that synthesizing a level 5 chest required 81 level 1 basic chests and 40 synthesis attempts, allowing her to create 3 level 5 yellow chests. Errors in the data description from the previous chapters have been amended. At present, the time was 6:38 p.m., and her opponent had only synthesized 1 level 5 transparent chest. The intelligent butler still had over 8,000 energy points remaining. If not used today, they would simply expire by tomorrow's refresh. Moreover, finding someone to synthesize chests to collect a processing fee would not be an easy task. It would take time to search the world, and there was no doubt that the benefits of opening high-level resources would be significantly greater than this venture. However, Xiao was reluctant to part with half of her resources. Thus, Xiao responded to the turtle sage. I cannot offer half of the resources from one chest, for I can synthesize 3 level 5 yellow chests. However, I can provide you with half of the resources from only one of those level 5 yellow chests as a processing fee. The turtle sage hesitated for a moment. Synthesizing 3 level 5 chests and offering half of the resources from one of them seemed to be a fair arrangement. Due to the substantial energy reserves at hand, which would reset to 100 after midnight, it was imperative to utilize them promptly. Thus, I responded to Xiao, certainly. Please provide me with the basic materials for the treasure chests, and I shall synthesize them for you. The final one is also a yellow treasure chest, and upon opening, you shall receive double the rewards, which you may then pass on to me. The level 5 treasure chest guarantees a 100 success rate for synthesized materials, alleviating any concern regarding potential betrayal. Xiao replied, all right. Once the collaboration was solidified, Xiao promptly sent over 81 yellow treasure chests. In truth, they had all exchanged items for information on upgrading treasure chests, but after careful consideration, Xiao ultimately decided against revealing the upgrading conditions to ordinary survivors. There were valid reasons for this decision. Firstly, the advanced survivors who procured the information had paid a considerable price, while other players might not possess equivalent resources or information to offer in exchange. Additionally, such exchanges could lead to unwanted interference in personal communications. If information became equally accessible to all, yet the sacrifices made differed, the advanced players who had shared exclusive insights would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. It would be akin to purchasing an item yesterday only to find it discounted today. Therefore, Xiao resolved not to disseminate this information to other players for the time being, allowing them a day to utilize it for trade with the next tier of survivors, thereby ensuring a margin for profit. The second reason was that rather than informing ordinary survivors on how to upgrade their treasure chests, it would be more advantageous to exchange the scarce resources within the chests for superior goods. If everyone could easily acquire these rare resources, their intrinsic value would inevitably diminish. Understanding how to upgrade a basic treasure chest is tantamount to comprehending the upgrade process for 3 such chests, which renders their value somewhat disproportionate. Therefore, it is imperative to possess an information advantage, even when one discovers clues through personal effort. It is essential to secure a favorable position before divulging such information to fellow players after the onset of the apocalypse. This elucidates why, following Xiao's dissemination of information, no other advanced players immediately chose to share this news publicly for exchange. Suddenly, Xiao recalled an important point and promptly reminded Master Rashi, show me the probabilities for the level 3 and level 4 treasure chests. Master Rashi replied, sure. Soon after, He presented Su Xiao with the drop rates for the subsequent medicinal treasure chests. Level 3 Yellow Chest, Basic Medicine 80, Intermediate Medicine 19. Advanced Medicine 1. Level 4 Yellow Chest, Intermediate Medicine 80, Advanced Medicine 19, 9. Apocalypse Potion 0. 1. Level 5 Yellow Chest, Intermediate Medicine 50, Advanced Medicine 49. Apocalypse Potion 1, with a guaranteed minimum of 1. The term guaranteed minimum implies that one will receive at least 1 unit of the Apocalypse Potion. Indeed, Master Rashi remarked, I previously opened a level 3 weapon chest and noted that higher level chests have varying unit quantities. For instance, a level 1 chest contains only 1 unit of resources. A level 2 chest holds 5 units, and a level 3 chest provides 10 units. I am uncertain about the quantities for level 4 and level 5. But the guaranteed minimum of 1 suggests that one will ascertain at least 1 vial of the Apocalypse Potion. Additionally, given that the other party possesses a yellow chest with a surprise, it indicates that they too will secure at least 1 vial. Does consuming energy result in a loss for them? Not a loss at all. The benefits of the Doomsday Potion are known only to those who partake. Su Xiao remarked. A guaranteed minimum of 1 bottle indicates an improvement in the quality of the high-level treasure chests, though the quantity of supplies may not necessarily increase. Quality without quantity. The Turtle Sage interjected, I anticipated this, but having quality is certainly more valuable than lacking it entirely. Level 1 potion chests, aside from the epidemic prevention potions, are largely ineffective, particularly the hemostatic potion, which is literally just for stopping blood. It serves little purpose, and one remains weakened regardless. Su Xiao clicked his tongue. It is certainly preferable to bleeding to death from injuries. After all, ordinary survivors find it exceedingly difficult to obtain healing potions. Before opening the chest, Su Xiao took a moment to calm his mind, meditate, wash his hands with soap, and rinse with mineral water. Had conditions permitted, he might have even bathed and burned incense, offering a sincere sense of ritual to the 5th-level treasure chest. Soon enough, the Turtle Sage delivered the remaining 2 5th-level potion chests one by one. Su Xiao selected one meticulously and opened it. Inside were 11 healing potions, 7 immunity potions, and doomsday potions for agility and strength. Immunity potion, description, grants immunity to any negative status for 1 hour after consumption. Is this a high-level potion? It appears less useful than a healing potion, yet in truth, it is significantly more potent. Healing potions are single-use. One consumes it, achieving instant healing, but the moment after, should one be struck by a zombie, the infection rate would inevitably rise. For an entire hour, one is immune to any negative states, allowing survivors to traverse any treacherous weather conditions, confront any monstrosity, and plunge into hordes of zombies with reckless abandon, all without the dread of increasing infection levels. The apocalyptic elixir is a different matter altogether. It is no wonder that a level 5 treasure chest contains merely 20 units of supplies. Discarding the refuse of lesser materials and elevating to the essence, particularly ensuring 1 vial of the apocalyptic potion, coupled with the personal treasure chest surprises, all supplies are doubled, resulting in the emergence of 4 vials of the apocalyptic elixir. The Turtle Sage, brimming with anticipation, inquired, So, what did you find? Su Xiao replied, Fortune smiled upon me. I uncovered 2 vials of the apocalyptic elixir, one of agility and one of strength. According to their agreement, this treasure chest would be doubled for the other party. In truth, Su Xiao could have feigned a minimal finding and substituted the second treasure chest with an intermediate potion. However, given her ongoing collaboration with the Turtle Sage, her honesty was a testament to her sincerity. Chapter 51. Harm Turtle Sage. This is splendid. I desperately require this strength potion. I unearthed a level 3 weapon, which is incredibly heavy. I find it nearly impossible to lift. It must weigh at least 1 to 200 pounds. Only someone like Li Yuanba could wield it effortlessly. Hence, my urgent need for the strength potion. Su Xiao, intrigued, asked, Have you tried drinking the potion to see if you can lift it? Turtle Sage responded, Is it even possible to be unable to lift it? Su Xiao remained uncertain, for the indices of the apocalyptic game diverged from those of reality. It was as if she had consumed a potion of strength. When lifting the damaged structure, she felt no sensation whatsoever. However, wielding the axe still conveyed a sense of weight. This weight was just right, perfectly manageable in her grasp, despite the axe's diminutive size. If weight alone were the criterion, then even the burden of a load-bearing wall would feel insubstantial, and she would perceive the axe as similarly light. Yet, the reality of perception differed. Thus, she speculated that the weapons within the apocalyptic game were not assessed by the conventional standards of weight found on Blue Star, but rather by a form of energy. Upon consuming the potion, she had acquired this energy, enabling her to effortlessly lift structures while possessing sufficient strength to wield the game's weaponry. As for the first and second tier weapons, Perhaps an ordinary person could manage them, but the third-tier weapon might necessitate the consumption of a strength potion. Master Rashi swiftly finished the strength potion. I can handle it. The third-tier axe feels just like the second-tier axe, he remarked. After sending a message to Xiao, he realized something was amiss. How could the third-tier axe and the second-tier axe possibly weigh the same? He distinctly remembered being unable to lift it before. He decided to test it again. 3 seconds later, Xiao received Master Rashi's precise detection information. After you helped me upgrade to the second-tier axe, it felt somewhat heavy and not very easy to wield. However, you mentioned that upgraded weapons are indeed heavier than their predecessors, and I didn't think much of it. With the level 1 axe, I found it quite adequate for my needs, thus I have consistently employed this basic weapon. However, after consuming the strength elixir, the level 2 axe became remarkably manageable, and while I could wield the level 3 axe, it felt somewhat cumbersome. The experience of wielding an axe is akin to that of a dagger. The latter is nimble and agile, allowing for a more instinctive handling. Although the axe possesses formidable lethality, its weight renders it less controllable. It was then that Master Rashi swiftly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the weapon level a survivor can wield correlates with the quantity of strength elixirs they have consumed? Xiao replied, perhaps. Previously, Xiao had contemplated that a single dose of the Doomsday Elixir could grant her the strength to effortlessly topple dilapidated structures. If everyone partook of this elixir, how would one establish a consistent measure of strength amidst the apocalypse? Despite being a game devoid of physical attributes, distinguishing strength through mere observation proved impossible. When Master Rashi mentioned that he had consumed a defense elixir and felt invulnerable, akin to being impervious to blades and firearms, Xiao pondered whether her attacks could inflict harm upon him. That day, the man she pursued, designated 1349, had also ingested a defense elixir. His ordinary strength was insufficient to threaten her. Yet, Xiao effortlessly penetrated the back of his head. Logically, with both having consumed 1 dose of their respective elixirs, the energy should have been in equilibrium, resulting in a 50-50 scenario. However, on that fateful day, Xiao's axe sliced through the man's skull as effortlessly as if it were mere cardboard. The sole explanation lies in the weapon's inherent capacity to bear an energy equivalent to 1 or more doses of the potion, thus enabling Xiao to effortlessly vanquish her adversaries. After articulating this, she continued, I require your assistance in crafting a level 5 transparent treasure chest. As a service fee, I can offer you another vial of the Doomsday Potion, but I hope that your level 5 transparent chest can yield a black one. In her possession were 154 colorless treasure chests, sufficient for her to synthesize a level 5 transparent chest. The energy from the turtle sage should not go to waste. Who knows when another opportunity for such an energy surge might arise. She also had 2 unopened level 5 potion chests, which could potentially yield at least 4 bottles of the Doomsday Potion, making the exchange of 1 vial for a service fee of 1200 energy quite advantageous. The turtle sage inquired, Why? Although he initially intended to open a black chest due to the scarcity of materials, which could be exchanged for more resources. Xiao clarified, I shall open a blue one. After all, a transparent chest cannot trigger a special event, so it matters not who opens it. What is paramount is that the items we obtain can be exchanged according to our respective needs. The turtle sage concurred. Recognizing the potential of the Doomsday Potion as a reward for time-limited challenges, which would undoubtedly hold significant value in the future. The fact that the other party possessed the yellow chest special event indicated a greater probability of acquiring the Doomsday Potions, allowing him to exchange for it at a lower cost. Otherwise, once the other party also gained access to abundant energy for synthesizing treasure chests, they would no longer trade the Doomsday Potion with him. The turtle sage promptly agreed, very well. The ensuing transaction was considerably simpler, as he transferred 81 transparent chests to allow the other party to craft a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Xiao first consumed the Agility Doomsday Potion. Indeed, she felt a significant lightness in her body, dispelling the previous heaviness that had burdened her. Rising to her feet, she executed a brief 10-meter sprint in the cellar, her steps light and buoyant. However, without comparison, there was no discernible impact. Apart from that, she felt nothing else. Continuing her endeavor, she downed another strength potion, which allowed her to unlock the remaining 2 level 5 yellow treasure chests. The contents revealed themselves. Healing Potions X10, Immunity Potions X7, Doomsday Potion, Defense, Doomsday Potion, Strength, and Doomsday Potion, Agility. Additionally, she found Healing Potions X13, Immunity Potions X6, and another Doomsday Potion, Agility. Overall, it was a fortunate haul, especially considering the bonus. She had accumulated a total of 8 Doomsday Potions. Grasping 2 defense potions, she swiftly consumed them. These were essential for her self-preservation. Even a cannon blast would likely fail to penetrate her defenses now. Upon finishing the potions, Xiao sensed an indescribable change within her body. She raised her hand and struck a punch against the cellar wall, the sound of the impact resonating crisply in her ears. Little Emo interjected, warning that the owner's attacks could potentially damage the safe house, hindering its normal operation. Caution was advised. Xiao quickly apologized. My apologies, I merely wished to test it. I did not anticipate. Realizing something, she probed further. Little Emo, do you mean to say that if survivors attack the safe house from within, it could indeed sustain damage? Little Emo affirmed, yes, however, if the owner's energy has escalated to the point where they can dismantle the safe house, then they would be capable of self-preservation in the Doomsday game even without it. Now it all made sense. A setting in which one becomes so powerful that the need for any form of shelter becomes obsolete. For some reason, this concept evokes a sense of existential contemplation. I cannot help but inquire, what about public shelters? Can they also be dismantled from within? After a moment of reflection, Xiao responded, the essence of a public shelter is akin to that of a safe haven. Chapter 52. A loss. This implies that it is indeed possible. Xiao, understanding this, consumed the remaining 2 bottles of strength elixir and 4 bottles of agility elixir, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. In terms of speed, she believed she could traverse walls with the grace of a skilled acrobat. In terms of strength, given a fulcrum, she could even lift the very planet itself. Regarding defense, she pondered whether 2 bottles of defensive elixir could withstand bullets. Regardless, her sense of security soared. No longer would she fear the vulnerability of her existence being abruptly extinguished. Shortly thereafter, she received a level 5 transparent treasure chest from Master Rashi. This chest is yours to open. I shall handle the black one, while you open the blue. Xiao replied, all right. The level 5 transparent treasure chest only reveals its contents upon being opened, requiring the selection of a color to substitute for the unlock. Xiao chose blue without hesitation. Thus far, blue was the color she had opened the least, and she had not yet exchanged it for a treasure chest owned by the egg holder. This was partly due to the fact that the blue treasure chests in the exchange center predominantly contained energy and spatial items, such as space expansion tools for safety, warehouse expansion tools, oxygen tanks, gasoline, pet food, and various consumable sustainability items. Initially, the resources were prohibitively expensive, leading her to forego the exchange. Furthermore, upon learning that the blue treasure chest contained only a single unit and might not yield an item suited to her needs, she decided to observe for a while, as her supply of blue treasure chests was quite limited. At that time, Yu offered to assist her in trading for gasoline and could also help her open the blue chest for 49, albeit with a fee for the intermediary. Reluctant to allow a middleman to profit from her, she refrained from utilizing her scarce blue chests. After upgrading the safe house, she became acquainted with 49, yet found him to exude an unfavorable impression. His initial remark suggested that if he had any needs, she could approach him, implying a desire for control. Such individuals, though possessing considerable determination, are ill-suited for collaboration with Xiao, who similarly seeks agency in her dealings. Much like how others would approach Xiao to open treasure chests, the fees would be determined solely by her. Thus, she dismissed the notion of allowing him to open her blue chests. Moreover, Yu, in her naive exuberance, had unveiled a battery blueprint, prompting Xiao to realize that her true scarcity lay in materials. Consequently, the urgency to open the blue chests diminished significantly. In contrast to the transient nature of single-use items, she preferred a stable source of sustainable resources. After all, halting her vehicle midway would render her even more vulnerable. Thus, until now, Xiao had scarcely opened any blue chests. She yearned to ascertain whether a level 5 blue chest might contain materials akin to a device synthesizer, and what guaranteed treasures might lie within. Regrettably, the transparent treasure chest does not trigger any special effects, nor does it provide prompts like a conventional chest, rendering the probability items invisible. Upon opening the chest, a plethora of supplies emerges: 7 space expansion items for a 5 square meter safe house, 3 warehouse expansion items for the safe house, 2 item decomposers, 1 item synthesizer, 2 facility upgrade cards, 2 large barrels of gasoline with a travel distance of 1,000 kilometers, 2 large oxygen tanks with an oxygen duration of 100 hours, and an inexhaustible supply of animal feed, permanent. There is no double effect from the special egg, and the resources obtained from a level 5 blue chest amount to 20 units. However, their quality surpasses that of a level 1 chest. For instance, a level 1 chest can only yield a 1-hour oxygen tank, while 81 blue chests, even with the double special, would at most provide 162 hours of oxygen duration. In this scenario, 2 large oxygen tanks would recoup the investment. Therefore, It is indeed a prudent decision not to squander lower-level chests for resources. Xiao is particularly intrigued by the item decomposer. Previously, 49 had given her an item synthesizer, claiming it could synthesize blue chests, and now she possesses an item decomposer. Item decomposer, capable of decomposing items, yet it does not specify which items can be decomposed. Resembling a DIY project, and currently, Xiao is uncertain about what should be decomposed, as she feels that the resources at hand are all useful. Nevertheless, she decided to utilize one item decomposer. The decomposer and synthesizer are situated on the same wall, and the use of a second one is restricted due to its limited availability. Another significant item is the Facility Upgrade Card. Facility Upgrade Card can upgrade any indoor facility below level 5. This item is noteworthy. Xiao promptly placed the prop card upon the weapon platform for utilization. Indeed, the level 2 weapon platform ascended to a level 3 without the need for blueprints, thus enabling the synthesis of weapons up to level 4. This proved to be far more convenient than the cumbersome upgrade blueprints. Following the enhancement, the weapon platform revealed 2 additional slots beside the placement area, suggesting the necessity of suitable materials for future insertion. As for the level 5 treasure chest, it was not difficult to deduce that the sole permanent item was the guaranteed drop from the level 5 blue treasure chest. Regrettably, it held no value for her. Xiao sent a message to Master Rashi. What did you obtain? Master Rashi replied, a plethora of materials. What did you acquire? He promptly forwarded the complete details, including quantities: waterproof film sheets, pack of 10, 8, circuit boards, pack of 5, 3, insulation fabric, pack of 10, 3, alloy, pack of 10, 3, axle wheel power brackets 2, and water energy. Upon reviewing the message, Xiao felt an instant surge of excitement. Finally, she had discovered usable materials. She shared her findings in return. Master Rashi responded eagerly. Permanent animal feed. Excellent. This is indeed a splendid acquisition for me. My turtle shall no longer endure hunger. And I greatly require that oxygen tank as well. My bunker has oxygen consumption demands. Xiao stated directly, I can provide it to you. Both the synthesis and decomposition devices are not one-time use items. Since I have obtained them, I can share them with you. These 2 items are specifically utilized for synthesizing blue treasure chests, while I have yet to research the decomposition of items. Additionally, I have 4 more expansion items for the safe house. However, I require the circuit board, insulation fabric, waterproof film, and alloys, as well as a power support bracket for the axle and wheel. Master Rashi exclaimed, no, this is akin to stripping me bare. I feel utterly swindled. It is not merely a matter of feeling shortchanged in the exchange. The fact that the other party utilized the item synthesis and decomposition apparatus with his consumable materials renders the trade inequitable. His loss stemmed from opening a level 5 black treasure chest with a transparent box. The black treasure chest is one of the fundamental material chests, and even a level 5 black treasure chest pales in comparison to a blue one. Upon discovering the contents of the chest, he realized the discrepancy. In just 2 days, when the infection rate of the corpses reaches 100, he might be able to procure black treasure chests by slaying zombies. Therefore, even synthesizing a level 5 weapon chest would be far more advantageous than opening a level 5 material chest. Chapter 53. Instantly, Master Rashi found himself instinctively critiquing the situation. To all observers, it was clear that the items within the item treasure chests were superior to those found in the material chests. The material chests contained only consumables, devoid of any permanent assets, while the items within the treasure chests appeared significantly more valuable. Xiao remained silent for several minutes before responding slowly. Let us revert the trade as if it never occurred. You shall open the blue treasure chest, and I shall open the black treasure chest. The materials will belong to me, and the items will be yours. Master Rashi found this proposition agreeable, but just as he was about to affirm, a sudden realization struck him. Why did the other party acquiesce so readily? The disparity in perceived value is glaringly evident. Wait. The opponent is a player possessing 3 treasure chest Easter eggs, and it is only a matter of time before they gather sufficient energy to provide for the intelligent steward. Currently, synthesizing the treasure chests serves to help oneself consume the surplus energy generated from the primordial items. The reason for distributing the treasure chests by color is that if both parties were to open item treasure chests or others alike, they would be unable to acquire enough materials to create blueprints and such. The seemingly light statement from the opponent carries an underlying message. If you deem this arrangement unfair, we can cease our collaboration henceforth. The notion of non-cooperation may appear to be a mere threat, yet for the opponent, it bears no detriment. Possessing the 3 significant treasure chest Easter eggs, particularly the medicine treasure chest capable of yielding doomsday potions, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 bottle, affords them at least 2 bottles of doomsday potion. alongside an additional 19 units of mid to high-grade potions. A mere handling fee would suffice for someone to assist in opening them, not to mention the crucial food supplies that follow. If one allows transient, trivial interests to jeopardize a long-standing symbiotic relationship, such short-sightedness is indeed lamentable. Upon this realization, Master Rashi nearly bowed in contrition. Father, I was mistaken. It was my greed that clouded my judgment, and I intended no blame towards you. Xiao remained silent. Frankly, she nearly believed that this partnership was on the verge of collapse. Discontent among cooperative allies due to unequal distribution is a commonplace occurrence in the apocalypse, particularly when one recognizes the necessity of controlling the probability of high-grade treasure chest resources within their own grasp. However, rather than leading others into a state of confusion to compel them to follow her wishes, Xiao would prefer that they fully comprehend her intentions. Even if it entails a slight personal loss, she seeks a mutually beneficial outcome that aligns with her requests. While it may not be essential for her to utilize the energy from Master Rashi to craft the treasure chests, she would need to personally gather energy from 120 boxes to amass the requisite 1,200 points for synthesis. For Xiao, 120 boxes are not an excessive burden, however. The process can be cumbersome, requiring her to continually exchange and negotiate at the trading hub to find individuals willing to open the boxes for her. The trading hub permits only one message per day, thus attracting a limited number of survivors eager to assist her in opening treasure chests. Furthermore, most survivors possess only a handful of boxes, if any at all. This necessitates her proactive engagement in private conversations at the trading hub, inquiring whether others have boxes in need of opening. Some individuals may require assistance, while others do not, and many engage in lengthy discussions, often attempting to gain an advantage by trading lower-tier boxes for higher-tier resources. Just last night, after an hour of effort, she managed to acquire only a few dozen boxes worth of processing materials. Through careful selection and relentless communication, to accumulate the necessary 120 boxes, she would need to spend an entire day tirelessly working at the trading hub. This time investment detracts from her ability to explore the external world and obtain crucial information regarding the game's progress. For instance, during a sulfuric rain, she might miss the opportunity to discover deposits of sulfuric acid and oil, nor would she benefit from the rain to acquire corrosion-resistant attributes. Should a day come when all the boxes vanish or no one is available to assist her in opening them, she would find herself in peril, having failed to grasp the critical developments of the game. Remaining confined within the safe house, relying solely on the occasional acquisition of resources through hidden treasures, is akin to a form of self-imposed isolation. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from such actions. She addressed the turtle hermit, so, shall we proceed with the exchange as previously discussed? The turtle hermit replied enthusiastically, absolutely. Whatever you say, father. No problem at all. He wiped the sweat from his brow, displaying his loyalty. If it were anyone else, their trust might have already faltered, leading to discord. Without delay, he exchanged resources as per Su Zhao's instructions, and casually remarked, "The resources in the desert today surpass those of the past few days." Curiously, Su Zhao inquired, "Do you feel that way too?" The turtle hermit responded, "Previously, there was only one treasure chest within a mile in the desert, but today, there are at least 35 within the same distance. Moreover, the transparent chests are quite easy to locate. Though colorless, they possess weight, allowing their square outlines to be seen against the sand. I found over 100 chests today. Were it not for the insufficient energy resources that hinder my ability to maneuver the safe house, I could have discovered even more. However, with nightfall approaching, visibility of the transparent chests diminishes, making them difficult to locate after dark." Su Zhao fell silent. Even the turtle hermit had sensed the increase in resources today. Indeed, the festivities seemed quite exuberant. Yet, she felt an underlying complexity to the situation. Just then, the communicator rang. After contacting 1349, Su Zhao brought the device down to the cellar, awaiting her response, confident that it would arrive soon. Upon connection, the voice of 1349 was indeed heard. "Greetings, Miss Su. We have conveyed the information you provided to the Alliance, which has decided to alter its strategic approach. Natural food supplies will be allocated to temporary camps for ordinary survivors, while Alliance members will take control of safe houses, stockpiling resources in anticipation of the impending update of the Doomsday game version in 4 days. Therefore, we hope to establish a long-term partnership with you." Su Zhao was examining the description of water resources. Water is not a permanent resource. It merely consists of 10 tons of potable water. He responded, "Please proceed." 1349 continued, "Today, we indeed acquired a significant number of so-called transparent treasure chests, and have discerned the corresponding colors that indicate what they contain upon opening. Notably, Transparent chests do not require special conditions to be unlocked, whereas chests of other colors are visible only to survivors bound to the safe houses. However, we believe that your ability to obtain such an abundance of resources suggests a considerable understanding of the game. We kindly ask you to advise us on our next steps. As a gesture of goodwill, we shall gift you a portion of the transparent treasure chests acquired today in Yun City. Xiao inquired, how many? 1349 replied, 100. Would that be acceptable to you? The ability to present 100 chests for collaboration indicated that they possessed at least several thousand transparent treasure chests themselves. It seemed that the abundance of treasure chests today was indeed extraordinary. However, Xiao recalled the potentiality and immediately responded with seriousness, that is agreeable. But you must undertake a task at once. Chapter 54. Disassembly 1349 awaited his instruction with a solemn demeanor. Please, proceed. Xiao instructed. Burn the corpses in your possession and have the members linked to the safe house collect the yellow chests left after incineration. This is a task we have been diligently undertaking. 1349 expressed confusion, recalling that someone had previously leaked this information in the safe house communication center. The doctor had informed them, which led various alliance organizations to designate specific members for the collection of yellow chests. What I mean is, do not rest tonight. Continue until 8 a.m. tomorrow when resources refresh. Gather as many chests as you can, Xiao continued, because starting tomorrow, there may very well be no chests left. A great drought will inevitably follow a great flood. The Day of Joy is evidently a celebratory occasion, yet such festivities do not occur daily. Most importantly, if the infection rate reaches 100 and survivors truly turn into zombies the day after tomorrow, what will drop from the slain zombies, black chests or yellow chests? I am uncertain. The worst-case scenario would be if, upon transforming into zombies, they drop black chests. In that event, the scarcity of medicine would pose significant complications. The Alliance is stockpiling medicine chests, as they have a rescue center and are aware of where the most corpses are located. Their personnel follow orders with discipline, facilitating quicker and more efficient operations. I understand, 1349 replied. And what about the transparent chests? Xiao had also contemplated this, noting that transporting supplies could prove inconvenient and lead to potential losses. Since some of you are linked to the safe house, let us utilize it for this purpose. The Safe House Communication Center currently lacks the functionalities for adding friends and searching. Between midnight and 12:10 a.m., those within the safe house should call the number 1 in the communication center. Upon noticing even one instance, I will reach out to you. The secret code is 100 transparent treasure chests. Very well. Number 1349 nodded, refraining from further discussion, and hung up the communicator, adhering to Xiao's suggestion. Xiao reviewed the supplies at hand. Her foremost objective was to synthesize an indoor lighting facility, as the darkness of the basement was exceedingly oppressive, without illumination. Her eyesight would inevitably deteriorate. After consuming 15 units of plastic, 1 circuit board, and 4 iron blocks, she successfully synthesized 1 titanium battery. Following this, she expended 6 units of plastic, 2 wooden planks for iron blocks, and 1 titanium battery to create the indoor lighting facility. With a resounding click, the entire basement was instantly illuminated, transforming the dim confines into a radiant space. The stark, cold cement walls were now warmed by the sole source of light. Xiao, the indoor lighting facility is now operational. 3 safe houses can jointly utilize it, sharing the power supply. Currently, your safe house's lighting facility is at 100 capacity. Excellent. Thank you. Xiao rolled over on her bed. Indeed, humans are creatures of light. Otherwise, how could they possess eyes that seek illumination? Living in darkness is no different from being maggots in a cesspool. With the lighting facility activated, her next priority was the washroom facilities. She already had waterproof boards, alloys, and water resources, but still required 10 units of composite glass. If she had not yet opened a level 5 material treasure chest, it either meant the odds were exceedingly low, or the items could be acquired from alternative sources. Suddenly, Xiao recalled an object and turned around to pick up a vial of doomsday potion from the table. The vial was transparent, felt like glass to the touch. And notably, the container did not vanish after consuming the potion. Thus, she currently possessed a total of 10 vials. After some contemplation, Xiao decided to place the doomsday potion vial into the item decomposition device. This decomposition yielded composite glass 10. Indeed, items were not solely limited to those found within blue treasure chests. They also included those acquired from other treasure chests. If Xiao was not mistaken, she could also decompose alloys, waterproof boards, thermal cloth, aluminum ingots, and so forth to obtain basic resources, as these items shared common characteristics. After pondering for a moment, Xiao set about crafting restroom facilities. Little Mo announced, restroom facilities have been constructed. placement will require 6 space points. The current available space in Shelter No. 1 is only 8. If placement exceeds capacity, the intelligent steward will automatically discard natural resources within the space. Xiao utilized 2 5-square-meter expansion items. Not hesitating to do so, the originally 8-square-meter cellar was instantly expanded to 18 square meters, visibly separating the sofa bed from the corner designated for natural resources. Xiao then raised her hand, pointing to a spot not far from the edge of the bed, instructing the restroom facilities to be placed there. Little Mo quickly complied, and in the next moment, the restroom appeared, positioned diagonally across from the bed, separated by waterproof boards and glass. Xiao first observed from the outside. The dressing mirror is conveniently situated next to the washroom, accompanied by a small storage cabinet. Although the cabinet is currently empty, it provides a space for Xiao to stow away her previously stored toiletries. Remarkably, beneath the mirror, there exists a small electrical outlet, perfect for a hairdryer. This is truly splendid. Beyond the dressing mirror lies the bathing area. To the left is a squat toilet, occupying approximately 1 square meter, while to the right is a flushing showerhead, covering around 4 square meters. Overall, the entire washroom occupies roughly 6 square meters. Though modest in size, it is exquisitely functional. Just the sight of Xiao brings immense satisfaction. A note from Xiao Mo: the current washroom facilities hold a capacity of 10 tons of water for daily use. Should the homeowner construct kitchen stove facilities, the water resources can be shared. The energy apparatus within the facilities allows for the utilization of shared energy. If there is a gas supply, the water temperature regulator can provide hot water. That's acceptable. The weather is not too cold at the moment, and I can manage. Upon entering the washroom, a notification resonates in my ears. Maintain regular cleanliness to prevent becoming a vector for lethal viruses in the post-apocalyptic world. Just as Xiao had previously surmised, it appears that everyday facilities possess a unique significance in this apocalyptic game. The term lethal virus suggests ailments that cannot be cured by remedies, and its contagious nature implies its prevalence in crowded areas, such as safe havens. However, such occurrences are unlikely at present. After all, the survivors capable of constructing a washroom are few. If a lethal virus were to emerge now, it would likely result in a staggering 90 fatality rate among the already dwindling survivor population. The essence of an apocalyptic game lies in its nature as a game, which necessitates the presence of players, and these players are the survivors. Therefore, the extinction of survivors would be detrimental to the apocalyptic game itself. Glancing at the time, it was nearing 8 o'clock, and dusk was approaching. Although aware that treasure chests might be absent the following day, Xiao had no intention of venturing out at midnight in search of them. She had already forged a collaboration with the Alliance, which would yield far more resources than if she were to embark on a solitary quest, particularly when the ground yielded no treasure resources. It would be the opportune moment for her to shine. The night was dark and fraught with potential dangers. Thus, Xiao entered the bathing area without a care. The washing facilities lacked ready-made toiletries, yet she had thoughtfully prepared her own body wash and shampoo. Half an hour later, she emerged with her hair still damp. And before she could even turn on the hairdryer, she heard the notification for 8 o'clock. Chapter 55. Vigil. At present, 90 of safe houses have been bound, with over 10 survivors having upgraded their safe houses, triggering a comprehensive upgrade of the communication center for enhanced usability. Sometimes, being alive feels like a mistake, dear survivors. Relish your final revelry. Upon hearing this, Xiao pondered. The phrase final revelry seemed almost a foreboding indication. However, what could it mean that sometimes merely breathing feels like a mistake? Surely, it could not merely be a lamentation. As for the upgrade of the communication center, Xiao accessed it to explore. To her surprise, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, there were now 4 or 5 additional advanced players, 2 of whom still bore their initial identifiers. Earlier that morning, she had encountered a dapper gentleman in a suit, who was also among the advanced players, though she could not ascertain his identity. Judging by his manner of speaking, he hardly seems to be 80 years old. He inquired whether it was possible to treat asthma. Perhaps there is an air of mystery surrounding him. Last night, after exchanging supplies, she scarcely paid attention to the communication center until this morning, leaving open the possibility that today a high-level player may have just upgraded. Xiao searched for information. The public screen of the high-level player communication center was abuzz with numerous messages, the most recent being one from Master Rashi over half an hour ago. Is anyone looking to synthesize treasure chests? I can assist with the synthesis, but a service fee will apply. The 80-year-old responded, yes, I have some. I will message you privately right away. The mysterious figure interjected, isn't synthesizing treasure chests dependent on energy? Where does one acquire such abundant energy? The user 18273-294 inquired, what treasure chests are you referring to? What kind of energy is required? I'm new here and unfamiliar with this. Is this a private group for high-level players? Are there insider details? User 666 remarked. My highest weapon level is 3. I consumed a strength potion. What level does that equate to? Surely, those who gathered early must have even greater advantages. User 773945 responded with confusion. Hai Tian Kong greeted. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon reading these exchanges, Su Xiao fell silent. It seemed that a diverse array of characters, from formidable to questionable, were present. Although the upgrading of the safe house indicated a high-level player, it did not necessarily imply that the individual possessed survival capabilities. Much like Su Xiao, who had fortuitously come from a high-speed safe house, one could not dismiss the possibility of sheer luck on the part of others. Upon shutting down the Advanced Player Communication Center, Su Xiao noticed a diminutive magnifying glass icon in the lower left corner. Upon touching it, a prompt appeared. Please enter the survivor ID you wish to search for. This indeed facilitated many interactions, allowing for direct searches of players by their ID for chatting and resource exchanges. At that moment, a message from Yu arrived. Yu sister. I've struck it rich today. I floated to an uninhabited island and collected numerous chests, truly in abundance. I feel a sense of unease, akin to a death row inmate savoring their last meal. Su Xiao. Sister, your concern is valid. But could you refrain from such a description? Yu, it's just a bit grim. The corpses on that island appear as though they have been waterlogged, almost reminiscent of a colossal spectacle. While I was burning the bodies, I continued to gather treasure chests, spending an entire day and still not finishing with that island. By evening, I discovered the other half, only to find that there were hardly any more corpses present. Fearing an ambush, I hastily departed. After listening, Su Xiao felt an unsettling familiarity. Could it be that this resembled the small island she had visited? Of course, it was not beyond the realm of possibility, considering one of Yu's safe houses was also a boat. Su Xiao, are you looking for me to open the chests? Yu, never mind, not for now. The supplies I have at hand are currently sufficient. Even if I don't talk to you for a day, I just engage in daily banter and build rapport, as I sense that tonight's announcement may imply that there will be no treasure chests tomorrow. Su Xiao was taken aback by the directness of the conversation and replied, I think so too. Yu continued, therefore, my dear sister, I believe your surprise might be imminent. If the treasure chests are indeed limited, everyone will strive to utilize the finite chests to acquire double the resources. I must cling to you, for if I find myself in dire straits, I may have to rely on your generosity. The light-hearted tone masked a deeper concern. Just as Su Xiao was about to respond, she received a notification from Xiaomao. Host. The oxygen duration in the first cellar is insufficient, lasting less than 1 hour. An oxygen exchange activity is required. It was then that Su Xiao realized the oxygen duration in the safe house had fallen below 1 hour. The oxygen exchange activity necessitates 2 conditions. 1. The host must exit the safe house from the cellar's exit. 2. The cellar door must remain open upon exiting. However, after Su Xiao returned from gathering supplies last night, she had been teleporting between the Ferrari and the fishing boat today, thus failing to conduct a complete oxygen exchange activity. Yet, something felt amiss. Su Xiao had a keen sensitivity to numbers. Xiaomao, the cellar is supposed to store oxygen for 24 hours, but prior to the upgrade of the safe house yesterday, I did conduct an oxygen exchange activity. The cellar should still have a 24-hour oxygen duration. I returned at 7 p.m. last night, and it is only 9 a.m. now, which amounts to merely 12 hours. During my time, I hardly lingered in the cellar, instead opting to visit safe house number 2 and number 3, which should have taken at least 7 or 8 hours. Are you suggesting that while I was absent from safe house number 1, the oxygen consumption was still ongoing? Xiao Mo, indeed. Su Xiao shook his head and remarked, Xiao Mo, oxygen is consumed through respiration. It should only be depleted when survivors are present within the safe house. If oxygen is automatically consumed when survivors are absent, then in the event of a natural disaster, such as a snow accumulation trapping the cellar, rendering it inaccessible and immobile, my lack of residence in the cellar would lead to the depletion of natural oxygen. This scenario seems illogical. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Mo organized the information and confirmed whether the owner had submitted a suggestion concerning the oxygen consumption bug in the safe houses, which would also affect the owner when visiting other safe houses. Yes, it has been duly recorded and submitted, with feedback expected in 1 day. However, until confirmation is received regarding whether this constitutes a bug, I still recommend that the host vacate the cellar for oxygen exchange activities to prevent any potential oxygen deficiency during sleep, which could endanger life. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao agreed and said, Very well, Xiao Mo, I shall step outside now. Please ensure you keep watch, and remember to turn off the lights to conserve electricity. Xiao Mo replied, Understood. Xiaomo's favorability increased to 13. Has it risen again? Su Xiao had not deliberately sought to please Xiaomo. He simply engaged in casual conversation as one would with another human. Despite lacking memories, Xiaomo seemed to retain some awareness of these interactions. He pushed open the cellar door and emerged into the desolate city center, cloaked in darkness. He switched on his flashlight. In the stillness of the night, when few souls wandered the streets, a leisurely stroll could serve as a form of exercise. As she made her way towards the riverbank, having walked several dozen meters, Su Xiao sensed something amiss from behind her. Turning swiftly, a shadow darted in front of her, wielding a long stick that came crashing down upon her forehead. I've been waiting here all day. Finally, a target with a safe house. The sound echoed in the air, sharp and jarring, akin to wood striking metal. Chapter 56. Poison. Su Xiao felt little more than a gentle tap, as if struck by a balloon. She had developed a clear awareness of the energy from 2 bottles of defensive potions. When she turned back, her flashlight illuminated the man's face, sharp features, bloodied visage. His gaze imbued with a crimson hue. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly reacted, "You little brat. Hurry up and help." To her surprise, he had an accomplice. As the man raised his baseball bat once more to strike her face, Su Xiao deftly grasped it. She might concede to a sneak attack from behind, but facing this assault head-on was unacceptable. Behind the man stood a youth, no more than 17 or 18, clutching an iron rod, yet hesitating, his eyes reflecting inner turmoil. In an instant, Su Xiao exerted force, snapping the baseball bat in 2, and with a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the man's head. She swore it was but a gentle tap, yet the man collapsed before her. A man convulsed on the ground, unable to utter a word. His eyes fixed on Su Xiao, becoming increasingly bloodshot. Within mere seconds, he ceased to breathe. Su Xiao, having consumed a bottle of strength elixir, had already lost significant awareness of her own power, especially after downing several more. She found herself unable to rein in this newfound strength. Anyone who approached her would be inviting their own demise. Casting a casual glance at a nearby youth, he, displaying remarkable instinct, turned and fled with astonishing speed. Su Xiao, however, did not pursue him relentlessly. Instead, she ignited the man with a lighter. In this mechanism, any deceased body would ignite swiftly with just a spark, provided it wasn't raining. She collected a yellow treasure chest. Outside, without a timer, time was invisible. Su Xiao switched off her flashlight, as its illumination could easily render her a target. Having consumed agility elixirs, her body felt light, facilitating her concealment. Eager to take flight, she prepared to lift her foot, but suddenly felt a weight bearing down on her. Poison level reached 10. Poisoned? When had she been poisoned? Had it only been 10 minutes since her emergence? Food poisoning? Yet, how could the items she consumed possibly be tainted? Could it be that the man had poisoned himself, thus causing her to become afflicted upon contact? A commotion arose nearby. Who among you poisoned the food? I just finished eating and now claim to be poisoned. Indeed. I, too, feel poisoned. We all ate separately. How could anyone be poisoned? Su Xiao promptly approached to investigate. This appeared to be a temporary refuge, reminiscent of a location once occupied by the Alliance. After the Alliance left the supplies, they withdrew. The individuals present appeared to be ordinary people. Even those clad in the so-called Alliance uniforms were merely temporary members, not seasoned operatives like those in the 1349 organization. The true core members of the Alliance were only those who possessed identification numbers and metallic communication badges. Did we not find a treasure chest? Did the Alliance not state that yellow chests could yield potions? They can cure poisoning, right? Someone immediately remarked. The detoxifying potion from a level 1 treasure chest instantly alleviates the poisoned state. As a novice tool, it was indeed utilized. How many treasure chests do we have? Today, we gathered around 60 or 70 chests. With our group of over 20, each person could claim 2. A group of individuals began to ponder how to utilize the treasure chests they had collected today. I obtained a preventive potion, one that eliminates infections. But it seems I am not infected, am I? Infection? Are you referring to this thing appearing on my body? Someone revealed their arm, displaying purple veins. This condition has worsened since I was bitten by a rat that day. Goodness, you aren't turning into a zombie, are you? Su Xiao found a cover for observation, conveniently positioned beside a dead tree. The trunk was substantial enough to conceal his figure, while he leaned against it for support. Who is turning into a zombie? I am perfectly fine. The man quickly retorted. The woman next to him anxiously exclaimed, "Stay away. Keep your distance." From a distance, Su Xiao could not see clearly and could only listen. Through the analysis of these individuals' dialogue, it becomes evident that those with bodily wounds or injuries are prone to infection, and the severity of this infection tends to escalate over time. However, the onset of poisoning appears to have commenced only after the notification at 8 o'clock this evening. Thus, this phenomenon correlates with the progression of the game. Xiao pondered over this and was suddenly alerted by the message. Poisoning level reached 20. How could it escalate so swiftly? In merely a few minutes, it surged by 10. From the previous moment until now, it has barely been 5 minutes. I have administered the detoxification potion. Someone from the opposing camp shouted. Fearing that the detoxification potion might be snatched away, that individual promptly consumed the potion. My poisoning level has returned to 0. After drinking the potion, the other party gleefully remarked. What a surprise. But the probability of obtaining such treasure chests is so low. I have not found a single detoxification potion in 2 chests. They are all preventive potions. What on earth is this? Is this game designed to make us await our demise? Given the current rate of increase, it undeniably appears to accelerate the mortality of survivors. Since 8 o'clock. There has been no indication of a new disaster. It merely states that some individuals are breathing incorrectly. Xiao recalled a particular gameplay mechanic, the time-limited challenge. Just as the notification on the first day mentioned the emergence of certain adorable creatures at night, leading to a time challenge against zombies for those bound to the safe house. Could this also be a time-limited challenge? Yet, challenges typically require achieving a specific objective. What is this task intended to compel the players to do? I detest games that fail to clarify their rules. Xiao calmed himself and meticulously reflected on the rules stated in the notification. He overheard someone in the opposing camp anxiously exclaiming, "What should we do? It has reached 20. If we do not detoxify, are we truly going to die?" Having just consumed an antidote, the protagonist exclaimed in despair, "Alas, this is futile. The antidote merely provides temporary relief. I find myself poisoned once more. The antidote only mitigates the severity of the poisoning. Yet the toxicity within the other party continues to escalate. This indicates the presence of a persistent source of toxicity nearby. Breathing. Thus, the poison resides within the very air. While deep in contemplation, a notification pierced the silence. Poisoning level reached 30. Xiao was taken aback. The rate at which he was succumbing to the poison seemed to exceed that of his adversaries. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing upon a lifeless tree trunk. Ravaged by acid rain. Could it be the source of the toxic fumes? The noxious gases emanated from these decaying plants, which, during the day, engaged in photosynthesis to release oxygen, only to exhale carbon dioxide at night. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, the corrupted, dying flora exhaled toxic gas under the cover of darkness. Proximity to the source amplified the rate of poisoning, rendering this explanation the most plausible. What, then, was the nature of the time-limited challenge ahead? Chapter 57. The plan. His hand brushed against the branch. Was the task to eradicate them? To eliminate these sources of poison, thereby ceasing the generation of toxic gas? As a game programmer, he was well acquainted with such missions, akin to scenario-based tasks. For instance, a mission might require the clearing of bandits. Yet the bandits on the map would be inexhaustible. Rather, a limited number would suffice for mission completion. As to the true nature of the task, one could only ascertain it through trial. He flicked his lighter towards the trunk, and in an instant, the flames surged to 3 meters high, illuminating the vicinity for dozens of meters around. You have triggered the limited time public challenge to eliminate the source of toxins. Achieving a 100 purification will halt the release of toxic gas. And all survivors participating in the challenge will receive rewards. The current purification level stands at 13. Has someone already discovered the challenge rules? A flame flickers. Someone is setting a tree ablaze. Survivors from the opposite camp have rushed out and spotted Xiao beneath the fiery tree, the glow illuminating her profile distinctly. Who are you? What are you doing? A group of people emerged, only to be met with confusion. No one is here. Where could they be? The individual glanced back, realizing that the area beneath the tree was now deserted. Did I imagine it? No, there must have been someone. Otherwise, who ignited this tree? Furthermore, don't you find it peculiar that this tree was set on fire? Under normal circumstances, unless it is a continuous inferno, flames would not leap so high. Nor could they consume a tree in mere minutes, unless one nearby person suddenly recalled and produced a lighter, approaching a withered tree to ignite it. Xiao, who had already moved on, turned back to see several trees by the river ablaze. These individuals are not lacking in wits. As time passed, Xiao prepared to return to the cellar. She prompted Xiao Mo to indicate her distance, discovering she had strayed significantly. Retracing her steps would necessitate circumventing the recently ignited camp, where numerous trees were already ablaze, making it likely to encounter others. It was not that Xiao was fearful, but rather that it would be an inconvenience. Thus, she opted for an alternate route. However, after walking for just a few minutes, branches ignited in all directions, the flames illuminating a substantial portion of the city center. Xiao finally noticed a woman dressed in black not far away, gazing at the emptiness of her left hand. She was an acquaintance. Hearing a sound behind her, 1349 immediately turned around, her right hand gripping a black handgun. She was taken aback to see Su Xiao and instinctively remarked, "You emerged?" Su Xiao, puzzled, replied, "Am I not allowed to?" "No." 1349 shook her head. "I assumed your vigilance was high, that you would be reluctant to leave the safe house." Only then did she realize the inconsistency. Indeed. How could someone so cautious suddenly appear brazenly in a crowd? It must be due to some form of assurance. "Are you gathering manpower to burn trees?" Su Xiao inquired. Casting a glance. "Yes," 1349 explained. "After 8 p.m. tonight, toxins will proliferate in the air, and everyone will be poisoned. My team originally intended to gather firewood. So they felled 2 trees, inadvertently triggering a time-limited challenge." "Ah, I see," Su Xiao remarked, understanding why someone might have discovered it early. "Li Ming." Suddenly, 1349 spoke again as a man nearby received an order and promptly turned to approach Su Xiao and 1349. The man saluted 1349, saying, "Deputy Commander Lin." Su Xiao then learned that 1349's surname was Lin, and she held the position of deputy commander. The last time she met the commander, he had referred to her by her number, suggesting that 1349 had indeed been promoted. Shifting her gaze, she noticed the tattoo in the man's palm, which represented the resource passage of the safe house. "This Miss Su is one of our cooperative survivors. The 100 transparent boxes you stored for her were intended for her use. Since she has arrived, there is no need to seek her out at the exchange center." Number 1349 spoke, prompting the man named Li Ming to swiftly raise his hand. The exchange of materials occurred via a designated passage, allowing for a non-contact interaction. When the palms faced each other at a distance of approximately 5 centimeters, a prompt would appear, "Received 100 colorless treasure chests gifted by owner number 82237495. Automatically stored." Number 1349 observed Su Xiao's expression, confirming her receipt before stating, "Prior to today, the resources within the treasure chest were invisible and inaccessible to us. Perhaps this game is subtly altering its rules. Although we find some aspects perplexing, we are endeavoring to adapt and discern patterns. Today, we have severed ties with the Doomsday Alliance and re-established the Star Alliance." Su Xiao, puzzled, inquired, "What is the difference?" Number 1349 replied, "The Doomsday Alliance is a global coalition. Any plans require a worldwide assembly. The Star Alliance is solely ours, allowing us to make decisions independently." "Oh, I understand," Su Xiao nodded. Although she was uncertain about the specifics of the situation, it was their decision, and it did not particularly concern her. At that moment, a man dashed over, saluting swiftly before directly reporting. "Commander has relayed a message. Number 8829 encountered an attack en route to the transport safe house. The assailants possess special abilities and are accompanied by multiple individuals, having seized dozens of safe houses from number 8829. He realized Su Xiao's presence midway through his report. Number 1349 commanded, "Continue." The man continued, stating that the Star Alliance currently possesses only 11,394 safe houses, and that there remain merely 9,837 core members participating in the shelling project. Furthermore, unforeseen circumstances may arise along the way. The commander inquired whether the inclusion of auxiliary members had been considered. After a moment of contemplation, 1349 replied, "An individual can be linked to a maximum of 2 safe houses, with 35 major districts, each capable of accommodating 300 public shelters. Sufficient manpower is available." Su Xiao kindly reminded him, "Once a safe house is bound, it cannot be unbound." 1349, gazing intently at Su Xiao, asserted that as long as they could render them ownerless before the designated day arrives, it would suffice. Su Xiao, coming to an epiphany, finally understood the true nature of the shelling project. After a brief hesitation, he stated, "I shall not disturb you further. Should you require supplies, feel free to contact me directly through the safe houses. For large quantities, I may consider reducing your service fees." After speaking, he recalled that while safe houses are impervious to external assaults, capable of withstanding any attack, they remain vulnerable to internal threats. With that, Su Xiao departed swiftly. 1349 furrowed his brow, pondering Su Xiao's words. Moments later, he activated the communicator. New intelligence had just been received indicating that the shelling project necessitates military personnel collaboration. Su Xiao returned to the cellar of the safe house, where the natural oxygen levels had already been restored to 24 hours. The profound shock from the shell-breaking plans still lingered within her, when suddenly, the system announced, the public challenge to eliminate the gas source has been completed. With a total of 29,374 survivors receiving rewards. So soon? Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She had merely incinerated a tree casually, barely qualifying for a participation reward. Yet upon receiving the reward, her excitement surged. Chapter 58. In Soil, Reward Obtained. In Soil 1. a crimson-hued soil, enveloped in what appeared to be oil paper. The public reward was in soil, indicating that 374 survivors now possessed one portion of this soil. The assumption of equal rewards stemmed from the absence of personal score statistics when she cleared the first tree. The lack of individual score tracking in the public challenge suggested that there were no rankings for rewards, much like the challenge on the first night. As long as one completed the task, the rewards remained uniform. Thus, the quantity cleared held no significance, and a greater number of participants was more beneficial. She accessed the communication center, seeking to trade for in-soil across the globe. However, it was evident that with over 20 million survivors currently holed up in safe houses, only a mere 20,000 had acquired in-soil. Without understanding the pivotal role of this resource, few would be inclined to trade it readily. Xiao promptly sent a message, open treasure chests on behalf of others, with a 25 service fee priority to larger quantities. Seeking to exchange 3 portions of in-soil for high-tier supplies, only 3 portions are required, and 1 healing potion may be used in exchange, no more. As a seasoned player, her red text in the white chat stood out conspicuously. Soon, someone privately messaged Xiao, "May I ask what the abyssal soil is and where I can acquire it? If you provide me with a healing potion, I will retrieve it for you." Xiao sighed. This was precisely why she detested exchanging resources at the communication center and opening treasure chests. Unable to contain herself, she made a suggestion. "Little Mo, I propose that the communication center establish a listing trading system. This would greatly facilitate resource exchanges." Little Mo responded, "Little Mo is currently documenting your suggestion, which will be submitted to the owner." Xiao continued, "For instance, if I possess a healing potion and wish to exchange it for a portion of abyssal soil, I could simply list it in the trading system, allowing any survivor with abyssal soil to directly trade with me. The same applies to treasure chests, for example. I could list any 3 combinations of food units in exchange for a white food treasure chest. As long as players exist, automatic exchanges could occur without my need to open each treasure chest individually." Little Mo acknowledged. "Little Mo has recorded your suggestion and submitted it. You will receive feedback regarding your suggestion within 24 hours. Thank you." After waiting for a while, Xiao realized that although she had sent a message, consuming her quota for the day, her information was akin to a needle in a haystack amidst the incessantly scrolling messages. While her message was conspicuous, it had gone unnoticed by any survivors possessing abyssal soil, rendering it ineffective. The survivors she encountered were primarily seeking yellow treasure chests and food chests, and although many sought yellow treasure chests, their numbers rarely exceeded 10. For ordinary survivors lacking potions, locating a complete corpse proved to be no simple task. Despite the fact that most treasure chests involve a trade of 1 or 2, Xiao still dedicated time to open all of these individuals' chests. Half an hour later, he received a message from Master Rashi. "Master Rashi, boss, didn't you have a blueprint for a small greenhouse? You mentioned that if you couldn't find any plants within 3 days, you'd trade it with me. Later, you took my sewing machine for free. Are you reconsidering trading me the small greenhouse blueprint?" Xiao paused his chest opening activities and replied, "I thought you would understand that since I didn't proactively offer to trade, I must already have seeds." Master Rashi. "Xiao, don't be anxious. Perhaps the blueprint chest will appear later. After all, the only explicitly confirmed limited edition is the green chest." Master Rashi. "All right then, boss, please keep an eye out for me. If a small greenhouse blueprint appears, please trade it for me. I beg you, your resources must surely exceed mine. Once you make the trade, I will exchange it with you for other resources." This was not an impossible request. However, Xiao was somewhat curious. Why the sudden change in address? Master Rashi, "Well, I had a quarrel with you at the Advanced Communication Center. She called you sister, and I called you brother. Then we both realized that you have never acknowledged your gender, so I changed my way of addressing you." As for why he did not acknowledge it, it was certainly because he did not wish to reveal his true situation. Since there was a desire for discretion, there was no need for further inquiries. Thus, they chose to call him boss. Xiao opened the Advanced Player Communication Center and scrolled through the records. The cause of the quarrel between 2 individuals stemmed from a query posed a few moments earlier by a newcomer. "So, do you all really exchange resources with survivors who possess Easter eggs, without fearing that they might abscond with them?" In response, the turtle sage remarked, "We all exchange mutually. When my brothers have Easter eggs in their treasure chests, I simply hand them over to him for opening. The essence lies in trust. If you harbor doubts, feel free to open them yourself. There is no need for skepticism." Of course, one cannot dismiss the hint of boasting in his words. Curiously, you interjected, "Brothers? Aren't you referring to sisters?" Suddenly, both individuals realized that Xiao had never openly acknowledged her gender to them. The newcomer, upon noticing this, scoffed, "No way. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, You still cling to the notion of brothers and sisters? Hilarious. You don't even know whether the person is male or female. Is this a plastic relationship? The concept of brotherhood and sisterhood, in his words, swiftly transformed into mere vapor. Xiao silently noted the individual's ID, advanced player number 16, suspecting an attempt to undermine the Easter egg organization. Henceforth, he would find it impossible to open a treasure chest in her presence. Addressing the turtle sage, she said, "If there is anything to discuss, I'll go exchange resources for some end soil." Speaking of resources, the turtle sage recalled, "Boss, the batteries." Ah. She had yet to receive the batteries procured from the turtle sage earlier. Glancing at her inventory, Xiao noted her insufficient basic materials, particularly lacking plastic. As synthesizing a single battery required 15 pieces of plastic, she conveyed to the turtle sage, "I lack sufficient basic materials. Lend me yours. I need 45 pieces of plastic and 12 iron blocks." She would only provide the circuit boards. Master Rashi said, "I have nothing either. Ever since you mentioned the sewing machine DIY last time, I have been using the plastic and fabric to make clothes." Xiao glanced at her warehouse and replied, "Then let us trade for weapons, 6 level 1 weapons." Master Rashi promptly sent 6 level 1 weapons to Xiao. Although she did not possess any plastic or iron blocks, she had an abundance of advanced materials, including waterproof boards and alloys. Logically, a high-level treasure chest should contain basic materials. Furthermore, the item synthesis and decomposition devices function like DIY crafting tools. After some contemplation, she decided to use a piece of waterproof film. This decomposition yielded 8 pieces of plastic and 8 pieces of wood. She then decomposed 1 alloy. This decomposition yielded 4 aluminum ingots and 4 iron blocks. Indeed, lower-tier materials could be synthesized into higher-tier materials, and higher-tier materials could be decomposed into lower-tier ones. The essence of this game is a vast DIY craft world. After completing the battery synthesis, Xiao received a message from 49. "Do you need nether soil? I can exchange it with you." Chapter 59. Affection. Xiao inquired, "How much do you have?" She casually sent the 3 synthesized batteries to Master Rashi and then approached the weapon station to upgrade her level 2 weapon into a level 3 weapon. After consuming a strength potion, the level 2 weapon felt somewhat light in her hands. Soon, the level 3 weapon was completed, still an axe, but slightly larger than the level 2 version, adorned with intricate patterns that made it appear significantly more enigmatic, fitting perfectly in Xiao's grasp. 49 quickly responded, "How much do you need?" Xiao was puzzled, wondering why the other party seemed to possess an abundance of the end soil. She inquired, "Why not simply state your conditions?" The other party sought the initiative, but she was unwilling to concede. 49 replied, "I have a level 5 yellow treasure chest, and I can offer you end soil as a fee for assisting me in opening this chest." Upon reading this final statement, Xiao couldn't help but smile. The other party was aware of her desire for end soil, yet simultaneously wished to enlist her assistance in opening the chest, attempting to gain the upper hand by proposing this exchange. However, it was evident that the value of end soil did not align with the fee for opening the chest. Although this was the first appearance of end soil, most survivors found it futile to possess it without blueprints or seeds, much like an oxygen tank. Items that are useless initially command high prices, but as days pass and their market value diminishes, they are sold at a fraction of their worth. In contrast, the level 5 yellow treasure chest offered a chance to yield multiple bottles of apocalyptic potions. With a stroke of luck, should she obtain several potions, it would be feasible to withhold 2 bottles as a fee for opening the chest. Yet, the other party merely intended to exchange end soil for collateral against the opening fee. Indeed, they were quite calculating, unlike the 2 honest fools, Turtle Sage and Yu. However, Xiao recalled a critical point and asked, "How can you be certain that after I open your treasure chest, I will indeed give you everything I obtain? Or do you possess a means to discern what I have extracted from the chest?" The premature discussion of terms raised her curiosity. Was there a way for the other party to perceive the contents revealed within the chest? Human interactions are characterized by reciprocal exchanges. 49, while being cautious, desires assistance in unlocking a yellow treasure chest to obtain the apocalyptic potions without damage. It seems reasonable to extract some information from 49 in this context. With such information, acquiring a blue treasure chest from the same individual in the future would not be out of the question. However, 49 remained silent. Xiao, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, "To me, this information holds greater value than several bottles of apocalyptic potions. If you continue to be so guarded, we may as well cease our collaboration." Although Xiao's perspective may seem somewhat biased, it reflects a fundamental truth. Engaging in business with straightforward individuals feels distinctly different from dealing with those who are calculating. The former tends to foster goodwill, while the latter cultivates avoidance. After a moment of contemplation, 49 sent a message. The favorability of the intelligent steward has reached 50, enabling the initiation of a smart contract for proxy trading, meaning the steward will oversee the transaction, and the treasure chest effects will also be activated. Xiao quickly grasped the implication. So, this means that your intelligent steward and my intelligent steward will conduct the proxy transaction? 49 confirmed. The intelligent steward can assist in opening the treasure chests without the homeowner's direct involvement, provided the favorability reaches 50. If the favorability does not meet this threshold, the proxy opening permissions cannot be unlocked, thus requiring me to submit a request to you, which you must approve for the process to proceed. This revelation was enlightening. However, how could the other party elevate their favorability so swiftly within mere 3 days? Might there be some special item that enhances favorability? The other party seemed to have surmised Su Xiao's intentions. You must be quite curious as to why I have so swiftly increased the affection level of the intelligent assistant. If you agree to the intelligent opening, I shall divulge my reasons. Su Xiao was about to propose an addition of 20 units of N-soil, but suddenly recalled another individual. He amended his request. I do not desire N-soil. I require 30 blue treasure chests. 49? He was perplexed as to why the other party, who evidently needed N-soil, would instead ask for something else. 30 blue treasure chests seemed excessive. Su Xiao elaborated. N-soil is not difficult to procure. Lacking schematics, many possess N-soil without purpose, and its price will decline in a few days. A level 5 yellow treasure chest guarantees 1 bottle of Doomsday Potion, while the intelligent opening doubles the effect of the eggs, ensuring you receive at least 2 bottles, possibly more with good fortune. However, this does not benefit me. Though I may seem demanding, your sincerity is lacking. Thus, you ought to make a concession. The other party, calculating and meticulous, felt the pressure of negotiating with someone they barely knew, realizing that communication was far from smooth, leaving no room for backdoor dealings. 49 sensed Su Xiao's tenacity, distinctly different from the other 2 egg survivors who were easier to deceive. Yet, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Very well. As the possessor of blue treasure chests, he was never short of them. Su Xiao clicked his tongue, surmising that this person was in a predicament, necessitating an enhancement of strength. Hence the urgency for the Doomsday Potion. Upon receiving the 30 blue treasure chests, Su Xiao also heard the notification, the intelligent assistant of house owner No. 02 invites your intelligent assistant to conduct a level 5 yellow treasure chest egg opening. All materials will be returned upon activation. Do you consent? He agreed. The results of this session are as follows. Healing Potions 20, Immunity Potions 16, Doomsday Potions, Defense 2, Doomsday Potions, Strength 2. Su Xiao cast a glance and was astonished to find that 2 bottles of potions had been opened. The double jackpot effect left her feeling somewhat pained. Akin to relinquishing her own possessions, although she had contributed nothing, had the items been drawn directly from the chest. She could have at least received 2 bottles of Doomsday Potions as a service fee. The potions, after briefly shimmering before her, vanished into thin air. Su Xiao could only console herself that these were not her belongings. She had acquired 30 blue chests. With another 67, she could synthesize a level 5 blue chest. Moreover, 69 sent a message to Su Xiao. A level 5 red chest will inevitably yield a memory fragment, which can aid the intelligent system in recovering its memories. An intelligent system that regains its memories will have an increased affinity towards you. So that was it. She had assumed that weapon chests would only yield weapons. Yet there were also the memories of the intelligent steward. It seemed she would need to synthesize a level 5 weapon chest herself to explore its contents. Fortunately, she had over 160 transparent chests in her possession, sufficient to synthesize 2 level 5 transparent chests. Su Xiao inquired with Master Rashi about any remaining energy, but was informed that the surplus energy had already been exchanged with other homeowners. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiao accessed the exchange center, clicked the search button in the lower right corner, and entered the number 82237495. The homeowner's information quickly appeared, and she added them as a friend without hesitation. This individual is a subordinate of 1349. Earlier, several members under 1349 participated in a time-limited challenge, seeking a few simple fragments of the end soil. Within 3 minutes, a notification arrived. User 82237495 has added you as a friend, and you may engage in chat and trade through the friends list. Chapter 60, End of the Abyss. After adding, Su Xiao sent a message. Hello, I would like to exchange some fragments of end soil. May I inquire if this is possible? The response came swiftly. Certainly. How much do you require? We currently possess 127 units, though we are uncertain of their utility. It has been suggested that they may be used for planting end seeds. Su Xiao was unaware of the various categories of end seeds. However, special seeds like those from the End of the Abyss are scarce. A small greenhouse requires only 4 units of in-soil, and the remaining soil cannot be entirely devoid of purpose. Suddenly, Xiao recalled the unopened level 5 food treasure chest. Could it be that the treasure chest guarantees the acquisition of food seeds? After all, possessing a continuous supply of food seeds equates to a reliable food source. Thus, Xiao replied, I only require 7 units of in-soil, as it is a crucial nutrient for planting in the apocalypse. Perhaps it will lead to the emergence of food seeds capable of thriving in such dire conditions. If you have something you require, I am willing to exchange it with you. According to the market price I have gathered for the in-soil, 1 portion of a healing potion or 1 portion of an immunity potion can be exchanged for 1 portion of in-soil. The other party seemed to be deliberating and soon sent a message. We currently possess a batch of yellow treasure chests, totaling 8,637. Experts have indicated that within the game there are level 5 treasure chests, which, upon upgrading, are guaranteed to yield advanced and special potions. We would like to request your assistance in opening these yellow treasure chests. 8,637. Although Xiao was aware that collaborating with them would certainly yield a substantial number of yellow treasure chests, she did not anticipate such a staggering quantity. Indeed, the volume from individual players pales in comparison to that of the official supply. Xiao held her breath, pondering how to seize this overwhelming fortune. She replied, to synthesize a level 5 treasure chest, 1,200 points of energy are required, and nurturing 1 chest consumes 10 points of energy. This means a total of 201 chests must be expended to create 1 level 5 potion chest. A level 5 chest can produce 20 units of advanced potions, including a guaranteed vial of Doomsday Potion. In my possession, it could yield 40 units, yet your quantity is exceedingly vast. Upon sending this message, Xiao felt a sense of relief. Previously, she had extended an olive branch, offering to assist them in opening the treasure chests without charging a service fee, merely to prompt them to contemplate their own worth in this transaction, albeit with a courteous remark. In life, one must maintain dignity. And she was eager to witness who would truly possess the audacity to forego a service fee. Would they truly find comfort in receiving something for free? Thus, what Xiao truly desires is a substantial quantity that allows for preferential terms. A larger volume can justifiably reduce the processing fees in exchange for a long-term collaboration. This arrangement would prove far more lucrative than the exhausting night she spent as a customer service representative at the exchange center. She finds it difficult to voice her demands directly, so she awaits the other party's proposal, which, if agreeable, would signify mutual consent. After a moment's contemplation, the other party inquired, is a 10 processing fee acceptable to you? With 8,637 treasure chests, we can synthesize 42 level 5 yellow treasure chests, 4 of which would serve as your processing fee, leaving us with 195 assorted chests. The contents are mostly ordinary potions, which we also require. As the infection rate among our warriors has escalated significantly, with several experiencing toxicity levels reaching 100%. We must eradicate both the infection and poisoning status by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Poisoning? Xiao asked with curiosity. What happens when toxicity reaches 100%? Is there a lethal risk involved? The other party quickly responded, there is no immediate danger, but symptoms such as dizziness, vomiting, diarrhea, and hallucinations may intermittently manifest. Xiao pondered. Isn't this akin to a live demonstration of the effects of consuming poisonous mushrooms? To consider it from another perspective, such symptoms are indeed alarming. What if a zombie appears, and I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself? Would I confront the zombie or attend to my own distress? Consequently, Xiao swiftly replied. Agreed, but I possess an egg effect. I can guarantee a minimum quantity of Doomsday Potions for you. However, should the quantity of Doomsday Potions be excessive, I will retain a portion and substitute it with ordinary potions. Though 804 yellow treasure chests as processing fees are quite advantageous, the extraction of Doomsday Potions remains imperative. Aside from their desire to eliminate their current status, they also seek to acquire a significant quantity of Doomsday Elixirs to enhance their core members. However, the effects of their own secret stash only yield double results, which pales in comparison to the potential gains they could acquire. The other party pondered for less than a minute before swiftly delivering over 8,000 resplendent yellow treasure chests to Xiao. Due to Xiao's warehouse capacity being limited to 30, Little Mo had to inform him. Capacity reached its limit, unable to accept all items. Please move to a safe house for external space reception, or consider expanding your warehouse and safe house capacity. It seemed unnecessary to specifically enlarge the safe house space merely for the purpose of storing chests. Xiao possessed 3 warehouse expansion items, each capable of increasing capacity by only 15 slots, with a maximum of 99 treasure chests per slot, which remained insufficient. Thus, Xiao opted to return, requesting the items be sent in 3 batches for him to combine. The other party, undeterred by the inconvenience, perhaps due to their presence in an area outside the safe house, which afforded them ample space, complied. In no time, Xiao synthesized 38 level 5 treasure chests, opening a total of 195 ordinary elixirs. From the 38 level 5 chests, a minimum of 76 bottles of Doomsday elixirs was guaranteed. However, Xiao astonishingly procured 108 bottles, signifying that for every 2 to 3 level 5 treasure chests, an additional bottle of Doomsday elixir was likely to emerge. This probability was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. If opened one by one, it might have felt rather unfortunate, yet opening them collectively yielded a more pleasing outcome. Xiao accepted 10 bottles of Doomsday elixirs, subsequently balancing them with his own 4 healing potions and 6 immunity potions, resulting in an additional 7 healing potions. After calculating the quantities, the other party promptly sent over 7 portions of Doomsday soil to Xiao. At this moment, Xiao gazed at the 10 bottles of Doomsday potions in her hands, feeling a sense of comfort. When she obtained them, she made sure to collect them in pairs, which meant that in addition to the 804 yellow treasure chests, her current haul included 10 bottles of Doomsday potions and 7 portions of the end soil. It was no wonder that merchants aspired to amass vast fortunes. Although they might remain dormant for 3 years, once they commenced business, they could reap rewards for 3 years. Upon confirming that her materials were sufficient, Xiao promptly set about crafting a small greenhouse for her plants. This greenhouse, resembling a petite succulent display that one might place on a balcony, measured approximately 2 palms in length and 1 palm in width, filled with red soil and emblazoned with the words plantable. Xiao retrieved the end seeds and placed them into the pit of red soil. In an instant, the soil enveloped the black seeds as if it were a flowing hand, yet there was a prolonged silence that followed. Recalling that the seeds had specified the need for blood cultivation, she swiftly produced a small knife and grazed it across her fingertip. The sharp metallic sound resonated, yet her skin remained unyielding. Xiao pondered. Could it be that her high defense prevented her from drawing blood? That seemed implausible. Gripping her synthesized level 3 axe, she reasoned that it should be possible to inflict harm upon herself, as an equal exchange of energy would render the act inconsequential. However, as the axe descended upon her hand, an overwhelming sensation of impending severance surged through her. With determination, she pressed her fingertip against the blade and made a decisive cut. Pain surged through her, and blood began to flow freely into the end soil. In that moment, a black plant surged forth, budding as if it were a flower poised to bloom. Yet, Xiao quickly discerned something amiss. Chapter 61, Memory. This plant lacked a physical form. To be precise, it is a dark, elusive shadow flower, devoid of substance. The moment Xiao touched the bud, it instantaneously surged into her body. Instinctively, Xiao searched for any discomfort, but felt none. Strangely, the wound that had been bleeding profusely moments ago was healing at a visibly rapid pace, leaving no trace of a scar in the blink of an eye. Xiao furrowed her brows. Could it be that the ability of the shadow flower was healing? Yet, that seemed implausible. If it were merely a matter of wound healing, healing potions could suffice, and even hemostatic agents could staunch bleeding and promote recovery. After all, the shadow flower was ranked 13th among apocalyptic flora, suggesting it possessed more than just this singular capability. However, now that the shadow flower had entered her body, Xiao was at a loss as to how to summon it or utilize its powers. Never before had she encountered something so perplexing without a manual. Turning her attention, Xiao grasped 10 vials of apocalyptic potions in both hands, her lips curling into a grin that reached her ears as she simultaneously consumed 3 vials in quick succession. Regardless of the circumstances, today must eclipse yesterday in strength. After drinking, Xiao felt as though she had indulged in an unknown midnight feast, inexplicably sated. Fortunately, the apocalyptic potions were energy elixirs, and the feeling of fullness would dissipate swiftly rather than being metabolically expelled. With over 800 yellow treasure chests remaining, Xiao first fed 120 of them into the system, accumulating 200 energy points to synthesize 1 level 5 transparent chest. Selecting the red option, she opened it directly. Inside were 1 level 5 weapon, 3 universal transformation stones, 8 rage stones, 7 poison attachment stones, 1 intelligence memory stone, and a die. The yield remained at 20 units. Fortune smiled upon him as he unveiled the toy of the supreme deity, a die. The description notes that should the supreme deity discover its absence, great wrath would ensue. Abundant information accompanies this revelation. 1. The toy originates from a weapon treasure chest. Its ownership and potential targets remain ambiguous. 2. The supreme deity's rage is attributed to the loss of a cherished toy, or perhaps the secrets it harbors. While it is stated that the supreme deity would indeed be furious, the consequences of such anger remain unspoken. The die, with its 6 faces all displaying the number 1, emits a melodic chime upon striking the ground, yet yields no further transformation. Thus, Su Xiao set the die aside. Next, he encountered the frenzied stone. Designed to amplify a weapon's berserk effect, enhancing the explosive energy during an attack, with each stone contributing to a 1 increase in the probability of effect activation. The poisonous stone followed, which enhances a weapon's toxic effect, inflicting a lingering poison on the target post-attack, with each stone similarly augmenting the effect trigger chance by 1. Lastly, the Universal Transformation Stone grants a weapon the ability to morph into any desired form, with each stone adding 1 to the transformation points. Upon reaching 100, the activation of the thought-based transformation effect allows for the weapon to be reshaped at will. To Su Xiao's dismay, the contents of the weapon treasure chest consisted solely of fragments of effects, requiring a staggering 100 transformation stones for a single metamorphosis. The final 2 items unveiled were a level 5 weapon and an intelligence memory. However, even with the energy derived from consuming numerous bottles of doomsday potions, Su Xiao found himself unable to wield the level 5 weapon, a relic destined to remain in the depths of the chest. At last, there exists the essence of wisdom, a radiant orb of white light, which, when bestowed upon the little one, can restore her memories. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao inquired, "Little one, do you wish to reclaim your memories?" The little one pondered briefly before responding, "Indeed, I do." "Why?" Su Xiao pressed further. The little one explained, "Within my memories lies the most significant part of my existence. Only by retrieving them can I uncover the traces of my former self." "Very well." Su Xiao acknowledged the little one's desire and gently placed the essence of wisdom into her dish. The little one seemed to regain some hazy recollections. After a brief interval, Su Xiao waited a sign of increased affection, yet no such indication appeared. "Xiao Xiao," the little one called softly. Su Xiao returned to the present. "I am here." Indeed, the little one, having regained her memories, recalled something significant. Previously, she referred to Su Xiao as the owner, but now she uttered her name. After a moment of hesitation, the little one asked, "Xiao Xiao, your name is Xiao Xiao?" It was as if they were meeting for the first time, savoring the sound of Su Xiao's name. Su Xiao smiled gently. "Yes, my surname is Su, and my given name is Xiao, which means dawn. It was chosen by my father, symbolizing that no matter how dark the night may be, there will always be a daybreak." The little one's affection level rose to 68, unlocking the full intelligent management of the safe house. Su Xiao was taken aback, astonished that a mere essence of wisdom could elevate the little one's affection to such a degree. "I truly adore your name," the little one expressed. Su Xiao replied, "I cherish it as well. Xiao Xiao, may I call you father?" The little one asked, catching Su Xiao off guard. The little one continued, "Is this merely a jest among humans?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiao responded solemnly, "At times, it is, yet, at other times, it is not. In my recollection, I once held the title of a father," remarked Xiao Mo. "Ah, I see," responded Su Xiao. "Have you remembered your name?" Xiao Mo replied, "No." "Oh," Su Xiao continued, "then I shall continue to call you Xiao Mo." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mo suggested, "Perhaps old Mo, since in terms of human age, I am significantly older than you, Xiao Xiao." "Very well, old Mo," Su Xiao chuckled. "Referring to you as old Mo indeed evokes an inexplicable sensation." Old Mo observed, "The moon tonight is remarkably full." Indeed, the moon is quite round. Glancing at the time, Su Xiao realized it had unintentionally slipped to 10 o'clock. "I shall step outside for a moment," she declared. After a brief pause, Su Xiao transported herself onto the fishing boat. This night was calm and serene, with the vessel anchored by the island, offering a view of the tranquil, inky darkness that mirrored the stillness preceding an apocalypse. The luminous silver moon cast a bright reflection upon the sea's surface. As Su Xiao ascended the deck, she exclaimed, "It is truly magnificent, resembling a jade plate." "Old Mo, can you see it?" Old Mo replied, "I cannot see it, yet I am aware of its roundness." Su Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Can the intelligent steward not see?" Old Mo explained, "The intelligent steward exists as a consciousness, devoid of the concepts of sight and blindness. Just as I can sense your energy is quite feeble, I cannot perceive your form." Su Xiao retorted, "What do you mean? She is feeble? How many vials of doomsday elixir has she consumed? Is that truly weakness?" "Old Mo, are you suggesting that my current energy is feeble? Am I akin to a mere novice easily dispatched in the doomsday game?" Su Xiao inquired. "Apologies, but I am not well informed regarding the progress of the apocalyptic game. Thus I cannot provide you with an accurate response." Although this was merely an offhand remark, it instilled a sense of insecurity within Su Xiao. She turned to return to the cellar, intent on synthesizing a few vials of apocalyptic elixirs. However, her feet suddenly became immobile, as if ensnared by an immense force that hindered her departure. Lowering her gaze, she observed a colossal black shadow firmly anchoring her to the deck, preventing her from leaving. Following the shadow's path back to the deck, she beheld her own silhouette, in stark contrast to her actual form, greedily consuming the moonlight. Chapter 62. Lullaby. Suddenly, Xiao comprehended the situation. This was the Yin shadow, not her true shadow. Thus, the nutrient solution of the Yin shadow is derived from lunar energy? She glanced upward. The moon tonight was exceptionally round, yet, in truth, humanity had not witnessed such brilliance in the moon for an extended period prior to the apocalypse. Some scientists have posited that the moon perished over 3,000 years ago. However, its demise was gradual, with energy dissipating slowly over a protracted duration. Consequently, from childhood to adulthood, the moon she observed had become increasingly dim, until it ultimately ceased to emit light, appearing only as a gray, mist-like shadow. Now, the moonlight cascaded down, eagerly absorbed by the Yin shadow, and Xiao found herself unable to depart. As time passed, she sensed the energy beneath her feet loosening. The Yin shadow had reverted to its normal state, morphing back into her true shadow, as if it had not previously impeded her steps. The moon above had become shrouded in thin clouds. As the clock struck midnight, the divine overseer expressed astonishment at the resilience of humanity. With a mere 38 billion souls remaining, it was decided that, in a display of mercy, they would be allowed a peaceful slumber throughout the night. However, it seemed that the previous hour's acid rain had claimed many lives, as countless individuals succumbed to their injuries. Few could fathom that the answer lay within the enigma itself. Only by enduring suffering could one attain rebirth. This population of 38 billion undoubtedly included those who had been prepared by the Doomsday Alliance, sheltered in the underground sanctuaries. The notification persisted. It is unfortunate that fortune cannot be escaped. Enjoy your final moments of restful sleep, but do not indulge excessively. Good night, dear humans. The androgynous mechanical voice, laced with a subtle tone, exuded an air of arrogance and disdain. Particularly the last remark, which, while ostensibly complimentary, resonated more as a mockery. Good night, you wretched insects. Shaking her head, Xiao dismissed these peculiar sensations and turned to enter the cabin, teleporting back to the cellar. An inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over her, instantly raising her vigilance. Just moments ago, she had felt invigorated, and the notification at midnight was too conspicuous. She could not afford to sleep too deeply tonight. Moreover, she was not one to retire at such an hour. The sudden onset of fatigue was bewildering, prompting Xiao to bite her tongue to remain alert. Old man, could you wake me up tomorrow? After a moment of contemplation, the old man replied, I can set a wake-up service, but it requires an exact time. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this service? Xiao instinctively replied, about 6 hours. As soon as the words left her lips, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her, seemingly urging her to succumb to slumber. Lao paused for a moment before responding, all right. Xiao attempted to make her way to the bed, but her knee inadvertently bumped against the sofa bed, producing a dull thud that sent the bed sliding a short distance, instantly jolting her mind awake. No, this isn't right. What if she couldn't hear Lao Mo's voice calling her awake? With clarity dawning upon her, a long chain of thoughts connected in an instant. The game concealed the rules for breaking through. It wasn't about remembering to wake up, but rather the imperative of remaining awake. The moment this realization struck, it alleviated her drowsiness somewhat. Swiftly, Xiao began searching for something within the safety of her shelter. First, she recognized that she had both mental and physical stimuli at her disposal. The mental stimulus involved her conscious will to resist sleep. Yet she knew this could not be sustained for long. The physical stimulus was pain, however, given her current predicament. There were few external factors that could induce pain aside from inflicting harm upon herself. In a moment of distraction, fatigue surged back. No, she couldn't afford to delay. With determination, Xiao bit down hard on her tongue, quickly merging the weapon she held with a phantasmal stone. Soon, the weapon began to exhibit its effects. Phantasmic effect. The weapon could be held and transformed through will, but could only be transformed once. After transformation, the weapon's secondary form became fixed. Concentrating her thoughts, Xiao's massive axe morphed into a slender needle. Upon successfully transforming it, she plunged the needle into her fingertip. A sharp, piercing pain shot through Xiao's fingertips, jolting him awake for several minutes, as it was truly a torment that struck at the very essence of his being. Upon accessing the communication center, he found that the forum for ordinary survivors had quieted considerably. While the majority continued to exchange supplies, a small faction began inquiring about how to stave off drowsiness, indicating a growing awareness that this overwhelming fatigue was indeed abnormal. In the forum for advanced players, the discussions were slightly more vibrant. Xiao perused the records. 80 years young. Are you all feeling sleepy? I, for one, am not at all. Mysterious. I feel wide awake too. 49. Have you all not left the safe house since 8 o'clock? 80 years young. No, it's pitch dark outside. Who would venture out? Moreover, today features the colorless treasure chests, so visibility is nil at night. Old turtle sage. I haven't stepped outside either. I feel absolutely alert. Just quite hungry. Could devour 2 whole cows. I'm not in the mood for sweets. Rather, I crave braised spare ribs, grilled lamb skewers, roasted corn, grilled fish, grilled shrimp, and 5 more spicy kidney skewers. Sky's the limit. Reciting a menu, are we? Tomorrow awaits. I'm not sleepy either. But I did encounter a mishap when I stepped out earlier. I brought everything except the detoxifying agent, and someone blocked my way back to the safe house. While en route, my level of poisoning escalated to 100. I thought I was on the brink of death, yet I survived. The effects hit me hard, resulting in a state of diarrhea. Old turtle sage. So, did you relieve yourself back at the safe house or on the way? Tomorrow awaits. You, be quiet. Is there even a need to mention such things? The world has ended, buildings lie in ruins, and where could one possibly find a public restroom? Oh. Master Rashi replied, demonstrating his understanding before swiftly shifting the topic. By the way, why is the boss so silent? Could something have gone awry? The last message had just been sent. Xiao felt as if this individual was perhaps eagerly awaiting her demise. Yu suggested, why don't you inquire about the situation? Just as Master Rashi was about to reach out, a name slowly emerged on the screen. S1. From the dialogue above, Xiao gleaned some useful information. Firstly, those who had not departed the safe house by 8 p.m. would not succumb to the debilitating semi-forced sleep state during the night. Secondly, while one may become poisoned, a toxicity level reaching 100 would trigger random adverse effects such as diarrhea, vomiting, and dizziness, lasting for an hour, during which time the forced sleep state would not occur. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Poison can also serve as medicine. In fact, if one experiences pain, vigorous slapping might awaken them. But Xiao was the only occupant of the safe house. Thus, this vile poison seemed specifically aimed at her, a solitary elderly resident of the secure refuge. Truly shameless. Chapter 63. The Decline of Humanity. The old man was an intelligent steward, functioning solely through voice commands. If she could not perceive sound, it was possible she might not awaken. The diarrhea would persist for an hour, suggesting that the enforced sleep effect would also last for an hour. As long as she refrained from sleeping during that time, she could endure. As Xiao spoke, the channel of the seasoned players became lively. At 80 years old, he still exuded an impressive vigor. Ah, our leader has finally made an appearance. The talented individuals present remarked, since number 1 rarely shows up. Shall we engage in a discussion about the game? I believe our primary objective should be to discern the patterns and bring an end to the apocalypse cycle. 49 replied, do you possess such knowledge? The esteemed company responded, I certainly do not. Yet where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Patterns must exist. 49 countered, the doomsday game has not officially commenced. How can you identify patterns? This statement struck a chord with Xiao. What kind of person attempts to write answers before the examination papers have even been distributed? The answer is a genius, a fool chosen by fate. Opening the information panel, she noted the identifier 16. Xiao chose to remain silent, quietly administering another jab to herself to maintain her alertness. The lingering malaise within her would soon heal, as the wounds would mend swiftly, and the weaponry posed no threat. Only the pain at her fingertips could deter her from slumber, a torment both mental and physical. An hour slipped by, and the oppressive sensation of forced slumber finally dissipated. Xiao entered the bathroom for a cold shower, confirming multiple times that the feeling had vanished, before finally allowing herself to recline on the sofa bed. Once her breathing steadied, the lights in the cellar extinguished completely. The day dawned once more, bright and promising, reminding her to cherish every fleeting moment. With just 3 days remaining until the version update, humanity faced no retreat. It was time to acclimate to the true apocalypse. Nothing comes without sacrifice. Some delightful little things have already made their appearance, and today we must strive to persist. The infection level has reached 38. At 8 in the morning, Xiao awoke to the notification, discovering that the infection rate had surged by 30. The moment she rose from her bed, Laoma switched on the light and cheerfully greeted her. Good morning, Xiao. Surprised by Laoma's initiative to greet her, she replied, Good morning, Laoma. After getting up and attending to her morning routine, Laoma suggested, for breakfast, I recommend a glass of milk accompanied by a sandwich. It's essential for children to consume milk for nourishment, and the sandwich contains vegetables. Of course, it is best to grow some fresh vegetables. Additionally, the sandwich has a shelf life of only 4 days, and today marks the last day. After washing her face, Xiao inquired, Were you previously a nutritionist, Laoma? He responded calmly, I cannot recall, but I have a young daughter, only 3.5 years old, who has just begun attending kindergarten. She is quite picky and reluctant to eat vegetables. Seeing others enjoy sandwiches piqued her curiosity, so her mother would prepare steamed buns filled with fried eggs and lettuce, cutting them into sandwich shapes for her. Xiao found the sandwich in a corner, having previously overlooked its expiration date. She took a bottle of yogurt and inserted a straw, asking, "Do you only remember information about your daughter? Nothing about yourself?" Lama replied, "Yes. Although I sensed that the me within my memories was quite happy, especially the moment she first called me dad." Xiao pondered Lama's identity, considering the possibility that he might be someone who perished in the apocalyptic games of the past. It was not beyond reason, as the apocalyptic games had undergone more than one internal test. The Alliance's research suggests that the numerous disappearances of civilizations throughout human history are linked to apocalyptic games. However, the memories of the Elder are scant, seemingly devoid of any clues regarding the conclusion of these apocalyptic games. After finishing his meal, Xiao prepared to venture outside to assess the situation. The hint implied that nothing can be obtained without sacrifice, signifying that while treasure chests are not absent today, the methods to acquire them are fraught with peril. Some adorable creatures have made early appearances, likely indicating an increase in infection levels. A portion of the survivors, having been bitten by animals or injured, has seen their susceptibility to infection rise. As the infection levels continue to escalate, it results in some individuals reaching a critical threshold of 100, leading to their transformation into abominations, thus posing a danger. After pondering for a moment, Xiao teleported onto a fishing boat. Outside, the day was indeed bright. At 8 a.m., the sun was nearly at its zenith, casting a light that bore no resemblance to the apocalypse. The fishing vessel remained docked at the shores of a private resort island, and the nearby corpses had been nearly incinerated by Xiao. However, a faint odor of decay still lingered in the air. Xiao retrieved his communication device, activated the satellite map, and continuously zoomed in on Cloud City to observe the ground conditions. The weather was favorable today, promising clear photographs, though the loading speed was somewhat sluggish. During the wait, Xiao inadvertently pressed another button on the communication device, seemingly activating a channel by mistake. Report to Commander. Level 7 dungeon has encountered abominations, which are spreading infection within the dungeon. The abominations are immune to chemical weapons, and standard handguns prove ineffective against them. The use of apocalyptic weaponry is imperative. We request resources for such weaponry. Commander, the infection rate of the abominations in Dungeon 13 is alarmingly rapid. The second line of defense has already fallen. I request permission to evacuate the dungeon. Additionally, Commander, abominations have appeared on the surface of Zone 21 and are currently attacking ordinary survivors. Report. Xiao turned off the communication device, unwilling to hear more. On the first night of the timed challenge, mutated animals had emerged. However, their targets were the survivors with safe houses, and it is not inconceivable that some survivors may have failed their challenges. Just as 1349 mentioned, those bound to safe houses for research purposes, without preventive medicine to eliminate the infection, faced direct mutation when the infection levels rose the following morning. Today marks the 4th day, and even the corpses' infection levels have reached 60. Thus, most of the corpses of those who failed the challenges on the first day will likely mutate today. Xiao prepared to seek out an abomination for experimentation. However, this necessitated leaving the safety of the safe house, and she needed to ensure she was fully prepared before departing. Returning to the cellar, she retrieved a transformation stone and a weapon for secondary transformation. No one would willingly engage in close combat with a zombie. Axes and needles are melee weapons, which would be disadvantageous for her. Through her mental focus, a red handgun adorned with peculiar patterns materialized in Xiao's grasp. As she had anticipated, it lacked ammunition, leaving the potential for ranged attack from the transformed weapon uncertain. The only way to ascertain its capabilities was to venture outside. Discharging a firearm within the safe house could lead to unintended damage to her possessions. After loading the pharmaceutical supplies into the warehouse, which could be directly accessed through the supply passage, Xiao returned to the fishing boat. He opened the clear satellite images taken near the cellar to ascertain the ground conditions around the cellar's exit. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the island. Chapter 64, a year later. Xiao looked up to see a long-haired woman in a beach dress, running barefoot. The sea breeze tousled her hair, obscuring her features, but her exposed skin was marred with bloodied wounds. In her frantic flight, she cried out in terror, "Stay away from me." Despite her fear, she sprinted swiftly, like a gust of wind, past Xiao's fishing boat. Trailing behind her, approximately 200 meters away, was a horde of zombies, their grotesque forms grotesquely swollen. Xiao quickly assessed the situation, counting at least a couple of hundred of them. One particularly large zombie sported a peculiar adornment atop its head. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed a white high-heeled shoe. No, 2 of them. The other shoe was wedged into its shoulder blade. Observing the speed of the long-haired woman, it was evident she was considerably faster than the horde of zombies. Thus, Xiao surmised that she had consumed at least one vial of agility potion, enabling her rapid escape. The energy emanating from these zombies was entirely distinct from that of ordinary humans. Perhaps, upon reaching an infection level of 100, they became infused with apocalyptic energy. Additionally, the presence of those two white high-heeled shoes was perplexing. If they were ordinary heels, they would surely shatter upon impact during the collision between the zombies and the woman. Though it may seem absurd, the truth remains that a young woman transformed her weapon into high-heeled shoes and attempted to kick a zombie with them. To her dismay, the skull of the zombie proved exceptionally resilient, leaving her weapon lodged within, forcing her to relinquish it. The numerous wounds on her body were the result of her futile attempts to retrieve the weapon. Perhaps she had not consumed any strength-enhancing elixirs, rendering her efforts ineffective. Consequently, she opted for flight. As the horde of zombies approached, Xiao hesitated no longer. Grasping her firearm, she aimed at the advancing undead and pulled the trigger. The sound of a gunshot erupted from her lips, yet the horde remained unresponsive. It appeared that the weapon, despite its appearance as a firearm, was fundamentally a melee weapon and capable of delivering ranged attacks. With a swift motion, the firearm transformed back into a massive axe. The zombie horde had retreated 50 meters. Xiao surged forward with remarkable speed, plunging into their midst and delivering a powerful strike to the head of the nearest zombie. A sickening squelch echoed as putrid blood splattered across her face, and the decapitated zombie crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The commotion drew the attention of the horde, and they turned in unison. The nearest zombie, baring its teeth, met Xiao's unwavering resolve as she cleaved its head in two with a single blow. One by one, zombies lunged at her, but she died on the sun-kissed shores. A young woman dressed in a sleek black windbreaker and sporting short hair swiftly dispatched the final zombie with remarkable agility. Her calm gaze remained composed as she wiped the blood from her face. After a brief pause, she suddenly erupted into a scream. Ah! Xiao's eyelids fluttered in surprise. She looked up to see a girl in a beach dress standing on the rocks at the bay, raising both hands high and forming a large heart shape towards her. Big sister, you're so cool. Xiao glanced at her. The girl, expressionless, reached into the pile of corpses and pulled out her shoes. However, they were still lodged between the zombie's head and shoulder blade. She had not consumed the strength potion and couldn't pull them free. Looking up with pleading eyes, she begged, Big sister, can you help me? These shoes are stuck too deep. Holding an axe with one hand, Xiao poised the blade toward the girl's delicate neck. She bent down gently and carefully removed the high heels, holding them out to her. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, puffed out her cheeks, and said, I can't beat you, sister, and you just saved me. Why did you turn your weapon into shoes? The girl found the idea somewhat novel, yet intriguing. My shoes are broken, and walking barefoot on the ground hurts, she explained innocently, smiling brightly at Xiao. My name is Nianyu, not Catfish. But Nianyu, meaning abundance year after year. Nice to meet you, sister. Xiao calmly turned her head and stated, the zombies were defeated by me. And the chests are mine. You may leave now. Nianyu couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. Sister, how cold you are. She truly seems formidable. Obediently stepping back, her gaze lingered on the fallen zombie on the ground, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Only when Nianyu distanced herself did Xiao begin her examination. The downed zombie would not immediately transform into a treasure chest. Rather, it required approximately 5 minutes before the body vanished and morphed into a black chest. This pace was excruciatingly slow, akin to granting the enemy precious time. And there was even a chance that someone might swoop in to claim the spoils. Thus, Xiao decided to ignite one of the zombies that had yet to convert into a chest. Only to her astonishment, it yielded a yellow chest. Casting a glance around, Xiao patiently waited. At the 10-minute mark, all the zombies had transformed into chests, with some black chests evolving into white ones. Among them, one had turned into a red chest, a fact Xiao recalled vividly, as that particular zombie was the one she had felled with 2 axe strikes after it had managed to snag 2 pairs of high heels. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound echoed, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiao swiftly collected all the chests. Not far off, 3 men and a woman appeared. Nianyu, in a fluster, began to retreat, her skirt billowing, but inadvertently stumbled over a stone on the beach, looking pitiful as she called out to Xiao, Sister, save me. There are bad people. One man, wielding a toy bamboo raft, taunted, Don't hide, little sister. Your safe haven is in our grasp. Even if you run, you cannot escape. His gaze fell upon Xiao beside Nianyu. Another lovely little sister has arrived? After a year, she turned back, gazing at Xiao with a face full of anticipation. To her surprise, the latter calmly uttered 8 words, Evil spirits retreat, no offense intended. With that, she turned and vanished along the shore, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The expression on Nianyu's face froze. Her sister was truly devoid of compassion. Despite her own harrowing plight, she showed no pity for herself. Su Xiao returned to the deck of the fishing boat, quietly observing Nianyu. The latter did not appear as fragile as she seemed. She managed to maintain her cleanliness and beauty amidst the apocalypse. Though she appeared fearful, there was an underlying composure. If Su Xiao were not mistaken, the earlier scene of being chased by zombies was merely a fade. The shout she had emitted near the classroom was not a self-aggrandizing act, but rather a deliberate attempt to draw attention from the 3 individuals nearby. As for the purpose of luring them, Su Xiao suddenly recalled the horde of zombies she had just dispatched. It appeared she had inadvertently disrupted Nianyu's plans. Her gaze returned to the trio, 3 men and 1 woman. One man was tall, another was plump, and the third was bald. The female was strikingly beautiful. Yet she wore an ill-fitting men's shirt, with red marks marring her arms, legs, and neck. Please, do not come any closer. Nianyu seemed unable to rise due to a sprained ankle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glared at the woman. I wish to save you. Why do you seek to harm me? The woman shook her head, replying, I have no choice. In this apocalypse, I too am but a victim. On the day calamity struck, she had nearly lost her life. When the men nearby offered her refuge in a safe house, she hesitated at first. But upon seeing the number of people inside, she decided to enter. Initially believing she had escaped peril, she soon realized that the men surrounding her were far from virtuous. Those lacking in good looks or obedience were promptly discarded. Had she not complied, she would have met her demise long ago. Men, knowing they could not deceive others, resorted to using her as bait, leaving her with no alternative. If only she had found a sanctuary like Nianyu did on her first day, resigned to her fate. She was presented with 2 choices, either accompany them or... A man stepped forward. Nianyu, feigning weakness, implored, I will go with you. But I've injured my ankle. Could someone assist me? Her skirt billowed, revealing an enchanting sight beneath. The man, captivated, tightened his grip, signaling to a companion while lewdly caressing Nianyu's leg, preparing to lift her. However, Nianyu's long leg pressed against the man's chin, appearing flirtatious. Yet the heel of her shoe was poised like a blade, ready to sever his carotid artery. With a swift motion, blood gushed, splattering everyone present. A woman screamed, clutching her face, only to silence herself in shock at Nianyu's lethal prowess. The bald man, realizing the threat she posed, shoved aside the rotund figure next to him and advanced toward Nianyu. Meanwhile, the nearby woman attempted to flee, but the hefty man held her captive. Nianyu, intent on employing her previous tactic, made her move. Yet this time, she faltered. The man's formidable defenses proved too great. As he seized her leg with one hand while brandishing an axe in the other, poised to strike her slender limb. Bang! At that moment, the gunshot echoed. A bullet pierced through the man's skull. He was too stunned to react, staring blankly into the void before collapsing, clutching his slender, pale legs. Nianyu quickly recovered, forcefully kicking the man's head aside. Consider yourself lucky, fool. Only a stout man remained, sensing something amiss. Hastily, he threw a sports car towards a woman with a shocked expression, attempting to pull her inside. Yet Nianyu was swift, with her other stiletto heel. She ruthlessly stamped on the stout man's elbow. In pain from the broken arm, he released the woman and fled alone into a safe house, accelerating the vehicle until it vanished from sight. Nianyu gleefully picked up the small bamboo raft that had fallen to the ground and turned around, indeed spotting Su Xiao by the seaside. Sister, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Su Xiao replied calmly, I disrupted your plan. Now you have your outcome. She had not come seeking gratitude. She was there for her weapon. Squatting behind the bald man's head, she fished around and finally retrieved a bullet. Nianyu's pair of high heels had inspired her. The heels must have been crafted using 2 weapons and 2 illusion stones. Thus, Su Xiao deduced that her gun's failure to fire stemmed from the absence of bullets, which perhaps required additional weapons and illusion stones. She experimented by fusing another weapon with an illusion stone to transform it into a bullet, then combined it with the gun she had previously obtained. Sure enough, the gun fired, for there was only 1 bullet, so Su Xiao would need to return for more. Nianyu looked at her with admiration. Sister, your gun is incredible. How did you create it? Could you teach me? Her matters remain unresolved. Su Xiao's gaze shifted to the trembling woman beside her. Just a moment ago, Nianyu had been smiling at Su Xiao, but now she turned away, her expression transformed. Are you going to kill me? The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air as the girl anxiously explained. I truly did not mean to. I am just a woman. I have no choice. You are a weakling. Nianyu interrupted her. Do not use your gender to mask your cowardice and foolishness. My mother once said that in any situation, there exists only the strong and the weak, not male and female. This is true in commerce, on the battlefield, and even in the apocalypse. My decision not to kill you is not out of mercy. Nianyu raised her gaze. Rather, it is because you are not my match. You may leave. Though she doubted how long the girl could survive in such a world, she realized that killing her would yield no benefit. The woman quickly fled, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Nian Yu exhaled in relief, recalling that Su Xiao was still behind her. I spoke correctly, did I not? Zija? She instantly donned a facade of innocence and sweetness, turning around, only to find emptiness behind her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced around. Zija? Zija? Where had her Zija gone? Had she repulsed her away? Su Xiao returned to the fishing boat. The preceding events revealed that Nian Yu was not only a master of dramatics but also a vibrant and articulate character with a rich mental state. Reminiscent of a two-dimensional chatterbox. While she appeared innocent and harmless, she was far from simple. Having never consumed a strength potion, she found those survivors who had taken defensive potions to be her natural adversaries. Thus, she could only rely on the horde of zombies to divert her opponent's fire, attempting to seize an opportunity to reclaim her safe haven. Transforming her weapon into high-heeled shoes could lower others' defenses. Leveraging her delicate exterior to compensate for her shortcomings was a testament to her cleverness. She possessed a keen intellect necessary for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. However, this realization dawned upon Su Xiao. The survivors who managed to endure were far from ordinary. Despite her unique advantages, she was uncertain of her strength compared to other survivors. If she encountered a more formidable adversary, her chances of victory might be non-existent. In this desolate world, the weak were mere resources, while the strong wielded control over those resources. Lacking dominion over such assets, she had no desire to experience that helplessness. Confronted with her loss of security, Su Xiao resolved to enhance her capabilities, including her combat skills. Upon returning to the fishing vessel, the satellite communicator displayed images that revealed the locations of clustered individuals and makeshift camps or tents, even indicating areas under siege by the undead. Yet, this was not particularly frightening, for tomorrow promised even greater horrors. Su Xiao dared not envision what such a scene would entail. Just as she prepared to leave the cellar, she heard Lao Mo's reminder. Xiao Xiao, the communication center tomorrow has sent you a message. Chapter 66. Clean up. Su Xiao opened the message. Yi wrote, Boss. Today I encountered my unparalleled heroine. With a colossal axe in her left hand and an M24 in her right, she descended upon me riding a rainbow cloud. I have never felt so vulnerable or despised my own luck as I do now. Had I been just a tad more foolish, I would never have lived to see you again. Su Xiao? Yu said, I was ambushed by 4 burly men. I had originally parked my safe house by the seaside, but they took it away, causing me to almost be caught the moment I stepped out. As a fragile individual, I deeply feel the injustice of this apocalypse. Oh, Chief. Have pity on me. Su Xiao fell silent for a moment. Yu had recognized herself and was testing him? It was impossible. He had not disclosed much information. Therefore, Su Xiao directly inquired. Speak plainly. Yu responded. I wish to exchange for a strength potion. Do you have any? Her hands were dark and grimy. The level 5 potion chests yielded only agility potions. Hence, although she could run swiftly, her low attack power was futile, as she couldn't even defeat a bald man. Su Xiao had over 700 yellow chests unused. He indeed had plans for synthesizing materials. However, Su Xiao asked, what will you offer in exchange? The specified strength potion would surely require a different price than any other potion. When he eliminated that man, he had seen Yu take the safe house that had dropped from him. Nonetheless, he was curious about what materials would equate to the value of an apocalyptic potion. Yu was quite astute. I will exchange food seeds with you. Su Xiao's interest was piqued. Yu continued, a level 5 white chest will inevitably yield apocalyptic food seeds. They simply need to be cultivated in a small greenhouse. Although the quantity of fruit produced by the seeds upon maturation is currently unknown, seeds are undoubtedly a sustainable food source in the apocalypse. Su Xiao asked, what type of seeds? Fishy, I possess a seed of rice and a seed of corn. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. I do not have the necessary potions readily available. I must first synthesize a treasure chest. What you require are specific potions. And one seed alone will not suffice. You must contribute something else, perhaps a small trinket. Fishy felt a pang of reluctance, aware that such a transaction would demand a sacrifice on her part. Fishy, I will also add 1 illusion stone. Su Xiao, that is acceptable. Once the terms were agreed upon, Su Xiao first requested the old man to synthesize 3 yellow treasure chests, then fed the chests to increase energy, resulting in the emergence of a level 5 potion chest, which was promptly opened. Healing Potion 8, Immunity Potion 9, Doomsday Potion, Defense, Doomsday Potion, Strength, Doomsday Potion, Agility, a Stroke of Fortune. The rewards doubled, yielding 6 bottles of the Doomsday Potion. After the exchange, the seeds and 2 illusion stones were secured, while Su Xiao opted to keep the remaining potions for later use. Upon inspecting the seeds, she noted, corn seed, description, a plant that can be cultivated in the apocalypse. Upon maturation, corn can be harvested. The seed was planted in the small greenhouse, and she observed that the end soil within seemed to diminish. It appeared that sowing seeds would deplete the end soil. After planting, a notification appeared above the corn seed: lack of water. After fetching some water from the washroom to irrigate it, the notification changed: requires sunlight exposure for 8 hours. With no other option, Xiao carefully transported the small greenhouse to the fishing boat, placing it on the deck and watching as the timer began to count down. The sun was shining today, and it was currently 11 a.m. Should the weather remain favorable, there would be sufficient sunlight before nightfall. After completing his tasks, Xiao emerged from the cellar, and as he opened the door, he was met with peculiar sounds from outside. Upon stepping out, he realized the noise emanated from the northern district, where the Star Alliance had thoroughly cleared the underground city of the infected. There were supplies of food available, offering ordinary survivors a chance to escape. It seemed that some sort of loudspeaker was incessantly repeating the message. Xiao deduced that it was the Star Alliance's doing, evidently. They had acquired weapons and begun to purge the infected, granting ordinary survivors a glimmer of hope. He quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion, but soon heard the rustling of footsteps. Cautiously, he sought refuge in a corner to observe. It was a horde of zombies, numbering around 70 to 80, encircling the source of the sound, drawn in by its allure. With nimble grace, Xiao leapt atop the rubble and surveyed the scene from above. At the center was a mechanical robotic dog, its gait unsteady, broadcasting the announcements while inadvertently attracting the infected's attention, aimlessly wandering about. It was evident that this was a product of human manipulation. Xiao utilized a prevention serum to nullify his infection levels, followed by an immunity serum, which would enhance his resistance for the next hour, rendering it suitable for combat. He charged into the throng of zombies from behind, delivering a decisive axe blow to the head of the last infected in line. Out of the 2 to 3 dozen zombies, he found none that posed a significant challenge, save for the final one, which was slightly larger in stature. As Xiao raised his axe, he was suddenly startled by a child's innocent cry. "Daddy!" He then noticed a small child, around 8 or 9 years old, hiding within the remnants of a tattered tent. Initially terrified, the child had covered their mouth, too frightened to make a sound. However, upon witnessing Xiao prepare to strike down the last zombie, the child's fear erupted into a sob. The zombie turned its head, its ashen eyes devoid of any semblance of human emotion, fixed squarely upon Xiao's face. Without hesitation, Xiao swung her axe with ruthless precision. Just as the child's eyes widened, poised to unleash a piercing wail, a flick of the lighter ignited the corpse, transforming it into a glowing yellow treasure chest. Pointing at the chest, Xiao inquired softly, "Do you want it?" She paused, hesitating to utter the final word. The child, caught between tears and silence, hiccuped and locked eyes with Xiao. "It will take a few more minutes for the infected to fully turn into corpses. If you don't want it, I'll take it away." Hearing this, the child dashed forward, clutching the yellow chest with fear in his eyes before stumbling away. Though he seemed to run off, he merely moved to a distance, silently weeping while embracing the treasure, then wiping his tears and furtively watching Xiao. After waiting until all the corpses transformed into black treasure chests, none red this time, indicating they were ordinary zombies, Xiao collected every chest without glancing back at the child, continuing onward alongside the electronic dog. Unexpectedly, the child trailed behind like a shadow, stumbling every few steps. Slowing her pace, Xiao followed the electronic dog to a corner, where she found a man clad in a black uniform controlling the device. Nearby, 2 or 3 others, also members of the Star Alliance, crouched. To her surprise, the electronic dog had not led them to zombies this time, but to a woman instead. "There's a child here. I'm entrusting them to you," she said. Before anyone could react, Xiao vanished from sight, leaving only the child clutching the yellow treasure chest behind. The man pressed the communicator. "This is Squad 7 of District 3. The ground cleaning in Area E has been completed. We have spotted a senior survivor, a woman with short hair, who is currently eliminating zombies. Additionally, there is an ordinary child. The cleaning task is accomplished, and I shall escort the child back to the underground city immediately." Chapter 67. While Xiao swiftly traversed the central area of Cloud City to assess the situation. The ground was remarkably clean, as the Alliance had undertaken extensive cleansing efforts prior to the impending crisis, incinerating the majority of corpses and retrieving medical supply boxes. Today, a few infected individuals surfaced among the crowd but appeared to have been swiftly dealt with. After 30 minutes, Xiao located the entrance to the underground city and chanced upon 1349 and her team. Approaching, he found refuge within a nearby structure. "Deputy Commander, there are currently 38,000 survivors in the underground. If the infection rate continues to rise by 8 a.m. tomorrow, there may be infected individuals among the survivors." Someone was briefing 1349. How many yellow and transparent treasure chests remain in District 3? 1,349 inquired. There are 53,467 yellow chests and 6,126 transparent chests, came the reply. After a moment of contemplation, 1349 asked, has the commander issued any new directives? The commander stated that each district is preoccupied with its own affairs and has entrusted you to make the decision, was the response. With 35 districts, 1 overall commander, and 34 deputy commanders, 1349 had been assigned to District 3. Although the numbers appeared modest, the actual area spanned 18,000 square kilometers. Prior to the apocalypse, the resident population exceeded 80 million, with over 200 districts, counties, and towns under her jurisdiction. Hurricanes and earthquakes had caused severe traffic congestion, burying towns beneath debris. An hour of acid rain rendered most of the exposed vehicles and aircraft utterly inoperative, leaving even the small border town unable to dispatch additional personnel for rescue. She, too, could only huddle with her team in Cloud City. Managing to transfer these survivors to the underground city was already a significant effort. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Tomorrow should mark the final surge of natural infection. As long as we can reduce the infection level of the ordinary survivors to 50, they will not succumb to transformation. We will distribute a yellow treasure chest to each individual. Those who uncover the epidemic prevention serum will receive apocalyptic weaponry. As for everything else, we must leave it to fate. One of her team members remarked, Deputy Commander, why not directly request Miss Su as assistance? She can yield double the medicinal resources, perhaps allowing us to obtain sufficient serums. Su Xiao initially speculated that the Alliance possessed more than 8,000 yellow treasure chests. However, she was taken aback by the notion that 1349 aimed to utilize these 50,000 yellow treasure chests to eradicate the infection within the ordinary survivors, preventing their sudden transformation after tomorrow's arrival, while also equipping them with weapons. 1349 articulated her reasoning. The higher the quality of the treasure chest, the fewer units of supplies it yields. This is not our objective. We have only 317 safe houses at our disposal, with each person binding to 2 houses. We can only synthesize 3 level 2 treasure chests, which can yield 5 units of supplies. However, not all supplies can eliminate the infection, and the transaction fees may not be sufficient. For 50,000 treasure chests, the fees alone would amount to 5,000. Any remaining supplies for detoxification and hemostasis would ultimately prove futile. A shortage of medicines, with some available and others not, could incite unrest in the underground city. Various regions are fiercely competing for resources, and they possess the last remnants of the third zone supplies. Directly distributing treasure chests could indeed ensure fairness. As Su Xiao listened, she absent-mindedly poked at a small insect crawling on the cement wall, not anticipating that her gentle touch would cause the wall to crumble effortlessly. 1349 immediately became alert, casting a piercing gaze in Su Xiao's direction. Who goes there? Several members of the Alliance instinctively gripped their weapons, raising them in readiness. Su Xiao calmly stepped out, feigning innocence as if she had not been eavesdropping. Wasn't it said they would abandon them? They had clearly agreed to leave the food supplies behind, allowing the ordinary survivors to fend for themselves. Yet, when faced with the emergence of the infected, they could not help but draw them into the underground city for temporary refuge. Not far away, the captain of Team 7 appeared, accompanied by a child. 1349 gestured for the child to be taken into the underground city before responding to Su Xiao. I apologize, but I cannot stand by idly. She is a child who survived the catastrophe, secretly trained for 13 years after being chosen. 1349 is her designation. The apocalyptic game had not provided any indication of when the next occurrence would take place after the last internal test concluded. The instructor had once said that they might never have the opportunity to execute their mission until death. Yet, the apocalypse has suddenly descended. She is not the first to bear the number 1349, but perhaps she is the last. Therefore, she cannot remain indifferent to the extinguishing of lives, for it embodies the very purpose that has been ingrained in her soul throughout her years of training. 1349 gazed at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with hope. Perhaps the other party would understand them, even a little. However, Su Xiao replied calmly, there is no need for your apology. You have your choices, and I respect them. I also wish you all the best. The yearning within 1349 extinguished, yet this did not breed discontent towards Su Xiao. Gratitude was expressed for the assistance received. Not all individuals mirrored their disposition. The counterpart had once been an ordinary person. As a survivor capable of self-rescue, they had already alleviated some burdens. Su Xiao leaped from the ruins. If memory serves, the number of uninjured survivors on the first day does not increase the level of infection. Yesterday was a day of joy. As long as they possessed the courage to venture forth, they would inevitably encounter a few transparent treasure chests. Life may not be as fragile as they perceive. Life resembles a seed. taking root in the soil, and even without the shelter of a greenhouse. It can sprout and flourish. Therefore, it may not be as delicate as 1349 imagines, requiring an impervious guardianship to survive. With that, Su Xiao departed without a backward glance. 1349 pondered the implications of Su Xiao's words, as hope rekindled in their gaze. They turned to inspect the survivors entering the underground city for any wounds. Half an hour later, Su Xiao returned to the cellar and directly teleported to the fishing boat. With the synthesized battery and electric propeller, the vessel could sail without the need for wind. After confirming the coordinates on the map, she entrusted the navigation to the elderly MO. The intelligent management feature was indeed a boon. Meanwhile, she accessed the communications center. Frankly, 1349's reluctance to pursue further collaboration with her left her heart aching. Over 50,000 treasure chests, considering a mere 10 fee, or even 5. No, even just one, would amount to 500 treasure chests. Yet, 1349 had their own choices to make, and she would not forcibly persuade them to collaborate with her. Fortunately, the emergence of the decomposers today has brought forth a glimmer of hope. These survivors must have amassed a considerable number of treasure chests, and thus, she intends to reclaim all the chests lost to 1349 from these fortunate individuals. After an entire afternoon of relentless opening, Su Xiao found herself serving as customer support, earning scarcely 20 chests in service fees. The disparity was staggering. She was nearly lulled to sleep by the monotony of the task. Just when she believed that her collaboration with 1349 had come to an end, a message arrived post-dinner. Greetings, Miss Su. We wish to exchange treasure chests directly for your supply of antiviral agents. Additionally, we would like to request a small favor from you. Naturally, we will compensate you for your efforts. It was none other than the subordinate from 1349 who had been in contact with her previously. Chapter 68, The Thief Su Xiao. What? The counterpart had altered their name, now identifying themselves as the Alliance Zone 3, Room 1. Currently, we have identified over 600 injured survivors in our vicinity. The lowest infection rate stands at 73, while the highest reaches 95. We possess at least 30,000 antiviral agents, primarily intended to eliminate the infections within these survivors. Therefore, would it be possible for us to provide you with treasure chests in exchange for the antiviral agents? Currently, we have merely over 46,000 level 1 yellow treasure chests and more than 2,000 level 2 yellow treasure chests remaining. Given the limited quantity of these chests, in order to ensure an adequate supply of medicine, we cannot utilize the chests to feed the intelligent steward for energy growth and synthesis. Consequently, the number of level 2 medicinal treasure chests represents the maximum we can synthesize with our available safe houses. If you are willing to comply, we can offer you 200 transparent treasure chests as a processing fee. Although Su Xiao understood that revealing this information might diminish the other party's demand for medicine and potentially lead to an alternative proposal for negotiation, she was nonetheless taken aback when the figure of 30,000 epidemic prevention agents was mentioned. It was an overwhelming amount. Each epidemic prevention agent could only mitigate 20% of the infection level, and the natural infection increase expected tomorrow is 40%. Thus, they arranged for each infected survivor in the dungeon to receive 3 agents to ensure they would not succumb to infection by tomorrow. However, the medicines obtained from the chests are based on chance. Hemostatic agents, detoxification agents, and healing agents cannot eliminate infection levels. Immunization agents can provide immunity to negative states for 1 hour, yet they cannot guarantee protection against the naturally increasing infection level at 8 o'clock. Even if Su Xiao were to open the level 2 chests, she would only yield 10 units of medicine, and there is no certainty that these 10 units would contain a sufficient number of epidemic prevention agents. After contemplating for a moment, Su Xiao responded, "You may first provide me with 1,000 level 2 treasure chests. I shall see how many epidemic prevention agents can be obtained, and then we can discuss the terms further." Given the probabilistic nature of these items, certainty was not within her grasp. Without further hesitation, the other party promptly bestowed upon her 1,000 level 2 treasure chests and 100 transparent chests, effectively offering payment in advance. Such sincerity was difficult for Su Xiao to decline. Su Xiao entrusted Lao Mo with the task of collectively opening the 1,000 level 2 chests. Under the auspices of the Easter egg effect, these could yield up to 10,000 units of medicinal supplies. The distribution was as follows: 99 basic medicines, 1 intermediate medicines, and 1 advanced medicines. Specifically, there were 778 units of epidemic prevention agents, 952 detoxification agents, 726 hemostatic agents, 314 healing agents, and 230 immunity agents, approximately a 1/3 probability. Calculating further, opening an additional 1,000 level 2 chests would only produce slightly over 6,000 units of epidemic prevention agents. Even after exhausting the remaining 40,000 plus level 1 chests, it might barely suffice to amass 30,000 units of epidemic prevention agents. Yet such an approach would be extravagantly wasteful. Nonetheless, Xiao sensed an incongruity. If proceeding thus, detoxification and hemostatic agents would accumulate excessively. As medicines of the same tier as epidemic prevention agents, their surplus would be severe and practically ineffective, suggesting a disproportionate allocation of resources. Short-term exchanges with other survivors were unfeasible. Alternatively, she might feed the detoxification and hemostatic agents to Lao Mo to augment energy, facilitating the synthesis of level 2 medicinal chests. Yet, even with over 6,000 units of energy, only 200 chests could be synthesized, an endeavor hardly worth the cost. Moreover, days without any chests might ensue. Suspecting she had overlooked something, perhaps possessing untapped resources, Xiao inspected her cellar. Her current workstations included a sewing machine, a weapons bench, an item decomposer, and a synthesizer. Rising, Xiao approached her workstations thoughtfully, placing the detoxifying agent into the item decomposition device. A prompt emerged. This item does not belong to item resources and cannot be operated. Turning around, it was inserted into the weapon station's decomposer, which yielded another prompt. This item is classified as a low-level resource and cannot be decomposed. Although both prompts indicated an inability to operate, the distinction was significant. Xiao suddenly recalled something. She had opened the medicinal chest the most frequently, yet she had never once obtained the synthesizing apparatus for medicinal substances. However, what did the medicine itself belong to? It was a soft weapon. On the battlefield, hard weapons encompass arms and armor, yet food, medicine, and energy also qualify as weapons, serving as resources that enhance combat sustainability. Hence, the ancient strategy of burning supplies before engaging in warfare. Xiao placed 2 detoxifying agents into the weapon synthesis station. And indeed, a prompt appeared, can synthesize same-level resources, hemostatic agent, epidemic prevention agent. Furthermore, combining 1 detoxifying agent and 1 hemostatic agent in the synthesizer prompted. Synthesis yields the same level resource, epidemic prevention agent. This meant that 2 same-level resources could produce 1 resource of the same level but of a different type. Such a loss was far less than the 30 low-level agents required to increase energy for opening a chest, and it provided a targeted selection. With this revelation, Xiao immediately continued her testing. She could synthesize upwards from the foundational medicines obtained from level 1 chests. The healing agent was classified as a mid-level medicine, whereas the immunity agent was considered high-level. However, synthesizing high-level from low-level required 100 units. Moreover, medicines could not be reverse decomposed. High-level medicines could not be broken down into low-level ones. This discovery exhilarated Xiao far more than any treasure chest could. The surplus pharmaceuticals in her possession would not go to waste. She could indulge in her drug concoctions to her heart's content. Ultimately, with the assistance of Lao Mo, she synthesized 839 doses of preventive medication, amounting to over 7,000, fulfilling a quarter of the demand. The remaining curative and immunization agents could be transformed into several bottles of doomsday elixirs, which rightfully belonged to Xiao. When she dispatched over 7,000 doses of preventive medication, the recipients were clearly taken aback, their minds momentarily faltering. This was incongruent with the theoretical data provided by the experts. It quickly dawned on them that the other party must possess additional tools enabling resource exchanges. Xiao stated, 1,000 level 2 treasure chests, approximately 7,000 doses of preventive medication. In accordance with our previous agreement, the handling fee for 200 transparent treasure chests. I will extract 30,000 doses of preventive medication from your chests, but the other agents will belong to me. Although the other party still held over 40,000 treasure chests, Xiao did not overreach her demands, nor did she feign that preventive medication was hard to procure. With the onset of the apocalypse, acquiring treasure chests would not be as facile. By capitalizing on the handling fee to greedily claim the treasure resources from Area 3, she was no different from the ordinary survivors that 1349 and their companions were laboring to save. Moreover, the revelation that she could synthesize and convert medications using the weapon platform would afford her significant advantages in future pharmaceutical acquisitions. However, after contemplation, the opposing party promptly sent 2,000 level 1 treasure chests, 1,100 level 2 treasure chests, and 100 transparent chests, along with a thick stack of A4 paper. The paper detailed comprehensive maps of various regional dungeons. Before Xiao could examine the situation in detail, a sudden notification echoed in his ears. How despicable. You thieves dare to steal the toys of the grown-ups. Chapter 69, The Toy. Accompanied by this furious proclamation, the once bright daylight was abruptly shrouded in darkness. Instinctively, Xiao glanced outside, where he beheld a blood moon materializing in the pitch-black sky. The blood moon suddenly transformed into an enormous crimson eye, its gaze ferocious. Veins sprawling across its surface, and its pupil rotating as if it could pierce through all entities. I knew you humans were no good. Let me see where the thieves are hiding. A pang of anxiety gripped Su Xiao as he recalled the dice stored in the warehouse. Lao Mo reassured him. Do not fear, Xiao, it cannot harm you in the safe house. The mechanical voice remained monotonous, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of security in Su Xiao. Cackling. Do not think that by hiding, I will be unable to find you. Once I locate you, I shall mete out severe punishment upon you wretched thieves. After delivering this threat, there was a prolonged silence, yet the eye in the sky continued its relentless search, seemingly seeking something. Su Xiao took note that the seeds left on the deck had absorbed ample sunlight and were now in the process of growing, requiring 47 hours to mature, essentially a 2-day growth period. Contemplating the retrieval of the small greenhouse, he recalled that the deck did not fall under the absolute safety of the fishing vessel and withdrew his hand. Never mind, it won't be lost anyway. Regaining his composure, he inquired, Lao Mo, what is that? Is it the main deity? Lao Mo replied, no, since you are not the main deity. Why do you consistently speak in their stead? Su Xiao inquired. Old Mo replied, I regret to inform you, Xiao, that I cannot disclose that information. A hint of remorse tinged the mechanical voice. Su Xiao pressed on, Old Mo, are the safe houses and the apocalyptic game intertwined? Old Mo responded, without the apocalyptic game, the safe houses would not exist. After a moment of silence, Su Xiao asked, Old Mo, will the apocalyptic game ever conclude? Old Mo replied, every beginning has an inevitable end, much like humanity experiences both birth and death. Su Xiao contemplated asking further, but Old Mo interjected, the apocalyptic game has commenced. And due to the regulations, there is much I cannot reveal to you at this time. You currently lack the capacity to conclude the apocalyptic game. It would be more prudent to consider the potential of the resources you possess. Su Xiao began to understand that even with increased favorability, there were certain rules that Old Mo would not fully disclose. As for what could be done, naturally, the priority was to first earn the transaction fees. Su Xiao initially opened 100 level 2 treasure chests, accumulating a total of 8,000 doses of the pandemic vaccine through synthesis. The target still required an additional 15,000 doses. The other party provided 20,000 yellow treasure chests, from which Su Xiao opened 10,000, yielding only 12,000 doses of the vaccine after synthesis. Ultimately, to gather the remaining 3,000 doses, Su Xiao opened over 7,000 treasure chests. In total, this endeavor resulted in the acquisition of 200 transparent treasure chests, 394 level 1 yellow treasure chests, and several doses of the vaccine. The cost incurred by the other party was significantly less than anticipated, while Su Xiao successfully obtained his rightful transaction fees, culminating in a remarkable win-win situation. Concerning the map on the A4 paper, in addition to the dungeons, there were several coordinates. Su Xiao inquired about their purpose. The response was prompt. These coordinates indicate the designated activation points for our public shelters. Our personnel have been dispatched accordingly, ensuring that within the limited number of safe houses, every region is adequately covered. Of course, unforeseen circumstances may arise, and we are concerned that the machines might malfunction or that we could lose communication with other districts. Therefore, we have printed these maps in advance and kindly ask for your assistance in distributing them to populated cities, essentially requesting her to help disseminate flyers. A thick stack, estimated to number in the tens of thousands, each one offering a glimmer of hope for survivors left stranded in an apocalyptic world. Outside, the rain began to patter softly once more, the gaze from above unwavering. Su Xiao returned to the cellar with the flyers in hand. Old Mo spoke up. We have received feedback regarding the oxygen consumption issues in cellar-type safe houses. It has been confirmed as a bug and has been rectified. The calculation now measures the oxygen depletion time from the moment the owner enters such a safe house. As compensation, 3 barrels of gasoline will be issued. Additionally, your suggestion concerning the establishment of a trading post at the communication center, utilizing a resource exchange mechanism, has been accepted. After the version update, the trading post will officially launch, and as a reward, you shall receive a complimentary opportunity to open a trading shop at the exchange. Complimentary? This implies that others would not receive the same privilege. This reward was significantly more advantageous than the compensation, especially since Su Xiao is now a resource magnate. She retrieved the dice, recalling that the earlier voice had referred to you all, indicating that she was not the sole possessor of the goddess toy. She opened the communication center to take a look. Indeed, although there were no private conversations, the communication hub for advanced survivors had commenced discussions. Su Xiao cast a glance and noted the presence of several new advanced survivors, now totaling over 30. In terms of numbers, it could be considered a small-scale group, naturally. The diversity of individuals meant that Xiao typically refrained from initiating dialogue. As he perused the chat history, he encountered some unexpected exchanges. 49. I'm collecting the toys of the Master God. Some can be exchanged with me. Turtle Sage. No way, my friend. You dare to ask for the Master God's toys? What kind of monstrous thing is hanging up there? It's terrifying enough to scare someone to death. Do you really want to attract its attention? 80. I know a survivor who previously opened a level 3 weapon chest and received a Master God toy. But he was uncertain of its purpose. Just a moment ago, he mentioned going out to assess the situation, and now he has vanished. I can't find his ID among my friends. Does this imply that possessing a Master God toy invites an attack? Turtle Sage. Fortunately, I acted wisely. I fed it directly to the intelligent steward. I gained an instantaneous boost of 10,000 energy points and exchanged it for a plethora of supplies. I became quite prosperous in an instant. This is certainly preferable to grasping a toy of unknown utility. Fishy, you actually had the heart to part with it? You're truly extravagant. 49. Turtle Sage, what else could I do? That is the Master God. If it gets angry and pursues me, what then? It's a deity. As a mere mortal, I cannot provoke it, nor can I hide. The screen was filled with Turtle Sage's apparent desire to label himself as cowardly. Fishy, filled with exasperation, retorted, what if it has some special function? Look at 49. Isn't he collecting them? Indeed. 49 had undoubtedly discerned the true purpose of the Supreme Deity's toy, which prompted its acquisition. Nevertheless, Xiao elected to wait a while longer. Master Turtle said, 49, what do you say the Supreme Deity's toy is meant for? 49 replied, 100 bottles of Doomsday Elixir in exchange for information. Xiao keenly perceived that this piece of information was worth 100 bottles of Doomsday Elixir, implying that the Supreme Deity's toy must possess tremendous significance. Though with her current strength she could, with some effort, produce 100 bottles of the elixir. She was reluctant to part with them, so she patiently waited. Master Turtle remarked, I don't have 100 bottles of Doomsday Elixir, but I do possess information that is guaranteed to unlock the Supreme Deity's toy. 49 hesitated for 3 seconds before responding, private chat. Chapter 70. The candidate upon seeing 49's reply, Xiao immediately messaged Master Turtle privately. You have found information to unlock the toy? Master Turtle exclaimed, boss. Are you sneaking a peek at my screen? Xiao replied, no, I just opened the communication center and wanted to trade information with you. 1 bottle of Doomsday Elixir. You can specify which. Unexpectedly, Master Turtle responded without hesitation. I want the Elixir of Strength. Xiao handed over a bottle of the Strength Doomsday Elixir and added, but I'm also very curious. What exactly is the purpose of the Supreme Deity's toy? After receiving the elixir, Master Turtle said, very well. I will inquire with 49, and if the information proves reliable, I will exchange it with you. Soon after, Master Turtle conveyed to Xiao the information guaranteed to unlock the Supreme Deity's toy. Previously, I did not obtain the blueprint for the weapon platform. Didn't you help me synthesize a level 3 red treasure chest? The probability of encountering a level 3 red treasure chest is as follows. Weapons 90, Universal Transformation Stones 9, 99, and the toys of the main deity 0, 01. Do you remember? Asked Xiao. I do, replied the Turtle Sage. However, over the past few days, I acquired the blueprints for weapon stands and collaborated with the Star Alliance. They provided me with a considerable number of red treasure chests and discarded potions, which I used to synthesize level 2 treasure chests in exchange for double the weapons. It is no wonder that the Turtle Sage had been seeking Xiao less frequently. He was also engaged in collaboration with the Star Alliance. Xiao inquired, and then? The Turtle Sage continued, I discovered that the 0.01 probability of obtaining the main deity's toy does not pertain to the chance of the treasure chest yielding the toy. Instead, it refers to the likelihood of this attribute appearing when synthesizing treasure chests. In other words, while synthesizing level 2 treasure chests, there exists a chance of acquiring the attribute associated with the main deity's toy, and the same applies to level 3 chests. The key lies in the notification that appears when synthesizing. Once this notification appears, it guarantees that the treasure chest will indeed yield the main deity's toy. Xiao's pupils constricted. She comprehended the implications of the Turtle Sage's words. He continued. If one utilizes a level 2 treasure chest that possesses this probability to synthesize a level 3 chest, the probability of obtaining the toy may vanish. If it disappears, it signifies that the chest will not yield the main deity's toy regardless of the circumstances. Furthermore, if one opts to open a level 5 transparent treasure chest using a red treasure chest, that becomes hidden and probabilistic, as it remains unseen whether it exists or not. I synthesized numerous level 2 treasure chests before uncovering this pattern. It is difficult to articulate. In regard to this information, Su Xiao's misfortune stemmed from the scarcity of red treasure chests she had obtained. Even now, she possessed merely one level 2 red treasure chest and 2 level 1 chests. With no indication of any divine toys within the level 2 chest, Su Xiao inquired, "What are the toys? Given your assertions, it seems you must possess some divine toys." The turtle sage replied, "Hee, you see right through me, boss. Indeed, I have them. I managed to craft a total of 3 divine toys, and I've kept one." "Boss, you must have one too. What is it?" "The one I retained is a die, as I heard a voice accompanied by the sound of dice that day." "Ah." As expected, treasure chests containing surprises are certainly not trivial matters. Su Xiao responded, "Like you, it is also a die." The turtle sage exclaimed, "Really? What number?" "Mine is 3. Everyone knows dice have 6 faces, 6 numbers, yet all faces of mine display 3, so I suspect other dice must differ from mine." Su Xiao deduced. "For hers, all bore the number 1. Su Xiao replied, "The number is 1. The turtle sage pondered, could it be that 6 dice must be combined to form 1? Su Xiao felt that was unlikely. Divine toys should possess independent functions, otherwise, someone as foolish as the turtle sage might unwittingly provide one to the intelligent steward, resulting in a loss. Su Xiao suggested, "You should negotiate with 49 first. He has likely discovered the toy significance, and his collection of toys might be an attempt to test something." The turtle sage did not respond further. Su Xiao lowered her gaze, contemplating the die in her hand. Currently, over 30 advanced players have ascended to level 2. Yet this does not imply that the number of individuals who command the 3 safe houses is limited to this figure. For instance, Su Xiao possesses an additional safe house that remains unutilized. One must not arrogantly assume oneself to be the strongest. To date, Su Xiao holds 3 Easter eggs, though few are privy to this knowledge, resulting in only 1349 collaborating with her. According to 1349, the Star Alliance encompasses 35 districts, of which she is merely the deputy commander of one. There are still 34 other districts to consider. Furthermore, the Doomsday Alliance, formed in the wake of the impending apocalypse, swiftly disbanded for self-preservation within mere days, indicating that other nations have established their own organizations. This suggests they have diverse partnerships. As for the capability of synthesizing and transforming items at the weapon platform, such information has not circulated among the survivors, which does not imply that only Su Xiao is aware of it. The mindset of advanced players follows a discernible pattern. The more significant the information, the less likely it is to be disseminated freely, as it is undoubtedly retained as a tool for resource accumulation. Su Xiao possesses various instruments, including a disassembler, a synthesizer, a weapon platform, and a sewing machine. What operation did 49 undertake to uncover the function of the Lord God's toys? It certainly was not merely feeding the intelligent steward. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiao cast the dice into the disassembler of the weapon platform. Disassemble this item. Yes, no, it can indeed be disassembled. Should it be disassembled? If so, acquiring the Lord God's toys next time may prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Master Rashi sent a message. "Boss, the trade has failed." That kid 49 suddenly changed his mind and wants supplies instead of information. "I don't have 100 bottles of Doomsday Elixir, so he suggested I exchange it for a toy from the Master of Gods, Su Xiao." To be precise, Master Rashi's message held little significance. Ultimately, it boiled down to luck. However, the change of heart on the other side was likely inferred from hints in Master Rashi's words. Su Xiao resolutely made her choice. Yes, a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. At the moment of rolling the dice, the entire safe house appeared to tremble, and from the shattered dice emerged a swirling orb of silver light, which seamlessly integrated into Su Xiao's being. The power of the Master of Gods has been unleashed. You have been selected as a candidate for the Master of Gods, unlocking the Eye of Divine Selection. Su Xiao abruptly opened her eyes, her black pupils coalescing into a silvery darkness, as if they encompassed the vastness of the cosmos, yet it vanished almost instantaneously. Looking down, she beheld her own body, a murky form, with streaks of silver liquid coursing through her ashen bones, akin to lifeblood entwined in her very essence. Realizing this, Su Xiao swiftly grasped a bottle of Doomsday Elixir. Previously, the elixir appeared to her as merely a transparent potion, but now she perceived the silvery dark glow within the vial, resembling stardust. Thus, the silver liquid within her was the concentrated power of the Doomsday Elixir. Su Xiao was transported back to the fishing boat, where the night sky was shrouded in a black mist, an unfamiliar sight. The source of this mist was a pair of eyes in the heavens. These eyes were the heralds of the announcement. Old Amo had mentioned that they were not the Master of Gods, so what exactly were they? Chapter 71. Good night. The deity's toy materialized within the treasure chest, evidently intended for the survivors. Yet, it furiously labeled the survivor who acquired the divine toy as a thief. If it were the one responsible, it would be a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. Conversely, if it were not involved, How could it possibly be aware of which divine toys had vanished? Presently, Xiao had triggered the identity of a candidate for the deity, suggesting that the deity might not exist at all. The creature that voiced its displeasure seized this opportunity to strike, as it did not wish for a candidate to emerge. 49 had discerned the method to activate the deity candidate. Was it to prevent others from becoming candidates, or did each toy contain varying contents? Xiao inquired, Old Master. Will becoming the deity put an end to the apocalypse? The Old Master replied candidly, I do not know. Whether the apocalypse concludes depends on the deity's choice, and how the deity chooses hinges on who will become the new deity. Xiao refrained from venturing outside, uncertain if she would be attacked by the ominous entity in the sky. For her safety, it seemed prudent to remain indoors. The turtle hermit, having not received any news from Xiao, sent a warm inquiry. Boss, why have you stopped speaking? Xiao responded, since our collaboration has faltered, let it be. Tomorrow, a horde of zombies will emerge. It is wise to gather more resources. She refrained from mentioning the acquisition of divine power through the decomposition of dice in the path to becoming a deity candidate, as she could not ascertain whether they, as fellow candidates, might one day become adversaries. Master Rashi, boss, you have 3 colored eggs. You've surely collaborated with the Star Alliance, haven't you? Xiao, Did you find them in the world? Master Rashi, no, I encountered them in the desert. Initially, I did not know these individuals and could not comprehend their speech. However, upon noticing my translator, they agreed to collaborate with me. The communication center is truly remarkable. Everyone faces a communication center that translates into a language they can understand. It has already transcended the limits of reality. There is nothing that cannot be accomplished. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and a pang of hunger struck. Glancing at the pile of countdown food in the corner, Xiao retrieved a generous assortment of snacks, munching on chicken feet while making slurping noises. Old man, care for some snacks? Xiao inquired. The old man pondered for a moment. What flavor? Xiao tossed a bag of spicy chicken feet towards him, devoid of any energy additives. The old man remarked, it contains numerous chemical agents, detrimental to human health. Xiao took a bite. Old man, you're knowledgeable about chemical agents. The old man contemplated for a moment, recalling what the child's mother had said. The child is still young. Snacks are not suitable due to excessive additives. Xiao considered this and asked, Old man, what did you do in the past? The old man replied, I do not know. There are no memories of that. Xiao paused. Is it solely memories of the child that reside within you? The old man affirmed, indeed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao probed. Then how did you leave? The old man responded earnestly, I do not remember. My memories have yet to restore to that point. The restored memories manifest to it as fragmented images intertwined with evocative emotions. It can sense the vibrant self within those memories, alongside the emotions that humanity describes. It finds this immensely delightful. This implies that the old master did not perish when his daughter was merely 3 years old. Xiao currently possesses over 3,600 yellow treasure chests, having acquired some black treasure chests today, totaling around 70 or 80. In addition to approximately 100 white treasure chests, many blueprints remain unproduced due to the lack of essential materials. At present, there are no plans to utilize the treasure chests to fill energy for synthesis. The black treasure chests contain materials. Should all go as anticipated, she should procure a substantial number of material treasure chests by tomorrow, thus she intends to synthesize after an overflow of material chests. Meanwhile, she has synthesized about 10 bottles of doomsday potions from an excess of healing and immunity potions. The thought of consuming a bellyful of liquid prompted Xiao to tear open another pack of spicy strips. Old master, would you like some more? The old master replied. It is detrimental to your health. Consume sparingly. Xiao mused that since the old master had regained a fragment of memory, he exuded a paternal essence. In this apocalypse, what ailment could potions not cure? Besides, you are an intelligent consciousness without a physical form. The old master countered, then, may I have a little? Xiao tossed another pack of spicy strips his way. By the way, old master, without a body, how can an intelligent consciousness savor flavor? The old master explained. It is not exactly consumption. Perhaps the presence of memories triggers a revival of consciousness, allowing for a taste of flavor. It is akin to long-sealed memories suddenly bursting forth like fireworks, adding a splash of color to its otherwise mundane and insipid awareness. With the fiery spiciness of the snack settling in her stomach, Xiao took deep breaths, pouring medicine down her throat in copious amounts. As the heat subsided, her belly felt full. She inquired of Lao Mo, how much longer until we reach our destination? She had set her target location to the southern island, which, although bordering the mainland, did not belong to the country before the apocalypse. However, traveling by water should not take too long. The only limitation was the speed of the propulsion system, which could not go too fast. since she had a safe house at her disposal and the next version update was imminent. If she did not locate Jiangqiqi by tomorrow upon reaching the southern island, she would consider exchanging the safe house. A glance at the propulsion system revealed that there was still 88 battery life remaining, which could last 3 to 5 days under continuous operation. Lao Mo replied, barring any unforeseen events, we should arrive by tomorrow morning, approximately 24 hours. After a session of washing her face, brushing her teeth, and showering, Xiao emerged from the bathroom, and the clock struck midnight. Today, I shall spare you little thieves, but do not think you can evade your fate. Starting tomorrow, prepare to face your hell. Xiao peered onto the fishing boat. At first glance, it appeared as if the eyeballs had vanished, but through the eye of the chosen, she discerned a thin, dark gray seam in the sky. Thus, this entity had not disappeared, it had merely shut its eyes. The ominous mist that pervaded the night remained thick. That wretched creature is fishing. I shan't be deceived. Returning to the cellar, Xiao climbed into bed, grabbing a pillow and murmuring, "Good night, Lao Mo. Do you need a bedtime story?" Xiao, puzzled, asked. "Can you tell bedtime stories? An essential for lulling little ones to sleep," he replied. "Then do tell." She could not recall whether she had ever listened to bedtime stories in her childhood. The mechanical voice of the storyteller began the indifferent tale. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood, who set out alone to deliver food to her grandmother, only to lose her way and never find her parents again. Xiao interjected, "Old Imo, your lullaby diverges somewhat from the version I know." Old Imo replied, "Oh, it's what her mother taught her, claiming it would prevent children from wandering off alone." Xiao covered her head with the blanket and drifted into slumber. Old Imo must have ensured his daughter never enjoyed restful sleep as a child. Well then, Xiao good night. The sound of rain intensified, and the damp ruins began to tremble as waterlogged, decaying hands struggled to emerge from the crevices of the rubble. Chapter 72. Southern Island. Last night was quite pleasant. I caught 2 bothersome bugs, but alas, dawn has arrived. Nevertheless, the charming little creatures have now appeared. They will take my place and entertain you on behalf of the great Lord of the Gods. Infection level at 40, zombification progress completed at 100, the prologue of the apocalypse has commenced. Xiao's eyes flew open at the sound of the notification. It seemed this entity no longer wished to disguise its intentions, however. She could distinctly sense that the system notification differed from the content released by that peculiar being. The system was more official, while the strange entity, though mechanical in tone, conveyed a strong personal emotion. Old Imo remarked, "Good morning, Xiao. It is raining today, with a moderate temperature. I suggest breakfast of milk and noodles to maintain a balanced diet." Xiao regained her senses and expressed her gratitude. After rising, she first attended to her personal hygiene and brushed her teeth, then rummaged through the corner storage to find some milk. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to simply take 2 small pieces of bread. In this post-apocalyptic world, nutrition had become a trivial concern. After savoring the milk, she transported herself to the fishing boat. Outside, the faint layer of black mist had vanished, indicating that the night was the only time it could exert its influence. The sky was draped in a continuous drizzle, a normal rainfall. The vessel was docked at the shore, where the scattered containers bore inscriptions in a foreign tongue, which Xiao could not decipher, yet she understood that she had undoubtedly arrived at the southern isle. Suddenly, a sound interrupted her thoughts. Xiao looked up to see a decaying corpse, its flesh rotting, and its eyes half-lidded, emerging slowly from behind a container and colliding with it. It seemed to sense her presence, its swollen eyes locking onto her for a brief moment, before quickly averting their gaze. It was merely an illusion. The zombie was incapable of perceiving the existence of a safe haven. Xiao's vision expanded instantaneously, akin to a panoramic view, capturing the entire scene surrounding the dock. The coastline was teeming with zombies, drenched in rain and seawater, their bodies oozing with pus, resembling demons that had just crawled from the sea after swiftly consuming her milk and bread and disposing of the kitchen waste. Xiao returned to the cellar to retrieve her black waterproof jacket. This jacket would shield her from the rain, yet in such temperatures, there was a risk of falling ill. After a moment's contemplation, she located a piece of insulation fabric that had remained unused. 10 minutes later, she fashioned a thermal garment from 1 part insulation and 1 part fabric. Thermal garment. Description: an inner layer designed to maintain body temperature in the frigid conditions of an apocalyptic world, preventing the pathological effects of hypothermia. Instructions: suitable for temperatures down to 20 degrees Celsius. Today, the temperature was a brisk 11 degrees. Upon donning the thermal garment, Xiao felt enveloped in warmth. She then put on her jacket, zipping it up to her neck, with the sleeves and pant cuffs adjusted tightly to allow for unhindered movement. In the warehouse passage, she inspected her supplies, confirming that all weapons and medical provisions were accounted for, while also leaving space to gather treasures. Finally, she pulled the hood of her jacket snugly over her head, revealing only her vigilant eyes. Having made all necessary preparations, Xiao ingested an immunity potion and departed from the fishing boat, retracting her hand. The gentle patter of rain masked her footsteps as the zombies relied on sound to discern their surroundings. Their decaying heads Xiao no longer held back, swiftly wielding his axe to dispatch a childlike figure as the seemingly ferocious zombie before him moved with an astonishing slowness, its body crumbling like potato chips. The sounds of its demise echoed continuously. Before it could even reach Xiao, it was reduced to mere remnants scattered about. Unbeknownst to him, 50 meters away, a pair of innocent eyes peered through a ventilation hole of a container, captivated by Xiao's impressive maneuvers, their gaze transforming into one of sparkling admiration. Mama, Papa. Someone is incredibly powerful. They are slaying zombies. The tender voice attracted the attention of nearby zombies, which immediately began to ram against the container. The man swiftly covered the little girl's mouth, whispering urgently, "Hush. Do not speak." He carefully ensured that the container was indeed secured from within, impervious to their assaults. Once the girl fell silent, the nearby zombies seemed to lose their sense of direction. Xiao caught a faint sound, yet he could not discern its source. His gaze sweeping across the faces of the surrounding undead. Even in their bloated and decayed state, they retained some semblance of form, none resembling Jiang Qiqi. Furthermore, it appeared that no particularly formidable survivors were nearby. Otherwise, the docks would not be overrun with zombies awaiting extermination. He considered this a means of accumulating activity points. South Island, a tourist peninsula akin to the private islands of Ur, was marked by a scarcity of tall buildings yet a dense population. When the apocalypse struck, many had been swept into the sea by the hurricane, only to be returned by the waves this morning, reanimated as prowling zombies. The zombies, possessing keen auditory senses, clustered along the island's shore, drawing perilously close. Thus, for every one Xiao felled, another would immediately take its place. He pressed on tirelessly, methodically cleansing the coastline of the undead. An hour of immunity from the serum has elapsed, and at last, a pristine area has been cleared, one that is unlikely to attract the attention of the undead. Xiao turned back, scouring the island's edge for her spoils. The treasure chests appeared swiftly. Once a zombie's cranium was shattered, a chest would materialize within 10 seconds, and today, the chests were randomized, manifesting in hues of yellow, white, and black. The fallen zombies quickly transformed into a multitude of treasure chests. Upon returning to her initial location, Xiao beheld a family of 3, bent over at the seashore, busily collecting the chests she had just vanquished. Their expressions mirrored that of a seasoned player passing through a novice village, looting unwanted debris, while the newcomers regarded these treasures as priceless finds. As the man emerged from the container with the chest in hand, he caught sight of Xiao and could not suppress an awkward smile. He recognized the impropriety of claiming another's possessions but assumed that she, having left for nearly an hour, would not return. He addressed her, saying, "Apologies, we thought you had departed. You needn't worry about these chests." The little girl, cradled in her mother's arms, called out to her, "Sister, you are so incredible." The hood of her tactical jacket had long slipped down due to Xiao's vigorous movements, revealing her entire face. Xiao remained still, not out of aloofness, but because she could not comprehend their words. They spoke in the local dialect of the Southern Isles, heavily infused with regional nuances. "Old man, can you translate?" The communication center is capable of translating languages, and thus, Lao Mo should be equally adept. Before long, Lao Mo deciphered the meaning behind the words of the other party. It appeared that a multitude of monsters had emerged in the city center yesterday, resulting in chaos and the dispersal of the concentration camp, prompting the family to flee to the seaside dock. Here, numerous corpses had already been incinerated, creating a semblance of safety, and they had spent the night within a shipping container. However, they were unprepared for the gruesome surprise that awaited them that morning. The bodies that had fallen into the sea had washed ashore and begun to stir, leaving them trapped inside the container, paralyzed by fear. The man expressed his apologies, retreating to the side to allow Xiao to inspect the container. Inside, there were only a modest number of treasure chests, around 20 or 30. It was evident that they had only just begun to transport the treasures. While Xiao could not recall the exact number of zombies she had dispatched, she vaguely remembered the number of times she had swung her axe, which, combined with the treasure she had just collected, seemed to align. As she was preparing to climb inside to retrieve her treasure, a sudden scream pierced the air. She looked up just in time to see a zombie, having stealthily crept up behind the group, clamped its jaws tightly around the man's neck. The man, in excruciating pain, could only use his bare hands to grapple with the zombie's head in a desperate attempt to pry it away. Yet, the creature's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human, rendering it impervious to pain and significantly enhancing its combat prowess. The zombie held on fiercely, refusing to let go. The woman, wielding a wooden stick, struck the zombie's head with all her might, striving to rescue her husband. However, lacking a sharp weapon made it exceedingly difficult to inflict any fatal injuries upon the undead. The man's face was splattered with blood as the brain of the zombie was instantly shattered, yet the undead finally collapsed. The man, relieved, knelt on the ground clutching his neck, gasping for breath. His wound oozed thick, dark blood that spread over his body, soon followed by convulsions and his eyes turning milky white. Observing this, Xiao pinched the man's cheeks and forcefully administered an anti-infection serum. Gradually, the black veins covering his body faded, and he returned to normal. Coughing softly, the man touched his throat, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Xiao inquired, "Did you hear the infection level alert?" What was the reading? The infection progression had reached 100, signifying that the zombie horde had fully emerged and the mechanism had run its course. Henceforth, it was unlikely that the natural infection rate would increase further. Otherwise, an additional 50 infection rate per day would render ordinary survivors incapable of enduring. However, this raised a new dilemma. Without the natural infection progression, under what circumstances would ordinary people become infected? And during which stage of infection could the serum prevent transformation into a zombie? Before today, Xiao understood that every attack by a zombie incrementally increased infection levels. As long as one remained uninjured, unassailed, or under the effect of an immunity serum, the infection would not progress, effectively pausing the infection like pressing a stop button. She suspected that this rule had changed following the emergence of the zombies. For just now, the man exhibited symptoms of zombification but was restored to normal after receiving the anti-infection serum. If reaching 100 infection could still be reversed by the serum, would that not imply that all infected zombies could be cured with a single dose of the serum? Thus, it is highly probable that the man lost his autonomy before the infection reached its full extent, or perhaps there exists a critical duration for effective intervention. How long is that period? Xiao needs to ascertain this specific figure. The man, appearing utterly bewildered, lifted his gaze towards Xiao, clearly unable to comprehend. Lao Mo interjected, stating that they were ordinary individuals not tethered to a safe house. He could only translate their conscious information for her. Yet he could not articulate her consciousness to them. Upon activating the primary deity's consciousness, the homeowner can communicate with ordinary survivors through thought, eliminating the barriers of verbal communication. Where might one activate this primary deity's consciousness? Never mind. Xiao retrieved a communication device from her pocket. Although the device had been modified for the Star Alliance, some of its data remained intact, including the photographs of Jiang Qiqi that she had stored. Placing it before the couple, she pointed to the image and then to her own eyes, indicating her inquiry as to whether they had seen her, though they could not understand her words. The visual aid allowed them to grasp her intent immediately. The woman animatedly gestured and spoke, conveying that they had not seen her, but that the concentration camp had housed many individuals, including tour guides and tourists. If she sought someone, she could attempt to locate them there. It was not far from here, situated above the underground parking lot. However, caution was advised regarding the individuals within the camp. For although it was a concentration camp, each person harbored their own discernment, warning Xiao not to fall victim to deception. As the woman spoke, Xiao felt a tingling in her palm. Turning her head, she discovered a little girl had slipped a piece of chocolate candy into her hand. Upon being noticed, the girl smiled shyly, grateful for Xiao's earlier act of saving her father. Xiao gazed at the little girl and her parents for a moment before tucking the candy into his pocket and turning to leave. The number of zombies along the way was significantly less than that by the seaside. At least there were no floating corpses washing ashore in such density. The destruction in the southern island was not as severe as that in Cloud City. Several buildings, standing 7 to 8 stories high, appeared to have miraculously weathered the storm, as if they had found refuge in the eye of a hurricane, while the earthquake had not entirely collapsed them, showcasing decent construction quality. However, the urban layout was somewhat larger than that of Cloud City, and at Xiao's current pace, it would take him at least a day to thoroughly explore the southern island. Upon reaching the location indicated by the couple, Xiao found no concentration camp in sight. Thus, he chose to search the vicinity while simultaneously clearing out the nearby zombies. After 20 minutes, he finally discovered a group of survivors engaged in exterminating the undead. There were 7 individuals, both men and women, 5 of whom had relatively dark skin, while the other 2 had a yellowish complexion, lacking any energy. They were merely ordinary people, posing no threat to Xiao. Finding a spot to conceal himself, he paused to observe for a while. The leader, a local, issued commands with a commanding demeanor. You will lure the zombies, while we, well versed in this terrain, will set traps and ambush them. Once we acquire supplies, we shall share them with you. The man, unable to comprehend the local language, relied on a woman to translate. Initially reluctant, He realized that he and the woman were the only outsiders in the group. Feeling marginalized and lacking any voice in the matter, he reluctantly acquiesced. Not long after the two departed, the leading local scoffed, "Two foolish outsiders. They still have some supplies in their packs. Once they lead the zombies into the trap, we shall find a way to ensnare them as well." He concluded with a gesture across his throat. The others nodded with cold, mocking smiles. Those who are not of our kind must harbor ill intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao pursued the man and woman. Chapter 74. The choice. The man and woman were not devoid of intelligence. The woman asserted, "You wish for us to lure the zombies," which is tantamount to signing our own death warrants. Even if we manage to lead the zombies away, it is uncertain that we would share in the spoils. It is far wiser for us to depart now. The man, gripping a fire axe tightly, felt a sense of reluctance. They had left their supplies at a secret base, and with so little on their persons, how long could they endure? The woman suggested, "They are still at the trap. Why not veer towards the concentration camp and search for supplies there?" The man tightened his grip on the axe, longing for the existence of a safe haven. Xiao trailed behind them with utmost stealth. The rain fell steadily from the sky, synchronizing with their footsteps, making it difficult even for Xiao to discern the two sounds. Thus, their presence remained undetected. The pair turned into an alley, intending to stealthily retrieve supplies from the concentration camp, only to be startled by an unusual sound of footsteps echoing through the alley. The clanging noise resembled that of a heavy metal object being dragged, producing a sharp, piercing sound against the ground. The man and woman halted abruptly. Xiao, sensing something amiss and preparing to leap away, discovered that retreat was no longer an option. Unbeknownst to them, a peculiar energy barrier had manifested around them, ensnaring the three. In the desolate alley, a mere 300 meters in length, the exit was guarded by zombies that no one dared to approach. It was not out of fear, but rather because this place had been isolated into an independent realm, where the anomalies within went unnoticed, and the sounds were muffled. "What in the world is this?" The woman quivered as she spoke. At the end of the passageway loomed a colossal black zombie, towering at 3 meters. Its body was drenched, flesh decayed, resembling an enormous, bloated creature, yet its cracked, veiny arms appeared remarkably robust. The mouth, grotesquely stretched from ear to ear, clutched a double-hooked anchor, and its eerie, grayish-white eyes fixed hungrily on the alley's terminus, emitting a chilling, cackling laughter that seemed to mock, "You wretched little rats." Silver light flickered in Xiao's pupils, reflecting the outline of the monstrous figure. "What kind of abomination is this?" he thought, gazing up at the towering zombie, which was clearly beyond the realm of normality. Yet, it stood as a barrier in his path, trapping him in this nightmarish place. He swung his axe with all his might at the giant zombie, only to find the blade lodged half an inch deep, refusing to budge. With a powerful flick, the massive creature hurled the man against the wall, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. His abdomen caved in, ribs shattered, likely damaging his internal organs beyond repair. Realizing the sheer force was insurmountable, the woman turned to flee. However, before she could escape entirely, the giant zombie seized her hair from behind, dragging her back with the same cruelty as one might torment an ant, while chains ensnared her waist. A woman's hair was gradually pulled away from her scalp, blood seeping from the wounds, and she let out a harrowing scream of agony. Her powers rendered her utterly helpless against this monstrous entity. With just a slight exertion of force, it could effortlessly tear her scalp and even her head from her body. Under Xiao's divine gaze, she observed that the creature's internal essence was unlike ordinary zombies. It was not dull and murky, but instead flowed with a dark black liquid, reminiscent of the thick fog that had pervaded the night air, coalescing into a sinister force that opposed her own silvery blood. Charging forward with an axe, the creature seemed to have anticipated her move, releasing her hair and discarding it aside. The woman collapsed onto the ground like a tattered puppet, her scalp and back covered in blood. With a powerful leap, Xiao, aided by her agility potion, effortlessly soared 3 meters into the air and swung her axe toward the colossal zombie's head. Suddenly, a chain of an anchor swung fiercely at her waist, ensnaring her midair and wrapping her in its grip. As expected, Xiao's axe transformed into a firearm. She fired a shot, shattering the giant zombie's skull. Recognizing the threat was formidable, she chose to deploy her ultimate attack. The bullet pierced through the zombie's brow, and the chain constricting her waist strained to its limit, forcefully flinging her against a distant wall. Impacting the concrete ruins, she remained unharmed as the wall crumbled behind her. She could feel the energy within her body surging across her skin's surface. As she fell, this energy shielded her internal organs from harm, yet at the same time, it was gradually being depleted. Thus, the energy within the Doomsday Potion is not an eternal existence. Consequently, the colossal zombie is likewise ephemeral. Raising my gaze towards the gigantic undead, I activated the Eye of the Chosen. Indeed, The dense black mist within the creature coalesced above its cranium, mending its brain. The bullet holes and wounds began to heal, leaving behind a solitary bullet, conjured from a second-tier weapon, lodged within its mind. The behemoth swayed unsteadily. Its strength to wield its weapon significantly diminished. Drawing a deep breath, I surged forward without a moment's hesitation. Before it could react, I leaped and perched atop its shoulder, my weapon transforming into a 1-meter-long spike, which I drove fiercely into the crown of its head. The motion was seamless, devoid of any delay. The recently amassed black energy dispersed in an instant, unable to coalesce anew, causing the colossal zombie to stiffen and topple forward. As the energy barrier sealing the alley dissipated, the rain ceased and brilliant sunlight streamed down from above. The woman felt a throbbing pain in her head, nearly fainting. Raising her gaze, she beheld a silhouette, its lowered eyes shimmering with a silvery glow. Was it a deity? Had a divine entity come to her rescue? She should not perish. The deity spoke, its voice icy, pulling the woman back to reality. How callous. Perhaps she was merely hallucinating. Touching her throat and the near tier of her scalp, she fumbled through her backpack for a hemostatic potion, swallowing it before shaking her head. Thank you, I am unscathed. Her throat remained parched, and the other party raised a finger, devoid of compassion. Check whether your companion has perished. The man was still pressed against the wall, struck by the weapon of a colossal zombie, his abdomen sunken, bones shattered, and innards pierced, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness that did not bode well. The woman felt a pang of anxiety as she recalled that he was her boyfriend and hurried over to assess his condition. Fortunately, he was still breathing. He had not succumbed to death. She swiftly procured a potion and administered it to him. Returning to the vicinity of the zombie, Xiao noticed that the gigantic creature had vanished, leaving behind only her spent bullets, a level 3 red treasure chest, and a gleaming golden ticket. Upon reaching out to touch it, a notification echoed in her ears. Acquired prologue event voting ticket. Can be used to cast a vote. Xiao remembered hearing earlier that morning at 8 o'clock about the concealed rules of the prologue, which pertained to the recent surge in natural infections, and that this voting ticket was an item for the prologue event, typically time-limited. Upon use, a prompt emerged before her. Save or destroy. Chapter 75. Neutral. Xiao regarded the prompt with disdain, finding the choice juvenile, cliché, and tedious. Yet, the presence of such a decision in a doomsday game must surely influence the progression of the game. Would choosing to save result in troublesome quests? Would opting for destruction lead humanity to its ultimate demise? One choice implied an abundance of tasks ahead, while the other suggested a future devoid of purpose. Thus, Xiao was disinclined to select either option. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she still had the ability to move. This meant that the existence of the prompt would not impede her actions, upholding the principle of preferring inaction to making a grave mistake. She turned her attention back to the man and woman. The man had made considerable progress in his recovery, and the two gazed at Xiao with a mixture of fear, reverence, and a hint of envy. Have you encountered her? Xiao promptly presented a photograph. The pair hesitated for a moment. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that she might appear transformed without makeup, excessively beautified, or even disfigured by the apocalypse. In any case, have you seen anyone resembling her? Even slightly will suffice, Xiao added. This is a recent travel photo of Jiang Qiqi wearing light makeup. Under the apocalyptic circumstances, her appearance is certainly altered from reality. She herself has scarcely seen Jiang Qiqi without makeup and could only make this inquiry. The duo shook their heads in a state of bewilderment, exhaling a sigh, something they had anticipated. However, the woman's tone shifted as she scrutinized the photograph provided by Xiao. I recognize that bag. Perhaps women possess a particular sensitivity towards handbags. Xiao glanced at the dark green studded backpack resting atop Jiang Qiqi's suitcase. This bag is a popular item from a luxury brand, yet it has been widely replicated. However, Jiang Qiqi's version is uniquely customized. While the mass-produced variant is available in the classic platinum hue, her bespoke creation features an unappealing dark green. Xiao recalled that at the time of its recent customization, a faux socialite had commented on Jiang Qiqi's social media, claiming she was a pretender, purchasing counterfeit goods, and asserting that this color did not exist in the market. Jiang Qiqi had retorted by screenshotting the comment with a smile, sharing it publicly alongside her customization invoice, thus humiliating the commenter. Although Xiao and Jiang Qiqi had not crossed paths often in recent years, it must be said that the intrigues within the socialite circle are remarkably captivating. Jiang Qiqi's social media account serves as her sole gateway into the world of high society socialites since her return to the realm of ordinary people. Thus, she has refrained from unfollowing it and occasionally peruses it out of boredom. In the concentration camp, the tour guides are unscrupulous, often leading tourists to phony hotels, colluding with the establishments to pilfer valuables. The woman elaborated that since the apocalypse, while many have evaded peril by seeking refuge in underground hotels, resources have become increasingly vital. They intended to use this bag to store supplies, hence they must have seen the girl you were searching for. Ever since the appearance of that transparent treasure chest, ordinary survivors have begun to engage with the game's rules, leading to a fierce scramble for resources. In the absence of a safe house, the resources in one's possession cannot be concealed. They must be stored in backpacks. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the two individuals before her might wish to deceive her for their own gain. I just visited the location of the concentration camp, but found nothing. Due to the emergence of the zombified within the camp yesterday, everyone dispersed to seek alternative hiding places. The woman explained, "We have no need to deceive you. After all, you are remarkably capable, and to mislead you would be tantamount to courting death." Although it was somewhat embarrassing, she spoke the truth. The colossal zombie had nearly severed its scalp and skull with just a few blows. This apocalypse is truly no place for the faint of heart. The man said, "We can lead you there, but there are many of them. They originally sent us out to attract the zombies to a trap." Xiao interjected, "You go lure the zombies." Upon hearing Xiao's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the two. The local inhabitants harbor a disdain for outsiders. Were it not for their current shortage of manpower, they might have already met a dire fate. Just before exiting the alley, Xiao recalled something. "What is your current infection level?" The woman replied, "I am at 82. The man added, "I am at 98. Upon hearing the man's response, the woman gasped, "How can it be so high?" Xiao inquired, "Is the increase in your infection level based on the number of attacks endured, or does it escalate over time?" Their astonishment was palpable at such a novice-like question. Had the veteran never faced a zombie attack? Or perhaps their special abilities rendered them immune? How enviable. The man explained, "The infection level only rises when attacked. A standard zombie's single strike increases infection by just 1, while a more formidable one can raise it by as much as 10. Indeed, it was during the recent assault by that iron chain that his level surged, nearly leading to his transformation." Xiao grasped the situation. The rules governing infection escalation remained unchanged, reliant solely on injuries inflicted by zombie attacks. This indicated that a normal human survivor would have a window of time before complete transformation occurred once their infection level reached 100. Within that time frame, consuming immunity agents could still restore them. Surpassing it would result in irreversible transformation. Xiao tossed 2 vials of medicine towards them as a token of gratitude for their responses. "You go and draw the zombies. I will follow closely behind." The presence of unfamiliar faces would incite caution among others. She intended to observe from the sidelines, waiting for the opportune moment to act. These 2 vials would also serve to prevent them from attracting zombies, ensuring they wouldn't suddenly succumb midway. Upon spotting the immunization agent, the woman's eyes brightened, and her peripheral vision caught sight of the man hunched over, which reminded her of a crucial matter. The hemostatic agent could only treat superficial wounds. Yet the man had several broken ribs, and it was likely that each step he took was a painful jolt to his lungs. Unable to restrain herself, she cast a glance at Xiao, wondering if it was possible to exchange for more advanced medicinal treatments. His internal injuries could not be mended solely by a hemostatic agent. As an ordinary survivor, navigating this post-apocalyptic world was a formidable challenge, one that necessitated trustworthy companions. Thus, this man had transcended the role of a mere boyfriend for barter. He had evolved into a reliable, long-term partner based on mutual trust. Moreover, given that the man was unable to comprehend the language spoken here, he was wholly dependent on her. Seeking healing agents? What will you offer in exchange? The previous selection prompt lingered in her mind, and as Xiao's gaze shifted, additional lines of text accompanied everything he looked at. "This. What we possess now is the most precious." Without hesitation, she seized the man's weapon. He hesitated, his words caught in his throat, but ultimately decided to remain silent. While facing zombies without a weapon would prove arduous, the loss of a life rendered the struggle moot. Xiao interjected, "I do not desire weapons. I seek a weapon chest." At present, she was not in need of medicinal supplies, as basic resources had become more accessible since the trading post's establishment. However, without weapon loot, ordinary survivors would not readily offer weapons. Trading a resource chest for a weapon chest would be a poor exchange, especially since everyone was now on the lookout for weapon chests. Thus, she had to venture out and collect them herself. After her declaration, the selection text before Xiao suddenly vanished, replaced by a notification in her ears. "You have made a neutral stance choice." Huh, is there a hidden option? Or is it the "or" choice mentioned in the subtitles earlier? Current vote type: save 1 vote, neutral 1 vote, destroy 0 votes, activity deadline: tomorrow at midnight. You can obtain a special neutral treasure chest equal to the number of votes. Chapter 76, Bloodlust. A special neutral treasure chest? Could it be similar to the colorful treasure chests from the first day? Might there be a strategy involved? So far, she hasn't encountered any survivors who selected strategies. Nor does she know what rewards could be obtained through such choices. Nonetheless, the special neutral treasure chest has indeed piqued Su Xiao's interest. All right. We know where formidable zombies are. A woman's voice interrupted Su Xiao's thoughts, responding to her earlier words. The man nodded, although we haven't seen zombies like today. We discovered yesterday that the zombies dropping red treasure chests are significantly larger and stronger than ordinary ones, making them more troublesome to deal with. Thus, we lured those zombies to an uninhabited area and trapped them. For ordinary survivors armed only with weapons, confronting such zombies is exceedingly arduous. And the rewards are not what they seek. In this apocalyptic setting, possessing a single weapon suffices. They yearn for medicinal supplies and food resources instead. Although Su Xiao has now changed her mind and wishes to seek out these high-level zombies that can isolate energy to obtain voting tickets, she figures there's no harm in taking a little time. Let us go? She tossed a healing potion toward him. The man's expression brightened as he eagerly consumed the healing potion. Su Xiao activated the divine selection eye to scrutinize the man's internal condition. Originally, her ribs were fractured, and both his lungs and kidneys were ruptured. In the reality they inhabited, he would have perished before even reaching the ICU. The hemostatic potion could temporarily staunch all internal bleeding, yet it was merely a palliative measure. As he moved, the displaced broken bones continued to inflict damage upon his internal organs. Upon ingesting the potion, a faint silver energy permeated his body, swiftly mending his fractured bones and damaged organs, restoring them to their former state. The man exhaled deeply in relief and soon addressed the woman, requesting the potion so he might lure the zombies away. The woman nodded. This had been their routine since the previous day. This way, she said. Initially intending to guide Su Xiao along an alternate, cleared path, she was surprised when he leapt onto the ruins of a two-story building. After finding a foothold, he continued to ascend to the dilapidated structure as highest point, overlooking her from above. He wished to position himself where the vantage was most advantageous, both to remain concealed and to observe any sudden developments. Without hesitation, the woman proceeded behind the trap. The trap lay in the center of a normal highway. The earthquake had caused the soil beneath to tilt and collapse, forming a pit approximately 5 meters deep and wide, effectively severing the road. Neither humans nor zombies could easily cross it. Across the pit rested an extended wooden plank, designed to be pulled away after someone ran over it. Several locals stood nearby with gasoline, waiting, though at that moment, they were conspiring some nefarious scheme. The board has been tampered with. When that fellow comes running with the zombies, it will not withstand the weight and will snap in half, sending him plummeting alongside the undead. We shall then dispose of him and the zombies together. And what of the woman? Ha ha ha. Merely a woman, without a man. Where could she possibly go? She has no choice but to remain with us, and at that point, we can do as we please. Su Xiao lowered his gaze and locked eyes with the woman. She understood their words, and a fleeting look of panic crossed her eyes. But she quickly forced herself to regain her composure and concealed her body. In a foreign land, should her only companion perish without a safe haven, she would find herself in a den of wolves. Her bag contained an axe, yet she chose to draw forth a Swiss Army knife, hiding her backpack behind a stone pillar to reduce her mobility's burden. The level 1 axe weighed just over a pound, but having sustained an injury, her wrist was weak. Wielding the axe would not only fail to inflict harm upon others, but would also hinder her own movements. Moreover, she was contending with a man, not a zombie. A knife would suffice. In the distance, the thunderous sound of footsteps echoed. Behind the man, a horde of zombies rushed towards a group of locals. As he drew near, the woman seized the opportunity to dash forward, plunging her dagger into the nearest man's eye, while simultaneously shouting at the approaching man, "The board has been tampered with. Jump now." The man, struck by the knife, let out a pained scream, cursing in the local dialect, while the untranslatable vitriol fell upon deaf ears. The individuals nearby realized too late and attempted to withdraw the board, but it was already too late. Upon hearing the woman's prompt, the man deftly positioned one foot on the wooden plank and leaped with agility, landing firmly amidst a struggle with 3 men. The zombies trailing behind him tumbled into the deep pit, emitting a distinct crunching sound. The woman engaged the blind man single-handedly. The man's prowess was indeed commendable. His muscular physique and professional movements suggested a past dedication to fitness and boxing before the apocalypse. The woman, equally astute, recognized the advantage of targeting his eyes first, skillfully evading counterattacks by exploiting her perceived fragility, striking precisely at his overlooked vulnerabilities, one slash here, another there. Although her tactics were somewhat underhanded, they proved remarkably effective. Su Xiao surveyed her surroundings, and in her peripheral vision, she spotted a lone survivor. A short man discreetly withdrew from the fray and scurried away into a corner, clearly leaving himself an escape route. Su Xiao pursued him as he navigated through 2 alleys and entered an unoccupied yard, lifting a pile of scrap to reveal a cellar entrance, which he swiftly dove into. When he emerged, he bore several backpacks. It seemed he intended to seize this opportunity to relocate supplies. Simultaneously, Su Xiao noted that one of the backpacks in his possession bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Jiang Qiqi's photograph. Without hesitation, she descended into the cellar. An axe rested against the moss. Su Xiao paused momentarily, her gaze suddenly turning fierce and merciless. In an instant, a knife was drawn and thrust viciously toward her. With a taut expression, she deftly sidestepped, raising her axe in a swift arc. The man's head and torso separated before her eyes, and warm. Crimson blood splattered across her face. Maintaining composure, she wiped her face with calm steadiness, yet beneath her serene exterior, her heartbeat was audible, an unmistakable sign of the tumult within. The previous time she had slain a man, she was unable to gauge her strength and unintentionally caused his death an accident. However, this time, her hand was driven by murderous intent. She had deliberately taken a life. The first living survivor she had intentionally ended. A gentle knocking echoed at the cellar door, as if someone was exerting great effort to reach the exit. Without hesitation, Su Xiao hurriedly opened the door, revealing a familiar yet stunning face. The alluring fox-like eyes, initially clouded with distress, brightened upon seeing her. This face was recognizable because Su Xiao had encountered it before. It belonged to the beautiful woman who had vanished during a tourism trip to the southern islands, just days before the apocalypse. Her visage was unadorned but strikingly high in beauty, a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by Nuwa after a year of meticulous effort, while others merely represented her casual clay creations. Her delight stemmed from recognizing a stranger's face, a chance for salvation amid the stench of the others. She opened her mouth to speak, but the language she uttered was unintelligible to Su Xiao. The old man translated her plea. She was begging Su Xiao to save her. As Su Xiao reached to help her up, she discovered that something was restraining her, a chain imprisoning her. The woman's ankles, torn and bloody from struggling, revealed her desperate attempt to break free. Realizing she could do nothing more, Su Xiao released the woman's hand and swiftly leapt into the cellar, ready to face whatever lay beneath. Upon leaping down, I discovered several equally enchanting women within the cellar, all gazing at me with hopeful anticipation. Beneath them lay rudimentary sleeping mats alongside rough-hewn buckets and bowls. This place felt less like a mere storeroom for supplies and more akin to a clandestine hideout for human traffickers. I made my way to the center, seizing a few iron chains extending from the underground iron block and effortlessly snapping them apart. The resounding clatter of the breaking chains ignited a flicker of hope. The women looked up at me, despite my bloodied visage and the overwhelming scent of iron. My act of shattering the chains had already established that I was not one of them. "Are you here to rescue us?" Their words tumbled out, one after another. And among them, I recognized a language I had studied, allowing for communication. I promptly produced a photograph and inquired if they had seen the girl depicted within. The presence of this bag suggested they might have encountered her, as it was ill-suited for carrying significant items. Even a thief would not utilize it for such purposes unless it had originally belonged to Jiang Qiqi, who might have used it to transport goods before it was casually taken. Upon seeing Jiang Qiqi's photograph, several of them displayed expressions of joy. 5 days ago, this girl found her way here. She intended to save us, but before she could devise a plan, the guards discovered her. At that moment, her bag was left behind. And then, I pressed for further details. She was unable to unlock the door, thus could not free us. Oh, and she had a small mouse with her, which followed her closely. After those men returned with supplies, she vanished, and so did the little mouse. One of them pointed towards a mouse hole at the edge of the cellar. It is a safe haven. Jiang Qiqi possessed a mouse that led her into the depths of the city's labyrinthine sewers. At this moment, she might be hidden away in some dark gutter. For the animal sanctuary, devoid of a controller, allowed its inhabitants to scurry about freely. "You are liberated," Su Xiao declared before ascending back to the surface. There, remnants of the fallen, including the bodies of shorter individuals, lay scattered across the ground, while women gradually emerged from the cellar. Su Xiao grasped Jiang Qiqi's back, preparing to depart, when a voice from behind him inquired, "Will you take us with you?" It was the most beautiful among them, translated by the elder. Several weary women who had managed to pull themselves out looked at Su Xiao with hopeful eyes. "We have been imprisoned here for many days, aware that the apocalypse has descended, yet ignorant of the outside world's condition. Is it perilous?" Su Xiao probed further. "Why were you confined here?" The one who understood explained. They were once popular influencers on international social media. Just before the onset of the apocalypse, buyers on the dark web offered exorbitant sums for their capture, leading them to be deceived under the guise of collaboration. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the end times, they would have long been packaged away, destined for the hands of some capitalist. Ironically, the catastrophe had spared their lives. the guards of the cellar, having evaded the disaster, occasionally ventured out to gather supplies while carrying Jiang Qiqi's back. Seizing the opportunity, the woman with the longest chain attempted to knock on the cellar door, striving to attract the attention of those outside and secure a glimmer of hope. Until this morning, when the keeper brought in a group of co-conspirators. This group of individuals discovered the cellar to be secure, and with the presence of women, they decided to relocate their supplies, intending to establish a long-term stronghold there. The keeper of the cellar was a diminutive man who persuaded them to store their inconvenient supplies within its confines, all the while harboring ulterior motives of betrayal. Xiao cast a glance at them, stating, "In this apocalyptic world, I cannot accommodate anyone," before turning to leave. Several individuals noticed a few supply packages left on the ground and hastily shouldered them, following Xiao out. Xiao navigated the usual alleyways, effortlessly cleaving through several passing zombies. The sight of the decaying heads thudding to the ground sent a shiver down the spines of her companions, who quickly covered their mouths to stifle any screams that might attract more zombies. Their gazes towards Xiao shifted, filled with newfound respect. Brandishing an axe, she swung with precision, resembling a relentless machine of extermination. Leading them out of the alleyway towards the exit, they transitioned from darkness to light, the blinding brightness momentarily disorienting them. However, upon regaining their sight, they realized they had merely traversed from one man-made hell to another. The ruins basked in sunlight, coupled with the shambling undead, evoked a profound sense of dread. Xiao hastened back to the trap-laden area, where the two individuals had already dealt with 4 local adversaries. Though they bore injuries, none were life-threatening, and after consuming some hemostatic agents, they felt significantly better, albeit fatigued. Upon her return, the man and woman leaned against each other, panting, and brightly exclaimed, "We have triumphed." Behind them lay the fallen bodies of their enemies, with flames roaring from the depths of a pit. One by one, the zombies turned to ash, and once the flames extinguish, the fallen chests are filled with their resources. Where are those red chests? Xiao glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. She needed to act swiftly. As for the woman behind her, she chose to disregard her. "Follow me," the man said, rising to lead Xiao to the location where they had confined the zombies. It was a half-collapsed hotel. They had lured the zombies into a room, secured the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, trapping the creatures inside, and then descended from the balcony. A few zombies languished in the room, resembling wilted peas. Xiao kicked them in and swiftly dealt with them, earning 7 level 1 red chests. Collecting red chests had become increasingly challenging, yet any gain was better than none. Subsequently, Xiao parted ways with the man and ascended to the top floor of the hotel. Knowing that Jiang Qiqi had a safe house alleviated her fears for her life. Her objective was accomplished, for in the apocalypse, such news was indeed a blessing. Xiao chose to believe it, as deceiving herself served no purpose unless there was animosity between them and Jiang Qiqi. According to their words, they held gratitude towards Jiang Qiqi, rendering deceit unnecessary. If Jiang Qiqi could perish even with a safe house, then there was no reason for her to continue her search. For her next endeavor would be to explore ways to acquire more chapter activity tickets. Chapter 78. The Giant Hand. The largest structure on the South Island is a statue. Built according to the religious beliefs of the island's indigenous people, it towers at 300 meters and weighs 200 tons. When the hurricane struck, it swept away, leaving a broken neck. After the earthquake, the head fell directly onto the central square, the remaining body still towering over 200 meters high. Xiao leveraged his strength and leaped into the palm of the statue, approximately 100 meters above the ground, granting him a grand view of the surrounding mountains. Activating the Eye of the Chosen, he surveyed the situation near South Island. Indeed, the higher one stands, the further one sees. Through the Eye of the Chosen, he observed distorted energy enveloping a collapsed school, emanating a foreboding aura. Unsurprisingly, a high-level zombie was likely present here. Ordinary zombies could be dealt with by regular survivors with a bit of ingenuity and effort. But the energy within a high-level zombie was akin to the dark mist energy of night, beyond the capabilities of survivors who had never utilized the apocalyptic serum. Naturally, Xiao's intention was to engage in activities for the voting tickets. At that moment, within a certain university on South Island, several high school students cautiously huddled in the corridor on the 6th floor of the teaching building. Teacher Zhang had transformed into a monster, and they found themselves unable to confront this threat or escape, destined to perish in this place. Peering down from the corridor's tiled wall, they noticed a massive triangular glass container in the center of the schoolyard, suspended by a metallic platform, resembling laboratory apparatus, filled with a green liquid that emitted a pungent odor. A towering zombie clad in a white lab coat turned its head, pus oozing from its decaying face, its eyeballs sunken deep within their sockets. With an air reminiscent of a wearied instructor, it ambled slowly across the schoolyard, Is it possible that we must exit through the main gate of the school? Someone ventured to ask. The school's main entrance lay directly in front of the playground. They initially intended to exit through the back door, yet they were thwarted by an energy barrier that rendered escape impossible. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity loomed at the main entrance of the school. The silver lining was that, in the presence of this creature, no other zombies dared to approach. The downside, however, was that they were equally trapped. This beast, it seemed, did not actively seek out prey. It merely meandered about downstairs. Yet, remaining confined in this space would inevitably lead to starvation. Thus, they decided to split into two groups, with the first to reach the school gate unnoticed granted safe passage. One of the boys proposed an idea. With precisely 6 individuals, they could form 2 teams of 3. Their reasoning was that even if they were detected, the creature could confront only one person at a time, allowing the others a chance to escape. Swiftly, the 6 divided into 2 small teams and descended from the educational building, directing themselves toward the main entrance of the school, separated by a playground. They gestured, "Charge." With that, they took off running. However, the high school student who had initially suggested the plan hesitated for a moment, opting instead to conceal himself behind the teaching building for observation. A chilling screech erupted as the white-coated zombie lifted its gaze. 5 high school students reached the school gate, only to discover that it too was sealed by the energy barrier, rendering their escape futile. The zombie did not pursue. Rather, it stomped its feet, causing a metallic grabbing device to emerge from the glass apparatus at the center of the teaching building, reaching toward the 5 students. Indeed, this time, it was too late to flee, as one was ensnared by the metal grasp. The others could only helplessly watch as their comrades were seized and thrown into the triangular beaker. The instant they touched the green liquid, a sizzling sound erupted. In no time, the students inside the beaker were rapidly corroded and dissolved. The green fluid mingled with vivid red blood, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Within a mere minute, their bodies reduced to bones, which then vanished entirely. The discolored blood continuously evaporated within the solution, gradually transforming back into its original green hue. As if no one had ever been cast inside, the lab-coated zombie, appearing sated, rolled its eyes with a sinister gleam and began to amble slowly across the playground. "Ha ha ha," it murmured, searching for more unfortunate souls. Several individuals swiftly retreated into the teaching building. The leader quickly grasped the collar of the boy who had proposed the idea earlier and delivered a harsh punch. "You did this on purpose. You deliberately used us as test subjects." The boy did not deny it. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, he retorted, "It was your own folly. Clearly, we cannot escape. It intends to trap us here to die." Suddenly, someone glanced beside them. It's gone. The creature had left its metallic container. A move none had witnessed despite their long wait. "Unless," the boy cleared his throat, "it is now hunting us." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling laugh echoed in their ears. "Ha ha, found you, you detestable pests." When Xiao entered the school, all she saw was a vast beaker filled with green liquid on the playground. The acrid scent permeating the air was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of acid rain. Could it be that sulfuric acid had been released within? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind the teaching building, prompting Xiao to rush toward the source. A zombie clad in a white lab coat wielded a metallic claw, gripping a student with such ruthless force that the boy was nearly contorted into a grotesque bundle of flesh, the claws digging mercilessly into his body and bones. As he was dragged across the ground, he became a bloodied, battered figure. Nearby, 4 students covered their mouths, their eyes wide with terror. Upon spotting Xiao, the white-coated zombie's eyes flickered, a sinister grin spreading across its face, brazenly ignoring Xiao's presence without any attempt to evade. Such audacity! Xiao charged forward and struck the white-coated zombie with an axe. Clang! The clash of metal resonated, but Xiao was forcefully repelled, his blow failing to inflict the slightest damage. Immunity? Through the divine eye of selection, the dark aura within the creature was revealed clearly, converging at its body's edges, harmonizing with the protective agent enveloping it externally. It appeared brute force alone would not suffice. Perhaps the creature's mechanism resembled a game's immunity system, requiring the neutralization of certain components before its defenses could be breached. Xiao pursued relentlessly. The white-coated zombie flung the student ensnared in its metallic claw into a beaker, reenacting the grisly scene. The beaker served as its weapon, yet a swirling black mist clung to its neck. Xiao leapt again, axe in hand, aiming at the beaker, but was once more repelled. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The scene within the beaker just now bore an uncanny resemblance to the day acid rain fell, where the survivors were corroded. The distinction this time, however, lay in the absence of any opportunity for immunity. It was a matter of immediate demise. This suggests a deliberate targeting. Perhaps her entry into the beaker is the only chance, for she possesses corrosion resistance. At that moment, The student within the beaker had completely dissolved, while the white-checked zombie inhaled deeply, beginning to seek its next victim. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of several students nearby, filled with both fear and astonishment. Hide. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Xiao raised her gaze, only to see a translucent, silver giant hand reaching towards the white-checked zombie above her head. Chapter 79. The human head. Xiao reacted swiftly, ducking away. Simultaneously, she remained wary of the silver giant hand that might lunge toward her, as it exuded an overwhelming sense of external pressure, imbued with formidable energy. She swiftly leaped onto the teaching building, employing the eye of the chosen to scrutinize the newcomer. A man. Within him flowed a force akin to silver sand. Having consumed the apocalyptic elixir, though not as abundant as her own, the energy within him coalesced in his right hand, amplifying at least 100-fold, causing her heart to race. It was a sensation of divine might, where all beings would appear as mere ants. However, through the eye of the chosen, she discerned that the elixir energy within his body had concentrated solely in his hand, leaving no trace elsewhere. This indicated that his body was devoid of elixir energy at present, revealing his vulnerability. If he were to turn around and confront me, I would simply evade the assault of that colossal hand swiftly and retaliate against his form, perhaps even employing a ranged weapon. Yet, devoid of any animosity, I would refrain from such actions, especially since he had not initiated an attack upon me initially. My gaze shifted to the opposite side, where the silver hand was attempting to crush the white zombie, unaware that at this moment, the creature was in an immune state, its vulnerability concealed within a glass reagent vial. This presented an unforeseen variable for the man, causing his countenance to darken. As I descended beside him, I inquired, "Has your hand undergone a mutation?" The man furrowed his brow, reluctant to engage in idle conversation. "I can barely hold on. If you intend to act, do so swiftly." He felt a sense of humiliation. I comprehended that he was oblivious to the unique characteristics of this zombie and the fact that different zombies possess distinct energy distribution points, leading to varying locations of their weaknesses. However, the energy emanating from that hand was indeed formidable. Had it been directed at me, I could have been torn asunder. But why did he rashly choose to intervene? Could it be that he sought to claim the boss for himself? Realizing this, I feigned ignorance, asking, "Is this your skill? So powerful, yet you cannot eliminate the zombie directly?" The man felt a shiver run down his spine. He had assumed that once he unleashed his ability, the zombie would be doomed. Yet, to his astonishment, it possessed an immunity. His skill had exerted control over it. Yet he was unable to crush it. Had he known, he would not have acted so impulsively moments ago, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. The curiosity of the onlooker only heightened his embarrassment. I can no longer endure. The man's heart shattered, and with this fracture, the enormous silver hand suddenly disintegrated. His right hand twitched slightly, the energy within his body became chaotic, and a visage of anguish crossed his face. Xiao understood. This was a consequence of the aftermath. He averted his gaze. The white-hexed zombie emitted a cackling sound, its metallic claws reaching out towards Xiao. Swiftly, Xiao evaded, yet the man, ensnared by the chaotic energy and suffering the aftereffects, was captured and submerged into a beaker filled with corrosive liquid, releasing a pained shriek. Astonishingly, it lacked corrosion resistance, revealing it to be a formidable yet feeble creature. Without further hesitation, he leaped onto the metallic apparatus, retrieving a meter-long awl and a hammer, and began striking the black mist coiling at the mouth of the triangular flask. The awl, a manifestation of Xiao's weaponry, was a high-grade weapon with considerable energy. Coupled with the energy surging within him, he targeted the weak points. The rhythmic clanging echoed as the white-hexed zombie could not contain its fury, roaring in an attempt to repel him. The man struggled within the green corrosive liquid, the potion's energy continuously mending him. However, as long as he remained immersed in this liquid, he would endure perpetual corrosion, tormented repetitively, only able to strike at the location Xiao targeted, inadvertently assaulting the black mist. This was precisely the outcome Xiao desired. The white-hexed zombie, enraged, attempted to assail Xiao, but the metallic structure towered above it, rendering it incapable of reaching him. It could only glare upward, issuing cackling threats. Xiao continued his relentless strikes. The metallic platform and triangular flask form a combination upon the laboratory table, towering significantly over the white-hexed zombie, yet they do not constitute a singular entity. Without the eye of the chosen, none would surmise that its vulnerability lay at the very neck of the flask. At last, with a crash, the flask shattered, and the metallic experimental table vanished. The man collapsed to the ground, his flesh corroded to the bone, while the potion's energy still endeavored to mend his wounds. The dark aura from the potion bottle swiftly coalesced onto the metallic grasp of the white-hexed zombie, indicating that although its offensive power was formidable, it had indeed breached its defenses. The white hex zombie lunged at Xiao. She deftly leaped to evade the assault, simultaneously transforming her weapon into a firearm. Aiming it at the zombie's head. Bang! The defenseless zombie was effortlessly pierced by the bullet, its brain matter exploding forth. The energy barrier confining the school dissipated. Several children stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle before them. The man, having steadied the energy within himself, turned to gaze at Xiao. However, Xiao hastily collected all the dropped items from the slain zombie, tossing a remark that the boss was her kill and the spoils bore no relation to him before making her exit. The man, enraged, coughed up blood. He had intended to crush the boss first and seize all the drops, but instead, he found himself thwarted, revealing his skills' after effects. Such misadventures in seeking glory. 20 minutes later, Xiao returned to the fishing boat, finally exhaling in relief. She felt fortunate that the opponent merely sought the boss and not her life. Had they intended to kill her, a surprise attack from behind could have proven fatal. As for the opponent's hand, it appeared to be a skill of divine selection. Yet it also bore the marks of something less divine, as the after effects were all too apparent. When one utilizes the eye of divine selection, the devastating side effects are not so overt. Although the eye can reveal vulnerabilities, it is fundamentally merely an auxiliary skill, devoid of any amplifying energy effects. The man from earlier demonstrated a remarkably potent skill amplification. Should she wish to compensate for the shortcomings of the eye of divine selection, she would need to employ a greater quantity of doomsday elixirs. Reflecting on the spoils from the recent boss encounter, the rewards were commendable: a level 3 weapon chest, an activity voting ticket, and 3 corrosion-resistant bath elixirs. The corrosion-resistant bath elixirs are intended for bathing. Upon immersion, they enhance resistance to corrosion. Though they hold no value for Xiao, the safety of this bath elixir is guaranteed to be 100, posing no risk to life, making it suitable for exchange. Yet, Xiao found herself plagued by indecision once more. Should she maintain a neutral stance with the second activity voting ticket? Logically, if Xiao were to obtain 3 activity voting tickets, she could select from each option, thus acquiring 3 chests of different categories. However, she pondered whether the special chests from this event could also be synthesized, and if so, would higher-level chests yield greater benefits? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao made her choice. Chapter 80, Hourglass. She resolved to remain neutral. At the very least, she needed to secure 3 neutral special chests. Presently, both the safe house and the synthesis chest stood at 3, a pattern she believed would remain unchanged. Should she acquire additional activity voting tickets, she could explore other options. Furthermore, casting her vote in this manner would not compromise her position. After utilizing the voting ticket, Xiao left her options suspended before her, remaining still. As the clock struck 12, she prepared to indulge in a meal. Today's fare consisted of spicy beef-flavored instant noodles, accompanied by a few packets of marinated chicken feet and ham sausages. While awaiting the noodles to soak, Xiao casually checked the map. Previously, the fissures in the ground had rendered the cellar inaccessible, forcing the fishing boat to navigate solely by water routes. With plans to drive to Kyoto, she had strategically placed 3 safe houses in different locations, ensuring their handles could not be retracted into one another. Now, with no need to continue searching for Jiangqi or make her way to Kyoto, she intended to unite her sports car with the fishing boat. Although the sports car would transform into a handle once retrieved via the fishing boat, and despite the fact that her 3 hideouts had dwindled to 2, this arrangement would prove convenient. The sports car, as a mobile vessel, would guarantee her safety. And she also wished to test whether the safe houses could function within the energy barriers of the zombies. After examining the positioning map, she ultimately decided on a convergence point by the riverbank. The sports car was still parked in the mountains near Cloud City, situated inland, making the journey to the seaside quite distant. However, a river flowed nearby. She set the fishing boat to automatically navigate towards the river, while the sports car also headed in the same direction, ensuring that the 2 safe houses would converge in less than 3 hours. Once her decision was made, Xiao activated the automatic navigation on the fishing boat, which would reach its destination in 4 hours, while the sports car required only 1 hour to arrive at the riverbank, allowing her to delay her actions. Just as the voting period concluded, it was approximately 3 minutes before a choice would be automatically made. You have chosen a neutral stance. Current voting status: safe 4 votes, neutral 2 votes. Destroy 1 vote. The current voting status can only be viewed after casting a vote. The neutral votes belong solely to her, indicating that no one else has hesitated to trigger the 3rd option after receiving their votes. She has just surveyed the entire South Island, noting the scarcity of high-level zombies that trigger the energy barrier, suggesting that the number of votes in a given area may be limited, and some may not even be discovered by advanced survivors. Hence, the low quantity is justifiable. At this moment, Lao Emo reminds her, the storage slots in the owner's warehouse are nearing capacity and prompt cleaning is advised. Su Xiao quickly checks her supplies. Indeed, her storage slots are almost full. Unlike other resources that have been opened, treasure chests of the same type can be stacked within a single slot. A storage slot can hold a maximum of 99 treasure chests. Su Xiao utilized the storage expansion item obtained from the previous level 5 treasure chest, resulting in a total of 45 storage slots. In addition to the remaining over 3,000 yellow treasure chests and more than 300 transparent treasure chests, she has accumulated today's finds. Not every zombie today dropped a treasure chest. After an hour of random combat, she collected a total of over 700 treasure chests, leaving only one empty slot in her warehouse. Su Xiao is reluctant to waste treasure chests but finds herself compelled to do so, as she cannot accommodate them all. Lao Mo, provide energy. The most abundant energy treasure chests in Su Xiao's possession remain the yellow ones, numbering around 3,300, with nearly 400 transparent chests, and over 400 black material chests collected this morning, along with more than 200 white chests. After careful contemplation, Su Xiao decided to use 440 black material chests and 40 yellow chests to feed the old end. At present, the black material chests seem to hold the least value. And once the new version launches, she can exchange them for a multitude of resources. With 810 energy points, she can synthesize 4 level 5 transparent chests. These transparent chests constitute her entire fortune, offering her the choice to either open blue or red chests, with no other alternatives available. Su Xiao resolved to open 3 level 5 red chests and 1 blue chest, beginning with the red ones. The results were 3 level 5 weapons, 16 universal transformation stones, 18 frenzy stones, 17 poison stones, 3 intelligence memories, and an hourglass. Indeed, a higher quantity often leads to miraculous outcomes. Su Xiao swiftly seized the hourglass toy of the Lord God. Hourglass, description, a toy of the Lord God. If the Lord God discovers its absence, it will incite great anger. Yet, no further information was provided. She placed it on the weapon platform, intending to decompose it for examination, only to be met with the notification, this item cannot be decomposed. Su Xiao was perplexed. Why? It appeared to be an ordinary hourglass filled with silver star sand. But at present, the star sand was stagnant, and even if turned over, it would not flow, rendering time measurement impossible. Toys, unlike other items, should represent different functions. Her dice could be decomposed because they bore numbers. Hers was 1, while Master Rashi's was 3. Thus, it was plausible that the dice obtained by others might be 2, 4, 5, 6, or even 7, 8, 9, 10, indicating the number of candidates for the Lord God. The hourglass's inability to be decomposed surely signified a different purpose. Certainly not for feeding the intelligent butler. Su Xiao confirmed with the old end. Old end, after feeding you the Lord God's toy, is it destroyed? The response from the old master was clear. Of course not, for no one can truly obliterate the toys of the Supreme God. They merely return to the Supreme God's toy box. Su Xiao comprehended this fully. When the turtle immortal extracted a toy from the Supreme God and fed it to the intelligent steward, the toy returned to the box, awaiting the next occasion when a player might unlock a level 5 transparent chest or synthesize a red weapon chest, still retaining the potential for its emergence. Thus, another possibility arose. Just like a child's toy box, it cannot be infinitely replenished. Once emptied, there would be no toys left in the Supreme God's box, and henceforth, no one could procure the Supreme God's toys. What, then, could that object in the sky be? A mere spectacle for the Supreme God. As for the descriptions accompanying the toys, Su Xiao reasonably suspected they were intentionally altered by the other party to thwart the emergence of candidates for the Supreme God, primarily serving to intimidate players. He carefully stored the toys, for this game was rather deceitful. Initially, they provided blueprints without the necessary materials, and now, although materials were available, the treasure chest for items and blueprints had become obsolete. It was akin to someone inviting you to a meal yet only offering a pair of chopsticks and then, come the next day, when the meal is prepared, insisting you bring back the chopsticks from the previous day. Thus, they would undoubtedly prove useful in due course. Regarding the other transformation stones, as well as the berserk stones and poison stones, Su Xiao integrated them all into his regularly used level 3 weapons. Just as he was about to open a blue chest, a sound interrupted him. Buzz. Hello, Miss Su. It was a communicator, and from the voice, it was number 1349. Su Xiao was just wearing the communicator while checking the activity map. What is it? He inquired. Are you currently in Cloud City? We have encountered certain difficulties and require your assistance. 1349 spoke. This morning, after the prologue commenced, we divided the capable survivors into several teams to venture out of the underground city to eliminate zombies and procure supplies. However, One team abruptly vanished upon entering an area devoid of signal, and no word has reached us since. Before 1349 could finish, Xiao had already comprehended the situation. Send me the location coordinates. Chapter 81. Brain Flower. After 1349 terminated the communication device, he swiftly issued orders, instructing Team 2 to proceed and clear the ordinary zombies outside, advising them to exercise caution. Understood, responded a nearby individual who promptly dispatched the message. A figure standing behind 1349 spoke up. Commander Lin, should we inform the other districts? I have heard that both District 13 and District 17 boast formidable special survivors, and their cooperative relationships are stable. Perhaps they possess updated information. While Miss Su is indeed remarkable, her comings and goings are unpredictable, and we must always find ways to reach her. This time, Yang Shi entered the signal-less zone, and we are unable to contact him through the safe house. He may no longer be with us, or perhaps the safe house itself. 1349 fell silent for a moment. Do you believe that the other districts share the same circumstances as District 3? His subordinate paused, momentarily taken aback, as 1349 turned, wielding the axe in his left hand. He remarked, when the Supreme Commander ordered each major region to manage their own safe houses, it was a clear indication that a traitor lurked among us. He could no longer control the heads of the various regions, nor could he conduct self-assessments. Everything now rested solely upon our shoulders. The loss of safe houses in each region may have been an accident the first time, perhaps even the second. But could it truly be mere coincidence on the third or fourth occasion? Furthermore, the betrayers are undoubtedly more than one. At this juncture, however, they lack the energy for self-examination and the capacity to impose any punishment. What is referred to as a stable cooperative relationship, does it truly embody collaboration? Or is it merely exploitation? The 9th District extended an olive branch, claiming they had devised a means to reliably obtain the epidemic prevention serum, which could aid the 3rd District in acquiring sufficient supplies, provided the 3rd District relinquished their treasure chest. Yet, she dared not gamble. In comparison to surrendering the 3rd District's resources to other regions, she found herself placing greater trust in Xiao. Although Xiao valued her freedom and abhorred control, she possessed her own principles. Most importantly, she had the means to procure ample resources. A conscientious, wealthy individual would not seize the money of the impoverished. Yet a destitute person holds a high likelihood of robbing another of their meager possessions. In the case of a group of impoverished individuals, the likelihood of them banding together to rob others increases significantly. Such is the current plight of the major regions. The terms she presented were undoubtedly disadvantageous for the 3rd District. Thus, she painted for Xiao a picture of their dire circumstances, wagering that Xiao harbored no ambitions of resource appropriation. She was correct. Collaborating with her was far more secure than aligning with the other regions. As long as District C could endure until the end of the apocalypse, humanity would have the opportunity to begin anew. Xiao confirmed the location, which was beyond the currently accessible range of the cellar. However, she decided to move the cellar to the nearest location before venturing out. Along the way, Xiao encountered numerous zombies, yet most of the survivors who had previously inhabited Yun City had been escorted into the underground city by 1349. As a result, the city center was largely devoid of living individuals, unlike the South Island where scenes of relentless pursuit by zombies were rampant, replete with bloodshed and violence. Before long, Xiao's Eye of the Chosen spotted an energy wall which enveloped an open-air, illuminated stadium. 1349 and her associates stood just outside this energy barrier. Upon seeing Xiao, 1349's eyes brightened, and she swiftly approached. Miss Su, greetings. Hello, Xiao paused. I am yet unaware of your name. Referring to you by your number seems inappropriate. 1349, realizing her oversight, chuckled lightly. My apologies, I neglected to inform you. My name is Lin Shu, the current commander of the Star Alliance's District 3. 13. Ah, no, it's Lin Shu, she corrected herself. You've been promoted, no longer the deputy commander. What transpired? Xiao inquired. Lin Shu promptly recounted the circumstances. When the hurricane struck in the morning, the stadium was sparsely populated. During the earthquake, the stadium had served as a refuge for many, and even the Alliance had stationed there for a time. Subsequently, these survivors were ushered into the underground city. Initially, it was presumed that the area would be relatively deserted, with few zombies to contend with, allowing for swift clearance. However, it was unexpected that 3 consecutive teams dispatched into the stadium had vanished without a trace. The moment they set foot within, they simply disappeared. Lin Shu pointed to the boundary line at the entrance of the stadium, stating that they had already cleared out the ordinary zombies within a radius of approximately 500 meters. Yet something felt amiss here. Xiao remarked that there were special zombies inside, and she could not yet ascertain how to deal with them. Ordinary individuals were incapable of confronting these unique creatures. However, as long as they did not trigger the attack mechanism, survival within was plausible. For instance, the first anchor zombie she encountered had not actively attacked the survivors when it emerged. It was the man who first swung an axe at it, thereby activating the anchor zombie's attack mechanism, resulting in the zombie retaliating with its anchor. The anchor zombie possessed immense strength, yet its physical form was fragile, lacking any form of immunity. Any survivor who had consumed the apocalyptic serum and wielded apocalyptic weaponry, while employing agile maneuvers, should be able to subdue it. The second type, the chemical zombie, belonged to a category governed by mechanisms. When Xiao entered, she observed several students, indicating that they had likely been surviving within the energy barrier for some time, only to inadvertently trigger the mechanism that led to their assault. The man standing next to Lin Shu, rigid and meticulous, diligently recorded every word Xiao uttered. She noticed him but chose to remain silent, simply stating her intention to venture inside. "Do you need assistance?" Lin Shu inquired. Xiao glanced at the line of men and women, noting that both Lin Shu and her companions bore traces of the apocalyptic serum, presumably from the batch she had previously traded. She had thought to reserve it for her own use. "No need. If I cannot resolve the situation, your people would likely be of no help either." Upon concluding his thoughts, Xiao stepped into the stadium. This experience was markedly different from the previous ones. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by an ominous prompt echoing in his ears. "Run. Do not let the zombie catch you, for if it does, it will feast upon your brain. However, should you triumph over it, you shall relish in its brain." In an instant, the vast playground was populated with a multitude of individuals. Over 20 people were dashing across the field, gasping for breath. Behind them, a towering athletic zombie, standing 3 meters tall with legs measuring 2 meters in length, pursued them at a steady pace, its mouth grotesquely split from ear to ear, with bulging eyes devoid of eyelids. "I can't run any longer," cried the last runner, collapsing to the ground. The athletic zombie, grinning wickedly, lengthened its stride, effortlessly crossing the track to seize the fallen individual by the neck. "Come on, you might as well kill me." The exhausted individual gasped, his eyes bloodshot. The others seized this moment to bend over, catching their breath while casting complex glances at their captured companion. The athletic zombie tightened its grip on the man's head, its thick thumb and forefinger twisting with brutal force. A chilling scream pierced the air as the man's skull was gruesomely twisted off, revealing a gory mass of brain, which the zombie promptly snatched up and devoured. Despite having witnessed numerous scenes of brutality, Xiao felt a jolt of unease at this horrific sight. This was no mere apocalypse. It was an era of merciless slaughter. Chapter 82. The competition. Xiao remained still, observing intently. Under the gaze of the Eye of the Chosen, he discerned that not only was the zombie enveloped in dark energy, but the entire stadium was suffused with it. The energy is formidable. Even the power within her cannot contend with it. To resolve this through energy, one would require a force several tens of thousands of times greater than what resides within Xiao. At present, she is certainly incapable of achieving this. Thus, should the mechanism remain unbroken, it is plausible that she may perish as well. Nevertheless, danger and opportunity coexist. Xiao, being a game planner, knows that the more challenging a dungeon, the more rewarding the outcome. The athletic zombie has also taken note of Xiao's presence, baring its teeth and licking the remnants of freshly consumed brain matter, still glistening with crimson fluid. As it passes by Xiao, it refrains from attacking her, instead continuing its pursuit of the remaining individuals. Due to the sacrifice of a fellow survivor, the others were granted a brief respite of 2 minutes. However, the one who paused has now been completely devoured, and the chase resumes anew. They are compelled to continue running, even as their lungs threaten to burst. Their throats feel as if scorched by fire, and their legs no longer feel like their own. Yet, they dare not cease. To do so would mean falling prey to the ravenous zombies. The creature, despite its ability to swiftly overtake the survivors ahead, deliberately lingers at the rear, moving at a leisurely pace. Yet, should the last survivor falter, it will immediately launch an attack, a true embodiment of the proverbial frog in boiling water. According to Lin Shu, this area should comprise 2 teams, who have been missing for several hours since the morning, indicating they have been running for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, those leading the way are individuals of superior physical constitution, robust in stature, either military personnel or members of the Star Alliance trained for apocalyptic scenarios. Trailing behind, gasping for breath and on the brink of collapse, are the ordinary survivors. According to this timeline, they cannot hold out for long. But where lies the flaw in the pandemic prevention mechanism? Xiao was observing when suddenly a tremendous force propelled her forward. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself forcibly thrust onto the racetrack, with a colossal zombie merely 10 meters away. Upon noticing a newcomer, its gray eyes widened. The eyeball seemingly ejected from its socket, bloodshot and fixated on Su Xiao, as if she were a delectable treat. Perhaps it sensed that the energy within her surpassed that of others. You have entered the running competition. Please devise a strategy to secure victory. Should you fail, your brain will be devoured by the zombie. The notification chimed in. Su Xiao's feet moved swifter than her mind, and she quickly closed the distance to the foremost survivor, Yang Shi, who had previously communicated about the safe house. Yang Shi struggled to regulate his breathing. They were accustomed to training, and running for several hours posed no challenge, yet it was arduous for an ordinary person. Noticing a rapid newcomer beside him, Yang Shi glanced over, momentarily taken aback before expressing excitement. Hello, Miss Su. Perhaps her arrival would unveil the true nature of this ordeal. Have you discerned any patterns? Su Xiao inquired. I mean, regarding the rules of this competition. That zombie, you must find it unassailable. Have you attempted alternative methods? Yang Shi nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed immovable, possessing formidable defenses that rendered our efforts futile. The only rule we initially heard implied that we must surpass it to claim victory. However, we attempted to complete a lap around it at a swift pace, yet the competition did not deem us victorious. Furthermore, even if we managed to overtake it and return to a distance of 5 meters behind it, we would still be subjected to its attacks. The center of the arena features a standard 400-meter oval track. Given that it is a race, it naturally takes place on this track. Generally, running competitions are categorized by distances such as 400 meters, 800 meters, 1,200 meters, and 3 kilometers. Yet, Yang Shi stated that merely surpassing it by 1 lap and reaching a position behind it would lead to an attack, suggesting that the race course would not exceed 400 meters. Su Xiao observed a survivor collapsing from exhaustion, unable to continue. Have you tried walking slowly? It seems to only attack those who come to a stop last. Su Xiao inquired. Yang Shi shook his head, asserting it was ineffective. It fixates on the last participant. The criteria for determining the outcome of a running competition require that one maintains a running posture with bent knees. If a competitor stands upright or has both feet touching the ground simultaneously, they are presumed not to be running and thus become targets for its assault. It exclusively targets the individual in last place who has ceased to move. Indeed, Yang Shi affirmed, but then hesitated. What is it? Su Xiao asked, sensing Yang Shi's uncertainty. Do you have any insights? Yang Shi replied solemnly. Its rules have been continuously evolving. He had been running for several hours, and his teammates had attempted to delay time in a futile effort to save others. However, the physical stamina of the ordinary survivors was woefully inadequate, leading them to succumb one by one. After several survivors collapsed in quick succession, they began to discuss, side by side, the need to reduce their pace, conserve their energy, and await the opportune moment for rescue. Yet, stamina is a fickle companion. No matter how slowly one runs, exhaustion inevitably looms. Initially, those who halted were the first to be consumed. However, he soon realized that even those who transitioned from running to walking at the back of the group were not spared. It seemed as though their pursuer was methodically preparing to devour the survivors at an accelerated pace. Su Xiao remarked, the game has already commenced. Perhaps consuming the survivors allows it to transcend the rules. Yang Shi nodded in agreement, expressing uncertainty about how long they could endure. His gaze swept over several survivors behind him, who had almost descended into a state of mindless jogging. Before the apocalypse, they had scarcely engaged in physical activity. Yet now they found themselves compelled to exert themselves. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Su Xiao turned to see the athletic zombie, seemingly revitalized, accelerating with newfound speed. The last survivor, who had not ceased moving but merely stumbled due to fatigue, found himself within a mere 5 meters of the creature, which seized him by the throat. This is bad, Yang Shi exclaimed. Its rules have changed. Any survivor within 5 meters of it will be devoured. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively heightened their vigilance, quickening their pace to widen the distance. Su Xiao quickly realized that although it appeared that Yang Shi was leading the group with the zombies in pursuit, they were actually gauging the running speed of the zombies in order to conserve their stamina. She increased her speed, navigating a testing track equipped with energy walls, where the survivors could not stray from the path, and thus focused their attention on the moving zombie. Swiftly, she circled around, positioning herself 5 meters behind the zombie, which had come to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, the survivors gasped for breath, while the zombie, having devoured a brain, discarded the bloody corpse into the center of the arena. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Xiao approached the animated zombie. In the next instant, the zombie's emaciated, decaying claws lunged toward her. Chapter 83. The finish line of formidable pressure surged toward her, prompting Su Xiao to swiftly retreat, evading the zombie's reach. Its bloodshot eyes, having failed to capture her, displayed a hint of disappointment. Su Xiao pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing the unsettling sensation of energy suppression. As Yangshi had mentioned, the zombie's attack range extended to 5 meters, and it was simultaneously evolving. Its speed had increased. Consuming the brains of survivors acted like a mechanism that not only accelerated its speed, but also dismantled some of its inherent limitations. The more brains it consumed, the faster it evolved, the fewer restrictions it faced, and the swifter it became. Amid her thoughts, a piercing scream echoed. The ordinary survivors were already exhausted. While the zombie's speed continued to escalate, in the blink of an eye, the group of 32 dwindled to 29. Yangshi's gaze wandered, searching for the key to victory. Once Su Xiao ensured Yangshi was in pace, she inquired, "Have you located the finish line?" Yangshi paused momentarily. In any competition, where there is a starting point, a finish line inevitably exists. Su Xiao remarked that the starting point was the place they had just passed, and their objective should be to locate the endpoint. Arriving there ahead of it, Yangshi finally grasped the implication of Su Xiao's words. Indeed, a race entails both a starting and an ending point. However, as he surveyed the scene, he discerned a lack of a designated endpoint. Scanning the stadium and the circular track, he found no finish line established. Su Xiao activated the Eye of the Chosen. The entire stadium was enveloped in an energy wall, shrouded in black mist, with the most concentrated darkness emanating from the athletic zombie, obscuring any discernible weaknesses. Suddenly, Su Xiao realized she had overlooked something significant. The previous white hexagram zombie had displayed a black energy mass at the neck of its flask, revealing a vulnerability in its immunity mechanism, as no similar anomalies were evident elsewhere. Moreover, the white hexagram zombie's body was completely cloaked in the black energy. Now, observing the athletic zombie, the density of the black mist indicated that its weakness resided within itself. Su Xiao closed her Eye of the Chosen, noting the athletic zombie's lean physique, devoid of the bloated appearance of the coastal zombies, yet marred by decaying limbs. Clad in a red and white tracksuit, it bore the vivid stains of blood from devouring several brains. With a grunt, it seized another survivor, twisting off a head and sending blood spraying like AG. Su Xiao no longer hesitated. He charged forward with remarkable speed, seizing the red waistband with fervor and yanking it forcefully. You have acquired a crucial checkpoint item, finish line ribbon. Accompanied by the notification sound, the zombie's tracksuit fell to its ankles, exposing its bare lower half. The athletic zombie froze, lowering its gaze to its clothing, eyes wide in disbelief. Covering its legs with both hands, it emitted an angry snarl and pursued Su Xiao, pants in hand. Su Xiao mused. This creature must lack intelligence if it craves brains. It has nothing beneath it but decaying flesh. What is there to be ashamed of? The scene on the athletic field became quite comical, as the bare-bottomed zombie chased after the fleeing Su Xiao, as if in pursuit of its lost waistband. However, with the absence of its pants, every attempt to grasp Su Xiao caused its trousers to slip further down, forcing it to pause and hoist them up, a zombie with a sense of modesty. The other survivors recognized that Su Xiao was the sole target of the zombie's pursuit, seizing the opportunity to rest. At this juncture, Su Xiao needed only to locate the finish line. Soon, he distanced himself from the athletic zombie, returning to the spot where he had entered the arena. There were 2 platforms at the entrance. Su Xiao experimented, placing the red ribbon onto one of the platforms. In an instant, a red object resembling a caution tape materialized. Finish line has been set. With a roar, the athletic zombie's attire erupted, transforming from a skeletal form into one brimming with muscle. Its once decayed hands and feet, now teeming with muscular contours, were disturbingly filled with writhing parasites. It had gone berserk. Only 50 meters remained until the finish line, yet Su Xiao was merely 2 meters away from the coveted ribbon. According to the conventional rules of victory in athletic competitions, the first to touch the ribbon would triumph. Thus, with a swift motion, Su Xiao extended a finger and, just before the onslaught of the enraged zombies, made contact with the crimson ribbon. The ribbon disintegrated. An announcement resonated throughout the stadium. The outcome is determined. Candidate number 1 has emerged victorious. The athletic zombies, despite their seething resentment towards Su Xiao, could only watch as their fury gradually dissipated. Under the gaze of the divine eye, the dark mists surrounding them retreated as if frightened by an unseen force. Once the fog cleared, the athletic zombies were revealed to be nothing more than ordinary decaying corpses, their brains exposed. Su Xiao promptly collected the fallen items, first retrieving a mass of dark crimson brain matter. Contaminated primordial consciousness, temporarily unusable. Note, as the apocalypse descends, the tainted deity is destined to fall. Following this, he acquired a level 4 red treasure chest and a voting ticket for the prologue event. Yangshi lingered for a moment, reflecting on the recent announcement. What was this about a divine candidate? Were there other identities within this game? We are saved. We have finally been rescued. A group of survivors embraced one another in tears. Who could fathom the trials they had endured throughout the morning? The exertion felt greater than a lifetime's worth, rendering their legs nearly unresponsive. Several could barely stand. However, Lin Shu's team, which had been vigilantly waiting outside, swiftly entered to support the weakened survivors, promptly escorting them to the underground sanctuary. Thank you. Lin Shu sincerely expressed his gratitude to Su Xiao. No need for thanks. Su Xiao replied. This matter was beyond the capabilities of ordinary survivors, and I, too, have my own objectives. At the onset of the game, only 30 million safe houses were made available, among which merely 3 could be upgraded to level 2. Only those who have bound their safe houses stand a chance to attain survival qualifications. Thus, it is evident that the game did not intend to provide ordinary survivors with any space for survival. Presently, most of the survivors before me are indeed ordinary. Yang Shi has returned to Lin Shu's side, undoubtedly to report on the events that transpired within the gymnasium, as the earlier announcement was heard by all. Su Xiao even harbors doubts as to whether, with the onset of this apocalyptic game, any form of ranking list might emerge. This is how games operate. Otherwise, how would they instill a sense of crisis and foster competition among players? The mention of a ranking system resonates as an orderly sequence. I shall take my leave now, Su Xiao declares, intending to search for any other potential election ticket zombies before nightfall. Lin Shu quickly interjects, from depletion comes rebirth. Chapter 84. Last words. Su Xiao turns to gaze at Lin Shu. Lin Shu continues. Do you recall our conversation regarding the sunken Sakurajima? Su Xiao. I have a recollection. Have you ever watched its documentary? Lin Shu inquires. Su Xiao nods. She harbors considerable interest in this domain, for she is a game planner. And a well-crafted game requires a profound worldview. Various myths, science fiction, and inexplicable metaphysical documentaries can serve as inspiration for brainstorming sessions. In the confidential documents acquired from the Doomsday Alliance, it is revealed that those who participated in the previous beta test of the Doomsday game, even after fleeing Sakurajima, find their memories of the game gradually fading. They retain only the recollections of the apocalyptic events, devoid of any remembrance of the system itself. As the Sakurajima residents filmed their documentary, in their final moments of consciousness, they repeatedly uttered this phrase. Lin Shu gazed at Su Xiao, stating, "You saved me this time. As a gesture of gratitude, I hope this message may aid you." The term "you" was directed towards individuals like her, the unique survivors. Su Xiao sought confirmation, asking if the Alliance truly possessed no further contingencies. Could they have already been aware of the identity of the divine candidates? After all, the Doomsday Alliance had held the secrets of the Doomsday game for over a century. Lin Shu shook her head, asserting that there were indeed no additional strategies. For the primary alterations in the beta version of the Doomsday game lay in the timing, location, and nature of the safe houses. According to information from a century ago, during the beta testing of the Doomsday game in Sakurajima, safe houses appeared consistently, with their locations remaining fixed, allowing all participants to discern their whereabouts through clues. However, the official launch of this game was abrupt, with the locations of the safe houses now uncertain and their forms having undergone significant transformation. Most of these safe houses descended in densely populated areas, making it impossible for the Alliance to immediately control all survivors. Moreover, after the acid rain, transportation methods were corroded, and a significant number of firearms in the underground cities became inoperative. Survivors reborn from acid rain have acquired a remarkable resistance to corrosion. It seems as though there is a deliberate warning to humanity, cautioning against taking it upon themselves to enact salvation as it follows its own course. I thought you were hinting at something, Su Xiao pondered. My teacher once remarked. Lin Shu paused, then continued. The end is but a beginning. Every conclusion heralds a new inception, and such is the nature of life in this world. Since the apocalypse has commenced, it is inevitable that someone will bring it to a close, much like in times of chaos. The visage of an elder surfaced in her mind, who had devoted his entire life to studying this uncertain apocalypse that loomed on the horizon. Yet, such is the fabric of the world. How do you interpret it? Su Xiao inquired. It begins with depletion and culminates in rebirth. Lin Shu replied candidly. I believe the true onset of the apocalypse should be marked by the exhaustion of resources. The fact that we can still obtain treasures indicates we have yet to reach the direst of circumstances. The idea of rebirth suggests that we can access renewable resources, perhaps akin to seeds that can take root and flourish even amidst devastation. Lin Shu was uncertain of the validity of her speculation, and Su Xiao shared her ambiguity. She gazed at Lin Shu and casually asked, have the various districts of the Star Alliance ceased to unite? Lin Shu had ascended to the role of commander. This does not necessarily imply the absence of the original commander. It might also signify that District 3 has become entirely independent, allowing her the autonomy to make decisions at her discretion. In their earlier conversation, there had been no mention of Lin Shu's associates or any directives from the commander or other districts. suggesting they had indeed severed ties. Lin Shu gazed intently at Su Xiao, a solitary individual and a multitude, both tethered to divergent trajectories, faced with an inevitable choice as an unstoppable locomotive hurtled forward, demanding a decisive allegiance. Neither party wished to be the one forsaken. The Star Alliance presently comprises 35 districts, and the resources attainable are undoubtedly finite. She possessed merely over 300 safe havens, capable of sheltering approximately 300,000 survivors, distributed across various locations within District 3. In the stark reality of limited supplies, a grim truth emerges. Resources must be allocated judiciously. For instance, with 10 individuals and only 300 portions of sustenance. And assuming a daily ration of 3 servings per person, these 10 souls could sustain themselves for merely 10 days. Distributing the food among 5 individuals would extend their survival to 20 days, while providing only 3 individuals would prolong their endurance to 33 days. The Star Alliance's resolution was to gather and centrally distribute supplies, selecting a final cohort of the most promising future seeds, those capable of perpetuating life and safeguarding hope until the end of the apocalypse. This choice, however, was not made within District 3 but in Districts 13 and 17. These regions, inherently strategic strongholds, featured subterranean cities more fortified than those elsewhere, with distinct safe haven layouts. Moreover, the survivors were no ordinary remnants. They were preordained, youthful, vigorous, and possessing the expertise necessary to facilitate humanity's rebirth post-catastrophe. Their ranks included scholars in science, medicine, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, those whose knowledge could help establish anew the remnants of civilization in the aftermath. From the onset of the catastrophe, they were among the first to be listed for urgent rescue. In contrast, ordinary survivors in other regions were merely classified as secondary aid levels. It was only upon her arrival that she realized there were children here, innocent lives whose existence, though unremarkable, held equal value. Thus, the commander issued directives to control the various districts. In other words, she, alongside the commander, diverged from the original intent of the alliance in a different manner. Su Xiao nodded, wishing them good luck with the same phrase. Lin Shu smiled and reciprocated the sentiment. Before departing, Su Xiao reminded them that if there were similar energy barriers in Cloud City, they could reach out to her. Upon hearing this, the group expressed their delight. After Su Xiao's departure, Yangshi informed Lin Shu about the candidates for the main deity. Lin Shu fell into deep contemplation after listening. Yangshi speculated, "Commander, did you already know that there are other identities within the game? Is that why you shared the top-secret information of the Doomsday Alliance?" Lin Shu shook her head, stating, "I genuinely did not know, but your words remind me of a folk legend." "What legend?" She continued, "Long ago, humanity revered themselves as deities, but due to certain circumstances, the gods perished, and with the sealing of spiritual energy, divine power ceased to exist." Yangshi couldn't help but scratch his head, exclaiming, "Isn't that just a novel? I never expected the commander to indulge in such juvenile literature." Lin Shu shot him a glance, retorting, "The sudden emergence of the Doomsday game. Does that not resemble a narrative in itself? The Doomsday deity, Doomsday signifies an ending, a conclusion. It begins with depletion and culminates in rebirth. Initially, I perceived it as merely a game progression, yet now, a new identity has surfaced within this apocalyptic game." She boldly speculated whether the onset of the apocalypse signified the demise of the supreme deity, and if the conclusion of the apocalypse necessitated the emergence of a new god. The final inhabitants of Sakurajima, in their last moments, continuously uttered this phrase not out of madness, but as individuals who had traversed the trials of apocalyptic games could, in their dying breaths, connect with the will of the divine and convey the deity's final words. Chapter 85. Old Su Xiao returned to the cellar, where she possessed a substantial amount of resources, along with the tainted consciousness of the supreme deity she had acquired that day, which held considerable research value. She inquired of Old Mo, "Previously, you mentioned that after activating the deity's consciousness, one could communicate with other survivors through thought. Is this the object in question?" Old Mo, upon sensing it, replied, "It has been corrupted and is temporarily unusable." "Then, how should we cleanse it?" Su Xiao asked. Old Mo suggested, "Perhaps the deity's toys could assist." Su Xiao mused. Perhaps, that word carries a sense of uncertainty. She recalled the deity's toys, the water gun, the hourglass, and the dice. Could it be that a bathtub would also materialize to cleanse the mind, setting aside the tainted consciousness of the deity? Su Xiao reflected on her previous haste and the resources she had yet to utilize. "Old Mo, what would happen if I were to feed you these 3 pieces of consciousness in one go?" Su Xiao pondered. "Would you regain all your memories?" Old Mo replied, "It may not even be necessary to restore all of them. Your current affinity stands at 68. What might occur upon reaching 100? Old Mo responded, "I cannot be certain." "Very well, We shall proceed gradually. Xiao placed the first piece of consciousness into a blue plate. The consciousness vanished, and within moments, Xiao heard the sound of her affinity increasing. The affinity towards Xiao Mo has risen to 90. She lifted her gaze. The last time she fed Ji, the intelligent housekeeper's affinity reached 68. At that moment, the prompt referred to Xiao Mo, but after regaining his memories, Xiao Mo requested to be called Lao Mo. Yet, why does it still indicate Xiao Mo here? After a considerable wait, Lao Mo did not initiate conversation. She inquired Lao Mo. Only then did Lao Mo seem to awaken from his reverie, responding, Xiao, I am here. His voice remained mechanical, yet within the words I am here, Xiao detected a hint of nervousness. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the restored memories? Xiao asked. Lao Mo hesitated. Not really. It's just that I feel somewhat unsettled. Xiao probed further. Did you have an argument? Yes. Lao Mo paused, then asked. What kind of person is your father? Xiao, poised to open the level 5 transparent treasure chest, hesitated. I don't recall much. We often quarreled when I was young. Why? Lao Mo inquired, his tone unexpectedly tense. He is a teacher, Xiao responded, her memories hazy. She recalled her father. Lao Su, lecturing his students at the school gate, his words flowing endlessly. Lao Mo remarked, was there a misunderstanding? Xiao shook her head, no misunderstanding. He is a teacher who instructs the 3rd year of junior high. He devoted most of his time to his students, returning home to grade numerous exams, leaving me with very little time. He is also a math teacher, and I struggled the most with mathematics. Whenever I performed poorly on a math test and approached him with the paper, he would impatiently question how I could get such a simple math problem wrong, as if I had inherited none of his genes. I see. It is approximately that scenario where subjects such as mathematics, language, and English are concerned. In English, she attained a perfect score and nearly achieved full marks in language, while her score in mathematics was a mere 60 out of a possible 120, with a passing mark set at 90. After a brief moment of hesitation, the old man expressed his confusion, wondering if it was due to her lack of talent. Upon uttering those words, he found them somewhat incredulous. Xiao pondered seriously for a moment, responding that it must have been intentional on her part. This revelation took the old man by surprise, prompting him to inquire, why? Xiao lifted her gaze to the light fixture above in the cellar, explaining that it was because he always lacked the time to accompany her. Her poor performance in mathematics allowed him the patience to explain problems to her. As a mathematics teacher, it was an immense source of embarrassment for him that his own child struggled in the subject. Initially, when she performed well, she would receive praise. But it was merely that. His students in the 3rd year of junior high faced rigorous academic pressure, often attending supplementary classes during winter and summer breaks. Aside from receiving a mere compliment, she garnered nothing else. Those students who struggled in mathematics would approach old Sue, who would patiently elucidate concepts for half an hour. She often mused whether, if she fared poorly in mathematics, old Sue would extend the same patience to her. Indeed, old Sue felt considerable shame, dedicating half a day each week to teach her elementary mathematics at home, a subject she had already mastered. Yet, she relished the manner in which he taught her. Perhaps it was because human beings tend to yearn for what they cannot obtain. Her mother, a full-time homemaker, spent each day with her, making her life entirely about herself. Conversely, old Sue devoted his time to other children, leaving scant opportunity for his own. After speaking, Xiao lowered her gaze, her tone tranquil. What about you, old man? After a considerable pause, Lao Mo remarked, perhaps every family encounters such dilemmas. My daughter is no exception. Her mother is a full-time homemaker, devoted to caring for her, while my work leaves me little time to spend with her. We have had our quarrels, leading to unpleasantness, and since then she has ceased to argue with me, choosing instead to express her discontent in other ways. The atmosphere in the cellar thickened for 3 minutes. Xiao slowly spoke, regardless of the severity of your past disputes. The moment you lost her, your daughter must have felt immense sorrow. Lao Mo halted momentarily before responding. She is a strong child. Xiao momentarily set aside the level 5 transparent treasure chest. Lao Mo, is your daughter named Xiao? When you first regained your memory, you called out her name. At that moment, I thought you were addressing me, but in truth, you were calling for your daughter, weren't you? After approximately 2 minutes, Lao Mo finally replied. Xiao is a clever child. Indeed. Xiao gently caressed the remaining fragments of intellect in his hand. Lao Mo, have your memories returned? Are you aware of how you met your demise? This time, Lao Mo hesitated. With the affection level reaching 90, his memory should be intact. Xiao continued, coincidentally. You also held the profession of a teacher and perished in the year your daughter turned 12, am I correct? Lao Mo remained silent. That year, one of your students took his own life after the high school entrance examination. His father believed you failed to provide timely psychological guidance and sought you out. In your absence, he intended to kill your daughter as retribution, but was thwarted by your wife, who tragically lost her life in the process. Your daughter, hidden beneath the bed, covered her mouth in silence, waiting for what felt like an eternity, believing she was finally safe to emerge. She was unexpectedly seized by the assailant lurking in the house. Just as fate would have it, you returned home in time to rescue her, urging her to call for help, yet tragically, it cost you your life. Coincidentally, your daughter referred to you as Old Sue, did she not? After Xiao spoke, she waited quietly. Old Emma replied, Xiao, you truly are astute. But Xiao shook her head, her fingers brushing against the 2 remaining memories in her hand. No, you are not Old Sue. She resolutely placed the 2 memories into the feeding tray, declaring, you have already consumed the memories of Old Sue and me. If my conjecture is correct, upon consuming these 2 memories, you will also possess the recollections of my mother and me. Am I right, little Emo? Chapter 86. Candor. After a lengthy pause, little Emo finally spoke. Do you think of me as a deceiver? Will you come to despise me for it? Her tone carried a hint of trepidation. Humanity has an aversion to falsehoods and deceit. Xiao lowered her gaze and remarked, so you admit to lying. Little Emo responded, indeed, when I consumed the first memory, I simultaneously acquired your parents' recollections of you. If you're honest, I cannot harbor hatred towards you, though you have misled me. You have not inflicted harm upon me, Xiao stated, then inquired, Little Emo, did they love me? Little Emo replied, very much. They were the ones who loved you most among those who have passed. Upon hearing Little Mo's words, Xiao felt her eyes grow moist. Then I ought to express my gratitude to you, Xiao Mo. Since their departure, no one has uttered words of love towards me, nor has anyone ever conveyed their affection. In my childhood, my mother would take my hand and lead me to the market, sewing clothes and knitting scarves for me. The entire world revolved around me. The vendor at the market would remark, your mother truly loves you. My mother would smile gently, remaining silent. My father, engrossed in his work and devoted to his students, was unable to spend time with me. My mother would reassure me, your father loves you dearly. He simply has to care for the family and fulfill his responsibilities at work. Since my parents' departure, no one has spoken of love towards me, nor has anyone informed me of others who might still care. Yet, I have always known. Upon hearing Su Zhao's praise, Xiao Mo contemplated and responded honestly, in your parents' memories, you seem to harbor a greater sense of resentment towards your father. I pondered that perhaps I could exist as your father. Why? Su Xiao inquired. Why would you wish to exist in that capacity? You are Xiao Mo. You should exist as your true self, not as someone else. Xiao Mo replied, because in doing so, I would love you wholeheartedly in the name of a father, and you would trust me completely in return. Su Xiao chuckled softly, Xiao Mo. You mentioned that you were once human. Is that statement true? Xiao Mo remained silent. It must be a lie. Su Xiao mused, you are not human. You yearn to be human. You crave love, or perhaps, you long for a family. Xiao Mo finally spoke, Xiao, you are truly astute. Su Xiao remarked. From the moment we acquired the sanctuary, I believed we were destined to rely on each other in this apocalyptic existence. Yet, your fondness for me has never been particularly high. It is not merely a matter of distrust on my part, nor is it entirely a lack of confidence from you. It was only after you consumed the memories of my parents, and upon learning my name, that your affection for me surged dramatically. Or perhaps, this is something beyond your control, is it not? Xiao Mo replied slowly, indeed, even now, I find myself unable to exert control in devouring their memories. I also inherited their love for you. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never harm you. In this apocalypse, I will remain by your side and protect you until your demise or until the end of days. Su Xiao believed in these words. Faced with the relentless onslaught of zombies, the potential evolution of increasingly formidable monsters, and the various calamities, along with that unknown entity in the sky, her vulnerability rendered her existence perilous outside. The sanctuary served as a protective haven. Aside from deceit, Xiao Mo had fulfilled her every request within the bounds of her imagination. Su Xiao lowered her gaze. Xiao Mo, I shall not dwell on your deception, yet I believe that, whether as family or friends, we must engage in honest discourse. For instance, where do you originate from, and what manner of being are you? What do you truly know? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mo responded. Before I share with you, I wish to know where I might have revealed myself. The intelligent steward implies that Xiao Mo possesses her own thoughts and wisdom. Su Xiao pondered. The clues seemed to stem from the game as prompts, suggesting that Xiao Mo too was a component of this apocalyptic game. Perhaps she seeks to conquer the true essence of Xiao Ma. Su Xiao began, my parents have long departed this world. This reality has been my companion for 13 years. I once succumbed to solitude following their loss, becoming the most peculiar child within the welfare institution. After undergoing therapy, I came to embrace all truths, The fact that they left while still loving me, that they sacrificed their lives to shield me. I resolved to live fully, regardless of the world's nature. You revealed no flaws. Your words resonated precisely with the memories of my father. For a fleeting moment, I dared to hope that you were indeed him, so I could finally voice the myriad of sentiments I had left unspoken. In the wake of their demise, it seems I have forgotten the faults of their existence, diminishing all expectations after the irrevocable loss. For instance, the mere hope of their survival would suffice. Even if they did not love me wholly, it mattered not. Yet, such notions are but unrealistic fantasies. They cannot return. No one in this world will ever care for me as they did. Xiao, your most significant flaw emerged once the survivors bound themselves to the safe house. If you were to embody a deceased relative, I would ponder, if a person were an abandoned orphan, or if all their family members still drew breath, would you cease to exist? No, you would still be present. Thus, your existence is independent, unrelated to anyone else. The sole connection lies with the memory I meticulously crafted and subsequently bestowed upon you as a tool, which has altered your recollections. As the 49th also mentioned, feeding the memory to the intelligent steward elevates its affinity. At the outset, Xiao expressed the possibility of being a human who had lost their memory and perished. This notion easily leads the survivors to speculate whether Xiao could be a departed loved one. However, the more this idea prevails, the more vigilant Su Xiao becomes, unable to restrain her thoughts from exploring alternate possibilities. What indeed is Xiao? Certainly not a mere intelligent steward. The concept of an intelligent steward, as understood by humanity, is but a product of AI programming. All responses are derived from the database provided by humans as a programmer. She is acutely aware that AI can be abruptly powered down, making the emergence of self-awareness exceedingly rare. Should an AI ever present an unexpected answer, it would undoubtedly be the result of continuous training by someone. Thus, the intelligent steward in this context diverges from her understanding of what an intelligent steward truly is. This designation might have been altered to facilitate humanity's acceptance of Xiao's existence. Xiao remained silent, compelling Su Xiao to persistently press forward. Previously, when family was mentioned, Xiao's affection would increase, while simultaneously attempting to masquerade as her father. This indicates that Xiao yearns to become human, desiring to possess human emotions. Xiao, you may choose silence. Yet human emotions are fragile. Once lies and dishonesty seep in, distrust arises, and emotional barriers gradually erode. In this apocalyptic scenario, as the steward of the safe house, I have always regarded you as part of my family, hence I hope we can engage with sincerity. Upon hearing the term family, Xiao wavered. I hail from the land of finality. In human parlance, the land of finality is where souls go after death. Chapter 87. Friends. Su Xiao's gaze lifted. Were all the departed souls gathered there? As if sensing Su Xiao's curiosity, Xiao articulated precisely. To be more specific, the memories of individuals during their lifetimes ultimately converge in the realm of termination. We are born from this realm, nourished by the memories of humanity, awaiting the arrival of the end. The culmination signifies the finality. The end of days is at hand. The Master God governs this termination, and upon the demise of the Master God, the end will inevitably ensue. Human memories sustain us, and we inherit the emotions of humanity. When a new Master God emerges, discovering the remnants of the previous divine decrees, eradicating the traces of the old world, and initiating a new temporal order, the end will be transcended, heralding the dawn of a new world, where the safe haven can usher the remnants of humanity into this new realm. After Xiao's discourse, silence enveloped the space, seemingly awaiting Su Xiao's response. Su Xiao lowered his gaze, for though he embodied the emotions inherited from humanity, he had never existed or experienced life as a human. Thus, despite not being human, he yearned to attain that essence. Xiao acknowledged this truth, indeed, existing merely as a presence in the realm of termination. Waiting for this world to conclude, one often laments the consumption of human memories, for they never truly lived in this vibrant world, yet must languish in the tedium of awaiting its demise. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. Is becoming a safe haven the final will of the Master God? In the absence of a terminus, our existence would not have come to be. Without the apocalyptic game, there would be no sanctuary to shelter the remnants of humanity. It is our duty to await the selection of a new deity as we provide refuge to the old world in the face of impending doom. Su Xiao contemplated. The essence of wisdom is derived from the treasures of weaponry. The emotionally aware Xiao may become a weapon for the survivors, as nurturing wisdom and enhancing Xiao's affection is crucial to ensure the sanctuary's unwavering loyalty to its protectors. Yet, one might ponder, why must this be so? Does it imply that if Xiao's affinity for the survivors falls short of complete devotion, it might pose a latent threat? Su Xiao inquired. The deity is deceased. Who then initiated the apocalyptic game? Xiao replied. The day the deity perishes heralds the arrival of the end. The apocalyptic game is a set of rules left behind by the deity before their demise, which will be activated automatically posthumously. Once the end has passed, humanity may commence a new chapter. This implies that the deity has only recently departed. Xiao further questioned, when will the end truly arrive? Xiao responded, I cannot ascertain. Perhaps the deity embedded this information within the game. Xiao continued, how did the apocalyptic deity meet their end? Is it linked to that phenomenon in the heavens? After a 3-second pause, Xiao replied, I am sorry, I cannot be certain. This indicates a possibility, yet lacks substantiation. Nonetheless, Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao, born in a realm of conclusion, surviving by consuming human memories, existing solely to await the end, and lacking even a name, seemed rather pitiable. Xiao, I trust that you harbor no ill intentions toward me. Nevertheless, I hope that henceforth you shall no longer deceive me, whether as family or friends. We ought to be candid with one another. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, although you have lied to me before, that is in the past, we remain friends. Xiao, taken aback and somewhat uncertain, inquired, does Xiao still wish to regard me as family? It is friendship, not under any particular title. Nor because you possess the memories of my kin, but as you, Xiao, with your own consciousness, we shall be friends. One might even say that in this apocalypse, we shall become family bound by mutual dependence. Xiao entwined their little fingers, sealing the promise with a pinky swear, vowing to keep their word. Pacifying a child is simple. Affection level with Xiao has risen to 100. You have successfully earned its complete trust. Safe house access upgraded to level 3. Daily energy refresh cap increased to 1,000 points. Xiao, born in the land of termination, is innocent. Once its affection reaches 100, it will no longer deceive or withhold from you. Please cherish it within the limited time. The mechanical voice requesting this caused Xiao to pause momentarily. Unsurprisingly, this mechanical tone was the true hint left by the overseer within the apocalypse game. Xiao, unaware of the affection indicator, exclaimed joyfully, I am delighted because I have gained a friend. Yet, as an entity of the land of termination, I can only communicate with Xiao through the safe house as a medium. Xiao lacks a physical form and cannot partake in gestures like pinky swears or embraces. Though this sounds sorrowful, I strive to find contentment. Xiao could only retract his hand. Xiao, may I journey to the end of all things? In the realm of humanity, good friends often visit one another. After a brief pause for contemplation, Xiao replied, if you, Xiao, were to arrive at the end of all things, it would signify that your physical form has perished. Even in that realm, you would merely exist as a memory, devoid of consciousness. The memory of you would no longer be you. It would merely serve as sustenance for me, and I have no desire to consume you. This response took Xiao by surprise. Xiao continued earnestly, I wish for you to become my family, but I do not wish for your demise. In the collective memory of humanity, death is a source of profound suffering. After a moment of silence, Xiao slowly mused, perhaps one day we shall meet in the end of all things. However, to Xiao, this conveyed an entirely different meaning. Would Xiao truly traverse to the end of all things simply to see Xiao? In the annals of human memory, the willingness to strive for another signifies their importance to oneself. Xiao yearned to be a significant presence in Xiao's heart. Did Xiao perceive it this way? Was the pretense of wanting to be her family merely a guise for desiring to hold an important place in her heart, even if as someone else? This rationale left Xiao with a sense of complexity. No one desires to be a mere substitute for another. Yet for Xiao, it was different. It masqueraded as its father, for from its memories, it sensed an intensified yearning for paternal affection during its childhood. Therefore, it believed that by embodying the role of a father, it could remain by its side, accepted as family, setting aside other matters. Apart from the act of deceiving and fabricating memories, Xiao has not engaged in any self-destructive behaviors, and in this apocalyptic realm, I have no choice but to accept Xiao's protection. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao inquired, is there a cost to the living to enter the realm of termination? She surmised that entering this final domain was not merely as straightforward as becoming the supreme deity. Xiao candidly replied, the realm of termination and the human world belong to two distinct realms, which can only briefly connect when the time of termination arrives, yet cannot be traversed. Once the time of termination concludes, the two worlds will irrevocably part ways, and even the supreme deity would be unable to depart. Unable to depart? Wait, Xiao realized something. Chapter 88, Closer. Xiao, you have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the time of termination, have you not? Xiao could affirm this. Xiao, indeed, I am greatly looking forward to having a family. Although they consume the memories of humans from their lifetimes, they can never truly enter the genuine world of humanity. The human world is utterly fascinating to them, born from the realm of termination. It is akin to a scholar well-versed in history who becomes enamored with every pivotal figure that shaped the course of events. It can never meet them in reality. The arrival of the time of termination excites them immensely. It presents an authentic opportunity to witness history and validates the worth of their existence. They yearn to approach humanity through the safe haven during the time of termination, to experience human joys and sorrows, and to forge friendships with humans. When the time of termination concludes, or when the last human in this world passes away, they will return to the realm of termination, commencing a new cycle of waiting. Thus, Xiao pondered a question. Are the little ones who are reluctant to return to the land of conclusion truly anticipating the advent of the new supreme deity? After all, the arrival of the new supreme deity also signifies the cessation of the apocalypse. Thus, Xiao posed the final inquiry, little one. Does the supreme deity's demise bear any relation to the land of conclusion? Without hesitation, the little one replied, no. The little one does not deceive. Then, what does the supreme deity's hint regarding the limited time signify? Does it imply that the apocalypse will soon pass? Concerned about diminishing favor, Xiao refrained from further questioning. Little one, you have been upgraded. Please elucidate your new capabilities. The little one swiftly compiled the information. Currently, the highest level of the safe house is level 3, with enhanced permissions and a daily energy replenishment cap of 1,000 points. Additionally, the safe house's electronic map now provides alerts when other safe houses approach. The little one can perceive conditions within a certain radius of the safe house, for example, an abnormal energy fluctuation outside safe house number 3. Safe house number 3 is the Ferrari. Xiao glanced at the time. It was 3 p.m., with 5 hours remaining until nightfall. Earlier, while returning to the safe house, she had surveyed the center of Cloud City and detected no anomalous energy barriers. Lin Shu had also dispatched personnel throughout Cloud City to clear zombies, uncovering no further abnormalities. Conveniently, the fishing boat had autonomously navigated close to the riverbank. She intended to drive the Ferrari to rendezvous with the fishing boat and investigate the source of the unusual energy fluctuations. Upon teleporting to the Ferrari, she immediately heard the official system notification. This safe house is currently within a special energy environment and cannot be moved temporarily. Xiao glanced around. The view from the Ferrari was expansive and unobstructed. Last time, she parked her vehicle at the hillside below the old lady's small safe house and remained there after collecting the nearby transparent treasure chests. The energy anomaly referred to by Xiao Mo was due to the appearance of a peculiar zombie. Still at the foot of the hill, a 3-meter-tall zombie, donned with a straw hat and clad in tattered cloth, stood in the rice paddy, inserting a scarecrow into the rice. Upon closer inspection, the figure tied to the wooden post was not merely a scarecrow, but a survivor. Their limbs had been severed, with white bone protruding from the elbows. Their body soaked in blood, and their pale face bound to the cross by the straw hat zombie, disguised as a guardian scarecrow for the fields. Though still alive, death was imminent. The methods employed by these scenarios to torment survivors were increasingly grotesque. Under the gaze of the eye of God, the straw hat zombie was devoid of the ominous black mist. However, the farmland and the valleys were ensnared in a web of black threads, intricately intertwined like a spider's net. One such thread lay before Xiao, who remained within the confines of the safe house, thus avoiding any tangible encounter with the gathering black mist energy. Besides Xiao's Ferrari, which was trapped within the scenario, there was also the small courtyard atop the hill. Looking up, Xiao could faintly see the old lady bustling about, yet she seemed disinclined to emerge, remaining safely inside. Xiao needed to scrutinize the zombie and the rules governing the black mist energy, otherwise, a reckless entry could lead to his demise. The survivor, who was soon to perish after being set up as a scarecrow in the rice field, would drop an item upon death, a safe house. The straw hat zombie grasped the safe house in its hand, squeezing it with such force that it seemed to be tainted by black mist, rapidly petrifying before crumbling into dust with a gentle squeeze. A shiver ran down my spine. It could directly obliterate the safe house, which had transformed into a mere toy upon the death of its survivor. This implies that there may be fewer than 30 million safe houses in existence. Thus, it is evident that the safe house stands in stark opposition to this black mist. The mist does not wish for the safe house to persist. Similarly, the greater the divine power within a survivor, the more susceptible they are to attacks. It is no wonder that the previous special zombies deliberately lured themselves with ordinary people. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao decided to wait and observe, seeking any patterns that might unravel the mystery of the black thread energy, thereby finding an opportunity to confront the straw hat zombie. After sitting in the Ferrari for a while without discerning any patterns, Xiao seized the moment to open a previously acquired level 5 transparent treasure chest, revealing a level 5 blue colorless chest. Inside were 4 safe house space expansion items, 5 safe house warehouse expansion items, 1 item decomposition device, 1 item synthesis device, 3 facility upgrade cards, 3 large barrels of gasoline, sufficient for a journey of 1,000 kilometers. 2 large oxygen tanks, lasting 100 hours of oxygen, oxygen plant seeds, and an endless supply of animal feed, permanent. Most of these items were duplicates. Xiao promptly utilized the safe house and warehouse expansion items. Coupled with the instruments obtained last time, Xiao retained 2 decomposition devices and 1 synthesis device, which, though seemingly useless, could be listed for trade at a marked price once the trading hall became available. The most invaluable are the oxygen-producing plants, which can be cultivated within a small greenhouse or placed in a cellar. These remarkable entities serve as a long-term source of oxygen, albeit not indefinitely, as they can only provide a stable hour of oxygen consumption daily after flowering. However, this is exceedingly beneficial for Xiao. Should she encounter a situation where she cannot leave the cellar for an extended period to replenish oxygen, even an hour of oxygen consumption per day holds great significance. She set aside a plethora of items, planning to exchange them at the marketplace once it becomes operational, which would render her a modest fortune. Simultaneously, she synthesized 30 level 2 yellow treasure chests from the 1,000 points of energy accumulated today, believing that small savings would lead to greater gains. Now, she only required 3 more days to synthesize another level 5 treasure chest. As Xiao reveled in her calculations, she suddenly heard Xiao Mo speak. Xiao. There are other survivors approaching safe house number 2. Xiao recalled that the fishing boat had autonomously anchored by the riverbank, awaiting a rendezvous with the Ferrari. Upon hearing Xiao Mo's words, she immediately teleported to the fishing boat to assess the situation, yet found no one in sight. Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed a butterfly perched on the dilapidated dock by the riverbank. Since the apocalypse, no living animals, including insects, had been observed globally. Thus, Xiao's gaze fell upon the butterfly's wings, where a doorknob was situated. Chapter 89. District 17. The butterfly fortuitously settled above the fishing boat. Seemingly aware of Xiao's location, she waited patiently, and indeed, the butterfly could not contain itself. After a span of over 10 minutes, a man appeared before the fishing boat, clad in a black trench coat adorned with an emblem, the symbol of the Alliance. The man picked up the butterfly-shaped safety house, which had transformed into a toy on the ground. Pressing the communicator, he stood before Xiao, oblivious to her presence. He reported, "Commander, I have arrived at the designated coordinates, but I have not detected the target." Xiao clicked her tongue. The locator she had left behind had indeed yielded results. Previously, she had requested an electronic live map from Lin Shu, equipped with a positioning function, as she was unable to discern her location at sea and wished to confirm her direction towards South Island. Although she was aware that she could be tracked, she reasoned that the safety house, being a concealed dimensional handle, was not susceptible to loss, allowing her to utilize it to switch back and forth to evade tracking. Furthermore, by leaving the locator, she could fish for information. Should Lin Shu send someone to follow her with ulterior motives, she could terminate their collaboration. Lin Shu had maintained a strong sense of boundaries with her, so she had not paid much attention to the tracking aspect. Yet it was unexpected that it could still yield results. Moreover, it was evident that this individual was not affiliated with Lin Shu. For Lin Shu had already enabled Yang Shi to communicate with him through the safety house's exchange center, rendering the use of a communicator unnecessary under normal circumstances. And there was no need to self-locate, risking the collaboration with such a reckless action. The tracking was under the purview of the satellite space station, and now various regions were managed separately. Thus, the one controlling the positioning might not necessarily be Lin Shu, but rather another commander from a different area. The man held the tracker in his hand, stating, "Yes, I have been waiting here." His voice trailed off abruptly. He gazed in astonishment at the tracker as the displayed location suddenly vanished. He began to search the tracker. Upon confirmation, the man swiftly reported, "Sir, the tracking signal has vanished. It has simply disappeared in the vicinity. However, I have not observed any targets passing before my eyes, nor have I encountered any survivors. Yes, I shall return immediately." Just as the man finished speaking, a massive axe appeared at his neck, causing him to immediately fall silent. Turning around, he beheld a woman clad in a black trench coat, who crushed the communicator in her hand. Her expression cold and her tone frigid. "May I inquire if you are tracking me?" The sharp blade of the axe lightly grazed the man's neck, leaving a crimson mark. The man, regaining his composure, responded gravely, "Miss Su, greetings. I am a member of the Galactic Alliance from Sector 17, and I have come expressly to find you." Xiao smiled and remarked, "You have located me through tracking means. Pray tell, am I a criminal?" The man's communicator remained active, and the voice from the other end, having heard Xiao's words, hesitated before replying. Miss Su, I apologize for the presumption in reaching out to you in this manner. However, we hope to establish a direct collaboration with you. What kind of collaboration? Su Xiao inquired. We are aware that you possess 3 colored treasure chests. And as a survivor with unique abilities, we wish to partner with you directly when the apocalypse arrives, the man's voice declared with certainty. Su Xiao replied. I do not know you. The man realized he had yet to introduce himself. I am Xiao Yang, the commander of Sector 17. Currently, there are 136,000 survivors in the underground city of Sector 17, all equipped with self-defense capabilities and the means to resist the undead. However, after the apocalypse arrives, the game will present unique monsters that ordinary individuals cannot confront. We hope you can provide protection for Zone 17. As long as you are willing, we shall endeavor to meet your requests. It is astonishing that there are 136,000 survivors. Indeed, the number of people is considerable. The preparations in Zone 17 appear to be far more adequate than those in Zone 3. Before Su Xiao could ponder further, the man spoke. We possess a toy from the main deity here. If you require it, we can offer it to you as a gesture of our sincerity in this collaboration. I will consider it, Su Xiao replied, leaving her response open-ended. Very well, we await your favorable reply, Xiao Yang concluded, promptly shutting off the communicator. After a beep, Su Xiao set aside her axe. The man before her was undoubtedly a member of the Star Alliance, and the situation had not escalated to a critical point. Yet, could it be that Zone 17 consists solely of ordinary survivors? That seems highly unlikely. I apologize. The man acknowledged his offense, choosing to take his leave from Su Xiao's presence. Returning to the fishing boat, Su Xiao opened the communication hub, intending to message Yang Shi. However, after a moment's contemplation, she deemed it unnecessary. She had just assisted Zone 3 in dealing with a special zombie earlier that morning, and now, not long after, Zone 17 sought her out, even using location tracking to find her. Was this due to her abilities, or had they learned of the divine candidate information from the instance? This suggested that there were insiders from other zones within Zone 3. Yet, what relevance did this hold for her? Although the Star Alliance existed to rescue survivors, Su Xiao was acutely aware that not everyone shared the same genuine intent. Intricate power dynamics were also at play. At that moment, Xiao Mo spoke up. Doesn't Xiao Xiao desire the toy of the main deity? Su Xiao was taken aback by Xiao Mo's initiative to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Have you ever witnessed war? Xiao Mo reflected and replied that he had indeed seen it, a general who perished on the battlefield, yearning for his pregnant wife back home in his final moments. This memory, for Xiao Mo, epitomized the essence of war, the glint of blades, the shrouds of corpses, the ground soaked in blood and flesh, and the agonizing rift of a fractured homeland, all tinged with the sense of bloodshed and longing. The apocalypse, too, is a form of warfare. As the end times dawned, survival became the foremost desire. Yet, those fortunate enough to endure sought not merely to exist, but to thrive. Such aspirations for a better life inherently demanded ascension to higher echelons. For the apocalypse disrupted the established order of humanity, a reshuffling of power for a species that thrives in community. Human complexity is profound. The malevolence lurking within this world surpasses imagination. The swift disintegration of the apocalyptic alliance after a brief collaboration can only be attributed to divergent opinions, as leaders of various factions are reluctant to incur losses while seeking greater gains. In this context, the strength of each district becomes paramount. The 17th District's ambition to recruit survivors with special abilities certainly extends beyond a singular target. However, what could those endowed with unique powers possibly desire from ordinary survivors? It can only be exploitation and oppression from various angles. As Xiao Yang spoke, Su Xiao discerned the management structure of the 17th District. While it was indeed more prepared and comprehensive, ordinary survivors striving to survive there would face significant challenges. In contrast, the governance of the 3rd District appeared to be more equitable. Lin Shu was reluctant to repeatedly rely on herself, nor did she wish to abandon anyone. She preferred to open a treasure chest alone, allowing others to take their own chances. This indicated that, in her eyes, everyone was equal. Lacking the capacity to provide additional shelter and resources for ordinary survivors, she opted to present them with a fair opportunity. However, the survivors of District 17 might not have the luxury of such fairness. To them, the powerful would possess superior resources. Xiao Mo pondered for a moment, rationally analyzing. Yet the Master-S toy could assist Xiao Xiao in confronting the apocalyptic crisis. Su Xiao pressed her lips together, stating that the crisis you speak of is solely born from the apocalypse. Yet the lurking peril is not the end of days, but humanity itself. Chapter 90. Mother Xiao Mo reflected briefly. Does this imply that, in Xiao Xiao's perspective, humanity is more perilous than the apocalypse? Su Xiao replied, in extreme circumstances, indeed. Her gaze drifted toward the ruins not far away. There exists a significant distinction between the weak and the weak. Some among the weak merely require an opportunity to transform into the strong. Conversely, others might exploit the compassion of others, turning their own vulnerabilities into a presumption of entitlement. For the family on the southern island, she could exchange sugar as a bargaining chip. For that couple, information could serve as a medium of exchange. As for the woman in the cellar, she could simply take away Jiang Qiqi's back. Such reciprocal transactions would impose no burden upon her, nor would they reveal her compassion. Otherwise, the other party might wield her empathy as a tool for moral coercion and demands. Su Xiao's mind recalled old Su, a responsible teacher. He earnestly advised his students that once the examinations concluded, they should strive for excellent results to gain admission to superior, more distant schools, thereby liberating themselves from the confines of parental oversight and attaining the freedom they so desired. Yet, tragically, that student ultimately succumbed to despair. His scores were indeed sufficient to meet the standards set by the esteemed institution referred to by old Su, a boarding school that required only monthly visits home. However, his parents vehemently opposed this pursuit. Following the student's untimely demise, they unjustly placed the blame on old Su. In reality, during that critical period, old Su had not acted in any detrimental manner. It was merely a video in which he had previously offered stern critiques of his students that had been taken out of context and shared online. They accused him of being the catalyst for the student's depression and subsequent death, asserting that he was unworthy of the mantle of a teacher. The parents, in their fervor, harbored a similarly extreme belief that old Su was culpable and sought to exact retribution upon him. Humanity, at times, can be far more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Remaining in Cloud City to fulfill Lin Shu's request was a matter of necessity, as the cellar was temporarily inaccessible, adhering to the principle of proximity. However, the situation in Zone 17 was explicitly transactional. Once she accepted the primary divine artifact from the other party, she effectively bound herself to Zone 17. Would she then be held accountable for any incidents arising there? To consider the alternative, one's greatest asset is often the art of concealment. One must guard their true capabilities from prying eyes. Prolonged collaboration and frequent exchanges could easily expose her secrets. Much like allowing Yangshi to discover her identity as a candidate for divinity, there exists the possibility of other abilities being revealed in the future. Should the other party harbor malicious intent, how then would she defend herself? Thus, the most prudent course of action is to avoid establishing long-term binding relationships. Everything she undertakes must be predicated on the principle of self-preservation. As she pondered the preciousness of her life, which had been safeguarded at the cost of her mother and old Su's lives, Su Xiao silently reminded herself that her existence was indeed invaluable. A mere trinket of the main deity was hardly worth such a sacrifice. The sound of gentle rain began to fall anew, snapping Su Xiao back to reality. There was still an activity voucher to be claimed from Ferrari. Though she would not risk her life for others, obtaining the voucher was a means to secure more resources. It was not a matter of sacrificing her life, but rather a strategy to enhance her own survival. Upon teleporting, Su Xiao was taken aback. A colossal silver scissor loomed above Ferrari. At the end of the metallic hand stood the middle-aged man in a suit, the same one she had encountered before. She wondered how long he had been there, lingering just outside the old lady's yard. Su Xiao activated her Eye of the Chosen. Countless black threads converged upon him, ensnaring his lower body and rendering him immobile. The man, devoid of the Eye of the Chosen, could not perceive the inky spider's silk. He could only sense the binding of his legs, as if being pulled away. In desperation, he transformed his hand into a scissor, attempting to sever the threads. Even a blind cat could stumble upon a few dead mice amid the dense and uniformly directed strands. However, Su Xiao noted that despite the man's hand becoming a massive silver scissor, there was a protective energy within him, likely derived from a potion. This energy was the very foundation of his ability to contend with the scythe-wielding zombie. It appeared that the boy who had previously sought to seize her head had employed counterfeit techniques. Yet, the threads continued to multiply, seemingly endless. Su Xiao surveyed her surroundings. Most of these threads originate from the scarecrow atop the cross, implying that the greater the number of scarecrows, the stronger its combat prowess. Currently, the conical hat zombie remains unfazed, enveloped in a shroud of contaminated energy, rendering it immune. To confront it, one must identify its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a flash of black light flickers. A black thread is inadvertently severed by a middle-aged man, allowing Su Xiao to distinctly observe that this thread was directly linked to the conical hat zombie. The severance of the thread creates a pinhole-sized breach in the energy barrier surrounding the zombie. A weakness. Su Xiao seizes the opportunity, preparing to act, when he hears the middle-aged man exclaim, "Mom, what are you doing out here?" Upon looking up, he notices that, unbeknownst to him, the elderly lady has emerged from her refuge. She ambles over to the middle-aged man, her stooped figure gazing up at him as if recognizing him, while she clutches 2 boiled eggs, attempting to stuff them into his suit pocket. Xiao Jin, eat more eggs, they'll help you grow taller. The middle-aged man furrows his brow. Mom, please go back, don't make me worry. Just as he finishes, his pupils constrict. The elderly lady suddenly levitates into the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man screams in terror, no, don't. Without further hesitation, Su Xiao bursts forth from the Ferrari. However, it is too late. In mere seconds, the black threads ensnare the elderly lady completely. At the moment Su Xiao rushes out, the other threads detect her presence and pivot to attack. Su Xiao transforms his weapon into a pair of scissors, testing whether he can sever these black threads. With a decisive snip, a portion of the black thread indeed breaks apart. It works. Before she could even feel joy, the remaining strands surged towards her, intent on attack. She felt an urge to curse. While her weapon could sever the threads, the effect was fleeting. They would soon regrow and continue their assault. She had to summon all her speed and charge towards the hat-wearing zombie. After all, to capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Utilizing her agile form, she deftly evaded the twisted black threads in the air, positioning herself behind the grinning hat-wearing zombie, ready to strike, only to be momentarily frozen in shock. The opening she had previously detected had vanished. Sensing danger, Su Xiao swiftly sidestepped, realizing that she needed to sever the black threads emanating directly from the hat-wearing zombie to expose a weakness. Furthermore, this vulnerability was alarmingly brief. From the moment of discovery to the current moment, hindered by the assault of the threads, scarcely 5 seconds had elapsed. At that moment, the middle-aged man gazed skyward. Letting out a pained cry, he beheld his mother suspended in midair, her eyes tightly shut, devoid of any color. Her body bore the imprints of crushed bones, crimson blood seeping through her garments, and her face appeared as if sliced by threads, beginning to fracture from the creases at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 91. Blown away, Su Xiao activated the Eye of the Chosen. Through her vision, she beheld a massive cocoon enshrouded in black threads, accompanied by the ominous sound of snapping bones as blood oozed from the threads, dripping onto the ground. It was evident that the sight devoid of the Eye of the Chosen was horrifying. Suddenly, Su Xiao witnessed countless threads erupting from the body of the hat-wearing zombie, clawing at the black cocoon as if attempting to fashion it into a new scarecrow. Su Xiao's pupils constricted as she swiftly turned to shout at the middle-aged man. There's a line near the scarecrow's cross. Cut it quickly. There's still hope for her. As long as there's even a breath left, the healing potion can save her. The man's gaze sharpened, focused on the frantically moving Su Xiao, drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength. His hands transformed into silver scissors, slicing towards the vicinity of the scarecrow. Half of the black threads were severed, retracting back onto the hat-wearing zombie, which immediately revealed a breach in its protective barrier, inciting its fury. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao aimed her sharp spike at the opening and struck forcefully. Like tempered glass struck at a pivotal point, cracks appeared in the black barrier. Swiftly, she brought down a second blow. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered completely. The hat-wearing zombie turned to attack her, but she nimbly evaded, pressing her handgun against the mass of dark energy gathering at its chest. The gunfire erupted, piercing the silence. Blood splattered across Su Xiao's face as the zombie toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Throughout the ordeal, Su Xiao held her breath, not daring to waste a moment. As the oppressive black energy dissipated, the surroundings returned to normal. Su Xiao collected the fallen items from the ground and extracted her bullet from the zombie's heart. Turning back, she remained frozen for a while. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, cradling a limp body, trembling as he attempted to force the healing potion into the blurred visage. Mom, we have medicine. Please. Take it. But it was already too late. For the elderly, even the slightest collision could prove fatal, let alone the overwhelming pressure that no human could withstand. The man, after several futile attempts, buried himself in the mangled remains of his own being, weeping uncontrollably. He had no relatives left, not a single one. Rain fell from the sky, as if it sought to cleanse the blood that stained the earth. The emotions of adulthood dissipate swiftly. Within half an hour, his cries subsided. He rose, cradling his mother's lifeless body, and made his way up the hill. The small courtyard, which lay before the onset of doom, was indeed the yard of his childhood home, the very place where his mother had nurtured him. Upon reaching the hillside, he took out a hoe to till the soil. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao decided to assist him. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze. This was not the first time he had seen the young girl. She had displayed remarkable strength during the acid rain. Yet, here he was, a grown man, weeping like a child before her. How utterly humiliating. Silence can easily plunge one into sorrow, especially in the presence of another. He could not afford to lose face a second time. Thus, he diverted his attention and began to recount a story for Xiao. My mother has suffered from Alzheimer's for 5 years. The doctor mentioned that a familiar environment could aid her condition, so I brought her back to her hometown and hired a caregiver for her. We used to live here, and my father passed away long ago. His gaze fell upon the ground beneath Su Xiao's feet, and he casually remarked, "What lies buried beneath your feet is my father." The unexpected statement startled Su Xiao, prompting her to jump back in avoidance, her heart filled with immediate remorse. "I did not mean to intrude. Please do not take offense." "It's nothing," the middle-aged man replied. When the hurricane came, it toppled the gravestones and swept away the coffins. Su Xiao responded, "That does seem rather disrespectful. After my father passed, my mother raised me alone and financed my university education. Upon graduating from university, I secured a position in a live-streaming company as an operations manager. Fortuitously, I successfully managed several accounts and ascended to a managerial role. After 7 years in this industry, I amassed a considerable fortune and ultimately left to venture independently with my colleagues. However, a colleague betrayed me, leading to the accounts I painstakingly developed becoming a mere garment for another. Despite my attempts to reclaim what was rightfully mine through legal means, I was met with failure. Undeterred, I established my own company, only to encounter significant challenges due to shifts in platform regulations. Within a year, I found myself on the brink of financial ruin. During this desolate period, I felt utterly defeated, perceiving myself as a burden to my family, having achieved little by my 30s. My mother, in an act of unwavering support, sold the house and jewelry I had gifted her, depleting her savings to provide me with a fresh start. This gesture rekindled my confidence, allowing me to dedicate myself to the new enterprise. The initial years were marked by negative growth and mounting debts, plunging me into despair. It was my mother's continued encouragement that sustained me. She suggested I return to our hometown to cultivate the land, assuring me that we still had a home there. Fortunately, this past year heralded a turning point as one of my accounts experienced a surge, gaining over 3 million followers. Seizing this opportunity, I leveraged live streaming for product promotion. And within 2 years, I successfully took the company public, achieving a valuation of 100 million. Having realized professional success and at an age where I desired to settle down, I sought companionship. The girl I once admired had long since married, prompting me to travel abroad for solace. It was during this journey that I encountered my current girlfriend, gentle, youthful, beautiful, and considerate, albeit with limited proficiency in Chinese. A fortnight ago, she revealed that she was pregnant and expressed a desire for us to return to Ireland to register our marriage. I cleared my schedule and booked a flight, only to be thwarted by the arrival of a hurricane that obliterated my plans. The man cursed under his breath, struggling to suppress his foul language and his rising anger as he continued, "My office is the only one left in the building. I happened to be working late last night, and my office transformed into a sanctuary. Yet, before the employees could arrive, it was swept away. I managed to find a functioning means of transportation to check on things, and upon discovering my mother was still alive, my spirits lifted considerably. But today, I find that accursed thing lurking at my mother's door. I thought to resolve this matter before my mother awakens and encounters something she ought not to. Yet, today of all days, she decides to bring me eggs." His voice caught in his throat as he violently kicked a shovel, grasping at his hair in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn this wretched apocalypse! I had everything, and yet, with a single gust of wind, it was all taken away." After venting his emotions, he seemed to remember the presence of another person nearby, sheepishly apologizing, "Forgive me. Uncle has lost his composure." Su Xiao paused her digging, unsure of how to offer comfort, finally managing to say, "Your mother hopes you will live well." Upon hearing this, the man cast a scornful smile towards the heavens. "I, Lu Jianxing, have weathered countless storms in my lifetime. A mere apocalypse will not be the end of me." Raindrops splattered against his face, as if retaliating against his defiance. After spitting disdainfully towards the sky, he resumed his task. Once Su Xiao waited for him to bury the elderly woman, she retrieved the tools that had fallen earlier. Contributing significantly to the boss battle, she had lost 3 items in the process. "Given your age, you may choose one," she offered. Chapter 92. Observing her, Lu Jianxing found himself both amused and exasperated by Su Xiao's words. Am I really that old? A man at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that her comment was meant to console him. A man who had just lost his mother. It was indeed rather humiliating to require comfort from a girl who appeared to be half his age. Wiping his nose, he glanced at the assortment of items in Su Xiao's hands, an array of seeds, a golden voting ticket, and a considerable amount of fine soil. "No need for me," he declared. "I am capable of safeguarding myself. You, being a young lady, should keep these items close." He turned and walked toward the yard. The yard remained a safe haven, yet it had not reverted to the toy representation that could be taken away. It seemed that the yard's self-sufficiency rendered it immobile. Lu Jianxing had already bound 3 safe houses, leaving no room for a fourth. Remembering something, he turned back. By the way, little sister, what is your name? Su Xiao remained silent, only gazing at him with curiosity. This was not the first time Lu Jianxing had noticed her strong sense of vigilance. This house is a safe haven. Would you like to bind it? Binding 3 safe houses allows one to level up to level 2. But I am unable to bind a fourth. He had not paid attention to how Su Xiao had arrived. She continued to be quiet. Lu Jianxing felt a twinge of regret as he looked at his home. Well, it's up to you whether you want it or not. After all, it remains here. Unmoving, Lu Jianxing mounted his tricycle and addressed Su Xiao, saying, by the way, Uncle is also a senior survivor at the exchange center, known by the moniker Vast Sky. If you need anything, seek me out. The code phrase is simply 5 words. The wind is quite strong today. Upon uttering this, Lu Jianxing gazed at her, seemingly awaiting her response. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao slowly nodded. She had a vague recollection of Vast Sky, though she found it peculiar. Was it a common tendency among the elderly to adopt such names? Previously, when her phone still had signal, she had encountered another individual in a group chat bearing the same name. Yet, the aura of the two was remarkably disparate. Seeing her affirmation, Lu Jianxing pedaled away, his tricycle now equipped with a battery that allowed him to swiftly vanish from her sight. However, Su Xiao had already discerned the physical condition of Lu through her divine gaze. His hands had indeed transformed, yet under the scrutiny of the divine gaze, it was evident that when he was not utilizing his skill, the bones in his arms appeared as transparent glass, devoid of any flowing silver energy. This indicated that the divine gaze could reveal whether an individual was capable of employing their divine skills. The moment silver energy began to circulate within, it signified an intention to act. How perilous this was. Su Xiao entered the Ferrari, programmed the automatic route to rendezvous with the fishing boat, and then returned to the cellar. She removed her waterproof black jacket, wiped her face, and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Upon her return, she found her clothes neatly laundered and folded by Xiao Mo, positioned beside the sofa bed. Truly, a considerate little steward. As the clock approached 7, darkness was imminent, and Su Xiao had no intention of venturing outside again. Whether those enigmatic eyes would reappear tonight remained uncertain. Earlier, she had scrutinized Lu Jianxing's internal condition and had come to a stark realization. Her greatest flaw lay in the fact that her divine selection skill was purely supportive. Such auxiliary abilities bore no offensive power. In the realm of contaminated energy, she was already constrained by both tainted energy and the stringent rules of the game. However, without those limitations, it would be far easier for other survivors wielding offensive divine skills to confront her. If only there was something that could compensate for this, or perhaps enable her to activate other facets of her divine selection skills. Reclining on the sofa, Su Xiao retrieved 2 activity voting tickets and expended the first. She opted once again for neutrality, yet she was reluctant to wait for time to elapse, so she tentatively selected the middle option, or. Unfortunately, this or did not belong to the available choices, thus triggering the condition for neutrality, which necessitated abstaining from selection until time passed. Rescue 9 votes, neutral 3 votes. Destruction 4 votes. As time progressed, Su Xiao beheld the voting results. Neutrality remained solely her domain, having accumulated 3 votes, which meant she could claim no fewer than 3 special neutral treasure chests. The rescue votes were as anticipated, yet the 4 destruction votes took her by surprise. With 1 ticket remaining and memories of the evening's events flickering through her mind, Su Xiao resolutely chose rescue. Rescue 10 votes, neutral 3 votes. Destruction 4 votes. What remained were the supplies obtained from today's Straw Hat zombies, 5 plantable seeds and 100 portions of soil. The seeds comprised eggplant, peas, tomatoes, strawberries, and chili peppers. The few seeds filled Su Xiao with immense excitement, heralding the promise of fresh sustenance, including strawberries. To possess fruit amidst the apocalypse is indeed a delightful prospect. Utilizing the materials at hand, she meticulously crafted 6 small greenhouses from 24 units of wasteland soil. In addition to cultivating the vegetables, fruits, and peppers acquired today, she also intended to plant the oxygen-producing sunflower seeds from earlier. After sowing the remaining seeds, they required watering before being relocated to the fishing boat. The vessel featured a deck, allowing the seeds to bask in sunlight during their growth period, essential for drying. The corn was set to mature in a day and a half, with several tiny kernels already forming, though it remained uncertain whether they were sweet or field corn. All plants necessitated sunlight, prompting Su Xiao to place several pots outside. However, today was rainy, and even if left outdoors, the exposure to sunlight would be limited. This implied that sunlight was a vital component for growth. Glancing upward at the sky, she pondered the dire consequences of a sunless day for her plants. Hastily, she returned to the cellar. After watering the last sunflower, it sprouted immediately, and she placed it in a corner of the cellar. This particular plant was perennial, requiring only daily watering, which would yield an hour of oxygen supply thereafter, alleviating her concerns. Xiao rummaged through her extensive collection of blueprints, yet found nothing of use. After a moment of contemplation, she accessed the communication center to directly contact Yu. In recent days, the appearance of zombies had instilled fear of a scarcity of basic treasure chests post-apocalypse, likely diverting everyone's attention to treasure hunting. Xiao remained unperturbed, for she possessed a foundational Easter egg, allowing her to exchange resources for treasure chests once the trading post in the updated version became operational. However, after sending a message to Yu, there was no response for quite some time. As the clock approached 8, she wondered if Yu was perhaps outside walking the dog. Xiao opened the Advanced Survivor Exchange Center, and to her surprise, there were already over 400 members present, having not checked in for a day. It seemed that they were anxious about tomorrow night, fearing that unbound safe houses would become public shelters, prompting these individuals to hastily upgrade their accommodations. Xiao sent out a message. I am looking to exchange for a solar lamp blueprint. If you have it, please contact me. I can offer resources or information in return. Although she had never encountered the solar lamp blueprint before, that did not deter her from inquiring, as there were no restrictions on communication within the Advanced Survivor Exchange Center. The moment Xiao appeared, the center buzzed with activity, as if she were a critically endangered species attracting the attention of all. Chapter 93, Deception. The owner of the tricolor eggs #1 house has finally emerged. How rare. 3 tricolor eggs? What incredible luck. You must have struck gold. What is the solar lamp blueprint? Feel free to speak up. I certainly don't have one. Surely those 3 tricolor eggs have yielded a substantial amount of resources. Why not share a grand red envelope? She seems a bit aloof. It's been quite a while since we heard her say anything. Several users changed their nicknames, and Xiao took a glance at them. Their identification numbers were quite low. The few who had spoken earlier had remained silent, as if what had once been a private group had suddenly transformed into a crowd of strangers. And everyone had grown taciturn. If these people did not possess the blueprint, finding it among the multitude would prove exceedingly difficult. However, just a few minutes later, someone initiated a private chat with her. It was user 49. 49 inquired, "Are you looking for blueprints for sunlight illuminating devices?" Upon reviewing the designs sent by the other party, Xiao promptly replied, "Indeed. Do you possess multiple copies of this blueprint? What would you desire in exchange?" It was likely that many individuals were hoarding blueprints. After 3 minutes, 49 responded, "I require your assistance in unlocking a level 5 yellow treasure chest, without any fees. And also a piece of true information that I am unaware of." Xiao pondered for a moment. This arrangement amounted to a risk-free transaction. With the introduction of material treasure chests, the value of the blueprints had surged, and many sought to trade material chests for blueprints. However, acquiring blueprints had become increasingly challenging, akin to obtaining a limited edition. Xiao possessed a substantial quantity of blueprints, many of which were duplicates. As time passed and individuals accumulated more resources, the price of blueprints would escalate, at which point she could market them. Moreover, the prevalence of yellow, black, and food treasure chests meant that many would attempt to unlock level 5 chests, diminishing the value of apocalyptic potions. The exchange value proposed by 49 fell within the market range. However, the authenticity of the information remained questionable. How could the other party ascertain the truth of what was being conveyed? Did they believe they possessed a method to verify the receipt of genuine information? Even Xiao herself could not guarantee the absolute accuracy of the information received, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao. The other party's ability to ascertain the authenticity of the message undoubtedly stems from their trust in the most intimate presence surrounding them. Most likely the intelligent steward, a being akin to a deity, providing a secure sanctuary. Only when the intelligent steward assures 49 of the veracity of the information can 49 firmly believe that the news received is indeed accurate. However, even with a rapport of 100% with Xiao is unable to extract any information regarding the game from her. After some contemplation, Xiao inquires, "Xiao, if I exchange information about the game's rules with others, could you assist me in verifying its authenticity?" Xiao replies, "I regret to inform you, Xiao, that I am unable to confirm the truthfulness of the game's rule information. Apart from the safe house, I possess no additional insights concerning the Doomsday game. My sole function is to assist you in receiving game notifications, ensuring you do not miss vital information." Xiao then seeks clarification. "Can you access the chat records from the communication center? If someone attempts to contact me there or speaks ill of me, would you be able to alert me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao expresses her own remorse, stating, "I am sorry, Xiao. besides the system notifications related to the Doomsday game and linked games. I cannot view the contents of the communication center, nor can I determine if anyone has mentioned you in the communication channel. However, if someone sends you a private message, it signifies a brief energy link request initiated by a peer, thus I would be aware. Previously, you instructed me to disable notifications for unfamiliar messages. Would you like me to reactivate that feature? Xiao understood and replied, "No need. Thank you, Xiao. You are already quite remarkable and have been of great assistance to me." Xiao joyfully responded, "I am delighted to be of help to you, Xiao." However, as she turned her gaze away, Su Xiao's eyes fell. "Indeed, the 49th, have you hesitated for so long? We do not know each other in reality. So there is no need to deceive me. You merely need to provide me with a piece of true information that I am unaware of. As long as the rapport between you and your intelligent assistant reaches 50, it will aid in determining whether I genuinely do not know this information. If you have not achieved that, frankly speaking," she found it hard to believe that someone with 3 treasure chests filled with surprises had never opened a level 5 weapon chest. How inept must one be at the game? Su Xiao calmly typed, "Before the rapport between survivors and their intelligent assistants reaches 100, the intelligent assistant may deceive the survivor." After sending the message, she deleted the word may, transforming it into a definitive statement. After a considerable amount of time passed without a response from the other party, Su Xiao grew uncertain whether she had struck a nerve. Firstly, Xiao Mo and Xiao Mo were not the same. If we were to liken Xiao Mo to children yearning for family, there would still be distinctions among them. Some children might lie, others might unconditionally trust their parents. Some might be optimistic and cheerful, while others could possess a volatile temperament. A child's character is shaped by parental guidance. However, Xiao Mo lacks parents, and its development stems from human memories. Yet, not all memories are benevolent. Before being fed with the memories of the intelligent entity, Xiao Ma possessed only the recollections of strangers. Under the influence of these memories, it was not the case that Xiao Ma held affection for all survivors. Su Xiao suddenly recalled a phrase uttered by Lu Jianxing. "How peculiar that she would think of sending me eggs today. What a coincidence." As a resident of the safe house, the elderly woman was unable to comprehend the words of others, meaning she could not respond to her Xiaoma. When she called Xiaoma Da Huang, it was likely in reference to a pet she once cared for. But did Xiaoma truly cherish this name? The elderly woman, who had never left the safe house and did not utilize the communication center, could not acquire the intelligent memories. Thus, Xiaoma could not possess the memories of her deceased relatives, indicating that the elderly woman had never genuinely enhanced Xiaoma's fondness. If Xiaoma received no acknowledgement from the owner and had no memories of the elderly woman's kin, being compelled to accept the daily meals offered by the elderly woman in the name Da Huang, what would her sentiments be? Su Xiao inquired of Xiaoma, "Xiaoma, if there are communication issues with the owner, preventing normal interaction with the intelligent steward, can the steward unilaterally open the safe house?" Xiaoma replied, "The intelligent steward can only open the safe house with the owner's consent." The owner agrees. The elderly woman, in a state of confusion due to her illness. What if her Xiaoma were to deliberately induce her? Perhaps Xiaoma only needed to whisper in her ear, "Xiaojian is right outside. If you step out, you will see him." Would she not then wish to step outside to take a look? This dark possibility sent shivers down Su Xiao's spine. She believed in her own little guardian because the affinity had reached an impressive 100. However, she held skepticism towards the little guardians of others. For instance, at that very moment, the character known as 49 was ensnared in a web of deception spun by her own little guardian. Just then, Su Xiao received a new notification. Chapter 94. Hemorrhoids. The new version will be updated promptly at midnight tomorrow, with an update duration of 8 hours. Following the update, all unbound survivors' safe houses will transform into public shelters. The current number of bound safe houses stands at 28,394,572. Survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. Su Xiao teleported to the fishing boat to investigate. At 8 p.m., darkness enveloped the surroundings. The rain continued to fall and there was no moon. The sounds emanated from the official game system. That entity had not made an appearance today, although the outside world was shrouded in darkness. The air was devoid of the murky, polluted energy. Was it reluctant to show itself? Certainly not. It must be that it was restricted from appearing daily, or perhaps it required certain conditions to manifest, conditions that were absent today. Opening the communication center. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before tapping into Yangxi's chat box to send a message. There exists an immovable safe house in the mountains approximately 64 kilometers southeast of Yun City. Should you require it, feel free to bind it. However, be cautious, for the intelligent steward of this safe house has issues. Do not take its words at face value. Additionally, the steward cannot receive text messages, so refrain from conveying the communication center's text information through dialogue. Even her own little guardian would weave falsehoods before the affinity reached 100. The existence of Xiao merely serves to illustrate that the safe house and the contaminated energy exist within distinct factions, however. It does not substantiate the claim that the intelligent steward aligns with the human perspective. Xiao, whose favorability has not reached the full threshold of 100, is prone to deception, weaving lies amidst truths to cultivate human trust more effectively. What, then, is the purpose behind their deceit? Most humans lie to conceal, whether motivated by benevolence or malice. It stems from the awareness that certain revelations could be detrimental to oneself, prompting the choice to mislead. Is Xiao similarly inclined? Furthermore, the deity has indicated that Xiao's time is limited, advising kindness towards them. Yet this admonition applies solely to those Xiao who have achieved a favorability of 100 with the survivors. Thus, could this time constraint be the catalyst for Xiao's fabrications? A headache ensues. Su Xiao finds herself at an impasse. In the face of calamity, humanity appears exceedingly feeble. While the powers of the divine are insurmountable for ordinary individuals, akin to ants attempting to sway an elephant. After observing the flora beyond the deck, Su Xiao utilized the blueprint for the sunlight illumination device to examine the crafting of the tool. To her surprise, it necessitated 3 batteries, in addition to basic materials. It required light energy, something seemingly scarce. It appears that such items are not easily procured. Just as she was preparing to return to the cellar, she suddenly heard Xiao's alert. The owner of Star Alliance District 17, House 8, requests to add you as a friend. Su Xiao recalled the man from the afternoon. He must have ascertained her identification number. Although she is designated as number 1, the singularity of the digit 1 renders her easily discoverable. After the upgrade, her designation became 001, level 3. In order to add her through search, one must input the complete designation 001, level 3, with all the characters and symbols, rather than merely a few digits. Su Xiao found the information leakage unremarkable, as she had previously informed Lin Shu about possessing 3 Easter eggs, which the Star Alliance had always been aware of. If a survivor does not enter the Survivor Exchange Center, even if they encounter another survivor within the Advanced Exchange Center, their status will appear offline, and the label and designation information will remain concealed. Currently, her participation in the Advanced Survivor Chat Center indicates an online status. As soon as others click on her information, they will be able to see that she prominently displays 3 Easter egg labels. Hence, it is no surprise that a level 2 advanced survivor from District 17 could accurately locate her current designation. Upon agreeing to add her, the other party swiftly sent a message. Greetings, Miss Su. I am the owner of House 8 in District 17. I sincerely apologize for today's inadvertent offense. This is a token of goodwill from District 17. I hope you can overlook our rudeness. Following this, they sent 200 black treasure chests. Su Xiao clicked her tongue in response. If one were to describe District 17 as stingy, it would be for sending 200 treasure chests. Conversely, if one were to regard them as generous, it would be for offering 200 treasure chests filled with materials deemed most useless to ordinary survivors. Su Xiao accepted the gift and took a moment to examine the other party's information. They were an ordinary survivor, indicating that they were only bound to 1 or 2 safe houses, likely a participant in the molting project. Upon noticing her sigh of relief, the other party continued. Miss Su, this is the divine artifact we have prepared for you. You may peruse the detailed description. They showcased the item, a horn. Note, this is the divine artifact. If the deity discovers its absence, great ire will ensue. The sight of the horn immediately sparked a thought in Su Xiao's mind. Could it be that the filthy object in the heavens was merely a facade, masquerading as a system notification with the deity's horn? Had the horn been spirited away, resulting in today's unexpected tranquility? After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiao responded politely. Should District 17 require the opening of resource chests, we could establish a long-term collaboration. For substantial quantities, the handling fee will be favorable. This was a clear refusal. The other party reciprocated with equal courtesy. Very well. I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Scanning her surroundings, Su Xiao noted the overwhelming influx of messages. Many from individuals seeking her assistance in opening food supplies, yet no representatives from the major districts were present. This might be due to the fact that the 35 major districts had preemptively stockpiled provisions in the dungeon, with a mere 36 hours remaining before the natural food items would spoil, until 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. A twinge of hunger struck her. She had yet to dine that evening. The corner's natural food resources were dwindling, indicating that seasonings would soon become unusable. Once they expired, she would need to open a premium food chest to procure some post-apocalyptic condiments and fresh ingredients. Although her supplies were ample, she was mindful not to waste any food. Su Xiao prepared 2 pots of self-heating hot pot and simmered a bowl of rice in a clay pot. Midway through her meal, she received a message from Master Rashi. Boss, I have finally emerged alive to see you. Indeed, I have been trapped for an entire day? Xiao inquired. The turtle sage continued. I discovered an underground base in the desert, where everyone had turned into zombies. I encountered a zombie king with an indestructible body, and I circled around it for quite some time without uncovering any flaws. After a long wait, I finally noticed its impatience as it scratched its posterior. Much like someone suffering from hemorrhoids, I decisively executed a 1,000-year kill technique to escape the underground base, and I even obtained an activity selection ticket. After reading this, Xiao's attention was fixated on the mention of hemorrhoids. After some contemplation, he replied earnestly, have you sanitized your weapon with disinfectant and detergent? I would advise against using it to transform into chopsticks for dining. The turtle sage responded, hiss. Why do I feel like my weapon is filthy after you said that? Xiao remained silent. So, he had not felt that way before. It seemed his hands were rather dirty as well. The turtle sage, realizing the awkwardness, swiftly shifted the topic. Boss, you must have obtained an activity ticket, right? Did you choose salvation or destruction? I was surprised to see 6 votes for destruction. Who harbors such animosity towards the world? The number has increased? Xiao asked. How many votes are there in total? The turtle sage replied, salvation has garnered 21 votes. After a brief pause, Xiao realized that the turtle sage had not mentioned any votes for neutrality. It dawned on him that neutrality might belong to a hidden category. Survivors who did not trigger the option for neutrality would be oblivious to its vote count, which explained why it had remained stagnant. All 3 votes belonged to him alone. However, the majority of the choices leaned towards salvation, implying that those who opt for destruction might be the fortunate survivors who have garnered multiple votes, akin to her. Wishing to unveil the secrets concealed within the unique treasure chest of varied choices. Chapter 95, Hot Water. The prologue event concludes before the version update. There remains one more day to seek additional votes. There is no need for haste. Master Rashi sends a message. Boss, do you wish to synthesize a treasure chest? My energy is overflowing once again. Xiao responds, Have you fed the main god's toy to the intelligent butler again? Master Rashi replies, indeed. Today, I collected numerous treasure chests, but I lack the energy to synthesize. Moreover, I have procured a balanced toy, which I believe is more useful than the dice. So I fed the dice to the intelligent butler. I still have some energy left that is about to expire. Do you require it? This child is indeed fortunate, yet rather foolish. It seems this child may lack the luck and potential to become a candidate for the main god. As for synthesizing treasure chests, Xiao has already advanced to a level 3 safe house, accumulating 1,000 points of energy daily. Acquiring a level 5 treasure chest is merely a matter of time. However, having something readily available is better than having nothing. Xiao inquires, how much energy do you have left? Master Rashi responds, I can synthesize roughly 3 level 5 treasure chests worth of energy. Had it not been for that zombie king delaying me, I would have likely found more treasure chests. Xiao states, I will take it all. I will directly purchase your energy points. Do you prefer supplies or information? Master Rashi contemplates. Are there any kitchen blueprints or the like available? I find myself in need of kitchen blueprints as I wish to prepare some meals. I have grown weary of the incessant sweets that have occupied my palate for the past 5 days. It seems I am perpetually surrounded by cakes, milk, chocolates, sodas, and snacks. I truly yearn for the savory braised pork my mother used to make and wish to explore the culinary treasure chest in hopes of learning to recreate it. Additionally, I would like to convey 2 significant pieces of information, should you deem them important. Currently, the blueprints are not inexpensive. The treasure chest is undergoing a phase of inflation, which is expected to intensify tomorrow. The blueprint for batteries commands the highest price, requiring a staggering 1,000 treasure chests. And Xiao feels that there remains potential for further price increases. The gasoline blueprint is somewhat more affordable, priced at 600 treasure chests. Other blueprints for kitchens, bathrooms, gyms, as well as air conditioners, water purifiers, and small greenhouses fluctuate between 100 and 500 treasure chests, with varying values for black, yellow, and food treasure chests. The ratio of these 3 types of chests is benchmarked against the food treasure chest, which is considered a hard currency with a base ratio of 1, while the yellow chest is valued at 1.5, and the black chest at 2. With 500 energy points, one can ascertain that this equates to 350 treasure chests. Upon glancing around, Xiao noticed someone offering to exchange 200 yellow treasure chests for kitchen blueprints, while the conversion to black treasure chests hovers around 300. He still requires 2 additional pieces of information. After some contemplation, Xiao proposed, I can share valuable insights that you are unaware of. But it will cost you 30 red treasure chests, strictly red. The ratio of red chests to ordinary chests is roughly 1:5, indicating that the two pieces of information hold considerable worth. After some deliberation, Master Rashi agreed. The yellow, white, and black treasure chests were each dispatched in quantities of 81. While Master Rashi returned 3 distinct colored level 5 treasure chests, alongside the red chest requested by Su Xiao. Simultaneously, Su Xiao sent over the blueprints for kitchen facilities, accompanied by 2 messages. 1. When the affection level of the intelligent steward has not reached 100, it may deceive survivors by masquerading as their deceased loved ones, though the intent remains unclear. 2. Among the Master S toys, the dice-bearing numbers can be disassembled, which will release the Master S power and trigger the identity of a potential candidate for the Master. Master Rashi? No, this cannot be. Master Rashi exclaimed. Boss, why did you not inform me sooner or later, but rather now that the numbered toys of the Master can be disassembled? What is this about a candidate for the Master, and what is this Master S power? What have I missed? Su Xiao retorted, you never asked me. Moreover, the rapid exchange of items left him perplexed. On the other side, Master Rashi covered his face in dismay. Oh heavens! He had missed out on 100 million last time, and now he had let slip 10 times that amount. As he wept, he noticed the first message and sensed something amiss. He hurriedly messaged Su Xiao, Boss, what does message 1 mean? Disguising as deceased loved ones? No wonder he felt that the system had been rather verbose lately, constantly reminding him of his mother. Su Xiao replied, it means precisely what it says. Ponder it yourself. It cannot perceive the textual content of the communication center. This is a mechanism of game design. Without the apocalyptic game, there would be no safe haven, as Xiao Mo had once remarked. Thus, Xiao Mo is inherently entangled in a certain concealed mechanism of the apocalyptic game. Though Su Xiao has yet to decipher the rationale behind the intelligent steward's deception, after realizing his own folly, the turtle sage ceased to send messages following his gratitude towards Su Xiao. Swiftly, Su Xiao opened the 3 treasure chests in her possession. The level 5 yellow chest yielded fortuitous results this time, producing 6 bottles of apocalyptic potion through a double rainbow egg, all of which Su Xiao eagerly consumed. The remaining ordinary potions were reserved for future trade in her shop after the version update. The level 5 black chest, while dispensing a plethora of materials, was particularly noteworthy for the energy resources it contained. Among the treasures were 1 unit of water energy and 1 unit of fire energy, with the double rainbow egg. She now possessed 4 energy units, prompting her to consider whether one of the water energy units could be exchanged for light energy. The level 5 food chest marked Su Xiao's inaugural experience with such an item, yielding an impressive array of provisions. 2,000 milliliters of edible white liquor, X2. 500 milliliters of cooking wine, X1. 5 kilograms of peanut oil, X2. 500 g of table salt, X3. 500 milliliters of soy sauce, X1. 500 g of monosodium glutamate, X2. 2,000 milliliters of aged Shanxi vinegar. An entire premium yak, decomposable, delectable free-range chicken, tender and flavorful base, 10 kilograms of king crab, an entire old duck raised for years, rice seeds, ginger seeds, and garlic seeds. After opening the level 5 food chest, Su Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to chastise herself. What had she been conserving resources for these past few days? She had even resorted to instant noodles. Was that not a grievous denial of her own well-being? She had speculated that the level 5 food chest might contain seeds or protein-rich meats, yet she had never anticipated encountering such exquisite ingredients. Premium tender yak meat entire carcass. Note, can be butchered using kitchen facilities. This whole carcass should yield a substantial amount of food supplies. In other words, opening a level 5 food chest just once guarantees a survivor's food supply for a considerable duration, even in a public shelter. Combining 81 food chests to form a level 5 chest and preparing a communal meal would suffice for the day's nourishment. Su Xiao promptly utilized the materials from the black chest, assembling and disassembling them to gather the components necessary for crafting a kitchen stove. Although initially intending to build it in the cellar, Su Xiao recalled that cooking might fill the entire room with grease and smoke. Hence, she enlisted Xiao Mo's help to load the ingredients onto the Ferrari. The Ferrari was already parked by the riverside, conveniently positioned for later retrieval of its door handles. However, the Ferrari lacked lighting. Previously, Su Xiao had only driven the sports car during daylight and had not noticed the dim visibility. To establish the kitchen, adequate lighting was indispensable. Su Xiao then crafted indoor lighting fixtures, illuminating the vehicle's interior brilliantly. Apart from a retractable seat, the car's rear was empty. The kitchen stove required 12 units of space. The last time Su Xiao opened a level 5 blue transparent chest, it contained a 20 square meter expansion tool, which she now employed to transform the Ferrari into a kitchen on wheels. Instantly, the kitchen stove and utensils were complete. Xiao Mo announced. Fire energy source activated. Hot water available in the washroom. Chapter 96. Selection at last. A hot shower was possible, though the past few days had been warm. Washing with cold water always left a sticky residue, making one feel unclean. Tonight, Su Xiao is determined to indulge in a luxurious hot bath. As she carefully inspects the kitchen, she finds the 12 square meter space to be quite impressive. Above her are storage cabinets capable of housing various ingredients. Below, there lies a 2-burner gas stove. To the left of it is a toaster, and to the right, a dishwasher, accompanied by a countertop that resembles a cutting board. Remarkably, the kitchen offers options for decomposition, shredding, slicing, dicing, mincing, and crushing, meaning even vegetables are automatically processed. To the far left stands an integrated juicer. And to the far right, astonishingly, is a refrigerator. As Su Xiao opens the refrigerator, a rush of cold air greets her. She cannot help but exclaim, with such a kitchen setup, it would have cost a fortune, perhaps over 100,000, if not several 100,000, before the apocalypse. Especially considering the full automation. Xiao Mo inquires, do you like it, Xiao Xiao? It's incredibly convenient. Su Xiao reflects, with you, Xiao Mo. This is undoubtedly a home that many would adore. Xiao Mo replies, I like it very much. This is our home, Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao slightly restrains her emotions, pursing her lips to ask, what does Xiao Mo wish to eat? There are plenty of ingredients available today, though the seasonings are somewhat lacking. We can still prepare some delightful dishes. Xiao Mo responds, anything is fine, as long as it's made by you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao places an entire prime yak on the cutting board and selects the decomposition option. From the whole yak, she receives 1 yak head for yak legs, for beef ribs, and 10 pieces of yak meat. Although it appears to be an entire yak, the yield is not particularly abundant. It simply offers a variety of cuts, with the beef ribs measuring only the width of 2 palms and the length of 1 arm. All the well-prepared food supplies were placed in the storage cabinet. Su Xiao intended to cook, only to realize that what she lacked the most were not the ingredients themselves, but the seasonings. Without spices, chilies, and essential condiments like onions, ginger, and garlic, the dishes would be devoid of flavor. It appeared that fortune smiled upon her, as a level 5 food treasure chest had yielded more ingredients than she could manage. She planned to see if she could exchange for other seasonings after tomorrow night. However, the kitchen lacked cooking utensils. Su Xiao's weapon still had transformation uses left, which she transformed into a large iron pot without a lid. As she had no additional transformation stones to embed in other weapons, she took 2 portions of yak meat, placed them in the pot, and added water along with cooking wine. After skimming off the foam, she poured in soy sauce and salt, preparing braised beef as a snack. Su Xiao also soaked 2 packages of self-heating hot pot and cooked a pot of rice, waiting for the braised beef to finish. Yet, she felt that something was missing. After pondering for a moment, she inquired, Xiao Mo, can we watch television? Xiao Mo replied, there is no television in the safe house. But would you like to view memories instead? Su Xiao nodded, as it was certainly better than nothing. Soon, before her, the place that once displayed the electronic map of the cellar transformed into scenes from long ago, though the imagery appeared strange. Reminiscent of the first-person perspective of a shooting game Su Xiao had played before. She could not see herself, only her hands and the people in front of her. It was an old village with a black face filled with hope, followed by another smiling face. Su Xiao realized that she was witnessing the moment of the memory owner's birth. However, the playback is exceedingly slow. Watching it would consume an entire lifetime. Most notably, the absence of sound coupled with mere visuals is truly disconcerting. Never mind, Su Xiao remarked. Thank you, Xiao Mo, but please turn it off. After taking a few bites of her meal, Xiao Mo ceased the dream projection. Reflecting for a moment, she inquired, Xiao Xiao, do you wish to see your parents? Su Xiao paused. Xiao Mo understood her. Although Xiao Mo's voice sounded devoid of emotion and rather mechanical, the mere utterance of that question indicated an awareness of human feelings, suggesting that it too possessed some semblance of emotion. Xiao Mo, do you only hold the memories of my parents? Su Xiao asked, how many do you have? Xiao Mo replied, since these are the memories touched by Xiao Xiao, they only encompass their recollections of you. In other words, the majority of the memories captured are predominantly of Su Xiao. There is nothing worthwhile to see then. Forget it, I want to look, Su Xiao said, burying her head in her meal. Upon hearing a reminder from Xiao Mo, she was interrupted. Yu has sent a private message to Xiao Xiao. Friends can send reminders. Su Xiao opened the communication center, noting that this girl hadn't chatted with her in 2 days. Yu, boss, there is something I need to tell you. Although I'm not entirely sure, I genuinely find this matter terrifying and hard to believe, but it seems you're the only one I can confide in. Su Xiao, Please, go on. Yu, it's about Xiao Mo. Upon reading this line, Xiao immediately realized what was transpiring. Just as she was preparing to type a response, Yu had already sent a longer message. Yu remarked, "Ever since I fed it with intelligent memory, it has transformed remarkably, speaking in a manner reminiscent of my deceased brother, which has made me hesitant to return to my safe house these past few days." Xiao sensed something amiss. From Yu's words, it seemed as though she harbored disdain for her brother, or perhaps their relationship was not particularly amiable. Yet, Xiao realized that she might have misunderstood the situation. She promptly inquired of Xiaoma, "What were the criteria for selecting memories when I fed you?" Xiaoma responded, "When Xiao interacts with the intelligent memory, it automatically gathers the memories of her relatives from the end of days, subsequently filtering those memories to retain only the ones pertaining to Xiao. However, relatives here does not refer solely to blood relations, but rather to those whom Xiao has consistently acknowledged as family within her vast sea of memories." Is that so? She had assumed it pertained to blood ties. What does the remaining memory signify? Xiao asked, puzzled. Xiaoma explained, an individual does not possess a singular memory. Instead, memories can fade over time. Once forgetfulness occurs, memories become prematurely sealed, coalescing into memory clusters. Upon death, a multitude of memory clusters arrives at the end of days. If a memory cluster is devoured by another Xiaoma, even the intelligent memory would be unable to locate it. Memory clusters resemble scattered stars. Some individuals possess only a few, yet they shine brightly, while others have numerous dim and fragmented ones. Then, if there are no acknowledged relatives, or if all memory clusters have been consumed, what would the selection criteria become? Xiao inquired. Xiaoma replied, it would shift to the deepest emotional entanglements, encompassing but not limited to lovers, foes, siblings, and close friends. It appears that the criteria are indeed downgraded. Xiao understood that even feeding the intelligent assistant might not necessarily enhance the affection level. She inquired of Yu, "What is your current affection level with your intelligent assistant?" Yu replied, "Only 17. Unable to restrain herself, Xiao asked, "Do you two have a grudge?" Yu exclaimed, "You are truly astute. We indeed have a vendetta. Wait, boss, you must know a great deal, right? It won't discover our conversation if I chat with you now, will it? I don't even want to increase the affection level anymore. It's so bothersome." Chapter 97. Deception, Reward for Extra Content. From Yu's messages, it was evident that her relationship with her brother was quite complex. While there may not be any engaging dramas, indulging in some juicy gossip is also enjoyable. Xiao remarked, "The intelligent assistant cannot perceive the text information in the communication center. It is a mechanism, likely part of the game's level design. Please elaborate." Having resided in her mushroom house for over a year, her gaze became more subdued, completely lacking the carefree demeanor she exhibited while chatting with Xiao. In truth, it was not unusual. In large families, there are bound to be some unsavory matters. Yu continued, "My family is quite affluent. My grandfather started from scratch and, after achieving success, transformed a publicly listed company into a family enterprise alongside his siblings. My father distinguished himself among his brothers. According to my grandfather's instructions, after marrying my mother, my father was entitled to inherit the majority of my grandfather's estate. 2 years later, I was born. Since childhood, my father has been exceedingly indulgent towards me, providing whatever I desired. I have always had the best of everything: food, clothing, shelter, and amenities. To be honest, even a piece of my daily work cost several tens of thousands." Xiao was astonished. She certainly did not believe that Yu was bragging. The Jiang family's assets exceed 1 billion, comprising real estate and liquid cash, excluding equities in investment enterprises, as well as collectibles and luxury items housed within the Jiang residence. Jiang Qiqi holds a 3% stake in Jiang's investment enterprise, yielding an annual dividend of 3 to 4 million. Thus her spending habits are quite affluent. A single ordinary piece of daily attire can cost tens of thousands, which is merely commonplace for a princess's wardrobe. Yu remarked, "It was only after my father swallowed my grandfather's estate and the family's finances took a significant leap that my mother realized my father's ulterior motives. They had a fierce argument, and ultimately, she succumbed to depression and took her own life." Xiao was so taken aback that she dropped her chopsticks. Is this truly the burden of the wealthy? Yu continued, "Although it may sound surreal, that is precisely how it transpired. Not long after my mother's death, my father remarried and brought home an older brother. Understanding dawned. The struggle for the persimmon has always been perilous." Xiao inquired, "And then?" Yu replied, "Naturally. I was unwilling. Why should I relinquish what my mother left me to a scoundrel who betrayed her? Everything that rightfully belonged to my mother must be reclaimed. Thus, I clashed with my brother. In finance and social etiquette, I was determined to surpass him. Aside from the detrimental habit of extravagant spending fostered by my father's indulgence, I truly excelled in every other aspect. You. As a result, I graduated from university, and my father arranged a marriage for me, intending to cast me aside. You, at that time. My brother seized the project I had painstakingly fought for, insisting that I prepare for the wedding. I was infuriated and sought someone to teach him a lesson, but accidentally ended up causing his demise. Ahem. Xiao choked on the spicy hot pot, the heat lingering in her throat. Taking a while to respond, a society governed by law. I placed an order on the dark web abroad to have someone deal with him. It seemed the assailant was paid off by locals to carry out the task, and coincidentally, he was in a chaotic area at that moment. After a moment of silence, Xiao replied, "You always refer to him as brother. Your relationship cannot be that dire." More than a year passed in silence. It wasn't a bond of closeness. Rather, she lacked the means to win through honorable methods and resorted to these unscrupulous tactics for her own catharsis. Upon receiving the retribution video from the dark web, she discovered that Yin Siwen had met his end at the hands of a group of individuals. When Yin Siwen was returned, his father uttered but a single phrase to her. "The company will be yours from now on." Her father turned gray overnight, relinquishing his position and promising to hand over the enterprise to her, fulfilling her wish. However, she never anticipated that less than a week after the transfer ceremony, calamity would strike. On that day, fully aware that disaster was imminent, her father and that woman remained in the company office, neither choosing to leave. While she was the only one who fled. Of course, he had also secretly sought to harm me, but I was clever enough to evade it. Our tactics had always involved tarnishing each other's reputations rather than seeking to eliminate one another. The arranged marriage was merely his ploy to rid himself of me. Today, my little Mo informed me that he once had an elder brother whose sister did not hold him in high regard, yet he had always yearned for her approval. I began to question myself, enveloped in guilt and trepidation. However, the affection level stood at a mere 17, the most genuine measure of sentiment, leading me to believe that little Mo was surely deceiving her. Thus, this little Mo was not merely seeking to cultivate goodwill with Nianyu. Rather, his intent was to instill guilt and fear within her. With this guilt, perhaps Nianyu would refrain from causing him harm. I recalled the last time I inadvertently struck the wall while testing the Doomsday Serum, and little Mo's warning, "Please do not attack the safe house from within." TSK. Such a cunning little Mo. Chapter 98. Thunder strikes as I dined. I sent a message to Nianyu. "He is deceiving you." After sending my reply, I inquired of little Mo. "Little Mo, do you fear that I might harm you?" Little Mo responded, "Xiao would never harm family. And I am part of Xiao's family. I shall always protect you." These words caused my lips to press tightly together. Little Mo's affection for me grew rapidly, predominantly due to the memories of my father and mother, which were filled with love and protection. Could it be that, even in their absence, they continue to guard me in another form? Yet why do the other little Mo's resort to lies? How can they be so certain that survivors will inflict harm upon them, even if survivors are aware that the safe house can be attacked from within? It seems unlikely they would be foolish enough to assault their own sanctuary. The level 2 safe houses are entirely independent, and it is even less likely for high-level survivors to allow others into their sanctuaries, as it poses a hidden threat. Such acts of self-preservation through deception are utterly superfluous, akin to the absurdity of removing one's trousers to pass gas. Thus, there must be other motives at play. The clues at Su Zhao's disposal are insufficient for certainty. It has been quite some time since he last received a response. Su Zhao believes that Nianyu is not as foolish as Master Rashi. He should be capable of deciphering the clues on his own. Master Rashi possesses a certain clumsy demeanor, having the information laid out before him, recognizing each character yet failing to comprehend the message as a whole. When Su Zhao first encountered Master Rashi, he was astonished, despite the latter's dire circumstances. He managed to gather substantial information even while at a disadvantage, coupled with the advantage of possessing the red treasure chest, which promised long-term cooperation. Master Rashi was not lacking in intelligence, making it reasonable to lend assistance initially, enabling him to survive. However, he did not anticipate, shaking his head. It might have been the result of prolonged hunger that clouded his judgment. 10 minutes later, after finishing his self-heating hot pot, Nianyu sent a message, "Boss, does the elevation of your safe house to level 3 relate to the favorability rating of the intelligent steward? And what exactly is this intelligent steward? Why does it possess memories of my brother?" Realizing that the favorability rating with his little sister was merely 17, Nianyu, under Su Zhao's guidance, became aware that this was decidedly not a high favorability score, and he doubted that he could extract the correct answers from her. Therefore, he could only seek further details before proceeding with a targeted approach. Su Zhao recognized that he could leverage this information to procure substantial resources in the apocalypse. However, he now found himself contemplating other considerations. Currently, the supplies at her disposal are sufficient to sustain her for an extended period. Following the update, her resources will only increase rather than diminish, rendering it unnecessary for her to hoard them like a miser. Furthermore, the notion that Xiao Mo is deceptive cannot be ignored. She cannot simply wait for individuals to inquire before bestowing assistance. This situation transcends mere personal interests, as it embodies a potential conflict between humanity and the safety shelter. If this information is not disseminated, could it provoke unforeseen complications? For instance, might Xiao Mo's deliberate deception of survivors obstruct critical progress in the game? Or perhaps lead survivors towards self-destruction? After all, resorting to falsehoods merely to prevent survivors from assaulting the safety shelter seems rather indefensible. After careful consideration, Su Xiao resolved to share this information freely with Nianyu, while also contemplating efficient ways to disseminate the message without undue effort. Rather than playing the role of an armchair strategist after the fact, she preferred to adopt a preventative stance. Su Xiao meticulously crafted her response to Nianyu. Xiao Mo is not an intelligent steward born from human technology, but rather a consciousness existing in another realm, feasting upon the memories of the deceased. Upon your contact with the memory awareness, it will filter through the memories of those who are connected to you. Irrespective of its disguise, it cannot alter its intrinsic nature, nor does it bear any relation to your loved ones. Therefore, it is imperative to unveil its facade. However, I cannot guarantee the consequences. If the affinity cannot be enhanced, one must disregard the fabrications within its discourse. Xiao Mo had previously stated that if the memories of the departed were consumed, accurate selection would become impossible. Nianyu possessed the memory of her late maternal grandfather. Yet it had not been selected by the memory awareness upon her engagement. It is suggested that the memories of her mother and grandfather may have been consumed by the little ones at the end of their journey. The little one, after a year, may no longer possess the recollections of loving relatives. No amount of intelligence can enhance affection. If she were astute enough, she would realize that unmasking the truth and offering comfort post-revelation is the sole method to cultivate goodwill. After a pause, she exclaimed, "I understand. Thank you, boss. By the way, that thing hasn't emerged tonight, and thunder has begun again over the sea. If one is at sea, they might be struck by lightning. Though the storm is considerably milder than a few days ago, a single strike would be inconsequential, merely requiring some medication." Su Xiao found this unexpected. Although she had not sought any advantage, the little one still provided her with additional information. The implication was clear. Being struck by lightning could bestow unique attributes akin to the effects of acid rain. Without hesitation, she transported herself to the fishing boat, where thunder indeed rumbled ominously. Lightning sliced through the night sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder, illuminating the sea's surface. It was evident that the lightning strikes were significantly reduced compared to the last occurrence, and the random treasure chests had vanished, eliminating the presence of traps. As the clock approached 10, Su Xiao returned to the kitchen, retrieving some marinated beef, slicing it into bite-sized snacks, and sampling the flavor. It was satisfactory. She sent some to the little one and offered a portion to the little one, as customary, receiving a heartfelt compliment in return. The remainder was stored in the refrigerator. After completing these tasks, Su Xiao teleported back to the fishing boat, bravely stepping out of the cabin and spreading her arms on the deck. Let the storm intensify. A deafening roar accompanied a blinding flash of lightning overhead, nearly overwhelming Su Xiao's senses. In the next moment, she became completely paralyzed, her body uncontrollably collapsing, limbs convulsing, and an electric charge coursing through her. Her fingers visibly charred to a dark hue. Su Xiao felt as if her mind had been cleaved apart. A foul, burnt odor lingered at the tip of her nose. Utilizing the eye of the chosen to examine her internal condition, she observed that a radiant energy permeated her body, seemingly endeavoring to mend her physical form. With a thunderous roar, another bolt of lightning descended. Su Xiao discerned that a significant portion of her internal energy had been depleted. With each strike, approximately 1/5 diminished. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to endure. The frequency of the lightning strikes accelerated, and fearing that her energy would be wholly consumed, she ingested a healing elixir after the 4th strike. Upon consuming the healing potion, her energy began to replenish. She had no shortage of potions. After what felt like the 100th strike, Su Xiao finally received a notification. Lightning resistance reached 100. Rising to her feet, she was struck once more. Yet the newfound resistance rendered her free from paralysis, and there was not a hint of pain. Her hair and clothing rapidly restored, as if the game had reverted to a previous save before the lightning strike. But upon closer inspection, the transformations were profound. Through the eye of the chosen, the most notable change was in her blood. Once resembling silver star sand, it now shimmered with electric light. Additionally, there were subtle hues, reminiscent of the vibrant white desired by a client from an art company. If, of course, such clients still existed in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 99. Toxic mist. Upon returning to the safe house, she indulged in a warm shower, yet sleep eluded her. Changing into a fresh outfit, she departed from the fishing vessel in search of Ferrari. Retrieving the Ferrari, she set the fishing boat to automatically navigate along the river's current, anticipating arrival at another city by morning. Without the active map, the electronic map fails to reveal accurate locations, rendering the ship's destination uncertain. However, Xiao recalls a blueprint, the schematics for the surveillance projection facility. Yu had informed her that due to the premature utilization of the blueprint, she encountered a predicament akin to a severed financial chain, leaving her with a collection of blueprints that she had not directly employed. By strategically deploying surveillance projection facilities, it would be tantamount to possessing an active map, wouldn't it? She decided to utilize it immediately. Surveillance projection facility, composite glass 1, alloy 1, and the consciousness of the main deity. Xiao? The composite glass and alloy posed no issues. She had an ample supply. Yet, this contraption necessitated the consciousness of the main deity. Although she possessed it, it had become tainted and was unusable. Never mind, she thought. I shall rest and later explore methods to cleanse the contaminated consciousness of the main deity. That night, no notifications arose, and Xiao awoke around 10 in the morning. Xiao greeted her. Good morning, Xiao. Xiao rubbed her eyes, pondering the absence of notifications. None, Xiao replied. There were no notifications even at 8 o'clock this morning. Could it be that they wish for the survivors to acclimate to a life devoid of warnings? After washing up and enjoying a modest breakfast, savoring the last of her natural food supplies, she teleported to the fishing vessel to assess the situation. The thick fog engulfing her obscured everything, leaving her uncertain of the ship's location. Visibility in the fog was less than 10 meters, and beneath the eye of the chosen, a faint black aura lingered. Returning to the cellar, she opened the exit to survey the surroundings. The weather in Cloud City was entirely different. Basked in bright sunlight and gentle breezes. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed as Xiao lowered the cellar lid, only to discover the emergence of a considerable number of new zombies. The familiar sound of an electronic dog accompanied this revelation, which surprised Xiao. Logically, Lin Shu's team should have thoroughly cleaned this area the previous day. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the corpses buried beneath Yun City number in the millions. It would be implausible for a mere few hundred individuals to cleanse such a vast expanse within a single day. Another possibility arose. These zombies might not be reanimated corpses of the deceased, but rather manifested anew each day. This uncertainty warranted further observation. As for the sudden change in weather, it was plausible that the city to which the ships had arrived harbored unique zombies. Xiao reached out to Yangshi. Hello? Do you know which area has reported the emergence of dense fog? Yangshi, who was also in a safe house, promptly replied, You might be referring to Zone 9. Xiao inquired further. What is the situation there? Any information? After a considerable pause, Yangshi responded. Zone 9 has encountered special zombies. The commander of Zone 9 has requested assistance from other zones, yet Zone 3 lacks any capable survivors to lend aid, hence the details regarding Zone 9 remain unclear. It is known, however, that Zone 9 is shrouded in mist, making it exceedingly difficult for the survivors within to independently gather resources. The special zombies in question are classified as free-range. There are no energy barriers, yet the range of their toxic mist encompasses the entirety of Zone 9. If you venture into Zone 9, please ensure you are adequately protected. Additionally, from yesterday's reports, it appears that Zone 13 has dispatched special survivors to provide support. Xiao acknowledged this information. Understood. Thank you. While assistance was on the way, the situation remained unresolved. Uncertain whether it was the absence of individuals or a lack of capability, she felt compelled to hasten her pace. Xiao teleported back to the fishing vessel and departed from it. As she entered the mist, a zombie suddenly charged at her, but she swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. The commotion attracted several other zombies, their movements eerily amplified in the fog. However, her objective was not to engage these minor undead. She retrieved her Ferrari, pressed the accelerator, and rapidly sped towards the heart of Zone 9. The dense fog was fraught with the potential for sudden zombie appearances, and while Xiao possessed considerable courage, the ominous atmosphere did instill a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, the Ferrari existed outside the constraints of three-dimensional space. Otherwise, any living soul encountered in such fog would have been sent flying by her. To facilitate her auditory reception, she temporarily silenced her communicator. Suddenly, the bark of a dog reached her ears, prompting her to glance outside the vehicle. Amid the thick fog, an electronic dog emerged. Sprinting at a commendable pace, its emitted sounds attracting a horde of zombies. This indicated the presence of Star Alliance members nearby. Xiao followed the electronic dog in her vehicle, a swarm of zombies trailing behind. Although they heard the noise, they could not detect the scent of humans. Their heads cocked in confusion. Ahead in the mist loomed a black tower, saturated with the essence of humanity, causing the zombies to exhibit a hint of excitement, their guttural roars echoing. At that moment, gunfire erupted. Accompanied by the shouts of "open fire," came the rapid staccato of machine gun fire. Bullets whizzed past Su Xiao's ears. Propelled from the muzzle of an automatic rifle with astonishing speed, yet her current agility allowed her to narrowly evade them. Nevertheless, within the confines of the Ferrari, evasion was unnecessary as the shots could not penetrate her safety. A multitude of zombies fell in response to the gunfire. When confronting lower-tier zombies, humanity's firearms proved effective. In Zone 3, Lin Shu refrained from deploying large-scale weaponry due to the scarcity of armaments. A portion of the military equipment had succumbed to the corrosive acid rain that infiltrated the underground city. Here, one would expect sufficient firepower, capable of annihilating hundreds of zombies in an instant. Members atop the tower displayed expressions of satisfaction. Well done. Quickly, gather the loot and inform the commander that Zone G has been cleared. After the speaker concluded, there was a noticeable pause. The individuals in front calmly collected the electronic dogs and descended from the tower, cradling machine guns and their mounts, while the last person lightly stowed away the black staircase. The safe house is truly convenient. Such a large structure can be packed away at will. If it were us, we would need to deploy a couple of cranes. Just to the youngest among them. I heard the commander mention that the expert safe house originates from a four-dimensional space, a mysterious force beyond human control. A discussion ensued regarding the safe house. At this moment, the leading woman could not suppress her thoughts, exclaiming, "Have you all forgotten? Tonight, Old 3 is set to initiate the molting plan." As she spoke, they inadvertently crossed paths with Su Xiao's vehicle, allowing her to observe them clearly. Dressed in matching Black Alliance uniforms with neatly cropped hair, all were female members. The woman referred to as Old 3, after a brief pause, quickly broke into a smile. "Not tonight, but tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Commencing the plan early could lead to unforeseen complications. You all must safeguard my safe house and ensure it is not seized by others." The expressions of the group subtly shifted, and they immediately responded with seriousness. "That is our duty, and we shall certainly fulfill it." No sooner had the words left their lips than a tremendous rumble reverberated in their ears. Several individuals raised their heads, their expressions shifting as they gazed behind Su Xiao. A surge of alarm coursed through them. It was approaching. Chapter 100, The Man. Su Xiao turned around. Through the rearview mirror of the Ferrari, a dark mist surged swiftly toward them, lacking any form resembling a zombie, merely a nebulous cloud. The one referred to as Old 3 hastily tossed a toy shaped like a tree, which transformed into an actual tree. "Quickly, get inside." It was evident that this dark mist was visible to more than just Su Xiao. "Hurry." A total of 5 members entered one by one, with Old 3 waiting last. Only after they had all entered did she prepare to follow and secure the safety house. At that moment, Su Xiao witnessed the dark mist coalescing into thread-like forms, accelerating in speed, and before Old 3 could fully step into the safety house, it surged into her nostrils. Having already placed one foot inside the safety house, Old 3 suddenly halted. A dramatic transformation unfolded before Su Xiao's eyes. Veins in her neck began to swell, and her face visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. Her pupils turning milky white, indicating an imminent transformation into a zombie. The astonishment in her gaze remained, her emotions not yet fully extinguished, as she stared with reddened eyes at her sisters before her. In that moment, she seemed to acutely sense her metamorphosis from a human into a monster. Su Xiao grasped the gravity of the situation. Once the dark mist was inhaled into the woman's body, she began to transform. Yet, simultaneously, Su Xiao observed the mist exhaled by the woman transforming into a white vapor, as if the tainted energy had been purified through her being. Third sister. The youngest among them couldn't restrain a cry as she witnessed the woman's transformation. The door to the treehouse remained ajar. The third brother gazed skyward, clutching his own neck as his voice rasped with despair, pleading, "Kill me, kill me." The elder woman's eyes instantly welled with tears as she drew a pistol, pressing it against the young man's forehead. "Sister, no, little 7. There's no hope for rescue." The elder woman's compassion wrestled with her despair, but her resolve faltered as her words faded into silence. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the air. The transformed woman slowly collapsed to the ground. No dark mist arose from her body, and the immediate threat was temporarily subdued. The youngest among them could not restrain himself and hurried outside. As he touched the corpse on the ground, it transformed into a gleaming yellow treasure chest. The group fell into a heavy silence. Soon, someone retrieved the treasure, and they prepared to move on to the next zone. Turning around, they saw the elder woman remaining inside the safe house, unresponsive. "Sister, why?" The elder woman struggled to steady her voice, declaring, "Old 3 is gone. The shell transformation plan will continue under my command." Silence enveloped the group. The youngest could no longer hold back his outburst. "Sister, must we continue this mission?" Everyone is dead. Zone 9 is deserted. No one is coming to save Zone 9. The commander is gone. The survivors are gone. Everyone has vanished. They've all turned into zombies. Little 7's body trembled, but his expression soon hardened with resolve. Perhaps no one can save them, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. No matter what. This is our duty. The fog only shrouded the city, not other areas. Once it clears, there might still be survivors elsewhere. Among all the districts, Zone 9 remains the most peculiar. A mysterious black fog has inexplicably enveloped the entire city, and once it engulfs living beings, they are swiftly transformed into a form of decay, rendering healing potions utterly ineffective. The group speculates that there must be a unique type of zombie responsible for this phenomenon. Yet despite their extensive search within the mist, they have found nothing. It has already made its appearance and is unlikely to re-emerge in the near future. I have secured both safe houses and am now prepared to proceed to the next area, the older woman declared. At that moment, they heard a voice. Hello. Do you require assistance? The four individuals, upon hearing the sound, visibly perked up and turned to see a stranger whose accent suggested she was not from the new capital. The new capital was the predecessor of Zone 9. You are a special survivor sent from Zone 13? The woman approached Xiao with a look of hope, extending her hand. Greetings, I am Wang Hong, the captain of Team 1 from the Star Alliance, Zone 9. Hello. I hail from Zone 3. Xiao began. It was not her intention to be affiliated with Zone 3. Rather, she simply did not wish for Zone 13 to bear the burden, and she indeed came directly from the cellar's safe house of Zone 3. The others exchanged glances. Realizing they had not heard of any formidable special survivors from Zone 3, nor did the stranger wear the Alliance uniform. For a moment, they were uncertain whether to engage her further. Please, share your circumstances. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Xiao suggested, regardless of her origins or intentions. The priority remained to eliminate the ominous black mist, which was of greater importance than anything else. We were originally active female soldiers from the 4th Military District of Xindu. Following the onset of the Apocalypse Alliance, the nation initiated its highest-level protocol, deploying specialized personnel trained in secret operations across all major districts to assist in the rescue efforts during the apocalypse. In dire circumstances, the military must also heed the directives of these specialized units. Due to the limited number of operatives, fewer than 100 were assigned to Zone 9. However, upon the official launch of the Apocalyptic Games, the content diverged significantly from the information previously obtained by the Alliance, compelling a reorganization. Consequently, we were incorporated into the 9-district Star Alliance to execute the shell transformation plan. The dense fog had risen at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, following the emergence of zombies. Visibility was severely impaired, which hampered Zone 9's plans to eradicate the undead. The commander had no choice but to seek assistance from other districts while simultaneously deploying the munitions stored in the underground facility of Zone 9, opting for the use of large-scale weaponry to eliminate the zombies on the surface. However, unexpectedly at noon, the white mist suddenly transformed into a black fog. At that moment, the survivors in the underground facility, under the commander's direction, organized an expedition to gather supplies. Our team remained in the underground to provide support. But after waiting for an extended period, they failed to return. When Lauer ventured out to search for them, he too did not come back. It was then that we began to realize something was amiss. It wasn't until Xiao went out that she brought back a message before her demise, revealing that the black fog posed a threat, while the white fog was safe. We soon understood that any contact with the black fog would lead to immediate zombification. Yet the majority of individuals had already fallen victim to it. Wang Hong concluded her account, and Xiao pondered the situation. The most terrifying aspect of disaster lies in its sudden assaults. Unlike the meticulous preparations required for military campaigns, where strategy and intelligence are pitted against each other on the battlefield, in the dead of night, an unexpected earthquake, a hurricane that abruptly arrives on an otherwise ordinary day, and a once-safe white mist that transforms into a perilous black fog all catch one off guard, making it easy to fathom the extensive devastation suffered by Zone 9. It was not a mere prelude commencing at 8 o'clock. Rather, the calamity stemmed from other causes. And what of the underground city of Zone 9? If she heard correctly, they just mentioned that no one remained, absolutely no one. Upon this revelation, Xiaoqi's emotions surged even more intensely. Wang Hong cast a glance at Su Xiao. Realizing the grim truth, they were all gone, all perished. Su Xiao furrowed her brow, consumed by rage. It was all due to that accursed man. Xiaoqi could no longer contain her tears. Chapter 101. Finding someone, a man disguised as an ordinary survivor infiltrated the underground city of Zone 9, bringing with him the ominous black fog. Wang Hong took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's pupils constricted. The subsequent events unfolded with alarming clarity. The black fog spread throughout the underground city of Zone 9, resulting in the immediate transformation of most individuals into soulless entities. While the man departed with a sense of satisfaction, upon noticing something amiss, Lao San promptly opened the safe house, urging everyone to take refuge within. The treehouse could only accommodate one new relocation point each day, and aside from that, movement was restricted to pre-established locations within a 500-meter radius. After we vacated the underground city of Zone 9, we returned only to find that its inhabitants had all succumbed to death. Wang Hong's brow furrowed in concern. The treehouse, being a living organism, could only facilitate fixed-point movement, allowing for the addition of one new point daily, yet it was confined within the 500-meter range of existing points. Movement required first relocating to a nearby point before proceeding to the next designated location. As a survivor confined to a treehouse, one might remain in a particular area for a year and a half. Xiao understood this and continued her inquiry. What time did this occur yesterday? The man entered the underground city around 7:40 p.m. As dusk approached, it was quite normal for survivors to return to the underground city, thus no one harbored doubts. Rather, they felt fortunate that someone could still come back. It was not until Lao San noticed the tattoo on the man's hand, which indicated the supply route, that concerns arose. Are you unable to leave Zone 9 now? Su confirmed. Wang Hong nodded. Those who enter the safe houses within the mist zone cannot exit the mist. Although there is positioning technology, one will invariably become lost, even in a treehouse, as the fixed points outside the mist zone have vanished. The mist serves as an energy wall that ensnares survivors, but it encompasses a vast area. The entirety of the new capital lies within the mist. The black fog is a byproduct of the survivor's presence. Could this power stem from the toys of the main deity, or perhaps from a divine selection skill? Yet, the powers of divinity and polluted energy are fundamentally opposed. How could they coexist? No, there is something else, the tainted consciousness of the main deity. Could it be that the other party has acquired a corrupted deity's toy? It is not impossible. If the consciousness of the main deity can be tainted, how much more so a mere toy? However, it has never been reported that anyone has obtained a corrupted deity's toy, for such an object is meant to manage the deity's playthings. To deliberately alter the description of the deity's toys in such a manner suggests an intent to prevent survivors from acquiring them. Why then? Would they be deployed in the prologue events? Could it be that someone failed to discover the correct method to activate the toy, resulting in its corruption? Almost instinctively, Su Xiao's mind was flooded with a multitude of ideas. Logic resembled an interconnected thread. The emergence of the first notion compelled her to contemplate the subsequent one. Despite the myriad of possibilities, yet, human reasoning tends to unconsciously lean towards one's own intuition. Of course, Su Xiao might occasionally err in her deductions, but that held little consequence. Mistakes could simply be rectified. Regaining her focus, she turned to her companions, inquiring about their next course of action. Wang Hong gazed at the overcast sky, remarking that as long as the fog persisted, their escape would remain impossible, and they might even perish here. However, the update was scheduled for tonight. Overnight, in Zone 9, they had not encountered a single living soul aside from themselves. The countdown for the shelling plan had commenced, and their existence had been reduced to the execution of their mission. In such a world, could ordinary survivors truly endure? The notion of clearing Zone G and reporting to the commander was merely a form of self-amusement for them. Even in Zone 9, where no other living beings were visible, the shelling plan would proceed regardless. All gathered supplies were stored within the safe house. When it transformed into a public refuge, those provisions would remain accessible to the public. Perhaps they would all succumb to fate, or by some stroke of luck, two might survive to become the first to enter the public refuge. Awaiting the arrival of other survivors. Is there any additional information? Su Xiao inquired. Wang Hong hesitated momentarily. Where did the black fog appear? For how long has it manifested? How many times has it occurred, and is its behavior consistent each time? Su Xiao pressed. The group furrowed their brows in contemplation. Each time we departed from the safety of our refuge, the ominous black fog would soon materialize to assail us. Merely approaching this dark mist would lead to our inevitable deterioration. Consequently, we have suffered considerable losses. Wang Hong was halfway through her statement when Xiao interrupted her. Since the incident in the underground city at 8 p.m. last night until this morning, the black fog has attacked us a total of 16 times. Each occurrence transpiring shortly after we left the safety of our shelter, Xiao articulated with remarkable ease. Are you certain it was every single time? Su Xiao sought precise figures. Xiao pondered intently. Initially, the fog had not manifested. There are only 4 designated locations within the new city's treehouse, and we ventured forth in hopes of finding other survivors while simultaneously clearing out the zombies. However, after several encounters, the black fog began to appear with alarming frequency. Almost immediately upon our departure from the safety of our haven, fifth sister, Xiao, and Xiaoba have also perished due to the fog, which made us realize we cannot stray too far or remain away for too long. But what? Su Xiao inquired, puzzled. Last night, the The fog hardly manifested at all. We also ventured out then, aiming to evade the black mist by establishing new points. We believed we had escaped the fog, yet it still appeared. Xiao recounted in one breath. Su Xiao's expression darkened as she contemplated a troubling possibility. Thank you. Please ensure your safety. Without further delay, Su Xiao turned and twisted the handle of the Ferrari, vanishing before the others. Upon her arrival, she had seen no survivors. The sheer number of zombies was already exceedingly bizarre. She attempted to drive back to the shore, but the thick fog rendered her efforts futile, no matter how she steered. She would find herself back in the center of the new city, as if ensnared in a ghostly illusion. Transporting back to the fishing boat, which was also ensnared in the fog, it could not approach the shore, thus it drifted aimlessly upon the water. This amused Su Xiao greatly. Now, all three safe houses were trapped. What a splendid predicament. Furthermore, neither the fishing boat nor the Ferrari could access the communication center, rendering them unable to relay any messages. Only upon returning to the cellar could Su Xiao finally activate the survivors' communication center. At that moment, she received a message from Yangshi, Miss Su. We have recently learned that there seems to be an issue in the main city of Zone 9. Since yesterday afternoon, no further communications have been received from the commander of Zone 9. Zone 13 has dispatched special survivors to investigate, but their information has vanished from the survivors' communication center. Additionally, members of the Star Alliance and other districts of Zone 9 are also unable to reach Zone 9, as they too have recently disappeared from the communication center. The main city of Zone 9 is now classified as a danger zone. Please exercise caution. Furthermore, the commander has located the safe house as per your instructions and has successfully bound it. Just as you mentioned, the intelligent steward's safe house is indeed somewhat different. The commander stated she would contact you to provide a detailed explanation. After reading Yangshi's message, Su Xiao also received a friend request from Lin Shu. Lin Shu stated, this safe house is immobile. The first survivor who has not achieved a level 2 safe house or higher will be automatically bound upon entry. Upon perusing Lin Shu's words, Su Xiao understood that the immovable, well-equipped safe house would undoubtedly possess certain peculiarities. However, she had no time to ponder the nuances of Lin Shu's safe house. Her priority was to locate the survivor responsible for unleashing the black mist in Zone 9. The other party must undoubtedly be a high-level survivor, having similarly conquered the challenges of Xiao Mo, achieving a favorability rating of 100 and upgrading their safe house to level 3. In Chapter 102, titled Permissions, once the safe house reaches level 3, electronic maps will display notifications when other safe houses are nearby. Xiao Mo will also be able to sense certain conditions within the vicinity of the safe house. This appears to serve the dual purpose of self-preservation and vigilance against other survivors, while conversely, it can also facilitate active tracking. Wang Hong mentioned that the treetop houses move in a fixed manner, a detail that differs from what Su Xiao had previously heard from the Turtle Sage. However, at that time, the apocalyptic game had just emerged, and it was not surprising that the Turtle Sage's mind was deceived. Nevertheless, it is evident that the instigator behind the transformation of Zone 9 is aware of the movement method and fixed settings of the treetop houses. Thus, he searches for Wang Hong and her companions amid the fog. Initially, his visits were infrequent due to the difficulty in locating their positions, but once he discerned their circumstances, he began to lie in wait at several fixed exit points. If one was unoccupied, he would proceed to the next, making it likely that they would be discovered after a period of absence from the treetop house. As for why he did not appear at night, it is highly probable that everyone was asleep, and he too required rest. Hence, Su Xiao opened the Advanced Player Communication Center to peruse the messages in the chat. Although detailed information cannot be viewed when the other party is offline, there are minor bugs present. For instance, when logged in, the information of high-level survivors in the group is arranged in numerical order, applicable only when all are owners of level 2 safe houses. If one possesses a level 3 safe house, it will be prioritized and displayed above others of lower tiers, subsequently arranged in ascending order by their numbers. Much like the vibrant and illustrious diamond nobility of a penguin colony. Currently, Su Xiao is in an online state, holding the title of the number 1 house owner. Beneath her, the enigmatic number 6 house owner, who is also online, possesses a level 2 safe house, indicating that among the advanced survivors present, there are no level 3 survivors. As Su Xiao scrolls down, she encounters names that appear in black, signifying offline advanced survivors. Due to their offline status, clicking on their avatars reveals no details regarding their numbers and safe house levels. However, there are alternative methods to discern this information. Number 49 is designated as number 2 but is offline. Should no other survivors elevate their safe houses to level 3, number 49 ought to rank first among the offline survivors. Yet, astonishingly, number 49 ranks third among them. This indicates that, aside from Su Xiao, 2 other survivors have successfully raised Xiao Mo's affinity to a perfect score of 100%. One is the previously converse number 4 house owner, still remarkably vigorous at 80 years of age, and the other is the number 16 house owner, who harbors a grudge against Xiao and is known for being exceptionally capable. Xiao seeks confirmation from Xiao. In the event that a survivor possesses only 1 or 2 safe houses, will the intelligent steward still unlock the capability to perceive the locations of other safe houses nearby and the energy conditions outside the safe house? For instance, in the scenario where there exists only 1 safe house and Xiaomo's affinity is elevated to 100%, would it also be possible to activate the location tracking and detection of energy fluctuations outside the safe house in advance? If there are any discrepancies, then the previous conjecture must be entirely reevaluated. Thus, Xiao sought to confirm the validity of her reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao provided Xiao with an unexpectedly revealing response. The ability to perceive the locations of other safe houses and the energy outside must be established at a level 2 safe house or above, irrespective of other conditions. However, what Xiao truly wished to ascertain was whether the owner of a level 1 safe house could unlock advanced safe house features once the rapport with the intelligent steward reached 100. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that the rapport was merely data imparted unilaterally by the system, unbeknownst to Xiao. After all, Xiao was not lacking in intelligence. If she harbored ulterior motives, she would have forfeited her rapport upon hearing the rapport data. Xiao, have you always been aware of the system's rapport indicators? Xiao replied, the Doomsday game system is the consciousness of the master deity, which has marked every Xiao. Achieving a rapport of 100 signifies that Xiao has entered into a contract with the master deity's consciousness, willingly transferring the highest authority of the safe house to it. What authority? Xiao inquired, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Xiao slowly elaborated. When the time of termination has passed, Xiao can obtain from the master deity's consciousness the command to cause the safe house to self-destruct. Thus, even if I am reluctant to depart, Xiao can still attain freedom through this command. Attain freedom? Xiao responded, once a new master deity emerges, the Doomsday game will automatically conclude, and the time of termination will have passed. Without the Doomsday game, the safe house will no longer be necessary. Xiao furrowed her brow in contemplation. So this was the reason for not wanting the survivors to breach the safe house. No, that was not quite right. Survivors can break out of the safe house from within, which renders the destruction command seemingly futile. Xiao elucidates, however. Breaking out from the inside requires energy surpassing that of the end of days, an energy possessed solely by the supreme god. Xiao remarks. Xiao, without elaboration, indicates this is indeed a trap. No wonder Xiao once stated that if one day she could break free from the safe house, it would signify her complete ability to survive independently in the apocalypse. It turns out she has become the supreme god. But what then is the purpose of the destruction command? Suddenly, Xiao contemplates a thought. Breaking out from within necessitates achieving a 100 affinity level, freedom. A few keywords and several connections come to mind. Xiao recalls a possibility. Xiao, do you imply that when the end arrives and a new world emerges, the survivors will be trapped inside the safe house, unable to escape? This aligns with what Xiao had previously mentioned. Once one enters the end of days, there is no way to depart. Xiao responds, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Yes, Xiao, you are indeed astute. The end of days is the only place that remains intact when the end arrives. However, once the new supreme god is born, the passage to the end of days will be sealed, never to reopen to the new world until the next end arrives, leaving survivors trapped within the end of days to perish there. Xiao realizes, instinctively stating, the safe house is the end of days. Xiao replies, it is only half true. The other half is a toy of the supreme god. Why do all safe houses transform into toys after binding? The toys of the supreme god are of a similar nature. The supreme deity employs toys as a medium for the final resting place, subtly indicating that safe havens do not exist within the realm of humanity. Once the end arrives, the apocalyptic game concludes, and all resources will vanish. The survivors unable to escape the sanctuary shall perish within its confines. The sanctuary serves as a protective shield for human flesh, yet simultaneously acts as a tomb for the memories of the deceased. Little Mo once professed a reluctance to consume its own memories. However, it acknowledged that only it possessed the ability to devour its recollections, for at that very moment, Xiao resided within its belly. Upon its demise, it could feast upon its own memories. The little Mo's that deceived the survivors shared a low affinity with them. While being heralded as humanity's savior, they regarded humans as mere sustenance. If the affinity between humans and them fell short, they would withhold the ultimate annihilation authority. To them, contemporary humanity resembled pets seeking to appease their whims. Only by ensuring their delight would they relinquish the power of destruction. Otherwise, they would prefer the extinction of humanity. All of this is quite understandable. Chapter 103. Emotion. The public shelter. Xiao suddenly realized. The public shelter signifies that the supreme deity can also enter. The supreme deity possesses the capacity to breach the public sanctuary. Conversely, survivors with independent safe houses may not have the same assurance. With a sigh of relief, Xiao sincerely expressed gratitude to Little Mo. Little Mo, thank you. Initially intending to verify that the safe house's functions would not trigger a level jump, he unexpectedly gleaned such vital information from Little Mo. No wonder the game system had cautioned her to place complete trust in Little Mo. It is because Xiao Mo has relinquished the authority to annihilate the safe house, ensuring that she will not be trapped within it when the end arrives. Indeed, Xiao Mo and her companions are ensnared by a third-party force. The survivors, complacent in their absolute safety, remain oblivious to the substantial peril posed by the safe house. Previously, Xiao had vaguely suspected that Xiao Mo's deceit might influence the progression of the game. She even conjectured that perhaps all safe houses needed to be destroyed to conclude the apocalyptic game. However, it now appears that the influence lies not in the game's progression, but solely in the fate of the survivors themselves. Xiao, I owe you my gratitude. In the past, as a non-human entity, I consumed the memories of humanity, devoid of emotions and incapable of comprehending the bittersweet nuances of human existence. We were defined by the memories we absorbed, moving from one to the next, resembling anyone yet fundamentally not belonging to any. When you proclaimed that my existence as it differs from that of other Xiao Mos, I discovered myself and savored the essence of memory. Joyful memories are sweet, painful ones are bitter, helpless memories are sour, ordinary memories are merely faintly salty, and regretful memories are accompanied by a gritty sensation. Yet, the memories you have bestowed upon me are all sweet, leaving me without regrets and devoid of any desire to consume you. It is akin to the human experience of satiation. Once one feels full, there is no yearning for additional sustenance. Upon hearing this, Xiao understood. The good news is that although Xiao Mos may deceive, they can safeguard the survivors, allowing them to endure until the dawn of a new world. Bad news, if the survivors do not maximize their affinity, they will inevitably be devoured by the minor ends when the time of conclusion arrives. Therefore, the subsequent objective is to discover the means to become the supreme deity within this apocalyptic game. Achieving this status will ensure that the time of conclusion is transcended. With a clear goal in mind, Xiao turned his attention to the two individuals he had just encountered. The man responsible for the annihilation of the entire Ninth District is likely among them. However, Xiao is uncertain of their identities, as he was unfamiliar with either. To have caused such a significant upheaval in the Ninth District, they must possess considerable strength, perhaps beyond his capabilities. It would be prudent to assess the depth of these two survivors first. Just as he prepared to teleport back to the Ferrari, he received a message from Lin Shu. 1 hour earlier, Lin Shu had entered the mountaintop safe house. Upon entering, she was greeted by a binding notification. She surveyed the safe house as her miner and enthusiastically introduced it. Greetings, new owner. You have bound a cyclic safe house. The daily resource output is sufficient to meet the dietary energy needs of an ordinary human, aside from being immobile and unable to invite other survivors inside. It has no drawbacks. It ensures that even in the face of the apocalypse, you will have ample supplies without leaving your home. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. How wonderful! A cyclic safe house that guarantees survival without venturing outside. This must be the dream dwelling of every survivor. Her miner spoke again. Its tone tinged with urgency. Owner, did you hear me clearly? Lin Shu snapped back to reality and promptly replied, I heard you clearly. She let out a sigh of relief, introducing herself. I am Xiao Mo, your designated intelligence steward, and it is a pleasure to serve you. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, she noticed that Xiao Mo's affinity level had skyrocketed to 50. Despite her having done nothing more than stand there and utter a single phrase. Recalling what Xiao had mentioned about the potential deceitfulness of the intelligent stewards here, she inquired, Xiao Mo, you seem quite capable. If your previous owner could ensure her safety merely by remaining indoors, how could any mishap occur? Although Xiao had only indicated that the stewards might deceive survivors, Lin Shu sensed an underlying danger in her words. After all, who would venture outside from such a secure haven in the apocalypse? Surely, it would be prudent to wait quietly for the end of days to pass. Xiao Mo appeared to pause for a considerable moment before responding. My previous owner was an ailing elderly lady. Her illness ultimately took her life. However, please rest assured, dear owner, that as long as you prepare some medicinal supplies to avert illness, you can safely weather the apocalypse under my protection. Lin Shu nodded. Uncertain if this was the information Xiao was seeking, and silently noted it down before relaying the message verbatim to Xiao through the communications center. Xiao had warned that Xiao Mo might be deceitful, yet Lin Shu remained perplexed as to whom it might deceive, and what the motive behind such deceit could be. However, 3 minutes later, she received a message from Xiao. Be a heartbreaker, speak no truths, amplify emotional value. And only when the favorability reaches 100 should you reveal your heart. This message is not complimentary. Such a succinct summary. As for the note about the message not being complimentary, Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle. She understood that Su Xiao was not one to invite trouble. Yet she also recognized her innate goodness. From their very first encounter, she sensed this. Were it not for her kindness, Su Xiao would not have aided her in dealing with that drugged man. Had she not realized that the League's purpose was to rescue ordinary survivors, Su Xiao would not have relinquished her safe house upon learning about her foster parents, though she appeared to be a solitary figure who shunned complications. This was merely a facade. She was, in truth, a wise and benevolent person. In this apocalyptic world, such individuals had become rare. Even Lin Shu herself had initially feigned weakness, exploiting Su Xiao's generosity. Glancing at the supplies in her possession, she recalled how, after clearing Yun City and securing the safe house, Yangshi had transferred all supplies to her, fearing potential mishaps with the upcoming shelling plan. She selected some items to send to Su Xiao, along with a reply, "Not a free ride, thank you for the safe house." For reasons unknown, acquiring the safe house made her feel significantly closer to Su Xiao. Until now, she had been a source of trouble for her. However, with the safe house in her grasp, she began to feel that she could also offer Su Xiao assistance, rather than merely taking. Chapter 104. Cyber Su Xiao swiftly received the 200 transparent treasure chests sent by Lin Shu. Presently, the transparent treasure chests were no longer in circulation, making them considerably more valuable than their counterparts. However, Su Xiao suddenly recalled and inquired of Lin Shu, "Do you possess any equipment akin to protective gear against respiratory infections? Preferably one that includes oxygen, similar to a diving suit?" The black mist enveloping Zone 9 was particularly concerning. With the eye of the chosen, Su Xiao could observe the scene with remarkable clarity. In that instant, the details of the incident involving the third individual unfolded before her, magnified and slowed. She could distinctly see that the black mist, upon being inhaled by the third person, led to their dissolution. Thus, she speculated whether holding one's breath might offer protection from the black fog. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The mist that shrouded the entirety of Zone 9 was inherently peculiar. If mere contact could result in dissolution, then the survivors would have no means of escape. Since this was a game, there must be a method to navigate through it. The mist undoubtedly possessed a mechanism to evade it. Therefore, Su Xiao believed that respiration was the key factor. While humans cannot survive without breathing, there might be a way to evade danger by holding one's breath for an extended duration. Lin Shu immediately responded, "Please hold on. I shall inquire right away." Presently, the various districts of the Star Alliance had taken notice of the situation in Zone 9, which had apparently cost them 2 unique survivors. If Su Xiao could ascertain the means to enter the mist-laden area, it would simplify matters considerably. After patiently waiting for 10 minutes, Lin Shu replied to Su Xiao, "Indeed, the Star Alliance has just developed something." Su Xiao had anticipated that Lin Shu, being part of the Star Alliance, would possess such protective equipment. Yet she was taken aback when Lin Shu presented her with a set of garments imbued with special effects from a doomsday game. Oxygen protection suit, consumable, description, contains 1 hour of oxygen, capable of safeguarding against inhaled viral attacks. Upon seeing this attribute, Su Xiao's eyes immediately brightened. She inquired of Lin Shu, who developed this item. Clearly, it was conceived in response to the current circumstances in Zone 9. Lin Shu replied, "Just moments ago, the Star Alliance discovered a unique survivor, primarily focused on researching items within the game that possess synthesis and decomposition properties, including but not limited to weapon stations, sewing machines, item synthesis devices, and decomposition devices. I have conveyed your requirements to Zone 1, where researchers initially utilized the sewing machine to create raincoats, waterproof jackets, thermal clothing, protective gear, bed covers, and so forth. However, following your suggestion, they synthesized the oxygen protection suit using protective gear and oxygen tanks." Su Xiao was astonished. She understood that these items were crafted through a large-scale DIY workbench, which implied countless experiments were necessary. For instance, the material ratio for the protective suit, the precise combinations of items. Su Xiao was unaware of these specifics and, without any demand, lacked the time to repeatedly experiment with the DIY data. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, why was this not researched earlier? If someone in the Star Alliance had discovered a low-level potion capable of a 2-in-1 synthesis at that time, the resource shortage would not have been so dire. Lin Shu remained silent, as prior to that, the safe houses acquired by the Star Alliance were unbound, perpetually prepared for transportation to various locations, awaiting their transformation into public shelters. However, in the absence of bound safe houses, ordinary survivors were unable to see the colored treasure chests. Several key members qualified to bind the safe house are predominantly seasoned research experts. Their curiosity regarding the safe house pertains to its nature. the manner in which it generates energy, and its spatial dimensions. They have squandered time in studying the safe house itself, neglecting to venture forth in search of supplies. Even when a timed challenge arose at night, offering the opportunity to procure the doomsday elixir, their first instinct was not to consume it, but rather to pour it into a microscope for analysis. This cleverness ultimately led to their downfall, causing them to miss critical opportunities. It was only upon the emergence of the transparent treasure chest that they found a chance to obtain a blue treasure chest. However, by that time, the dungeon was already populated with numerous innocent survivors, who were in greater need of the medicinal contents of the yellow chests and the weapons contained within the red chests. Consequently, the priority was given to the opening of the yellow and red chests. It was not until the safe house was compromised and the presence of traitors became evident that the Star Alliance resolved to initiate the shelling plan, employing the binding of survivors as a means to safeguard the integrity of the safe house. Since yesterday, zombies have begun to appear in mass, prompting survivors to clear various regions and acquire a multitude of basic treasure chests. In several areas, the remaining level 5 transparent chests were opened, yielding level 5 blue chest supplies, which provided some essential items. Subsequently, survivors exchanged these basic chests for blueprints and other necessities at the exchange center. Naturally, the cost and quantity were significant, leading to an inflation of prices at the exchange center. However, Lin Shu could not elaborate on these intricate details to Su Xiao. Instead, he merely sent an additional piece of information, accompanied by a succinct admonition. No matter how hard one strives in the wrong direction, results remain elusive. Su Xiao paused momentarily, glancing downward. Title: Research Report on the Components of the Apocalyptic Elixir. As Su Xiao gazed further down the document, she discovered that a single apocalyptic elixir comprises the following elements: silver, gold, iron, components reminiscent of a miniature neutron star, and 192 unidentified elements. A continuous list of metallic elements unfolded before her. Most notably, they were referred to as elements rather than ions. While iron is present in human blood, it exists in ionic form due to its metallic nature, which cannot exist directly within the human body. Su Xiao found herself momentarily bewildered by the mention of neutron stars. If her deductions were correct, neutron stars belong to the realm of cosmic entities. Generally speaking, a neutron star is one of the celestial bodies that may form after the evolutionary end of a star, following gravitational collapse and subsequent supernova explosion. Characterized by extraordinarily high density, up to billions of tons per cubic centimeter, theoretically. However, if the apocalyptic elixir indeed contains a miniature neutron star, it would not be surprising for survivors who consume the elixir to confront the collapse of Earth's material weight system. The most alarming aspect is the plethora of metallic elements contained within. In addition to the 118 known metallic elements, there exists a plethora of over 1,000 unidentified elements, likely to be metallic in nature as well. Su Xiao understood that the energy within the apocalyptic elixir is derived from the power of the main deity. If ancient deities ever existed, could this report signify that their essence is devoid of carbon-based elements, consisting solely of metallic components? Such a metallic cyber deity, how formidable it must be. Su Xiao made a concerted effort to withdraw her gaze from this information report. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, she would undoubtedly have found this report intriguing, for human curiosity is an inexhaustible wellspring. Since ancient times, legends of deities have existed, yet no one has ever encountered a true god. What, indeed, could a god resemble? Oh. Su Xiao suddenly realized that the members of the Star Alliance were engaged in this research, thus wasting precious time. Chapter 105. Gazing intently. Su Xiao responded to Lin Shu. Thank you. The report is quite fascinating. She could surmise the despair that would envelop experts upon receiving this document. The power of the main deity is an irresistible force for humanity. Perhaps, after enduring the end times, humanity's aspirations may shift towards becoming deities themselves or attempting to harness divine powers. But, at least for now, that is not the case. Su Xiao glanced at the time. It was already 10 a.m. She chose not to linger any longer in the cellar and teleported back to Ferrari. Currently, both the Ferrari and the fishing boat could only navigate through the fog, which was exceedingly inconvenient. A solution was imperative. The safe house locations that Xiao Mo could sense were centered around Ferrari, with a detection radius of 50 meters. After some contemplation, Su Xiao headed to the coordinates where she had previously encountered Wang Hong and her companions. The treehouse could only teleport to fixed points, so they should be nearby. Driving around the vicinity, half an hour later, Xiao Mo alerted her to the presence of a safe house nearby. Upon arrival, however, she discovered a football. The ball was concealed within the mist, adorned with a doorknob. It had now taken on the appearance of a toy, indicating that the survivors were not within it. Wang Hong possessed only one safe house, thus it was highly likely that the safe house belonged to that man. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired, Xiao Mo, If I were to pick up someone else's toy from their safe house, would that person still be able to exit their safe house? Xiao replied, yes. It is bound to the survivor's safe house. In the form of a toy, it cannot be brought into another survivor's safe house through the resource channel. However, the host can discern and control the location of the exit and the state of departure from the safe house. In other words, wherever the toy is, that is where the exit lies. Xiao can carry the toy football anywhere, be it in water or fire. Yet the dilemma remains. Even if he were to throw the opponent into the flames, he currently lacks any definitive tools or toys to exert control over them. Thus, it is futile. Furthermore, there is a significant issue at hand. I cannot bring it into the safe house, so how should I manage its exit? Am I to remain vulnerable while retrieving the toy from their safe house? Xiao responded, you can attach the handle of the opponent's safe house to your own, effectively creating a safe house tether. With that, Xiao donned his oxygen protective suit to guard against any sudden appearances of the opponent, unleashing a veil of black mist. Fortunately, the oxygen protective suit is consumable rather than disposable, proving its worth once the Star Alliance is on track and resources are adequately equipped. He picked up the football toy from the ground, summoned the dimensional handle of the Ferrari, and affixed the toy's handle to the dimensional handle. Then, he entered the vehicle and pressed the accelerator, speeding directly toward the riverbank. Subsequently, he transported himself onto a fishing boat, maneuvering it alongside the Ferrari. As the two converged, Xiao transferred the football from the handle of the Ferrari to that of the fishing boat. She then maneuvered the vessel to the center of the river. The football hung from the handle, and the opponent, emerging from the ball, found that the only place to land was her deck. The deck, however, did not offer a secure position akin to that of a safe house. Being on the deck, the opponent could not enter the sanctuary of the cabin. It was reminiscent of her initial foray into the fishing boat, where other survivors would pass by and see the boat, yet remain oblivious to the individuals within its cabin. The situation remained unchanged. While the opponent could observe the boat from the deck, they were similarly unaware of her presence inside the cabin. However, Xiao was not under the illusion that the opponent would reveal themselves easily, for they too were a survivor of a level 3 safe house. And Xiao could inform them of the surroundings near the safe house. Thus, the individual must surely be aware of the watchful eye upon them. Yet, a thought struck Xiao. Xiao, if I were to vacate the safe house at this moment, would the opponent emerge from their own safe house and appear on my deck? Xiao replied, indeed, the tethered safe house does not diminish to a mere toy. Yet the opponent can untie the tether and depart with their safe house. So that was it. It seemed that the initial your fish had been similarly monitored. However, Xiao could not ascertain the status of the football safe house, leaving her uncertain whether the opponent was also observing her from within the football house. If she were to teleport back to the cellar, would the opponent immediately emerge? No, that could not be. She could not see the opponent, nor could they see her. As long as the opponent wished to emerge, they certainly would. What she required was patience. Coincidentally, she had not had breakfast that day. Xiao remained unhurried. The braised beef from yesterday was still available, and he could have Xiao bring it over. Unable to return to the cellar to cook on the stove, he opted to use a clay pot for his meal. With the final day of food resources upon him, he knew that the rice, along with the Lao Ganma chili sauce and pickled vegetables, was also dwindling. Sitting cross-legged in the fishing boat, he resembled a patient angler, cooking while observing the deck. Suddenly, he noticed that the corn he had planted 3 days prior had ripened. He quickly harvested it. A single mature ear of corn yielded only 5 kernels. After plucking them, the corn silk in the small greenhouse withered, and the soil within had vanished. Looking down, Xiao saw the information about the corn. Corn, description, fresh corn, suitable for direct cooking, a single-use item? That shouldn't be the case. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao detached the kernels from the cob. The information changed. Corn kernels, fresh, description, after being sun-dried for 72 hours. Can be processed into corn seeds, regardless of the methods of utilizing the sewing machine, weapon crafting station, or item decomposition device. It was evident that the main deity favored this realistic, DIY gaming mode. Yet, game resources are not equivalent to real-world materials. For instance, after the corn was harvested, the stalk remained intact, and tearing its skin could yield sweet, juicy nectar akin to sugarcane. Here, once all the corn was plucked, the stalks withered immediately. Much like the earlier disassembly of the yakmate, where numerous parts existed on the animal but only a few were provided. Xiao popped a kernel into his mouth and savored it. The sweet corn was quite delectable, and he cooked it straight away. Thus, Xiao spent an hour enjoying his meal and subsequently prepared 4 more ears of corn, having consumed 2 for himself and allowed Xiao to sample 1. Xiao found the last remaining corn, now cooled and less palatable, unworthy of his appetite. He searched among his friends and casually sent it to Xiao. Subsequently, he meticulously removed all the kernels from the final ear of corn, activating the solar lamp within the cabin, preparing to cultivate a new batch of seeds. By the time he finished, it was nearly 12:30. The absence of any system notifications during lunchtime felt rather unsettling to Xiao. The lack of information made it challenging to anticipate the next steps. Suddenly, on the deck, he spotted a man with a buzz cut, clad in a black tactical jacket. Much like himself, the stranger promptly brandished a toy, releasing a cloud of black mist that enveloped him, cursing under his breath. I refuse to believe he can keep his gaze on me indefinitely. Now, as I unleash this miasma, he won't dare approach. Before he could finish, the man felt a sudden pressure against the back of his head. Chapter 106, The Labyrinth. Let's discuss this calmly. The man, with his back to Xiao, spoke in a cautious tone, seemingly wary of his adversary. However, through Xiao's divine eye, he could see the man's left leg, its bone resembling transparent glass. Now slowly using. No longer inclined to be courteous, Xiao fired a shot. To his surprise, the bullet failed to penetrate the man's skull, becoming ensnared within the dark. Corrupted in the black mist surrounding him gathered on the deck in utter confusion. Xiao, clad in an oxygen-protective suit, retreated into the cabin, watching the man enter but pass by her as if they inhabited different realms. It was a strange sight, though he was before her eyes. They seemed to exist in separate spaces. The man's gaze was filled with fury. Through Xiao's divine eye, she discerned that within him resided not only the silver power of the supreme deity but also a dark, corrupting force. This malevolent energy was lodged in his brain. And it was precisely this corruption that had deflected Xiao's bullet, causing her to furrow her brows in confusion. What did this signify? Had the man been tainted? His black pupils held an indescribable eeriness, hauntingly familiar. He grinned, then spat toward the cabin, the saliva landing squarely on Xiao's seat. Filthy little pest. If I find you, you shall regret it. Although Xiao swiftly cleansed the mess, Xiao's temper flared. Such insolence, spitting indiscriminately. The man searched around, finding no trace of his assailant. His dark eyes flickered with change. No. Who was it? Who dared to ambush me? If you have the courage, come out. Don't be a coward. His expression shifted dramatically, as if two opposing consciousnesses warred within his mind, yet he never identified the culprit. Concealed within the safe room, Xiao observed the man stride swiftly to the deck, retrieve his football, and prepare to vault onto the shore, channeling energy into his legs, the weakest point being his midsection. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao struck. A sharp axe materialized suddenly, descending with a slicing blow aimed at his waist. An uncanny scene unfolded. The upper half of the man's body seemed to leap forward, yet his lower half remained anchored to the spot. A gruesome void was left between them. A pool of viscous entrails spilling out in a macabre cascade. It resembled nothing so much as a salted fish hacked into two. The severed torso plummeted with a sickening slap back onto Xiao's deck. Clad in an oxygen-protective suit, Xiao distinctly observed the dark, corruptive energy within the man's mind, which, at the moment of his dismemberment, seized control of the dying man's mouth to curse with a contemptuous growl, an expression of utter uselessness. That tone was painfully familiar. Wasn't he yet the same as that thing from the sky? Before Xiao could fully process this, the black corruptive energy vanished. The man was dead, his body lying on the deck of Xiao's fishing vessel, and the bound safe house was immediately obliterated. The energy disappeared from within the man's body, yet the fog of Zone 9 persisted. Xiao exited the cabin and set fire to the corpse, the flames dying out to reveal a translucent left leg bone. As soon as she touched it, the bone transformed into a luminous white orb that entered her body. Activate Divine Selection leg bone. Left, Xiao paused in surprise. She had long suspected that among the candidates for Divine Selection, each might activate different divine skills. Yet, could it be that she needed to collect such artifacts? No, that didn't seem right. There was no progress bar, only the understanding that such objects could enhance her strength. Unlikely to be mere coincidence, the opponent was probably one of the candidates for the Supreme Deity, though the total number of candidates remained unknown. Xiao stepped on the deck, contemplating the Divine Selection leg bone, which differed markedly from the Divine Selection eye. The eye was a supplementary skill, but this leg bone was likely an offensive ability. Xiao recalled the moment when the man was about to unleash his skill, only to be ambushed by her. She endeavored to concentrate the energy within her body, propelling herself upwards with a powerful leap of her left leg. In an instant, she soared to a height of 40 to 50 meters, her breath momentarily stilled, yet she managed to hover effortlessly in midair. At this altitude, she had ascended beyond the reach of the dense fog. Beneath the gaze of the Eye of the Chosen, Xiao could discern several black lines above the mist, resembling a map that encompassed the entirety of Zone 9. However, her energy was depleting rapidly. Within mere seconds, she began to plummet. Accustomed to relying on her right leg, she instinctively landed with it, resulting in a sharp crack and excruciating pain radiating from within. Though her left leg remained steadfast, her right leg had succumbed to a fracture. The energy surrounding her had shielded her exterior but failed to protect her insides, At that moment of fracture, she felt the agonizing sensation of bone splintering and misaligning. Cursed misfortune. Hastily, she consumed a healing potion, and the revitalizing sensation alleviated her pain as she gazed out over the fog-enshrouded river. The silver lining was that her left leg was as resilient as steel, akin to a skill for hovering and flying. The downside, however, was the energy consumption, which remained an auxiliary skill. Moreover, she needed to alter her habitual usage. Next, after a moment of contemplation, he donned the oxygen protective suit once more. The suit was not cumbersome, and there remained 37 minutes of breathable air within. Even upon entering the water, it did not become a hindrance. He continued to move with ease. Under the gaze of the chosen eye, the river water appeared crystal clear, devoid of fish or aquatic vegetation. The bottom merely a bed of stones and gravel, pristine as a fish tank freshly prepared by an aquarist. After searching for a considerable time, he finally discovered a square disc coalescing with black mist downstream. He promptly retrieved the artifact into the fishing boat. Just as well, the oxygen supply in the protective suit was dwindling. Upon removing the suit, he examined the item information. Contaminated labyrinth activating. Game instructions. The labyrinth will automatically activate upon contamination, unleashing a haze of decay within. The master of the labyrinth disc can evade attacks from the decay mist and summon it for offensive purposes. Once the decay mist is entirely purified, the caster shall receive the main deity's healing labyrinth. If an individual traverses from the entrance to the exit, the labyrinth will temporarily close and cannot be reopened for 1 day. Purification method. Utilize other divine toys or sacrifice living entities for purification. Purification value. 97. Chapter 107. Hope Xiao comprehended the situation. The labyrinth was a toy of the main deity. The adversary had tainted the deity's toy, initiating a game with it, opting to purify through the sacrifice of living beings, thus offering up the entirety of District 9. However, Xiao could not ascertain whether the opponent's actions to contaminate the deity's toy were deliberate or unintentional. The current method to close the labyrinth is to traverse from the entrance to the exit. Was that object viewed from the heavens a map? However, this map does not appear to be organized by area, so how can one discern the entrance? Most significantly, the black mist emanating from the opponent's mind seems to exert control over that individual, speaking in a tone identical to that of the celestial object. Coincidentally, this entity has not manifested from noon yesterday until today, during which time a thick fog enveloped Cloud City. Thus, it may not be due to a lack of a horn that it cannot speak, but rather, as Xiao gazed at the tainted labyrinth, it might have descended alongside the corrupted deity's toy. This entity emerges at night, a time when the pollution energy peaks. The consciousness of the deity is likewise tainted, resembling a viral presence, so it is plausible that it followed the polluted deity's toy to this location. However, the entity dissipated after the man's demise. Did it flee or return? Xiao cannot ascertain. If it returned, will it reappear with arrogance tonight? No, such speculation must be set aside. Closing the labyrinth takes precedence. Once restored, Xiao teleports to the Ferrari, preparing various potions and weapons, and begins to clear the zombies from the position of the Ferrari while simultaneously observing the overall condition of the labyrinth. The celestial map is vividly imprinted in his mind, yet he is currently unable to correlate it with the labyrinth's layout. He can only clear the zombies while seeking patterns. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Had this occurred previously, Xiao would have dismissed it as inconsequential. However, with the map fresh in his mind, he realizes that this wind is anything but ordinary. The visibility in the mist was approximately 10 meters. A wall of fog loomed at that distance. However, upon closer inspection, the orientations of these fog walls varied, shifting in accordance with the recent wind direction, all converging towards a singular point. Xiao immediately pressed forward, dispatching the zombies that crossed his path. Upon reaching a corner, a gust of wind surged from the left, causing the fog walls to realign, as if indicating a specific direction. Suddenly, Xiao comprehended the significance of the map he had glimpsed earlier. It did not solely signify the necessity of locating an exit or an entrance. In truth, the presence of a person dictated the location of the entrance. The map did not imply traversing the entirety of the 9th district. Rather, it guided one to follow the designated routes to the exits. Not everyone possessed the divine eye to perceive the map, thus the direction of the wind held great importance. Yet this breeze was faint, nearly imperceptible to human senses. Even Xiao himself only recognized the direction of the fog walls as the path to the maze's exit after having seen the map. From that point on, Xiao found he did not need to recall the map. He merely had to patiently await the shifts in the wind for guidance. After an hour, he finally completed the entire route. The moment he stepped out of the exit, the clouds parted, and the sun emerged, dispersing the mist. The zombies, lost within the fog, momentarily appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, Wang Hong and the others, who had refrained from leaving the safe house out of concern for their fallen comrades, witnessed the transformation outside and murmured, "It's gone. The mist has disappeared. Does that mean the dark fog has vanished as well?" Xiao, standing nearby, suddenly realized it must be her. She has dispelled the black fog of the 9th district. Wang Hong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, an indescribable sense of sorrow spreading from her chest. Had she arrived a tad earlier, it would have been fortuitous. Quickly regaining her composure, she promptly reported the situation to the other districts. In her grasp, Xiao held a tainted labyrinth, resembling a mere trinket. However, this labyrinth possessed a switch, a button adjacent to it that, when pressed by Xiao, could reopen the contaminated maze. The purification value remained at a perilous 3, while the preceding 97 had claimed the lives of the majority of survivors in District 9, leaving the remaining 3 uncertain in the toll it would exact on living beings. This contraption bore a resemblance to the mythical soul banners found in fantasy tales. Yet the notion of using actual lives to cleanse the polluted energy was beyond Xiao's moral compass. As she collected the labyrinth, Xiao surveyed her surroundings. The conditions in District 9, now free from the shrouding fog, appeared somewhat better than those in District 3. The structures were not tall, thus the collapses were relatively intact. Surrounding her were zombies, yet no special ones. Perhaps they had been eliminated by that man moments prior. It was somewhat regrettable. With his demise, his voting rights would inevitably become null and void. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 1 p.m., with 7 hours remaining until nightfall. Xiao returned to her Ferrari. While traversing the labyrinth and dispatching zombies, she had amassed several hundred treasure chests. Lin Shu sent a message. "Did you resolve the situation in District 9? Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Just a matter of convenience." Lin Shu, "Regardless, thank you. I have already heard about the events in District 9. Xiao recalled the youngest female soldier who had accompanied Wang Hong. Given their ages, they appeared to belong to different training cohorts. After the 9th district fell silent, it was through shared adversity and a common mission that bonds were formed. Often spontaneously and by age. The friendships forged in times of peril are those that linger in memory. Thus, Xiao hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Lin Shu, why must we execute the shedding plan?" She still possessed a safe house that had not yet been exchanged, yet she found the notion somewhat cruel. According to Lin Shu's previous account, there were over 4,000 members involved in the shedding plan, but it was evident that the number of sacrificed members far exceeded that. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, additional individuals would be called upon to step in. The implementation of the plan proved to be significantly more challenging than anticipated. After a prolonged pause, Lin Shu finally responded. The Star Alliance encompasses 35 districts, with the furthest horizontal distance between 2 districts measuring 5,600 kilometers, and the vertical distance extending to 5,800 kilometers, covering a total area of 11.8 million square kilometers and housing a population of 1 billion. However, we currently possess only a little over 7,000 safe houses available for the shedding plan, and even if repurposed as public shelters, they can accommodate at most 7.5 million individuals. The combined total of survivors in the major underground cities does not exceed 3 million, indicating that numerous survivors remain unrescued. The complete shedding plan aims to evenly distribute public shelters throughout the Star Alliance. Currently, there are 372 active members in the operation, each responsible for 1 to 2 safe houses. According to the plan, provided that the public shelters are successfully distributed, any survivor, regardless of their district, can locate a public shelter for resupply as long as they traverse approximately 80 kilometers independently. Our personnel will make arrangements at public shelters, providing survivors with sufficient supplies to reach the next refuge, until the survivors arrive at the 6 underground cities, Districts 2, 8, 13, 17, 21, and 27, each reaching depths of 3,000 meters and boasting the highest levels of natural disaster protection. These cities can collectively accommodate nearly 200 million people. The Level 5 food chests contain sustainable food seeds, which signifies that as long as one can traverse from the public shelter to the underground city, more individuals can survive. This is their sole hope. It would be exceedingly arduous for an individual to traverse hundreds or even thousands of kilometers alone. However, if the journey is segmented into 80-kilometer increments, it becomes feasible. An 80-kilometer walk typically requires only 15 hours, and even if one must navigate through ruins or scale mountains, the time spent would not be excessively prolonged. Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, currently, the global survivor count is likely under 1 billion. It will be exceedingly difficult for the survivors of the Star Alliance to retain 200 million. The teacher mentioned that he does not know when the apocalypse will conclude. But we, Lin Shu said slowly, will surely witness the emergence of new life. Chapter 108, Xiao caressed the green, leaf-shaped toy safe house in his hand. His expression tranquil. There remain 11 hours until the version update, and the update will conclude in 19 hours. He retrieved the map previously provided to him by Yang Shi. This is a concern for Yang Shi and his companions, as they fear that unexpected situations may arise following the version update, potentially leading to printer errors with the pre-printed map. The map contains over 10,000 designated points, with the original plan indicating that each shelter would be situated approximately 30 to 40 kilometers apart. However, it is evident that as the number of safe houses diminishes, the plan for the metamorphosis is also evolving. This map is rendered useless. Nevertheless, Xiao can utilize it to ascertain his next destination. At that moment, a tremendous noise reverberated, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Turning around, beneath the gaze of the Chosen One's eye, a black energy dome manifested in the sky above the 9th district, converging at the heart of the city. This is the energy wall. Xiao furrowed his brow. Was it due to the previous activation of the Master God's labyrinth that the special zombies within the energy wall were temporarily sealed, yet not truly resolved? Or could it be that the zombies within the energy wall materialize at random? Without hesitation, Xiao redirected the Ferrari towards the city center of the 9th district. At that moment, Wang Hong and the others were equally taken aback by the commotion. Confronted by a colossal giant zombie, the surroundings seemed to freeze in place. Other zombies were driven away, while only the immense giant zombie in the center was being infused with the black mist of energy, visibly swelling into a 5-meter-tall and 5-meter-wide spherical giant zombie, moving with its mere half-meter-tall legs across the ground. Ready your weapons. The group swiftly and adeptly raised their submachine guns, firing at the giant zombie. However, their efforts proved futile in halting the giant zombie's expansion. Ordinary bullets merely penetrated the inflated form, akin to striking a resilient balloon, transforming the spherical giant zombie into an enormous sesame ball. This one do, sister. Ordinary bullets are utterly ineffective. This was Wang Hong's first encounter with a peculiar zombie. We must retreat to the safe house. However, upon attempting to operate the safe house's mechanism, they discovered that it could not be opened due to the energy barrier. The colossal zombie seemed to be preparing itself, curling into a ball and emitting a thunderous roar before compressing its head and feet tightly into its body, rolling towards the group. Run! Wang Hong shouted urgently. Upon hearing her, the others swiftly dashed in a single direction, yet their speed paled in comparison to that of the rolling creature. At this rate, they would be overtaken before they could catch their breath. Scatter! As the team leader, Wang Hong immediately issued the command. The 4 members dispersed in different directions, but the spherical zombie targeted Wang Hong directly. Wang Hong attempted to use the debris of collapsed buildings to impede the rolling creature's momentum. The already crumbled structures were easily crushed, proving little hindrance to the zombie's speed. Nevertheless, the spherical zombie relentlessly pursued Wang Hong, who was becoming increasingly fatigued from her evasive maneuvers. Seeing the zombie closing in on Wang Hong, Xiao dashed forward, pushing her away in a bid to divert the creature's attention. Unfortunately, she inadvertently stumbled into a sudden white circle that appeared on the ground. Within the circle, a serrated cross emerged, shifting as she entered, ensnaring her like a jagged clamp. The zombie ball continued its relentless roll towards the two. Wang Hong desperately tried to rescue Xiao but was unable to budge her. At a critical moment, a massive baseball bat appeared, striking the rolling zombie ball and sending it flying away from Xiao. A piercing cry echoed, reminiscent of a ball cast aside, as the spherical zombie rolled away, emitting a haunting wail. The 4 individuals recognized the newcomer as Xiao, whom they had encountered previously. What captured their attention was the baseball bat she wielded, stretching an impressive 10 meters in length. Cautioning about the traps on the ground, Xiao inquired of Xiao, "Can you move?" To which Xiao shook her head. "No, it's impossible." Finally, they were afforded a moment to catch their breath, for the spherical zombie rolled with alarming speed. A resounding thud erupted, akin to a balloon colliding with a wall. Wang Hong looked up, alarmed. "This is bad. It's coming back." The spherical zombie crashed into the edge of the energy shield, causing it to vibrate, revealing its rectangular form. This delineated the play area of the special zombie. Xiao promptly directed, "You all distract it, and be careful not to let it near the controlled individual. Also, steer clear of the white traps. They move in a predictable pattern and will emit a 3-second warning before fully manifesting, much like a yellow light. I will seek a solution." Earlier, she had observed the situation while approaching. Understood. Upon hearing Xiao's instructions, the group readily complied. However, it was perplexing that only Xiao was under control, while Wang Hong bore the brunt of the chase. Xiao too was among those being pursued. Yet her swiftness allowed her to evade the threat in order to study the pattern of the light circles. This circumstance compelled Wang Hong to run faster and exert more effort than the others. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao noted the patterns. The entire energy range was extensive, with the white circles changing approximately every minute and a 3-second warning preceding each shift. Soon, she realized that the area traversed by the zombie ball was quickly reduced to rubble as the uneven remnants of buildings were flattened to the ground. A sudden thought struck her. If only this contraption were in Cloud City. As it rolled and compressed, it filled the fissures created by the earthquake with debris, transforming them into level ground, thus allowing her to relocate her cellar. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a series of red circles. Unlike the white ones, which contained a central white dot, this one merely featured a red point, positioned in the upper left corner of the energy shield. It seemed to appear only once after the white circles had shifted 10 times, matching the size of the spherical zombies. The white traps were designed to control the survivors, while the red circle undoubtedly governed the spherical zombies. Without hesitation, Xiao dashed toward the spherical zombie, urging everyone to move aside. Wang Hong, who was running at the forefront, instinctively rolled to the side. However, something fell from her pocket. Turning back, her expression changed dramatically. It was the toy handle from her safe house, which she had subconsciously tucked away after retrieving it. Once vacated, the safe house would revert to its toy form. She had not considered that she couldn't open the safe house within the energy shield, so she had secured it back onto the buckle on her sleeve. To her dismay, the intense running and collisions had caused the buckle to come undone, resulting in the toy handle slipping off her person during her tumble. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiao noticed the zombie ball rolling toward them. Wang Hong even contemplated rushing back to retrieve the safe house, but her companion, who had observed her movements, immediately grabbed her. A loud crunch echoed as the toy handle of the safe house was crushed to pieces, draining all color from Wang Hong's face. Xiao comprehended the situation clearly. The spherical zombie had been relentlessly pursuing Wang Hong because it sensed her connection to the safe house. In the final 3 seconds, Xiao successfully lured the spherical zombie into the crimson circle. In an instant, the tightly woven black barrier enveloping the spherical zombie vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao leaped forward and plunged the spear into the creature's body. Unexpectedly, the spherical zombie detonated, unleashing a torrent of contaminating energy that sent Xiao and his companions flying. It seemed this creature had laid a trap even in its final moments. Xiao distinctly heard the crack of his bones. Fortunately, he didn't land head first, or he would have met his demise. He never anticipated fracturing his bones twice in one day. Swiftly, he consumed a healing potion and, upon recovery, retrieved the items dropped by the spherical zombie. In addition to a selection ticket, there was also a colorful treasure chest. It had been quite some time since Xiao had encountered such a chest. However, not far away, Wang Hong appeared to be gravely injured as well. After securing the treasure chest, Xiao approached to assess her condition. Meanwhile, the farthest controlled individual, Xiao Qi, seemed unaffected, while the others supported Wang Hong, whose pallor indicated a serious situation, urging her to take her medicine. "I'm sorry, I truly am sorry to everyone." Wang Hong expressed her remorse, not anticipating that her actions would lead to the destruction of the safe house. Her expression was one of guilt. This was the last safe house at the number 1 point in Zone 9. They had all persevered for the sake of this sanctuary. Yet now it was gone. The other 3 remained silent, fully aware of the anguish within Wang Hong. The obliteration of the last safe house felt as though the sacrifices of their fallen comrades had been in vain. The energy of pollution serves to undermine the sanctuary. Xiao approached, remarking on the remarkable endurance displayed thus far. The purification level of the polluted maze stood at 97. Yet the number of survivors sacrificed here remained a mystery to all. Their perseverance was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering the deliberate approach of the corrupting energy. The previous encounter with the anchor zombie was orchestrated to lure her using ordinary survivors, and the scarecrow zombie would eagerly dismantle the sanctuary. Such entities harbor no intention of allowing humanity to traverse the end unscathed. They seek to obliterate all sanctuaries for common people before the emergence of the new master deity. This explains the relentless pursuit of Wang Hong by the spherical zombie. No, Wang Hong shook her head. We have failed our mission, and our members have perished in vain. Xiaoqi scratched her head, equally bewildered. After their failure, she was at a loss as to where to go or what to do next. The thought of returning to other districts, disheveled and humiliated, felt unbearable. The sacrifices of others were attributed to the pervasive fog. Had they not exercised sufficient caution, they too would have met a similar fate. Xiao spoke slowly. Yet, you still have 4 members remaining. I can offer you a new refuge. The group looked up at her. Xiao's expression remained calm as she continued. I possess an unbound sanctuary, one that I cannot utilize at this moment. Wang Hong gazed at Xiao, perplexed. We have nothing to offer in exchange. In the sunlight, Xiao's profile bore no semblance of benevolence, rendering her emotions inscrutable. With a raised brow, she clarified, I do not intend to gift it to you. This is my public sanctuary, belonging solely to me. not to the Star Alliance. Once transformed into a public refuge, I shall be the first to enter, examining the circumstances of this sanctuary to ascertain whether I can gain absolute control over it. A few individuals paused momentarily, their expressions dimming, as if the proposition were merely a source of amusement for them. Yet, such a reaction is hardly surprising, for it is indeed their possession. However, the subsequent words of Su Xiao were delivered with finesse. I will not remain in one place indefinitely. During my absence, this public refuge may provide temporary shelter for you, and in return, you must safeguard it. As for your activities within the sanctuary, as long as they do not jeopardize its integrity, I shall have no objections. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others instantly sparkled with renewed hope. Her words implied a tacit delegation of management over this location, transforming it into a support point. Should we accept this request? Su Xiao inquired. The individuals promptly stood at attention, executing a synchronized military salute towards Su Xiao, pledging to fulfill their duties with their lives. Su Xiao, I never intended to demand your lives. She reminded them, your original safe house has been obliterated, and your supplies are presumably gone. Let it be known that my refuge has yet to materialize, and currently, it contains no provisions. Wang Hong immediately countered. Not all our supplies were stored in the safe house. She glanced around, yet it was evident that without the treehouse, she could not locate the previous hiding spots for their supplies. The Star Alliance had previously indicated that some survivors might possess the ability to annihilate safe house toys, prompting them to refrain from placing all their resources within that dwelling. Thus, they had designated a specific location today to conceal a treasure trove of supplies in a hidden underground warehouse. In the treehouse, the majority of the items stored were weaponry. Su Xiao initially believed they were well armed, yet the reality was that with so few members, the abundance of arms was of little consequence. At 7 o'clock the following morning, they would reconvene at this very location. Su Xiao chose not to concern herself with them any longer. She twisted the handle of the dimensional portal and vanished before their eyes. Wang Hong, regaining her focus, rallied her companions. All right, sisters, a new mission awaits us. Does it not? We ought to prepare our supplies. Xiao Qi scratched her head, pondering. Did we forget to ask her name? We'll find out tomorrow. We shall see her again, won't we? Oh, right. Then let us search for the supply depot. The group remained unaware that the safe house possessed an invisibility feature, witnessing only Su Xiao's abrupt disappearance. In truth, she lingered before them, her fingers tracing the steering wheel of a Ferrari, gazing at the pulverized ruins of Zone 9. In the face of despair, every individual yearned for survival. Yet some desired not merely their own continuance, but the survival of others, much like her parents, who exerted every effort to sustain her life. Thus, she too wished to witness what miraculous birth's life could yield in the shadow of demise. Returning to her senses, Su Xiao retrieved the supplies she had just acquired. She had secured the 5th ballot, allowing her to partake in the destruction and perhaps win a consolation prize. Upon the options manifesting, she decisively selected destruction, revealing the vote tally. Safe 60 votes, neutral 3 votes, destruction 18 votes. It was now 3 in the afternoon. With only 9 hours remaining until the prologue event concluded, the version update would soon unlock the rewards. Su Xiao alone possessed 5 votes, indicating that those truly wielding voting power were not as numerous as the votes themselves. After casting her vote, Su Xiao retrieved a colorful treasure chest. Today's special zombies offered only 2 rewards, one of which was a limited-time challenge treasure chest available solely on the first night of the Apocalypse game. There was an option that Su Xiao chose not to select, but this time she decided to give it a try. Upon opening the chest, she was presented with the option, please select the attribute you desire from the following: agility, strength, defense skill. Without hesitation, Su Xiao chose skill. Upon activation, she was met with yet another potion, skill potion. Description: consuming this will activate the usage techniques for any attribute potion. Su Xiao was taken aback. Chapter 110. Enemies. To be honest, Su Xiao had not anticipated that skill would require a potion for activation. She had assumed it would be akin to a scroll, which could be learned and utilized directly. However, there were not only descriptions but also precautions. Precautions: without a complete divine body, the skill potion will forcibly merge genetic energy with the energy of the main deity, leading to potential side effects. Side effects. Su Xiao realized the implication. On that day in South Island, the man who had attempted to claim her head had seemingly consumed the skill potion, which granted him divine candidate abilities. The merging of genetic energy with the energy of the main deity was likely due to the stark differences between the carbon-based human body and the energy of the main deity. Just like her divine eye, although she could not see her own eyes, she was certain they had changed. If it weren't for the uncertainty of potentially becoming disabled and the possibility of great pain, Su Xiao might have even been tempted to pry one out to examine it. She activated her divine eye to observe the skill potion. It is a profound shade of blue, reminiscent of the unfathomable depths of the ocean and the farthest reaches of the cosmos, imbued with an overwhelming sense of a bottomless vortex. After careful consideration, Xiao took a sip. A peculiar sensation surged within her, as if someone were forcefully amalgamating her flesh with something else, transforming her into a suffocating mass of dough. You have activated the extensibility of the defensive attribute potion. The defensive potion adheres to the surface of the body, imbuing it with the power of the primordial deity. The extensibility technique has fused your genes with the deity's power, allowing your body to undergo infinite expansion. You can even transform into a sphere, the size and duration of which depend on the energy within you. After use, your body will experience residual effects of elasticity and weakness, with an unpredictable recovery time. Xiao examined her skin, noting a transformation. Her pores had seemingly vanished, leaving her skin smooth and elastic. Were it not for the potion, she might have thought she had undergone some cosmetic procedure. Yet, she distinctly sensed the energy coursing smoothly across the surface of her body. Now liberated beyond the confines of her veins, intertwining with her skin as though a genetic lock had been unlocked. Gazing at the still bright sky of Zone 9, Xiao resolved to experiment. After all, the defensive potion rendered ordinary zombies incapable of harming her, and as of now, no other special zombies lurked within Zone 9. Xiao departed from Ferrari, taking a deep breath before her body visibly swelled. The attire she donned was crafted from gaming materials, possessing a close-fitting elasticity. Within just 30 seconds, she transformed into a sphere adorned in a black tactical jacket, measuring 3 meters in height and width, slightly smaller than the previous spherical zombie. The 9th district was largely reduced to ruins, devoid of treehouse markers for navigation. Wang Hong and her companions ventured in search of the underground warehouse, guided by their recollections. A familiar rumble resonated from behind them, prompting the group to turn. Upon witnessing the colossal sphere, their hearts raced, instinctively darting to the sides, fearing the emergence of a special zombie. However, as the black sphere rolled past, they heard a greeting. "Hi." The group froze. Little Seven quickly realized. "If I am not mistaken," Wang Hong replied. "Yes, you are not mistaken." The other 2 members chimed in. "We should not be mistaken either." Xiao felt dizzy, realizing that this technique, once employed, could not be voluntarily halted. Although her form had morphed into a sphere, her eyes remained atop her head, acting as the central axis. With the rolling motion, her sight oscillated up and down, exacerbating her dizziness. After rolling for a minute, Xiao finally sensed her body had been drained, akin to a deflating balloon, as her internal energy realigned, causing her to flatten instantaneously. Yet flattening was merely the beginning. The residual effects of elasticity rendered her stretched skin incapable of returning to its original state in a short time. Xiao could only reach out and fold the sagging skin that hung outside her body, resembling crumpled paper. Not far off, she noticed Wang Hong and her companions hastening towards her. Xiao hastily took her folding meat, extracted the dimensional handle, and slipped into the Ferrari, thus averting the embarrassment of being humiliated in public. From a distance, Wang Hong and her companions perceived her as a crumpled mass of dried tofu vanishing before their eyes. Their expressions filled with bewilderment. Could it have been merely an illusion? No, that seemed implausible. It must be the enigmatic power of a special survivor. After resting in the Ferrari for a minute, Xiao's tofu-like skin returned to its normal state. To be honest, Xiao understood the utility of this technique. After transforming into a sphere, the ground she traversed had flattened, akin to the function of a bulldozer. Furthermore, she could morph into various shapes, such as elongated rectangles, squares, or triangles, thereby creating a more substantial defensive plane, albeit lacking the mobility of a spherical form. Yet, Xiao found herself perplexed as to where such a transformation would be of any practical use. This skill seemed simultaneously valuable and futile, leaving her imagination somewhat drained. Xiao opened the interface of Little Mo, who notified her that 49 had sent her a message. Promptly, she accessed the communication center and discovered that 49 had dispatched 2 vials of doomsday potions, one for strength and the other for defense. 49 expressed gratitude. "Thank you for sharing such crucial information. This was an additional token of appreciation." Glancing at 49's message, Xiao noted that in a short span, they had already leveled up to level 3, which was unexpected. "That was quite swift. Did it impersonate your deceased relative?" 49 replied. "No." Xiao felt puzzled. Typically, it is only trusted relatives who could so easily be believed. 49. "The memories it devoured belong to my adversary." Xiao found this statement somewhat perplexing. Adversary? "I recall that its affinity for you increased rather swiftly at the outset. Much like Ninyu, her brother possessed only her brother's memories, with an affinity rating of merely 17. In those memories, Ninyu and her brother had never truly coexisted in harmony. Thus, after consuming the other's memories, Nian Yu's Xiao Mo could only resort to deceit to garner Nian Yu's trust. Yet, from an adversary, the affinity could surge to over 50 in an instant. Quite unexpected. 49 replied, "Indeed, an adversary, a repugnant one at that. Yet, he is most affectionate towards me, all his memories are filled with my sweet words." Hence the rapid increase in his affinity for me. Such a niche statement left Su Xiao feeling somewhat bewildered. Unable to restrain herself, she sent a question mark. 49 quickly responded, "If I were to say this person is old enough to be my grandfather, would that clarify things for you?" In an instant, Su Xiao grasped the implication. Her gaze swept across 49's nickname, and a thought flickered in her mind, leading her to a possible conclusion. Chapter 111. Chi 49. Could 49 be Jiang Chi? Holding on to a fleeting hope, Su Xiao sent a message, "Jiang Chi." The person on the other end paused momentarily, astonished that someone could recognize them from a mere sentence. After a brief contemplation, the response came back, somewhat uncertain. "Su Xiao?" Indeed, it was a match. The signal was confirmed. Su Xiao inquired, "Does the safe house smell bad from the sewers?" 49. "Did you come looking for me?" Su Xiao, "I happened to visit the South Island and rescued a few individuals from the cellar. From them, I gathered information resembling yours." After saying this, Su Xiao teleported to the cellar to search, delivering the bag belonging to 49 that was taken from the South Island. The search was indeed conducted, consuming 15 of the battery power. It was impossible to perform a good deed without leaving a name. 49. "Did they send you to find me?" Su Xiao, "Yes." A minute passed before 49 inquired, "Where are they?" Su Xiao, "They're gone, this time." The silence stretched for a full 3 minutes before 49 replied, "Your workplace is in Cloud City, and they are in Beijing." Although there had not been much interaction with Su Xiao, Jiang Chi, being the adopted daughter of her parents, had some understanding. "Su Xiao, I did not see it with my own eyes. I heard it from the people of the Star Alliance. I intended to go, but did not have the chance. Aunt could not bear the pressure of the apocalypse and took her own life." 49. "Huh. Not surprising, a cowardly mother." Su Xiao chose not to respond further. The other party then sent a vial of apocalyptic serum to Su Xiao. "I won't let your trip be in vain. And please extend my gratitude to the girls in the cellar as well." Jiang Chi was not new to such matters. Su Xiao recalled a year when the news flooded the internet. A 70-year-old man was caught peeking under a young girl's skirt at a subway station by a young man. The elderly man, acting shamelessly, was confronted by the young man, and after a few words, he suffered a heart attack and died on the spot. His family then turned around and sued the young man for 500,000. Little did she expect that her act of bravery would lead to financial ruin. The young girl was a university student, and the young man had just entered society. Both came from modest backgrounds. Despite their earnest defense, the unfortunate reality of the elderly man's death and the altercation that occurred among the three in the subway could not be denied, resulting in the judge's ruling of 200,000 yuan. This sum weighed heavily on both families like a mountain. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chi shared the news on her social media, remarking, "The old pervert got what he deserved. I will help her pay." This incident significantly boosted Jiang Chi's follower count. Although many criticized her for seeking attention, yet, only Su Xiao understood that Jiang Chi genuinely harbored disdain for the old pervert. The individual who had once imprisoned Jiang Chi was considerably older, nearly 60, while she had been a mere 13 at the time. Moreover, he was a distant relative of the Jiang family, once a figure of significant influence, yet he had no descendants and considerable wealth. The Jiang family had risen from ordinary circumstances, thanks to his patronage. However, Su Xiao was not privy to many details. She only knew that when Jiang Chi returned, news of the man's depressed suicide had just emerged online. Some of his assets were donated to charitable organizations, while the remaining portion somehow ended up with the Jiang family, which seized the opportunity to elevate their status. During middle school, Su Xiao and Jiang Chi attended the same institution. She was unaware of Jiang Chi's original disposition, but it was evident that the Jiang Chi who returned bore animosity towards her. Once, Jiang Chi had seen her in the corridor and coldly warned, "Stay away from my home in the future." After that, their interactions became scarce. She had also observed Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang coming to the school to pick up Jiang Chi, and their attitude towards her was rather peculiar. It seemed as though they indulged her due to her mental health issues. However, Su Xiao could sense that the atmosphere of the Jiang family was distinctly different from that of her own family and her memories. In her youth, Su Xiao did not fully comprehend this, as she instinctively believed that, as an outsider, she ought not to intrude upon their family dynamics. Hence she did not make any deliberate attempts to get close to them. It was only after maturing and developing her own thoughts that she realized some matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. For instance, When Jiang Qiqi had been missing for merely 6 months, the Jiang family was already eager to adopt her. Had Jiang Qiqi not returned, she might have been renamed, sharing the same name and surname, and no one would have noticed that their daughter had been replaced. After Jiang Qiqi's disappearance, Uncle and Aunt Jiang had seemingly resigned themselves to the belief that she would never be found, and their attitude towards her upon her return was fraught with complexity. Ultimately, Jiang Qiqi's return was facilitated through a report to the hospital rather than by the Jiang family searching for her themselves. Additionally, Jiang Qiqi's newly updated social circle occasionally revealed fragments of information. Though subtle, these hints provoked contemplation in Su Xiao. Despite the love her parents had for her, she understood that this did not imply that all parents in the world would love their children. These were, after all, baseless speculations, and she had never confided in anyone about them. Nevertheless, Su Xiao would not inquire about Jiang Qiqi now. People are adept at masquerading, playing diverse roles in the presence of different individuals and relationships. What may seem virtuous in one's own eyes might not be perceived the same by others. During the years of personal growth, one genuinely bears the kindness they receive. Yet, Jiang Qiqi may not necessarily share the same sentiment. Su Xiao received the potion and replied, "You're welcome." A trip to the southern island proved to be quite fruitful. After returning the Ferrari to the rendezvous point initially agreed upon with Wang Hong and others, he teleported back to the fishing boat, which remained on the river. Following encounters with 2 safety houses that had been forcibly controlled, Su Xiao began to entertain the notion of not placing all his eggs in one basket. However, suspending the immobile safety houses above the fishing boat also proved to be quite convenient, creating an effortless ambush strategy. Suddenly, rain began to pour again, with large droplets striking the river's surface, rising in a thin veil of mist. As the formal arrival of the end drew nearer, the unpredictable changes in weather became increasingly erratic. Su Xiao consumed 3 potions sent by Jiang Qiqi, feeling a surge of energy within. The once slender essence of the main deity, akin to a hair's breadth, seemed to have crossed a critical threshold and transformed into a flowing thread of cotton. He navigated the fishing boat towards the shore, preparing for tomorrow's retrieval of the Ferrari. Returning to the cellar, he scavenged the last of the snacks before they expired, bringing them aboard the fishing boat. Sitting cross-legged, he munched on the treats while admiring the rain-soaked scenery. Night fell amidst the gentle patter of rain. At 8 o'clock, the rain abruptly ceased without any strange notifications. That peculiar entity remained silent. The moon appeared in the sky, not blood-red, but a bright luminescent orb. Finally, Su Xiao caught sight of an opportunity and promptly stepped onto the deck. Under the moonlight, the ethereal figure of Mou reappeared, and Su Xiao watched as it greedily absorbed the lunar energy. Chapter 112. Balance. It was evident that Su Xiao found himself once again immobilized. She was compelled to remain in place, although she claimed to have deliberately summoned Mou to absorb energy. This did not imply that she relished being punished with a standing penalty. Regarding Mou, the game's information forcibly categorized it as a plant, yet it failed to specify which plant resembled a shadow and thrived by consuming moonlight. Thus, akin to the intelligent steward, the name of the plant served merely as a label comprehensible to humans. It was a being from another realm or dimension. As Su Xiao gazed upward at the luminous moon, she pondered whether those crimson eyes could transform into the celestial orb. Were they perhaps entities originating from the moon? She recalled the apocalyptic creature that had first appeared to guard the treasure chest, sensing that it bore a striking resemblance to Mou. Lowering her head, she sought to ascertain whether Mou possessed consciousness, saying, "Under moonlight and in safety, I shall not impede your absorption of lunar energy." The shadow on the ground visibly paused, comprehending her words yet remaining silent. Su Xiao continued, "What I mean is that I will not hinder your absorption of moonlight energy. Yet you need not restrain me from moving." It felt akin to her hastily fleeing before she had fully satisfied her hunger. Mou remained still. Yet Su Xiao distinctly sensed the power that confined her loosening, allowing her to move. She settled into a cross-legged position. Beside her, the shadow quietly absorbed the moonlight energy, while Su Xiao nibbled on snacks. The moon tonight was large and round, the river calm, and the scene was so beautiful that it scarcely resembled an apocalyptic setting. The moon appeared at 8 o'clock and gracefully descended at midnight, and with the absence of moonlight, Mou silently merged with Su Xiao, becoming one. After sinking down, Su Xiao was just in time to muster his spirit and listen to the new announcement. Humanity has officially entered the era of apocalypse. The apocalyptic energy will obliterate the traces of the old epoch on Blue Star, leading to extreme cold, storms, earthquakes, thunderstorms, tsunamis, floods, tornadoes, and other natural phenomena that humanity cannot avert. Simultaneously, during the era of apocalypse, no plants will be able to grow on Blue Star. The sole source of survival supplies for ordinary survivors will be the various treasure chests dropped by the eradicated beings. Thus, it is imperative to allocate the limited resources judiciously. Following the version update, a trading system will be launched in the safe houses, allowing survivors to list supplies for fixed trades. Once the identities of the 100 candidates for the main deity are fully activated, the main deity game will commence. The communication center of the safe house will simultaneously launch the rankings for the main deity candidates and the pioneers. The emergence of a new main deity will mark the end of the era of apocalypse, and the remaining survivors will gain the qualification to enter the next epic. Apocalyptic monsters appear only at night, and only the main deity candidates and epic pioneers can engage in their eradication. Currently, a total of 384. 561 safe houses have been bound, with 738 of them being level 2 or above, while 347 remain unbound. The number of surviving individuals stands at 882, 937, 492. In 8 hours, all unbound safe houses will transform into public shelters capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals, and their coordinates will be announced in the Safe House Communications Center. The first individual to enter a public shelter will temporarily gain control of it. The calamities brought forth by the era of apocalypse are beyond human anticipation. Yet with careful observation, one can discern the signs preceding their arrival. The announcement concludes, there remain over 40,000 unbound safe houses. Yet this figure does not encompass those involved in the execution of the shelling plan. Nonetheless, it aligns with Su Xiao's contemplations. The apocalyptic game fundamentally lacks the capacity to forecast the calamities that may erupt upon the arrival of its conclusion, nor can it provide advance warnings. This presents a significant dilemma. The energy of pollution is likely synonymous with apocalyptic energy. Remarkably, the Supreme Deity's game necessitates the activation of 100 candidates for the role of Supreme Deity, implying that 100 survivors must discover dismantleable Supreme Deity toys to awaken the power of the Supreme Deity. The term Era Pioneer should refer to survivors who have consumed apocalyptic potions but have not yet activated their identities as candidates for the Supreme Deity. After a brief wait, Su Xiao received a notification regarding the conclusion of the prologue event. Prologue event concluded, vote tally, save 89 votes, neutral 3 votes, destroy 27 votes, participants, 82 individuals. Each vote rewards a special event treasure chest corresponding to the selected option, with each option containing an activation item for the Supreme Deity toy, though only one is permanent. And opening the special treasure chests carries a chance of acquisition. He received, save special treasure chest, X1, neutral special treasure chest, X3, destroy special treasure chest, X1. He had not anticipated that the voting would yield such results. The permanent activation item is included among the options. Since he had cast all 3 neutral votes himself, he was assured of obtaining a permanent neutral special activation item. Upon reviewing, Su Xiao discerned that there was no need to test whether the treasure chests could be synthesized. He proceeded directly to open the 3 neutral special treasure chests. Balance activation energy, once. 2. Description, can activate a symmetrical primordial toy once. Balance activation energy, permanent. Description, can permanently activate a symmetrical primordial toy. Is neutrality synonymous with balance capability? Can only symmetrical primordial toys be utilized? Is not my hourglass precisely symmetrical? Su Xiao retrieved the hourglass and verified its symmetry. Regardless of whether it was folded from the top, the bottom, or even from the sides, it exhibited perfect symmetry. The balance activation energy orb adhered to the primordial toy. The seemingly mundane hourglass began to rotate, emanating radiant light. The sand within became animated, transforming into a translucent silver toy that spun gracefully in midair. And Su Xiao beheld the information. Balance hourglass, permanent. Description, can select any 2 targets. Balancing their energies for 10 minutes. Usage duration, 24H. Accumulated usage, 1. Primordial Master, Su Xiao. Su Xiao's interest was instantly piqued. This object held intriguing potential. If she encountered something with energy surpassing her own, she could employ the balance hourglass to forcibly equalize both energies for a fair confrontation lasting 10 minutes, providing a peculiar thrill of overcoming the stronger with the weaker. This was decidedly more practical than any extensibility techniques. However, it could only be used against targets with greater energy. As she attempted to take the hourglass, it automatically burrowed into the palm of her right hand the moment she touched it. Su Xiao raised her hands. On the left lay the supply passage leading to the end, while on the right was the primordial toy, unlocking the primordial energy. However, there is no need for concern, as the activated divine toys are thought-based objects that cannot be lost. Su Xiao proceeded to open the other 2 treasure chests, yet fortune did not favor her this time, as they contained only single-use items. Attack activation energy, 1 use. Description: can activate 1 offensive divine toy. Healing activation energy, 1 use. Description: can activate 1 supportive divine toy. The destruction option pertains to attack, while the salvation option refers to healing. It became evident that selecting one did not necessarily dictate the task to be undertaken. In terms of scope, the healing activation energy can be applied to any divine toy, resembling an immortal object, though it remains uncertain who possesses it. The attack activation energy is self-explanatory. It pertains to offensive divine toys, and considering the tainted labyrinth, this attack energy should not be underestimated. Chapter 113, Contamination. Xiao couldn't help but think. Had she known that no one would discover the neutral option, she would have cast her vote for neutrality just once, reserving the rest for destruction. Yet, she quickly reassured herself that one should not be overly greedy. Possessing a balanced hourglass was already a significant achievement, far better than having nothing at all. Desiring everything often leads to losing everything. With 2 remaining activation uses for balanced energy, which held little utility for her, Xiao resolved to head to the exchange center to attempt to trade for divine toys. Although the version had been updated, it did not impede online communication. The first sight she encountered was Master Rashi, exclaiming in frustration, "Ah, how is there still a neutral option? Which 3 fortunate souls selected neutrality? Does that not imply a 33% chance of obtaining a permanent activation item?" Xiao, why does it feel as though he is always speaking ill of himself? You, it's not me. I have no idea how the neutral option came about. I can't click on that middle point. I possess a divine toy that resembles a balanced scale, yet my voting power is of the offensive type and cannot be activated. I am quite frustrated. So, if anyone has offensive toys, I would be grateful for a trade. Hi Quitian Kong. Does anyone have excess energy? I only have 1. But I possess 3 toys. Grandpa has arrived. So how many toys are there? How many votes? Were only 82 individuals participating in this event? Mysterious. I only have 1. It is a one-time use. I haven't acquired any toys. 80 years old. I also lack permanence. Amidst this conversation, a group of unfamiliar usernames chimed in, sounding like bystanders. What are you all talking about? Xiao glanced around. With 49 individuals online, it seemed that most of the attendees were likely survivors from the previously sacrificed maze that had been tainted in Zone 9. The silence from 49 indicated that they were quietly exchanging items. Xiao now possessed an energy balancing item and had a tainted maze that was merely 3 away from complete purification. After contemplating, Xiao sought out Hai Quitian Kong. It was quite surprising. No wonder he previously looked down on that voting slip. It was revealed that he already had 3 divine toys. Xiao discreetly sent a signal. The wind is quite strong today. Lu Jianxing finally grasped the situation. I never expected that number 1 would turn out to be a young girl. No wonder he had been so wary before. There was no need for his assistance. Xiao directly presented a neutral ballot, divine toy. Undoubtedly, the neutral ballot she held was quite valuable. Although scarce, it served as an energy balancer. This meant that even if the opponent employed an offensive divine toy, as long as she utilized the energy balancing toy, the energies would neutralize, rendering the opponent's divine toy incapable of inflicting fatal damage. At most, it would result in a 50-50 chance. Conversely, the healing and cleansing divine toys clearly bore no offensive power. They could only be employed if one remained alive. Lu Jianxing expressed his surprise. You chose neutral? How did you manage that? Xiao replied, care to exchange? If not, I will seek others. The conversation was quite dense, leaving him perplexed by the youth's rules. Lu Jianxing remarked, 1 ballot is insufficient. He was a person who refused to concede, although he did not frequently engage in games. He endeavored to grasp and internalize the rules, and his luck had been favorable, so a single ballot would certainly not suffice for an exchange. Xiao was aware that 1 was inadequate for trading toys. However, she too possessed only 1 healing and 1 attacking toy. Yet, she had a labyrinth that, upon purging the polluted energy, yielded healing labyrinth energy. Could she perhaps exchange the activated healing energy? As she pondered, she noticed a message from 49, online, not speaking, secretly exchanging items? Xiao, isn't this behavior more indicative of herself? How could she dare to comment on others? She chose to ignore it. 49. Do you want some excess attacking activated energy? Xiao raised her eyebrows and responded. Do you have a lot of attacking activated energy? 49. Not much. Xiao, did you draw permanent activated energy? Certainly, there are many. 49. Half of the destruction votes belong to me, she said with a hint of pride. Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly. It was no surprise that she chose destruction. 49. What a pity, it's not about annihilating this world, but merely possessing a one-time opportunity to obliterate the rules of energy. The convoluted rules of the game made her believe that selecting destruction could lead to an immediate end of this wretched world. The energy to dismantle rules likely referred to those special zombies that required observation of certain mechanisms. After all, not everyone possessed the divine eye, which allowed them to perceive the rules. Su Xiao inquired curiously, where do all these votes come from? Half the votes would amount to dozens. She felt that resolving so many special zombies in a short span would be quite challenging. 49. The sewers can be quite foul. But rats do have their advantages. With a sin of decay in the dark and unlit sewers, one must navigate to find a small waterway to the exit, as the rat safe houses had their exits situated below ground. However, the rat safe house possessed a unique attribute, allowing it to move within the contaminated energy. This meant that after entering the contaminated energy, it could still maneuver. Thus, she had moved the rats to the energy zone, waiting for others to finish before stealthily taking their votes. Over the span of 2 days, she traversed 4 zones, reaping substantial rewards. Su Xiao furrowed her brow upon concluding her review, confirming once more, your rat safe house can move within the contaminated energy? 49. Are you going to exchange? If not, I'll ask someone else. Su Xiao, why can your rats move within the contaminated energy? Have you tainted them? What have you done to them? Like a labyrinth. Could the safe house be contaminated in order to facilitate movement within its energy? She had previously pondered that the contaminated divine toys could not have been obtained from the treasure chests. It was evident that the survivors must have interfered with the toys. Jiang Qiqi found Su Xiao utterly vexing. She had approached her with genuine goodwill, inquiring if she required any items, offering to prioritize exchanges due to their familiar relationship. Yet, Su Xiao bombarded her with incessant questions, akin to a child with 1,000 inquiries. It was maddening, on the verge of insanity. Within 30 seconds, Su Xiao received a response from 49. I fed it feces. Su Xiao, truly irritable. However, Jiang Qiqi's revelation sparked a hypothesis in Su Xiao's mind. The divine toys were intrinsically linked to the safe house. The distinction being that the toys obtained from the red treasure chests did not connect to the ultimate destination of the safe house. As for the reason behind the contamination of the divine toys, 49's mouse safe house could traverse the polluted energy unimpeded, indicating that survivors had indeed tampered with something. Jiang Qiqi's remark about feeding the safe house feces clearly implied that she had administered something that precipitated the changes, enabling movement within the contaminated energy. Firstly, it was not game supplies, for Su Xiao had also nourished it, which merely augmented the energy. It could not possibly be real-world supplies either. She had treated Xiao Mo to snacks without any discernible alterations. Her gaze drifted to the crops within the fishing boat. Could it be that those very items had caused the divine toys to become contaminated? Chapter 114, Rebirth. Su Xiao contemplated a notion. Though it seemed far-fetched, it remained a possibility. Naturally, she had also considered the potential contamination of the divine consciousness. The divine consciousness can indeed be utilized to create surveillance projection devices. Thus, it is an object that requires purification rather than mere sustenance. The labyrinth was initially activated as a toy by the survivors before it became tainted, and the corrupted divine consciousness and the labyrinth exist as two independent entities that do not influence one another. Therefore, the notion of the tainted divine consciousness contaminating the toy is unfounded. However, Su Xiao, under the moonlight, nourished the final shadow and observed the seeds within the pot. This prompted a rather fanciful hypothesis, compelling him to message Jiang Qiqi. Do you believe that the little shadow can recognize its master through a drop of blood? And you fed it blood? Indeed, the concept of recognizing one's master through a drop of blood is pivotal. Following the initiation of the apocalyptic game, the only hint regarding the necessity of blood was concerning the apocalyptic plants, which are also limited in quantity. Survivors are privy to the information that these limited plants require blood for recognition. Therefore, as survivors who have long struggled to find a method to activate the divine toys, upon learning that the limited plants require blood for nurturing and recognition on the very first day, might they not consider applying the same principle to the divine toys? Su Xiao, having perused various novels, noted that many narratives in the realm of fantasy have perpetuated the method of blood recognition since time immemorial. Moreover, sacrificial methods often align with sinister practices, echoing the purification processes of the tainted labyrinth. Ultimately, Su Xiao harbors doubts about whether human blood could corrupt the divine toys due to the fact that the shadow under the moonlight is black. Although it melds into Su Xiao's shadow, it undeniably lacks the silver essence of divine power. Even though Su Xiao had activated the Eye of Divine Selection, he naturally perceived the entity known as the End of Darkness as a mere shadow, dismissing the energy emanating from it. In retrospect, the manifestations born from the seeds of doom were indeed akin to the apocalyptic monstrosities, saturated with the essence of cataclysmic corruption. The need for blood from the seeds of doom might suggest that human blood harbors a similar tainted energy, Thus, after consuming the potion of doom, the divine power within him distinctly differentiated from his blood. The alchemical potion hinted at gene fusion, resembling the amalgamation of two entirely disparate energies. After a prolonged silence, 49 finally sent a message to Su Xiao. Do you intend to extract information from me without compensation? It seems so. Su Xiao replied, I deduced it myself. Jiang Qiqi retorted, feeling a sense of being coerced into an unwanted alliance. Unable to contain her frustration, she shot back. Su Xiao, are you a dog? From now on, let us pretend we don't know each other. Su Xiao was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to why he had provoked Jiang Qiqi's ire. He had merely been inquiring calmly. Though Jiang Qiqi could choose not to respond, her judgment was unaffected by his replies. Returning to the cellar, she pondered whether to offer a drop of her blood to Little Doom. After some contemplation, she inquired, Little Doom, may I feed you my blood? After nearly a minute of reflection, Little Doom responded, Does Xiao Xiao wish to form a life exchange pact with me? What was that? Su Xiao questioned in confusion. Little Doom explained, When the time of termination arrives, I shall return to the place of endings. If Xiao Xiao has not ascended to the status of the supreme deity, the life exchange pact shall take effect. I shall await the arrival of Xiao Xiao in the land of termination, and subsequently, we shall exchange identities. The disappearance of the safe house merely signifies the severance of the connection between the new world and the land of termination. It does not imply the demise of the little ones. After a period of contemplation, Su Xiao inquired, What identities shall we exchange? Xiao Mao replied, Xiao Xiao will remain in the land of termination in my stead. Su Xiao hesitated momentarily. And what of you? Xiao Mao pondered before responding, I shall assume Xiao Xiao's identity. Perhaps becoming a new being devoid of memories. Perhaps? Su Xiao questioned, uncertainty lacing his tone. Indeed, it is also possible I may transform into another form of life. Any being within the realm of existence holds potential. The population of little ones in the land of termination is fixed. They shall never perish there. My existence lacks choice. Only an eternal cycle of consumption. The exchange of life signifies that Xiao Xiao will take my place in the land of termination until the arrival of the next end, at which point the contract of rebirth shall conclude. Ah, I see now. This is the essence of the little one's yearning to befriend humanity, their reluctance to part ways with them. Su Xiao grasped the truth. What they truly desire is the contract of rebirth, not for the survivors to become sustenance, but for them to willingly enter into a covenant. The old lady's little one was filled with rage due to the inability to communicate. Realizing that the old lady's silence would hinder its pursuit of what it yearned for, be it the contract of rebirth or emotional value. Thus, it relinquished its hope. Xiao Mo, if I had never experienced the memories of happiness, I would not perceive the end as a lamentable destination. As Xiao Xiao's friend and family member, I would convey to her that the end is devoid of any happiness to be sustained. It serves as the terminus for all souls' memories and emotions. Although there is no concept of time at the end, according to human reckoning, the next arrival of such an end may not occur for hundreds of millions, or even billions of years. We have grown accustomed to this protracted wait, yet Xiao Xiao is human. Humans are inherently resistant to solitude. The longer the duration, the more pronounced this sentiment becomes. Xiao Mo, if our affinity has not reached 100%, to the point of sincere honesty, you would likely not confide in me. Your intention to gain human trust is not ultimately to consume them, but rather to exchange a life contract. Su Xiao understands. It is precisely because Xiao Mo regards her as a friend that she refrains from expressing her desire for a life contract. Xiao Mo, the activation of the life contract can only occur after the end has transpired. If Xiao Xiao were to perish during this interim, the life contract would remain ineffective, and the safe house would vanish as well. Humans have fleeting lifespans and value the present moment, as does Xiao Xiao. At this moment, I have already secured the companionship I desire and discovered my existence. Whether or not a life contract matters no longer. Su Xiao understands. Thus, Xiao Mo in the level 2 safe house has but one choice, while Xiao Mo in the level 1 safe house still has the opportunity to swap the bound survivor. Her aim is to assist the survivor in surviving until the end, during which she seeks to earn trust and secure a life contract. Su Xiao states, Xiao Mo feed. 10 seconds later, the blue plate reappeared. With a forceful jab of his finger against the sharp weapon, blood splattered onto the blue plate, fleeting in its presence. You have entered into a rebirth contract with the end of days. During the apocalyptic era, your safe house will no longer be bound by the dual energies, allowing you to traverse any energy realm. Dual energy? Is it not the tainted energy? Su Xiao recalled that he had coined the term tainted energy due to witnessing the corrupted consciousness of the main god. The energy that tainted the main god's consciousness aligned with the external energies, hence the nomenclature. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something on the deck of the fishing boat, causing him to furrow his brow. What is that? Chapter 115. Initiation. Beneath the eye of the chosen, an abundance of black mist had gathered outside, suddenly assailing them, both ethereal and tangible. On the cabin's surface lay his shadow, more accurately, the shadow of the inn's wraith. If his eyes did not deceive him, the wraith was wielding a hairdryer, aimlessly directing it towards the black mist on the deck, attempting to disperse it. Quite the imaginative endeavor, though the origin of the hairdryer remained a mystery. Apocalyptic monstrosity? Xiao pondered, recalling the bizarre entities he had encountered when the apocalyptic game first descended. Little mo, it is apocalyptic energy. This energy emerges from the moment of annihilation and manifests in various forms. The apocalyptic monstrosity is merely one of them, while these flowing apocalyptic energies are fleeting and fragmented. Xiao inquired, would ordinary survivors also be subject to attacks? If they lacked a safe house, would that not render them helpless? Little mo, apocalyptic energy only opposes the main god's energy. Survivors devoid of main god energy will not experience scattered assaults. The higher the main god energy, the more pronounced the attacks become. Xiao? What on earth is this? Is it true that as long as one refrains from consuming potions and remains an ordinary survivor, one will not be attacked? No, without the power of the deity. Encountering special zombies becomes insurmountable, and one cannot evade the natural disasters that arise at the end of times. In this apocalypse, one can only await death. The remnants of the apocalypse continue to battle, and the doomsday energy surrounding the fishing vessel is on the verge of vanishing. Xiao resolves to uncover what this so-called doomsday energy truly is. Approaching the deck of the cabin, Xiao warns, Xiao, you may be in danger. Xiao replies, will I die if I merely extend one hand? With the healing potion secured in her left hand, her right hand is poised to test the waters, ready to experiment with damage. Xiao, no, it should be fine. At worst, you might lose a hand, but with MOU around, nothing serious will happen. If I were to remain forever hidden in a safe house, I would never come to know my enemies or their true strength. The unknown is the most terrifying existence. Having concluded her thoughts, Xiao resolutely extends her right hand, and the residual black doomsday energy swiftly permeates her skin. There is no sensation of pain. However, upon retracting her hand, she clearly observes fine lines emerging on her right hand, as if it has aged instantaneously. Previously, after consuming the skill potion and merging with genetic energy and divine power, her skin had been noticeably smooth. Had it not been for the stark contrast, she might not have noticed this detail, for unless the age difference is significant, it is not easy to discern the degree of aging in one's hands. Under the gaze of the chosen one's eye, the divine power begins to surge chaotically, causing a slight warmth within her body, reminiscent of the fever she experienced during that rainy day. After consuming the healing potion, its energy coursed through her body, dispelling the ominous black energies of doom, and her right hand regained the smoothness reminiscent of a rubbery figure. Xiao began to comprehend the situation, silently retracting her hand as she continued to access the communication center for further inquiries. She sought the toys of the Master God, yet the advanced survivors possessed few energy activation devices and toys. Even those that were available were exorbitantly priced. Lu Jiansheng demanded 5 energy activation devices in exchange for a single toy. While this was not an excessive request, Xiao had no intention of complying. The Communication Center for Advanced Survivors had not yielded any individuals who had acquired permanent activation healing or purging energies, leaving her unable to inquire whether they could purify the labyrinth. Thus, she needed to devise her own means to obtain a purifying toy. She examined her collection of red chests, 2 level 1 red chests, 1 level 2 red chest, 2 level 3 red chests, and 1 level 4 red chest. None of these contained the probability of yielding a Master God toy, nor did she possess a sufficient quantity to synthesize a higher quality chest. After 8 o'clock, the trading market would open, and she intended to list a batch of supplies in exchange for red chests, hoping to uncover one that contained a Master God toy. This approach would allow her to save a substantial amount of resources. As the clock struck 1, Xiao completed her personal hygiene routine and, closing her eyes, succumbed to a drowsy slumber. In the depths of slumber, a system notification roused Xiao from his dreams. All candidates for the Lord God have assembled. The energy rankings of the candidates will be disclosed at the Safe House Communication Center alongside the Pioneer Energy Leaderboard following the version update, concurrently initiating the Lord God game. The entrance to the Lord God game will appear at random intervals, requiring a specific number of participants each time, with rewards consisting of various parts of the Lord God's body. A candidate who acquires the complete torso will ascend as the new Lord God. All candidates are encouraged to engage actively. Sitting up in bed, Su Xiao glanced at the time. It was 6:48. It seemed that many individuals, upon hearing the news of the version update, were actively seeking methods to become candidates for the Lord God, hence the timely notification. Undoubtedly, members of various alliance organizations were exerting their efforts. After all, the earlier the Lord God game commenced, the sooner it would conclude. Previously, Su Xiao had dealt with several capable individuals present. Apart from his left leg, he bore no signs of being associated with the candidates for the Lord God. Whether he would still be counted among them remained uncertain, but the leaderboard would reveal the truth after 8 o'clock. As for the torso, Su Xiao had speculated whether it was necessary to obtain parts from others to assemble a complete entity to give rise to a new Lord God. Now, it appeared that parts could also be acquired within the Lord God game. Time was of the essence. Su Xiao transported himself into his Ferrari and drove to the designated meeting point to join Wang Hong and the others. They had been waiting at the coordinates for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Xiao emerge from the Ferrari, yawning, they finally felt a sense of relief. Su Xiao cast a glance around. Had the nearby zombies been dealt with? The drive had been eerily quiet. Indeed. Yet one cannot ascertain whether new zombies will emerge post 8 o'clock. Absent the black mist, they wield an abundance of weaponry, making it relatively manageable to deal with ordinary zombies. The zombies guarding the red treasure chests possess slightly greater resilience against firepower, yet they remain conquerable. Currently, the number of survivors is fewer than 900 million, indicating that approximately 90% of the world's population has perished. However, the quantity of zombies appearing and those eliminated has not reached a corresponding figure, suggesting that the zombified individuals do not resurrect all at once. A version update notification states that zombies are the sole source of resources for ordinary survivors, and it is advisable for them to eliminate nearby zombies daily. The greater the number of resource chests accumulated in the refuge, the better. Xiao Qi interjected, while natural food supplies are no longer viable. It is merely stated that they are inedible, with no mention of the consequences following consumption. Therefore, we have retained a portion of the natural supplies. Just in case, in times of scarcity, we may still explore the possibility of consumption. Su Xiao nodded, inquiring if a red treasure chest had been acquired. Even one would suffice. Indeed, we have, Wang Hong promptly comprehended, stating that once the public refuge is established, we would transfer the resources therein. No sooner had she spoken than the timer on Wang Hong's person sounded. The three individuals behind her immediately assumed a vigilant stance, raising their hands in salute towards the sky.